Chapter 1, I just became a hero and they kick me? Upgrading to SSS rank talent goddess Link. Wang Chu, I hope you understand. Now that we have become the hero squad, your strength is no longer sufficient to continue with us. Zhang Xiaoyu's stunningly beautiful face remained calm. The other three women in the team remained indifferent upon hearing this. Inside the instance, Wang Chu stood in the shadows, his expression unreadable. Just now, Team Xiaoyu cleared the Earth Dragon's nest in an astonishing 23 minutes and topped the leaderboard. They successfully obtained the only Brave Team qualification in Huaihai City. If you achieve a score of second place or higher in the next mock exam, you'll secure a spot in the Brave Squad. Not only can they receive a large amount of preferential treatment in cultivation resources, but they can also be guaranteed admission to the Imperial University. So, I become a guaranteed spot in graduate school? Wang Chu scoffed. Stop being sarcastic. Zhang Xiaoyu showed a dissatisfied expression. If Xu Eqing hadn't recommended you, how could someone with only a B-level talent have managed to get into our team, which is full of S-level talents? Now, apart from you who are still in the Spirit Awakening realm, we have all stepped into the Bone Forging realm, and the gap will only widen. Certainly. She paused, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said in a condescending tone. As a former member of the Hero Squad, you need to be sincere. I can recommend you to join the team. Kick me? Who was it that couldn't coordinate effectively back then, possessing S-level talent but lacking the necessary skills, which prevented them from ever increasing their dungeon clearing speed? If it weren't for my, Link, talent which can boost all attributes by 20%, plus my dungeon strategies and logistical support. How did they manage to qualify for the Hero Squad so easily today? We haven't even fully made it ashore yet, and they're already kicking me out with champagne halfway through? 2 years ago, Wang Chu was transported to this world by a giant teleport. After waking up, Wang Chu discovered that he had transmigrated into a holographic virtual adult game called Global Martial Arts Exam. As a top player in this game, he knows all the game settings inside and out, has memorized all the dungeon strategies, and is the #1 ranked player in the global arena. Therefore, he quickly made a name for himself at school with his strategy skills. Until he was invited to join the team by Li Xueqing, the original owner's childhood sweetheart. At that time, Wang Chu discovered that Zhang Xiaoyu and the other three were the female protagonists in the game. Thinking that it wouldn't be bad to just laze around with 4S-ranked talent monsters, I agreed to join the team. Certainly. It's definitely not because I've seen too many of those Snow White CGs in games. Zhang Xiaoyu thrust her long sword to the side, narrowing her eyes with an unfriendly expression. All attribute bonuses? Strategy guides? Logistics? Yes, you did it all, but putting aside what you said, what else could you have done? What we need next are teammates who can provide damage and support each other, not a freeloader who can only leech off the Link buff in dungeons. You don't deserve the title of hero. Swish. A flash of white sword light. The tip of the long sword in her hand was pointed directly at Wang Chu's throat. With our team's capabilities, we can easily crush any dungeon. Once we replace you, we'll be able to clear dungeons much faster. We won't need your lousy guides at all. Wang Chu was amused by all of this. Putting all that aside? Then what are we talking about? What the hell? The strategy guide didn't work? Did you use the Earth Affinity Potion on the dog? You still insult women? So what if I scold you? I'm still a passionate horse. At this moment, the Holy Light Priestess Angela clenched her hands over her chest, lowered her eyes, and spoke softly. Maybe we should just forget about it, Captain. It's not too late to improve Xiao Chu after we get into Imperial University. She had a delicate, fair face with long eyelashes, and looked pitiful. Her body was adorned with various dazzling ornaments, and a pair of tightly folded, holy white wings on her back represented her identity as an angel. No sooner had she spoken than the elven archer Eileen immediately objected. No, I don't want to continue mentoring a slacker. I must get first place in the martial arts exam. Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at Angela. Oh, so you're putting on a saintly act now? Why didn't you object when I informed you beforehand? You want to keep Wang Chu here? Then you can go with him. Upon hearing this, Angela closed her eyes and remained silent. Should we optimize her as well? Never mind then. What's your opinion, Xueqing? At last, Zhang Xiaoyu posed the question to Li Xueqing, Wang Chu's childhood sweetheart. Li Shueqing wore a platinum mage robe, held an ice staff, and had long, flowing blue hair. Wang Chu also turned his gaze to her. He hadn't gotten to know his childhood sweetheart well in the past 2 years. But he was quite interested in what Li Shueqing would say. Sister Xiaoyu, Wang Chu is nothing to me, we're just neighbors. Li Shueqing is a terrible woman. She immediately denied their relationship. Then, she looked at Wang Chu with a calm expression. Xiao Chu. I've always told you that as independent individuals, we should have independent thoughts and not always rely on others and be parasites. Your contributions? I don't deny they exist, but not many. With the martial arts exam just around the corner, in order to obtain more cultivation resources and for the future of the team, we hope that you can leave the team gracefully, so that everyone can be happy. She spoke quickly but coldly, keeping people at arm's length. Wang Chu laughed out loud at this. If he hadn't known how amazingly Shueqing's CG was, and how ridiculous her eye rolls and tongue rolls were, he would have believed it. Still trying to pull that independent woman act on me? Then don't drink the magic potions I usually give you. You can be independent in everything, but not economically, right? Li Shueqing frowned. Those magic potions came from the team's funds, what's it to you? What does this have to do with me? This idiot, does she have absolutely no common sense? Does she think that the ordinary blue potions on the market can support her mana consumption? Li Shueqing, possessing the S-rank talent, Ice Boundary, has high mana consumption and high burst damage. Regular blue potions simply can't restore your blue mana. Therefore, the potions used in the team have always been made by Wang Chu himself by purchasing materials and exploiting game bugs. Kick me? These idiots. I really don't know what they lost. He's a big dad who knows all the big events of the future, is familiar with all the dungeons, and is proficient in all the life skills. Besides, are they really that stupid? Didn't they realize it at all? Link can support up to 5 professionals, providing a 20% bonus to all attributes. But this all-attribute bonus is not as simple as it seems on the surface. That's a 20% bonus, including movement speed, attack speed, cultivation speed, charm, accuracy, and even luck. It can be said that any numerical value will increase by 20%. Oh, right, Xiao Chu. Li Shueqing paused for a moment before continuing. The attribute, Link, you gave us after leaving the team cannot be cancelled, we still need it. She spoke with such confidence and self-righteousness. 1 second she's embracing the image of an independent woman, the next she's telling me not to cancel the link? Get lost, you idiot. After saying that, Wang Chu immediately cancelled the link talent. You have retrieved Zheng Xiaoyu, Li Shueqing, Eileen, and Angela link status. The cultivation boost provided during the link period will be gradually reclaimed. At the same time, the 4 women also received a notification that they had lost the 20% bonus to all their attributes. Wang Chu, you. Li Shueqing's eyes widened, her expression no longer as calm as before. No? You actually rejected me? Shueqing, stop wasting your breath on him. Since he won't leave, then I'll kick him out. Zheng Xiaoyu, with a gloomy face, began to operate in the team module. Immediately afterwards, Wang Chu's wristwatch vibrated. Ding, you have been kicked out of the Xiaoyu team. Zheng Xiaoyu snorted coldly. Have you received the news that you've been kicked out of the team? You think I wouldn't dare kick someone since the martial arts exam is coming up soon? It's just a 20% deduction in points, I can afford that. Let me tell you, I've already found someone to replace you. When I announce the list, you'll see just how utterly worthless you are compared to him. And another thing, dare to take back the link? I'll make sure you can never find a team at school again. Wang Chu didn't listen to a word she said. Because, the instant they were kicked out of the team, a voice echoed in Wang Chu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Wang Chu for obtaining the hidden achievement Leave the Team. Your B rank talent, Link, has been upgraded to an SSS rank talent, Goddess Link. Goddess Link SSS level talent. Effect 1 provides a 100% base boost to all attributes for any target and the user. The boost increases by 50% for each goddess successfully linked. Current number of linked users, 0. Effect 2, when the affinity with the linked goddess reaches 80%, the user will permanently gain the most powerful talent in her bloodline. When the affinity reaches 100%, the acquired talent will be upgraded by 1 rank. Introduction, links, links, links. Links everywhere. Chapter 2 Li Shueqing's mother? Aunt Lena, is that me? Hidden achievements? Wang Chu remained calm, but his eyes flickered slightly. As a complete achievement collector, he was certain that there was no such achievement as leave the party in the game. Unexpectedly, I left the team due to a series of unforeseen circumstances. It actually allowed his talent to evolve. After reading the introduction of Goddess Link, Wang Chu couldn't help but be secretly surprised. This talent is just too overpowered. Not only has the increase in all attributes been increased from 20% to 100%, but the effect can also be increased based on the number of goddesses linked. In other words, if he could link with 2 goddesses, he could provide a 200% boost to all attributes. As for the second effect, it's even more terrifying. As long as you connect with enough goddesses, you can obtain all sorts of powerful talents. And when the corruption value reaches 100%, an S-rank talent can evolve into an SS rank talent, and an SS rank talent can evolve into SSS rank. I just don't know how to tell if the link is successful. While pondering, Wang Chu's thoughts were interrupted by Zhang Xiaoyu's incessant chatter. Wang Chu, from today onwards, your reputation will be ruined throughout Huaihai City, and no team will dare to take you in again. I won't give you a single penny of the money that belongs to you in the team's public account. Wang Chu glanced at the group, said nothing, and exited the instance. Who has time to deal with a bunch of idiots like you? Let's go connect with the goddess. In an instant, the instance fell silent. You're leaving already? Angela was somewhat surprised. Humph, so you feel too ashamed to stay any longer, huh? Zhang Xiaoyu pulled the long sword out of the ground and turned to look at Li Shueqing. Shueqing, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you in advance that I was going to optimize Wang Chu's information. Li Shueqing shook her head and parted her red lips slightly. Captain, I didn't take it to heart. I would have said it even if you hadn't brought it up. We and him are parallel lines that will never intersect. We are not from the same world. We've taken care of him for so long, he should be grateful. Zhang Xiaoyu was very satisfied with Li Shueqing's answer and said with a smile. That's good. Outside the instance, Wang Chu appeared at the dungeon portal, and the students of Class 6 immediately surrounded him. Holy crap, that's awesome, Wang Chu. 23 minutes. How did you guys do that? God Chu, please look after me from now on. I'll follow you. Exactly. The second place team hasn't even been decided yet. I'm so envious, even a B-level talent can get you a guaranteed admission to the Imperial University. Hee, what can you do when someone has such an awesome childhood sweetheart? Their expressions varied. Aside from a few who genuinely congratulated Wang Chu, most expressed envy and jealousy. No? Why should I? Why are you able to latch onto your childhood sweetheart Li Shueqing and team up with 4 goddesses with S-level talent? And now, they have successfully won first place in the first match of the Brave Squad qualifiers. Having qualified for the Brave team, admission to Imperial Capital University is practically guaranteed. Damn it! The homeroom teacher, Miss Huang, forcefully pushed through the crowd. He strode up to Wang Chu and excitedly patted Wang Chu's shoulder hard. Oh, Wang Chu, Teacher Huang knew you could do it. You are the most outstanding student that Teacher Huang has ever taught. You are Teacher Huang's pride. His old face was beaming with smiles. There has never been a case of a student from a regular class being recommended for admission to a university in Beijing. Year-end bonus, performance bonus. Hee. We can go up to the 3rd floor now. Wang Chu didn't waste any time with them, ignoring them completely, and walked straight out of the school. He glanced at a few women in the instance just now. I received the same message. The other person doesn't meet the standards of a goddess. Strange. Although Zhang Xiaoyu and the other 3 have questionable character, as the female protagonists of the game, they are all top-notch in terms of looks and talent. If even they don't meet the standards of a goddess, then who does? Wang Chu frowned in thought. Or is it that they can't be considered goddesses precisely because of their poor character? The other students who remained watched Wang Chu's retreating figure and let out a soft snort. So you look down on us regular students just because you got admitted through the special admission program? Yeah, what's with the act? A slacker acting all high and mighty? Teacher Huang glared at the students who were discussing it. How dare you talk like that? Do you really think Wang is like you good for nothings? He must be exhausted after helping the team secure the first clear. It's normal for him to go back and rest. It's you guys who don't work hard, all you do is gossip about others behind their backs. What will you be like when you enter the workforce? Teacher Huang. Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out from behind everyone, interrupting Teacher Huang's words. In an instant, everyone present turned their gaze away. 4S-ranked talent goddesses from the academy stood at the dungeon portal. They are all beautiful in their own unique ways, captivating all who see them. Leading the group was Zhang Xiaoyu, with long golden hair, wearing silver steel armor, and exuding a heroic air. She looked at everyone calmly and said, "Everyone, starting today, Wang Chu has been removed from our team and is no longer a member of our team. Everything related to him has nothing to do with our team anymore." Teacher Huang's breath hitched. No? Was Wang Chu optimized? My year-end bonus, my performance bonus, my refusal to eat cilantro. No. The midday sun shone through the floor and into the room. A tight-fitting turtleneck sweater accentuated Chen Lina's full curves, while she wore casual shorts that revealed her shapely and slender thighs. Strands of hair fell slightly behind her temples, partially obscuring her delicate and beautiful face, her eyes filled with longing. I wonder how Shueqing is doing. She sighed. Today is the day Li Shueqing will participate in the Brave Squad qualifying challenge. According to this timeline, the challenge should have ended by now, but we still haven't received any news from Li Shueqing. I don't know from what age it started. Her daughter, who was once very close to her, began to distance herself from her. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Lina's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Barefoot, I ran all the way to the door and opened it directly. Shueqing, you. Chen Lina paused for a moment. At the doorway, Wang Chu smiled and waved to Chen Lina. Aunt Lina, it's me. Aunt Lina. Chapter 3's Ranked Talent, Flower of Greed. It's you, Xiao Chu. Chen Lina was somewhat disappointed. But Wang Chu, who grew up with her daughter Li Shueqing, was always treated as her own child. Xiao Chu, come in and sit down. Don't stand at the door. Wang Chu and his daughter were in the same line, and he happened to ask him something. Chen Lina took Wang Chu's hand and walked inside. The room's layout is exactly as I remember it. The original owner was Li Shueqing's simp, and would frequently run to Chen Lina's house to see Li Shueqing. After transmigrating, Wang Chu rarely came here anymore. Following Chen Lina, Wang Chu's gaze fell on her slender waist, which could be grasped in one hand. Looking further down, her pert and plump buttocks were tightly wrapped in denim shorts. As expected of a mother, she's already embodying the qualities of a perfect wife. Chen Lina, who is in her 30s, shows no signs of aging and gives off an almost succubus-like aura. Regarding the effect of when successfully linking with a goddess, you will permanently gain the most powerful talent in her bloodline and upgrade the talent by 1 rank in the goddess link. When Wang Chu left the instance, he already had a preliminary plan in mind. He currently knows only one person who can most quickly verify the goddess link talent. That is Li Shueqing, who possesses the S-rank talent, Ice Boundary. Her mom. And when the door opened, Chen Lina did not disappoint Wang Chu. Ding, a goddess can be linked. Goddess, Chen Lina. Data, 956392. Age, 36. Talent, Flower of Greed S rank. Realm, Bone Forging Realm, Level 3. Goddess rating, 91 points. The score was an astonishing 91 points. I just don't know how to determine if a link is successful. The next second, a notification sound rang in Wang Chu's mind. Ding, do you want to select Chen Lina as the link target? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow and immediately agreed. Yes. Ding. Chen Lina has been added as a goddess link target. Currently, Chen Lina's decline level is 0%. The link will be successfully established when Chen Lina's sinking value reaches 80%. You cannot choose other people as link targets until your corruption level reaches 80%. In the darkness, it was as if a thread connected Wang Chu and Chen Lina together. Chen Lina, who was walking ahead, paused, a strange emotion welling up in her heart. What's wrong, Aunt Lina? Wang Chu's steady voice came from behind. Fine. Chen Lina answered softly. We entered the living room. Wang Chu sat on the sofa, and Chen Lina brought him a glass of water. She secretly observed Wang Chu's profile. That face is so handsome. Handsome. So handsome. He's incredibly handsome. He's so handsome that it makes people swoon. although Wang Chu hadn't visited her home in a long time. But we see each other all the time, and we've met quite a few times. Never before have I felt Wang Chu was so incredibly handsome. I feel like he's not the same as before. Here, Xiao Chu, have some water. Thank you, Aunt Lena. Chen Lina sat upright on the sofa on the left, her long, shapely legs together and placed diagonally, her hands folded on her knees. How did you do in today's challenge? Very good, you cleared the Earth Dragon's nest in 23 minutes, making you number 1. That's great. Chen Lina excitedly clasped her hands together, her rounded breasts, tightly wrapped in a knitted sweater, trembling up and down. Thank you, Xiao Chu. With you taking care of Xueqing in the team, Auntie feels much more at ease. When we go to Imperial University together, please take good care of Xueqing. What will you do, Aunt Lena? Upon hearing this, Wang Chu took a sip of water and looked up at Chen Lina with his lowered eyes. What should I do? Chen Lina's face froze instantly. Yes, Aunt Lena, you see, Xueqing basically lives in the team dormitory now, and she doesn't even come back once a month. From what I've observed, they haven't even made many phone calls, have they? Once you get into Imperial University, the number of times you'll see each other will be even fewer. Li Xueqing is just that kind of person. To put it nicely, arrogant. To put it bluntly, he's an ingrate, he's mentally ill. I wonder if the game script designer has something wrong with their brain. In the setting book, Li Xueqing hates Chen Lina intensely because she heard that her father died to save Chen Lina. They felt that Chen Lina was responsible for her father's death. He usually lives at the team's base, and there is only one thing he contacts Chen Lina about. He shrugged and said, "Give me the money." And this. That's one of Wang Chu's breakthroughs. Chen Lina forced a smile. The children are grown up, it's normal that they're not around. As long as you're all safe and sound, Auntie is very happy. Aunt Lena, stop comforting yourself. You yourself are well aware that Li Xueqing has a prejudice against you. Xiao Chu, you. Aunt Lena, I heard Li Xueqing say that she hates you because you killed her father. The words had barely left his mouth. Chen Lina's face turned deathly pale. What did you say? Xiao Qing, did she really say that? Li Xueqing had never said that. But Wang Chu said she had said. She said it. Yes, she not only said that, she also said. Wang Chu looked troubled. What else is there to say? Chen Lina is in a hurry. Aunt Lena, it's not that I don't want to say it, but that sentence. Wang Chu looked conflicted. Xiao Chu, just tell me. I can accept it. Chen Lina reached out and grabbed Wang Chu's arms from both sides, pressing them against her. A floral fragrance wafted into Wang Chu's nostrils. Great, they've taken the bait. Wang Chu smiled to himself, then spoke slowly. Xueqing said, she said it would have been better if you had died instead. Upon hearing this, Chen Lina could no longer hold back. Her delicate body swayed, almost collapsing, and she burst into tears instantly. She said, her voice trembling with tears. Her father was the one who made a mistake by having an affair, and then he was beaten to death by the other woman's husband. I didn't tell Xueqing the truth so that her father's image wouldn't be affected. How did things turn out like this? Holy crap! Is this really that explosive? This is a detail outside of the official setting, and it's the first time Wang Chu has learned about it. With such a beautiful wife, how could he still choose to cheat? Damn it! Looking at Chen Lina, who was crying her eyes out. Wang Chu sat down next to her, placed his right hand on her back, and wrapped his left arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Chen Lina buried her face in Wang Chu's chest and cried. Perhaps because she was too heartbroken, she didn't resist Wang Chu's hand. Not only that. It seems that a strange feeling is quietly emerging. I could feel Chen Lina sobbing loudly in my arms. Wang Chu was about to launch an offensive against the second breakthrough point. Oh, right, Aunt Lena. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a distinctive pattern on your lower abdomen? That pattern looks like a withered flower. Chapter 4 Aunt Lena wants revenge. Withered flowers. Wang Chu felt Chen Lina's delicate body tremble in his arms. How did Xiao Chu know? Chen Lina raised her head and asked with difficulty. Xiao Chu, what are you saying? Don't pretend, Aunt Lena. I've seen this many times when I was a kid. Wang Chu said it casually. He certainly hadn't seen it, but it was in the setting book. Chen Lina blushed instantly. The location of that flower was quite well hidden. If you can see that flower, then basically. Hee hee. Xiao Chu, that's just a tattoo I got when I was young and didn't know any better. You must never end up like your aunt. I've heard that. Wang Chu grinned and whispered in Chen Lina's ear. Aunt Lina, you're not being honest. Chen Lina's delicate body trembled. A warm breath brushed against her ear. That's the flower of greed, isn't it? Flower of greed is a very special S-rank talent in the game. The most unique effect of this talent is that, with continuous watering, the pattern will grow stronger and more vibrant. At the same time, my realm and strength will continue to grow stronger as the flower grows. On the contrary, if the flower of greed is not watered for a long time, one's spiritual level will continue to decline. Most importantly, when the bud of the flower of greed is watered to a certain extent, it will bloom, providing a large amount of experience points to the waterer. Simply put, the more you water the flower of greed, both of them will become stronger and stronger. As for how to water it, those who know, know. And Chen Lina. It is precisely because the flower of greed has not been watered for a long time. This caused his cultivation level to plummet from the Qi condensation realm to his current bone forging realm. If things continue like this, one day we will fall back to the very beginning of the awakening realm. Xiao Chu, you. When Wang Chu directly pointed out the flower of greed, Chen Lina already knew what his purpose was. She kept this secret for many years. The truth eventually found out. Aunt Lina. The flower of greed, also known as the succubus body, grows stronger with each passing year without being nurtured. You've already done a great job by persevering for Xueqing until now. Xiao Chu. I'm Xueqing's mother. I'll be angry if you do this. Chen Lina's throat was dry and hoarse, and her face showed anger. However, she had long since grown accustomed to enduring it. But at this moment, a little something was stirred up, and he began to get restless. Wang Chu gripped Chen Lina's arm tightly. Are you angry? Hee hee, that makes me even more excited. Aunt Lina, please think of Xueqing. The reason Xueqing hates you so much now is all because of that person's mistake. Why should you bear the burden of that person's mistake for so many years? Chen Lina's heart skipped a beat. Wang Chu's voice, like a devil's whisper, continued to ring in Chen Lina's ears. Not to mention, with your current level of cultivation, you can't even protect yourself, so how can you protect Xueqing? You clearly possess such great talent you can become even stronger. When you become strong, your relationship with Xueqing will naturally get better and better. The words fell. The body in her arms gradually relaxed and became softer. Chen Lina lay on the sofa, her eyes slightly closed, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Yes. It was clearly that person who cheated. But it almost ruined her life. Li Xueqing's attitude towards her, couldn't she feel it? I never imagined that it would be caused by his mistake. Revenge. She wanted revenge. The cardigan slid to the floor as the sofa vibrated. A group photo hanging on the living room wall. A man and a woman were smiling broadly. Byte. Currently, there is one goddess linked. The effect of increasing all attributes is increased by 50%, for a total increase of 150%. Affection level plus 30%. Affection level plus 10%. Wang Chu frowned slightly as he looked at the fact that he had only reached 50% favorability after spending so much time on it. The link does increase favorability, but aside from the initial 30%, the increase gets smaller and smaller afterward. It seems that it will take some time, or perhaps a turning point, for us to reach an 80% chance of acquiring talent. But the talent flower of greed is indeed powerful. Perhaps the flowers haven't been watered for too long. It was like a well that had been dry for many years suddenly gushing out water. A huge wave of energy feedback. Wang Chu's cultivation level was instantly raised from the spirit awakening realm to the bone forging realm. A major upgrade. The flower of greed had undergone a significant change compared to its withered and decaying state. The flowers seemed much more vibrant now. Chen Lina looked much healthier and more radiant. Aunt Lina, please tidy up here first. I'll go back and get some luggage. What are you doing with your luggage? Move in here. When Wang Chu transmigrated, he was already living alone. The original owner's parents hadn't appeared for a long time, but living expenses were regularly deposited into the account. You're coming to stay with me? Chen Lina exclaimed in surprise. What if Xueqing comes back? You're dreaming. You're really dreaming. She wouldn't even know if you died and stinked at home. Chen Lina. The words may be crude, but the reasoning is sound, and she was powerless to refute them. Xiao Chu, you've always liked Shui Cheng, haven't you? What if she finds out about what we're doing? I don't know why. There was a hint of jealousy in Chen Lina's tone. Who said I like her? Wang Chu clicked his tongue twice and tapped Meituan lightly. Aunt Lina, the reason I've been coming to see Li Xuecheng is because I like you. The words fell. Chen Lina's face instantly flushed pink. What nonsense are you spouting? Goddess, Chen Lina, favorability plus 3%. Oh? This can increase favorability? You're all talk and no action, aren't you? This opened up new avenues of thought for Wang Chu. So, besides negative distance links, other behaviors can also increase favorability? What's this? Is it an 18+ gal game? Without spending too much time, Wang Chu went to the next room, grabbed 2 sets of clothes and toiletries, and returned. Chen Lina was also very efficient. She cleaned the living room and even changed the bed sheets. They're both mothers now. How could she not know what Wang Chu was planning? Furthermore, after enduring so many years of withering, the flower of greed has reached the age where it craves more. Everything happened naturally. Night. Chen Lina rested her head on Wang Chu's chest, watching him scroll through his WeChat moments on his phone. The next second, a newly updated post appeared at the top of the Moments feed. Chen Lina recognized the owner of the profile picture at a glance. It's Xuecheng. She hurriedly grabbed Wang Chu's phone. Let me see what Xuecheng posted. May 13th, sunny. Today is a wonderful day. Team Xiaoyu has successfully won first place in the Brave Squad Challenge with a completion time of 23 minutes, becoming the first candidate team for Brave Squad. Thank you all for your well wishes. We will continue to work hard and do our best to win first place in the simulation competition. Tomorrow night, the Summer Rain team will be holding a celebration banquet at the Revolving Restaurant on the 28th floor of the Honor Hotel. All students are cordially invited to attend. In addition, after a team decision, Wang Chu has been kicked out of the Xiaoyu team. From today onwards, all of Wang Chu's actions are completely unrelated to the Xiaoyu team. Further down is a group photo of the 4 college goddesses, Zheng Xiaoyu, Li Xuecheng, Eileen, and Angela. Chapter 5, Public Opinion Spreads, Continuing to Drive the Tide. The next day, Wang Chu sat in his seat in the classroom and yawned. Although I'm at the age where I can pee 3 feet deep against the wind, I can't withstand such intense watering. Li Xuecheng likes to act like a jerk and likes to post on her WeChat moments, right? Then Wang Chu had no choice but to severely punish Chen Lina. Isn't it reasonable for a mother to repay her daughter's debts? No, Chen Lina is clearly a beneficiary. The flower of greed has been watered overnight. She was directly raised from the 3rd level of the bone forging realm to the 8th level, and immediately returned to the Qi condensation realm. Before becoming a widow, she was a professional at the Qi condensation realm. With Wang Chu by her side, her potential will definitely be much greater than just the Qi condensation realm. The only thing that gave Wang Chu a headache was, after Chen Lina's sinking value reached 60%, it hardly increased anymore. You need another 20% to get your first talent. Seeing Wang Chu's calm expression, the students in the class started to whisper among themselves. TSK, Wang Chu is really calm. He was kicked out of the team at this time, just before the martial arts exam. I told you he was a slacker. Goddess Zheng finally realized it. He's really embarrassing our class. I've heard that the 4 goddesses of the Summer Rain team would rather deduct 20% of their points than let Wang Chu go. 20% points is nothing to Xiaoyu team, they are still firmly in first place. The more fawning they were yesterday, the more indifferent they are today. Human nature is obvious. Last night, the 4 goddesses of Xiaoyu's team simultaneously posted on their WeChat moments to distance themselves from Wang Chu. Immediately afterwards, a post on the school's online forum was suddenly pushed to the top of the homepage as a pinned link. From I am Xiaoyu, and I'll talk about Wang Chu, the classmate I kicked out of the team. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Xiaoyu, the captain of the Xiaoyu team. I'm sorry to have taken up public resources because of a personal matter and made everyone worry. The purpose of this post is to warn everyone to avoid this pitfall and be wary of Wang Chu, this wicked parasite. Back then, on Xuecheng's recommendation, we invited Wang Chu, who has the link talent, to join the team. Given Wang Chu's low combat ability, we allow him to stay away from combat as much as possible in the instance, prioritizing his own safety, while he will be mainly responsible for logistical support. We always thought that we would fight together and achieve good results in the martial arts exam. Until one day, we discovered that Wang Chu was taking advantage of our trust and squandering the funds in our team's account. At this point, Zhang Xiaoyu attached a picture showing the account's spending records for purchasing various medicinal herbs and refined steel. As you can see, most of the funds in the team's account were used by Wang Chu to purchase various materials. But our team has absolutely no need for these materials. I can't help but ask, where did these materials go? Did they all end up in Wang Chu's private pocket? Below the post are several highly rated comments. The top few highly rated comments are from Eileen, Li Shueqing, and Angela, offering their support. I support Captain Xiaoyu's decision. I've wanted to kick this parasite out of the team for a long time. It's satisfying. Eileen is a big-breasted, brainless girl at first glance. I really hope this is a misunderstanding, but these records are all true. Angela was loaded at a glance. Bringing Wang Chu into the team was my mistake. I have to take the blame and make up for it. I will definitely make up for it in the simulation match. Li Shueqing, an independent woman at first glance. However, one comment that was ranked highly in the criticism section surprised Wang Chu. These herbs are all materials used to make magical potions, and fine steel is used to make armor and bows, right? Are you sure you're not joking? I don't know who this person is, but they're brave enough to come out and fight when things are going against them. It was sprayed like a sieve. The comments below are all from Wang Chu's alternate account and Wang Chu's sycophant. And this post gets several more comments every time it's refreshed. Without exception, they were all criticizing Wang Chu, pitying the college goddess. Very good. Seeing the momentum of the post, Zhang Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smug smile. Wang Chu. We told you to leave the team, but you wouldn't. Now your reputation is completely ruined. I'd like to see what way you can go now that you've become the target of everyone's criticism. Now is a crucial time before the martial arts exam. The total score for the martial arts exam is composed of the team competition and the individual competition. Without the points from the team competition, and given Wang Chu's strength being only at the Qi Awakening realm, he probably won't even be able to get into the worst universities. Thinking of Wang Chu's current situation, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Chu, right now, you're probably hiding in a corner and crying your eyes out, aren't you? On the other side, Wang Chu felt nothing at all. As that comment stated, all the materials purchased were used for Zhang Xiaoyu and others. This so-called Xiaoyu team is a team made up of a bunch of idiots. Team leader Zhang Xiaoyu, a professional swordsman, with an S-rank talent, part of the Sword Saint. They charge around recklessly every day, never dodging monster attacks, and their protective gear breaks after every fight. Eileen, a professional archer, possesses an S-rank talent, Wind's Protection. Since she hadn't yet reached the condensation realm, she could only use physical bows and arrows. Heaven knows how many bows and arrows Wang Chu made for her. Angela, a professional healer, with an S-rank talent, Heart of Healing. She's got plenty of milk, though. She's always saying things like, the bunny is so cute, how can you kill a bunny? She doesn't buy equipment, but buys a bunch of useless jewelry every day. She's just to show off. As for Li Shueqing, a high mana, high damage mage who can cast a maximum of 2 skills when mana is full. They're even worse than goblins after they're released. Without me continuing to supply blue potions and arrows created through a game bug. In less than 2 days, the Xiaoyu team will start to fall into chaos. Wang Chu remained completely calm. They've even started sitting back and watching the drama unfold. I wonder who the new unlucky one is. It would be quite interesting if the 4 female teams started fighting each other, right? Just as Wang Chu was pondering. A loud, hoarse voice immediately silenced the entire classroom. Wang Chu, get out of here. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Huan, stood at the classroom door, her left hand on her hip and her right hand pointing at Wang Chu as she shouted. You are truly the worst student I have ever taught in my more than 10 years of teaching. Waste. Rubbish. Someone like you doesn't deserve to listen to my lectures. The students were laughing hysterically. Old Huang, didn't you praise Wang Chu in public yesterday, saying he was the best student you've ever taught and that you were proud of him? How did the art style change so quickly? A few seconds later. Teacher Huang was furious when he saw Wang Chu sitting motionless in his seat, not even glancing at him. He strode up to Wang Chu. The aura of a Qi condensation realm professional directly enveloped Wang Chu. Fine, you're not leaving, huh? I'll send you away. That's all. He reached out and grabbed Wang Chu's arm, pulling hard. Result? Wang Chu remained motionless, looking at him with a half smile on his face. Teacher Huang stood there, stunned. Although he only used less than 30% of his strength, it was still something that a student in the Qi awakening realm could not easily contend with. Damn it! How dare you laugh at me? Teacher Huang blared and increased the pressure on her hand. This time, even students at the third level of the bone forging realm cannot withstand it. Only. Wang Chu maintained his languid posture, with his left elbow resting on the table and his palm supporting his face. After successfully connecting with the goddess, Chen Lina, the attribute bonus of the goddess link talent has reached 150%. And he took the final step and entered the bone forging realm. It still possesses 150% of all attributes at the bone forging realm. You've broken through to the bone forging realm? Teacher Huang, being a teacher at the condensation realm, immediately discovered the problem. But so what if you've reached the bone forging realm? I am at the Qi condensation realm. Just when he was about to give it his all. Outside the classroom, a melodious and pleasant voice rang out. Excuse me, is Wang Chu here? Chapter 6 School Beauty Ning Juqing, would you like to join my team? The sound was like heavenly music. It has a gentle yet aloof quality, giving the impression of keeping people at a distance. Old Huang was in a bad mood and shouted at him as he turned around. Who the hell is that? Can't you see I'm furious? It's me. When old Huang saw who it was, he immediately fell silent. An unexpected girl was standing at the door. The loose school uniform couldn't hide the figure that was inappropriate for her age. Her neckline was slightly open, revealing her slender neck, and her waist was so delicate that it could be encircled by a single hand. The ordinary school uniform looked elegant on her. Ning Juqing. The students, who had just been gloating over Wang Chu being scolded, couldn't hold back any longer. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, it's school beauty Ning Juqing. Not a buddy? What does the school beauty want with Wang Chu? Who knows? Ning, the school beauty, is the strongest professional in our school. I heard she's already at the 7th level of bone forging. She's from a completely different world than Wang Chu. Quiet. Quiet. Old Huang shouted twice and began to maintain order. He then switched to a fawning expression in an instant. Oh, it's Ning Juqing. Who were you looking for? The girl in front of me is the strongest student at Huaihai No. 1 Middle School. But the most important thing is her background. Old Huang had seen the principal bowing and scraping before her, his expression even more fawning than his own now. The expression on his face was so vivid it was astonishing. Old Huang believed that if Ning Juqing couldn't reach the things on the cabinet, the principal could even kneel down and be used as a footstool for Ning Juqing. I'm looking for classmate Wang Chu. Ning Juqing stretched out her slender finger and pointed to Wang Chu, who was sitting in the second to last row by the window. Are you looking for Wang Chu? Old Huang's voice suddenly rose, clearly surprised. Then, he understood. Ning, you may not know this. Wang Chu was kicked out of the Xiaoyu team yesterday and is no longer a member of the Xiaoyu team. Ning Juqing nodded calmly and said. I know. That's why I came to find Wang Chu. That's all. She strode into the classroom amidst the shocked gazes of the students, walking straight up to Wang Chu. Then she reached out that little hand that so many boys dream of holding. The students' eyes widened, and an unrealistic, fantastical idea began to sprout in their minds. Etc. Ning Juqing's action. Her gaze. Her behavior. She wouldn't be going to. A tonic. Goddess Ning. Why? Is it just because he's handsome? Wang Chu, classmate. Would you like to join my team? Upon hearing this, the entire audience gasped instantly. She said. She actually said those unbelievable words. Wang Chu, who was just kicked out of the Xiaoyu team and called a parasite. I actually received an invitation from the school beauty, Ning Juqing. If I remember correctly, Ning Juqing's team cleared the Earth Dragon's nest in 35 minutes yesterday. There's still a gap between them and Xiaoyu's team's 23 minutes, but that team is still ranked second in Huaihai City. Ning Juqing, are you sure you're not mistaken? The homeroom teacher, old Huang, swallowed hard. What's happening right now is just too surreal, isn't it? I'm not the kind of person who likes to joke around. Ning Juqing gently shook her head, raised her lowered eyebrows and glanced at old man Huang, and said indifferently, I think you've all forgotten something. Before Wang Chu joined the Xiaoyu team, my team was the #1 team in Huaihai City. These words were spoken. Everyone was stunned. Etc. It seems that's really the case. At least before the senior year of high school, Xiaoyu's team was always ranked behind Ning Juqing's Bohemia team. I don't know when it started, but Xiaoyu's team suddenly took the lead. Everyone just thought this was perfectly normal. Because the 4 goddesses in Xiaoyu's team are all S-level talent professionals. In the Bohemia team, only Ning Juqing awakened in S-level talent, while the rest of the members had A-level talents. But his talent wasn't something he just awakened. Before Wang Chu joined Xiaoyu's team, why did Xiaoyu's team remain in second place for 2 years? Could it be that Wang Chu was not only not a parasite, but also... Hiss. Holy crap, my scalp is so itchy. You need to use your brain. On the other side, Wang Chu looked into Ning Juqing's very beautiful eyes. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Ding, a goddess can be linked. Goddess, Ning Juqing. Data, 885890. Age, 18. Talent, 10,000 Thunderbolts S rank. Realm, 7th level of Bone Forging Realm. Goddess rating, 95 points. Currently available number of goddesses to connect to, 0. Ning Juqing actually invited me to join the team? The opponent's actions were indeed beyond Wang Chu's expectations. Because Ning Juqing's identity is extremely unusual. In the game, Ning Juqing is the daughter of the Lord of the Great Xia Prefecture. In other words, she's a princess. Her father, the current Lord of the Great Xia Prefecture, is a professional with SS talent. Wait. Wang Chu suddenly had an idea. If he can successfully link with Ning Juqing, once the corruption value reaches 100%, I can obtain an SSS level talent. Wang Chu. Old Huang had already released his grip on Wang Chu's wrist. He changed his demeanor from before, and said with a big smile on his face, a golden carp is no ordinary fish. Actually, the teacher was just frustrated with you and worried that you would be discouraged after being kicked, so she deliberately provoked you. Now a new opportunity has arrived. You must seize it and quickly accept Ning Juqing's invitation. Everyone. No? Old Huang, what a sly face you have. That's fucking ugly. However, almost everyone felt that Wang Chu would not refuse Ning Juqing's invitation. Although not as strong as Xiaoyu's team, it is still a strong team ranked second. Even if they don't get a guaranteed admission spot, their team score in the martial arts exam will definitely be good. Not to mention Wang Chu's current awkward situation. Only a fool would refuse. The next second. Then everyone heard Wang Chu utter a few words calmly. I refuse. Everyone, huh? No? Did I hear that right? You actually rejected Ning, the school beauty's, invitation? So it really won't work. After all, Wang Chu knows too little about us. It's normal for him to refuse. Ning Juqing muttered to herself, a look of disappointment flashing in her eyes. After a pause, she continued. Wang Chu, I sincerely invite you to join the team. We can get to know each other first, and then you can make a decision. My invitation remains valid until you accept. Ah. The students around them were at a loss for words to describe what they had just witnessed. Ning, the school beauty. Wake up, Ning, the school beauty. If you're hypnotized, just blink. What does it mean to get to know each other first and then make a decision? Are you two on a blind date? It's really. This is so surreal. Who would believe that if I told them? Even if they were placed inside the school walls, they would be absolutely explosive. The students looked at Wang Chu as if they wanted to devour him. However, the next second, Wang Chu said leisurely. Although I don't plan to join your team for now, but I can provide you with strategy guides and support. Back in first place, so easy. Chapter 7. It's either him or me, it's either me or him, only one of me and Wang Chu can stay. Back to number 1? Easy as a rock? The class immediately erupted in chaos. No, pigeons, you're so funny. I'm dying of laughter, this is the funniest joke I've heard all year. How dare a piece of trash with a mere B-level talent utter such lewd words? Doesn't he have any self-awareness? Girl, I think you're the one who doesn't know your place, you still only have C-level talent. How can that be the same? A girl's C-level talent is equivalent to a boy's A-level talent, don't you understand? Everyone was shocked by Wang Chu's outrageous statement and couldn't help but start laughing. Iron. Do you know what score is needed to help Ning Xiaowa's team regain first place? 4 goddesses with S-level talent can help you achieve a terrifying score of 23 points even with a burden like yourself. If we kick you out and replace you with someone more awesome, wouldn't you just take off from there? To surpass them, we need to reduce Ning Xiaowa's team time from 35 minutes to under 23 minutes. Wang Chu. You can't just say things like that. Old Huang quickly stopped Wang Chu from making his dangerous remarks. Wang Chu finally had the chance to join the team ranked second, he couldn't miss it again. Even if there's no first place, second place is fine too. Ning Zhuqing glanced at old man Huang and said softly, Teacher Huang, I believe in Wang Chu. Give him enough time, he can definitely lead the Bohemia team back to number 1. Just like when he led Xia Yu's team to defeat us back then. Wow, this girl is seriously addicted. Everyone was speechless. What did Xia Yu's team's score of 23 points have to do with Wang Chu? He was just a lucky charm at best. Looking into Ning Zhuqing's eyes, Wang Chu's lips curled into a slight smile. Interesting. Then, Wang Chu slowly stood up and said calmly, You don't need to give me enough time, you can do it now. Now. Another outrageous statement. Hilarious. I'll eat my hat if they can surpass Xia Yu's team's results. Exactly. A direct improvement of at least 12 minutes from 35 minutes? How is that even possible? Dude, are you crazy? However, Ning Zhuqing nodded with a sweet smile. Okay, come with me. Aren't you curious why I trust you so much? Walking ahead, Ning Zhuqing turned back to look at Wang Chu and asked. Wang Chu blinked. Because I'm handsome. He had no connection with Ning Zhuqing. She was not a succubus who possessed the ability to gain Ning Zhuqing's unconditional trust from a distance. Ning Zhuqing chuckled softly upon hearing this. Actually, I don't trust you. Question mark. I believe in Zheng Xiaoyu and the other 3. With their abilities, they could not possibly surpass the Bohemia team that I lead. Okay. Is this how you play it? What? You're disappointed that you didn't hear what you wanted to hear from me? Ning Zhuqing revealed a sly smile. Okay, I'm just kidding. But you really are the most handsome person I've ever seen. But why are you willing to help me? Wang Chu said calmly. Help you? For me, anyone is fine, as long as they can crush Xia Yu's team. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuqing pouted and hummed softly twice. Pig. Can't you just say it's because I'm good looking? When they arrived at the dungeon entrance, there were already 3 men and 1 woman waiting. Ning Zhuqing stepped forward and pointed to one of the burly men. Wang Chu, let me introduce you to some of my teammates. Chen Lei, his profession is shield warrior, and his talent is A-level. No need. Wang Chu waved his hand, interrupting Ning Zhuqing. Just do as I say, and no matter what your lineup is, you can crush Xia Yu's team in 23 minutes. Upon hearing this, the 4 people reacted with varying expressions. One of the tall, thin boys stared at Wang Chu with an unfriendly expression. Do as you say? You're just a piece of trash who got kicked out of the team. What gives you the right to give orders here? Ning Zhuqing frowned. Duan Fan, I invited Wang Chu here, so everyone must show him respect. Duan Fan snorted coldly. Captain, were you tricked by him? If he were really capable, why would Xia Yu's team have kicked him out en masse? Zheng Xiaoyu and the others aren't stupid. Today, I, Duan Fan, am putting my words here. Follow his orders? Absolutely not. Duan Fan, calm down. It's just the next game. Another female member, Lin Tao, offered some advice. Just listen to the captain. There's no harm in trying. Yeah, Duan Fan. Chen Lei also advised them that they hadn't expected Duan Fan's reaction to be so strong. On the other hand, how could Duan Fan not react strongly? A team can only have 5 people. If Ning Zhuqing wants to bring Wang Chu into the team, then who will leave the team? He was the lowest level member of the team, and his position overlapped somewhat with Wang Chu's. The martial arts exam is coming up soon, and nobody wants to be the one who gets sacrificed. I am very calm. Duan Fan said nonchalantly, Captain, it's either him or me. Only one of us, Wang Chu or I, can stay. The others also looked at Ning Zhuqing with troubled expressions. I've been teammates with Duan Fan for a while now. Although his personality is a bit off, we've gotten to know each other well. Given the time constraints, replacing someone at this point would not be a wise choice. The reason Duan Fan dared to threaten Ning Zhuqing like that was because he had also heard that Wang Chu had clearly rejected Ning Zhuqing earlier. He also speculated that Ning Zhuqing's reason for inviting Wang Chu on the spot might have been to annoy Zhang Xiaoyu and the others. Ning Zhuqing chuckled softly upon hearing this. I have approved your application to leave the team. Duan Fan was looking very confident when he was suddenly stunned. No? Wait, Captain, I didn't say I wanted to leave the team. No, you did. My choice is Wang Chu. Even if he doesn't join my team, I will still choose him. As she spoke, she raised her wrist and tapped her watch. I have already sent your request to leave the team, and you can confirm it now. Team leader. Chen Lei and the others were also stunned. How come we're suddenly missing a teammate? Okay. Duan Fan's eyes widened, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Ning Zhuqing, I never expected you would turn against me for a piece of trash that no one else wants. In that case, I'll see what you're capable of to take first place. That's all. He approved the application and left without looking back. Ning Zhuqing didn't even glance at him, but turned to Wang Chu and smiled. Look, I lost a team member because of you. Even if you don't plan to join my team, you can at least accompany me on the next dungeon run, right? Ning Zhuqing. Chapter 8, An Unusually Potent Potion. The hero squad's record has been broken. Wang Chu gave Ning Zhuqing a deep look and nodded. Okay, then I'll go in and have some fun with you. Ning Zhuqing probably wanted to get rid of troublemaker Duan Fan a long time ago. It wouldn't be a problem for me to help her out, since she's one of the Goddess Link recipients. Certainly. Running dungeons also has its benefits. Clearing dungeons will reward you with something similar to experience points in the game. During their training, professionals can continuously refine their skills to improve their rank or skill level. After joining Ning Zhuqing's temporary team, Ning Zhuqing immediately entered the dungeon. Dim sunlight filtered through layers of trees, falling on everyone. A scent of earth filled everyone's nostrils. This dungeon is a total rip-off. I didn't bring any earth element affinity potions when I came yesterday, and all my stats dropped by 30%. Chen Lei said. Yes, but I'm ready for today. After saying that, Ning Zhuqing took out 5 vials of medicine. The earth element affinity potion for the condensation realm can increase earth element affinity by 20%. It's not that she couldn't prepare a better affinity potion. Rather, it is a professional at the bone forging realm who can only absorb the effects of ordinary potions at most, reaching the level of the chi condensation realm. Just then, Wang Chu spoke up. Drink mine, after all, we need to get through this quickly. Wang Chu took out 4 bottles of medicine and distributed them to them. I can do it. You're here to help, how can I let you pay for it? Ning Zhuqing pushed the medicine back. Who told you it was free? It costs 10,000 yuan a bottle. Wang Chu said calmly. 10,000 for a bottle? Why don't you just rob someone? Lin Tao said loudly. An earth element affinity potion for a chi condensation realm cultivator would cost at most 5,000, right? What makes you think you can sell it for 10,000? Wang Chu shrugged and didn't reply. Ning Zhuqing replied very decisively. Good. Immediately afterwards, she took the medicine from Wang Chu's hand and drank it all in one gulp. Captain, you. Before Lin Tao could finish speaking, Ning Zhuqing's pupils suddenly contracted. Captain? What's wrong? Lin Tao quickly asked. Ning Zhuqing looked at the empty bottle in her hand with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice. After drinking this earth affinity potion, I gained a 50% attribute bonus. In other words, the attribute was originally reduced by 30%, but now it has increased by 20%. Ah? Lin Tao was shocked upon hearing this and also drank the medicine. Really? As top students, how could they not know that a bone forging realm professional could only absorb the effects of chi condensation realm potions at most? However, the potion for the chi condensation realm is 30% different in attributes from the potion provided by Wang Chu. So, that's how Xiaoyu's team achieved such good results? If we had had this medicine yesterday, we could have administered it within 25 minutes at the very least. The healer in the team, Gao Tang, murmured. Ning Juqing took a deep breath, her gaze sharpened, and she said in a deep voice. Let's hurry up and leave, don't waste time and the medicine's effects. As for why this potion is changed like this, it must be a potion of at least earth-grade quality. Good. The other three were also in high spirits. After drinking the potion, all of his attributes skyrocketed. Even a pig would know that the chance to break the record was right in front of him. We absolutely have to seize this opportunity. Boom! The team swept through the enemy lines with ease. The monsters along the way were no problem for these top students at all. As the last monster was killed, Chen Lei put his shield on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a happy expression. 16 minutes. It only took us 16 minutes to get deep into the lair. Gao Tang looked troubled and said to the others. The speed is indeed much faster, but to break Xia Yu's team's record, they must defeat the Earth Dragon within 7 minutes. Yesterday would have been fine, but today we're missing Duan Fan. It feels like our output isn't quite there yet. The heavy breathing of the Earth Wyvern could be heard from inside the nest. The ground still occasionally trembles, symbolizing the terrifying creatures that dwell within. Defeating the Earth Dragon in 7 minutes. That's definitely a bit difficult. Don't rush. Just then, Wang Chu spoke up. What's wrong? Chen Lei asked somewhat anxiously. Every minute and every second is crucial right now. Wang Chu walked up to Chen Lei and handed him something. What's this? Wood spirit mushroom? Wang Chu said calmly. I just picked this up on the way. When you're fighting later, find the right opportunity to throw it into the mouth of the Earth Wyvern. Wood spirit mushroom contains a large amount of wood attribute elements and toxins, which can just counter Earth Dragon, causing Earth Dragon's attributes to decrease by 50% in a short period of time. Everyone's breath caught in their throat. Wang Chu, are you telling the truth? Gao Tang exclaimed in surprise. Using elemental weaknesses and strengths to increase the speed of clearing stages is something we learned in class. However, it's not as simple as just picking up any herb and expecting it to work. It usually requires a lot of testing. Why don't we try and see? Let's go, let's go. Lin Tao looked excited and urged Chen Lei on. If we can really reduce all of Earth Wyvern's attributes by 50%, killing Earth Wyvern within 7 minutes will be no problem at all. The 5 people filed in. Roar! Upon seeing the intruder, the Earth Dragon inside the nest let out a low roar. The entire nest was shaking. They had already fought it once yesterday, so the group was quite familiar with the Earth Dragon. Chen Lei leaped high into the air, letting out a furious roar, and the huge shield in his hand emitted a red light. Shield slam. Bang! The massive shield slammed into the Earth Wyvern's cheek, knocking its head to the side. The Earth Dragon roared in pain. Chen Lei reacted quickly, grabbing the wood spirit mushroom and throwing it directly into its mouth. Glug! It's done! Chen Lei exclaimed excitedly. The next second, the Earth Dragon whipped its tail, sending Chen Lei flying. Tui, tui, tui. Chen Lei smashed a hole in the wall of the nest. Wang Chu, you're lying. Dude, are you playing a video game? Give the Earth Dragon some time to process this. Wang Chu remained silent. Sure enough, just a few seconds after he finished speaking, the Earth Dragon, which was charging towards Chen Lei, suddenly let out a painful roar. Oh whoa! The wood spirit mushroom is starting to take effect. Ning Juqing's eyes lit up. Onslaught! Oh oh oh! The group immediately rushed forward. There wasn't much interaction. Only perfect teamwork. Wang Chu was paddling along behind, clicking his tongue twice. Ning Juqing's team has much better teamwork than Xia Yu's team of fairies. The team that Xia Yu's team is. Some people give orders, some question the orders, some don't listen to the orders, some don't understand the orders, and some give orders in return. They all think they're the coolest. Less than 5 minutes. The Earth Dragon let out a hoarse wail as its massive body slammed into the ground. I cleared the level. Lin Tao cheered. The 4 of them performed much better than yesterday. Even without Duan Fan as a secondary DPS, the efficiency has increased significantly. Bite. Successfully cleared the Earth Dragon's nest in 20 minutes and 38 seconds. The 4 members of the Bohemia team exchanged glances, their faces revealing barely concealed excitement. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! 20 minutes and 38 seconds. A record has been broken. Ning Zhuqing. Chapter 9 Wang Chu, you good for nothing who only knows how to rely on women. Yay! Not only did they break the record, they also led for almost 3 minutes. Brother Chu. You're amazing. How did you know that the wood spirit mushroom was useful? Right, and what exactly is this earth element affinity potion? Chen Lei and Lin Tao chattered excitedly around Wang Chu. Ning Zhuqing looked at Wang Chu with appreciation and smiled faintly as she spoke to the others. See? I didn't misjudge you, did I? Captain is awesome. Gao Tang was sorting through the materials dropped by the Earth Dragon when he asked with some confusion. I'm just giving a hypothetical example. What if this is actually Xia Yu's team's strategy, and Wang Chu just copied it? Lin Tao gave a soft snort. Gao Tang, how long do you think it would take Xia Yu's team to clear the game if they used this strategy? What you said makes sense. If they used that strategy, I reckon they wouldn't even need 15 minutes. Yeah, I can't believe it. How could someone as strong as Brother Chu be kicked by Xia Yu's team? Many times. The team has no shortage of tanks, DPS, or healers. What's missing is a team brain. A great team strategist can enable the other 4 professionals to perform as well as 5. Brother Chu, please join our team. Lin Tao moved closer to Wang Chu, her eyes now sparkling. Even the way he addressed him changed from Wang Chu to Brother Chu. Ahem. Lin Tao, be more reserved. Ning Zhuqing pulled Lin Tao away from Wang Chu. Lin Tao is so close, she's in my way. We'll see. Wang Chu did not refuse. After glancing at the time, Wang Chu continued. Now that we've finished the project, we're ready to leave. Oh well. Lin Tao pouted. Ning Zhuqing looked at Wang Chu with a smile on her face. The last spot on the Bohemia team is waiting for you to join. When the 5 players exit the instance. A large number of students had already gathered at the entrance to the instance. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, quick, check the dungeon leaderboard. Ha! The record for the Earth Wyvern's nest has been broken. 20 minutes and 38 seconds? Team Bohemia. Incredible. They actually took a lead for almost 3 minutes. How did they do that? Wait, is that Wang Chu? I understand, Wang Chu directly told the Bohemia team about Xia Yu's team's tactics. What the hell? You're shameless. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Watch out, or the young lady will tear your mouths apart. Lin Tao put one hand on her hip and pointed with her right hand at a few gossipy students in the corner. Ning Zhuqing coldly surveyed the students around her and said in a deep voice. Our Bohemia team uses Xia Yu's playstyle? Do they even deserve it? Anyone who likes to meddle can go tell Zhang Xiaoyu that from today onwards, the Bohemia team will begin targeting Xiaoyu's team and crush them in all the rankings. Xiaoyu's team has already given up their strongest trump card. What do they have to fight me with? What? Wang Chu led Ning Zhuqing and her team to clear the Earth Dragon's nest in 20 minutes? They even said they'd start targeting our Xiaoyu team? No? Where did she get the courage? Inside a high-end bespoke dress boutique. Zhang Xiaoyu angrily hung up the phone. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Eileen, who was trying on a dress, asked. Angela and Li Xueqing also looked over. Zhang Xiaoyu's chest heaved rapidly, and she gasped for breath. Just now, Wang Chu and Ning Zhuqing's Bohemia team refreshed the leaderboard for the Earth Dragon Nest, with a time of 20 minutes and 38 seconds. Ning Zhuqing is still shouting that she will crush all our ranking records. Is she joking? Who does she think she is? 20 minutes and 38 seconds? That's fast? Eileen frowned. What's the point of getting first place now? The Brave team's results have already been finalized. That's right. Zhang Xiaoyu took several deep breaths to suppress her anger. Forget about those clowns for now, let's hurry up and pick out our dresses. We're the stars today. We'll go get the record back when we have time tomorrow. Good. Xiaoyu is right. On the side. Li Xueqing looked at herself in the mirror, wearing a sapphire blue dress that shimmered and sparkled under the lights. Did she get so angry and embarrassed after I kicked her out that she went to Ning Zhuqing for help? A mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. Wang Chu, oh Wang Chu. You good for nothing who only knows how to rely on women. Evening. The revolving restaurant at the Honor Hotel in Huaihai City. Champagne-colored balloons and artificial flowers decorated the entrance to the Shihui Hall in a very upscale manner. The 4 girls from Xiaoyu's team stood at the door, their faces beaming with vain smiles. Congratulations to Xiaoyu's team for being promoted to the Brave team. You all look so beautiful today, sisters. Looks like I'm definitely going to get into a top university in Beijing this year. Thank you, thank you. The 4 girls responded to everyone's congratulations with standard fake smiles. Hey Xiaoyu, booking this whole place would cost at least 800,000 yuan, right? Where would we get that much money? Angela leaned close to Zhang Xiaoyu and asked softly. Zhang Xiaoyu responded calmly. Sponsored by the hotel owner. They said all we need to do is mention the hotel's name in the official interview. Eileen crossed her arms and said calmly. Angela, have you forgotten who the captain's mother is? Money is not an issue at all. That seems to be true. While the group was whispering among themselves, Li Shueqing frowned. For some reason, she's been acting strange since last night, and she seems restless. Just then, Angela pointed to a woman who had just come out of the elevator and said, Hey, Shueqing, look. Isn't that Auntie? Li Shueqing looked over. In the distance, a tall, long-haired woman was walking towards them. Her long brown hair cascaded down like silk, and the tight cut of her bright red cheongsam accentuated her exaggerated curves. Her full breast swayed gently with her gait, and the slit revealed her long, shapely, fair thighs. The air between her brows revealed a hint of mature woman's charm and allure. Wait until the other party gets close. Li Shueqing frowned and looked at the newcomer, speaking coldly. Chen Lina. What brings you here? Aunt Lina. Chapter 10 Aunt Lina, Shueqing will see this. I'm here to congratulate you, Shueqing. Chen Lina wore a fawning smile. Li Shueqing snorted coldly. She didn't tell Chen Lina about this at all, because she didn't want her useless mother to embarrass herself here. How did you find me? Unlucky. Was it Wang Chu who told you? Did he come to you to plead for him to be brought back into the team? Upon hearing Wang Chu's name, a strange expression appeared on Chen Lina's face. She only found out last night from Li Shueqing's WeChat moments that Wang Chu had been kicked out of Xiaoyu's team. No wonder Wang Chu came looking for a beating yesterday afternoon, and he did it so hard, showing no mercy to women, only charging in recklessly. So he was venting his anger. Seeing that Chen Lina remained silent, Li Shueqing felt that she had spoken correctly, and a contemptuous smile appeared on her face. Chen Lina, go back and tell him. It's absolutely impossible for him to return to the team. I can't let him jeopardize my own future. Zhang Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side, frowned. That idiot Li Shueqing really doesn't know how to read the room. So many people were watching. Even if you don't get along, you still have to pretend. Isn't this damaging the reputation of my Xiaoyu team? Left with no other choice, she decided to step in and save the day. Wow, Shueqing, your mother is so beautiful. She then stepped forward and shook hands with Chen Lina. Hello, Auntie, I am Zhang Xiaoyu, the captain of Xiaoyu's team. Xiaoyu, Shueqing has been in your care all this time. No need to thank me, Auntie. Shueqing and I are very close friends. Come this way. We've reserved a seat for you at the head table. Zhang Xiaoyu said politely. Li Shueqing snorted and turned her head away. Chen Lina is definitely different today than usual. She usually goes out without makeup and is dressed casually. But today she was unusually dressed, with exquisite makeup and a bright red cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her figure. There are already quite a few boys, ranging from those in their 60s and 70s to those as young as a few years old, staring at her. When Chen Lina arrived at the main table, a woman of similar age was already seated in the main seat. The noisy banquet seemed to be just a backdrop for her. The woman sat still as if in a deep pool, her back straight as a pine tree. Her brilliant blonde hair shone under the lamplight, her temples were slightly tucked up, and her face was cool and refined. Beneath a simple white shirt, her figure is graceful, with curves in all directions. What attracted Chen Lina the most were her eyes. Give her the feeling that she can see through everything and that strangers should stay away. Glug. Chen Lina involuntarily swallowed. There were only 2 people at the table. If I sat on the other side, the atmosphere would feel awkward. So she took the initiative to move closer and sit down next to the blonde woman. Hello? I am Li Shueqing's mother from Xiaoyu's team. My name is Chen Lina. Looking at the other person's long golden hair and that somewhat similar face, Chen Lina guessed that the other party was one of Zheng Xiaoyu's people. The blonde woman glanced at Chen Lina calmly and replied, "Hello. I am Musi, and Zheng Xiaoyu is my mother." "Really? She's Zheng Xiaoyu's mother." But Chen Lina felt like she'd heard the name Mu somewhere before. While pondering, several middle-aged men and women approached their main table. Chen Lina recognized the man in the lead as Li Guochang, the principal of Huaihai Imperial Capital No. 1 Middle School. "Greetings, Sword Saint." Li Guochang respectfully held the wineglass with both hands and addressed Musi with utmost courtesy. "Sword Saint." Chen Lina's pupils constricted. She remembered now, no wonder the name sounded so familiar. One of the mountain and sea realm experts of the Great Xia Prefecture, Sword Saint Musi. She is actually Zhang Xiaoyu's mother? Seeing a group of people gathering around, Musi merely raised her eyebrows and glanced at them. Then he nodded slightly. They showed no intention whatsoever of standing up to communicate with them. Li Guochang and the others wore smiles on their faces, showing no sign of dissatisfaction. Goodness! The opponent is a powerful expert at the mountain and sea realm. There are probably only a few dozen mountain and sea realm experts in the entire Great Xia Prefecture. Li Guochang is considered one of the strongest people in Huaihai City. But it's only at the Void Realm. There is still a whole major realm, the Divine Realm, between the Mountain and Sea Realm and the Divine Realm. One kick and you could kill him. Sword Saint, Xiaoyu is indeed your daughter. She has some of your former glory. Yes, with such achievements, they will surely stand out from the crowd and become pillars of our Great Xia Prefecture. A group of people stood by and awkwardly praised it for a long time. They've finally left. Chen Lina glanced at Musi out of the corner of her eye. The other woman still maintained her aloof demeanor. Well, she seems like a difficult person to get along with. But then again, Xueqing has two teammates. Where are their parents? Not long after. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed. Then, stirring music began to play. Climb, 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 climb. Several incandescent lights shone in turn on the four girls of Xiaoyu's team. They were the focus of everyone's attention. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Xiaoyu." Zhang Xiaoyu stood on the stage, her elegant gown gleaming under the lights. "Thank you so much for your support and blessings, classmates, teachers, and family. Today is the day when our Xiaoyu team receives the honor of Brave Team Nut. Although we still have a long way to go before we can truly become a hero squad. However, with the combined efforts of us, we will definitely succeed. First of all, I want to thank my mother." After Zhang Xiaoyu finished speaking, Eileen took the microphone. Chen Lina looked at Li Xueqing on the stage, who was as bright as the moon. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Even though Li Xueqing and she didn't get along, she didn't mind. Because, as a mother, Li Xueqing will always be her pride. Beep. Just then, Chen Lina's phone rang. She frowned slightly and took a look at her phone. "Aunt Lina, please come to the second floor of the banquet hall. It's on the stairs in the corner to your right." The person who sent the text message was Wang Chu. Chen Lina turned her head and looked up. In the corner, there was a very inconspicuous dark shadow. She hesitated for a moment before replying. "Can you wait a moment? Xueqing's turn to speak is coming up soon." Beep. You can see from the second floor too. Besides, you wouldn't want Li Xueqing to know about that, would you, Aunt Lina? That matter. A tonic. Xueqing must not know about that. Chen Lina's expression froze instantly. After some internal struggle, Chen Lina got up and walked towards the stairs. The second floor is a dimly lit and cramped platform, similar to a mezzanine. Standing on the small platform on the second floor, you can peek out and look down at the banquet hall. Wang Chu was standing by the waist-high wall, watching Chen Lina wave with a smile. "Aunt Lina, over here." Chen Lina walked up to Wang Chu and whispered. "Xiao Chu, why did you call me here? What else can we do?" "Chen Lina?" The next second, she let out a soft gasp. He was then pushed to the wall and braced his hands on the railing. This stage was specially built by Wang Chu for the final 20% of the sinking value. What could be a better way to increase one's sinking value than this? Chen Lina bit her lip lightly. "I don't want to look at Li Xueqing, but I can always catch a glimpse of her out of the corner of my eye. Xueqing will see this. Angela thanked everyone around her while loading the cargo, even mentioning their names. The boys were so moved that they cried their eyes out. After a while, below, Li Xueqing's cool voice could be heard. She held the microphone and said coldly, "Thank you for your well wishes. Here, I just want to say one thing. Wang Chu, I know you're watching. Let me tell you, kicking you out of Xiaoyu's team was the best thing I've ever done in my life. You want to go back to Xiaoyu's team? Never." Chapter 11 Chan Lina's Depravity Value, 90%. Wang Chu was watching. "I was just watching from behind Aunt Lina." Li Xueqing's cool voice acted as a catalyst. It exploded inside Chen Lina's body. The daughter described him as utterly worthless, like a sycophant. They are launching a frenzied attack on her. Hey, did you hear that sound? Are you not hallucinating? I still think what Li Xueqing said was hilarious. I never imagined there could be such a shameless person. But I heard that today, the school beauty Ning Juqing went to Wang Chu's class to invite him to join the team. Not only that, the Bohemia team also broke Xiaoyu's team's record today with a time of 20 minutes and 38 seconds, leading by a full 3 minutes. Huh? Really? The noisy banquet hall had nothing to do with Wang Chu at this moment. The long-awaited, beautiful sound resounded in Wang Chu's mind. Bite. Goddess, Chen Lina, fallen value plus 30%. Chen Lina, her sinking value has reached 90%, and she is currently acquiring talents. You have obtained the S-rank talent, Ice Boundary. Ice Boundary S-rank talent. Effect, Ice Elemental skills deal 300% damage and cost 500% more mana. Ice Elemental skill learning speed and proficiency increase speed are increased by 200%. Introduction, Rayquaza. This moment, the ice element particles surrounding Wang Chu began to activate, as if they had found their backbone. It surged wildly into his body. It only took a few breaths. Various elements are already flowing through the body's meridians. Call. Wang Chu let out a long breath. The level of corruption has finally reached over 80%. It's just a pity that we're only 10% short of upgrading this S-level talent to SS level. Ice Boundary is considered one of the most terrifying talents among S-rank talents. It can deal a terrifying 300% damage, but its only drawback is a 500% mana cost. It's the kind of character who can't unleash many ultimate abilities in a team fight. But it is indeed truly fierce. Otherwise, Li Xueqing wouldn't have become so arrogant. He patted Chen Lina's waist, indicating that she should clean it up. Chen Lina turned around and cleaned them both up with a resentful look on her face. Then she said in a low voice, "Xiao Chu, how could you do this? What's wrong with me, Aunt Lina? If someone finds out about this place, what am I supposed to do? In front of so many people. Especially since Li Xueqing was still downstairs. Wang Chu actually. How could this be?" Wang Chu grinned. "If I didn't know that your corruption level had increased by 30% all at once, now it's as high as 90%. I almost thought you had really been wronged." Under. Li Xueqing frowned slightly, as if sensing something, and glanced towards the direction of the mezzanine. "I only saw 2 dark figures and assumed they were staff members, so I looked away." At that moment, out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Chen Lina's figure had disappeared from the main table. He. She said she cared about me a lot, that I was her everything. And then, while I was speaking, the person just disappeared? She let out a cold laugh. He then handed the microphone to team leader Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu stood in the center of the stage and spoke. "I think many people have already seen our post and WeChat moments from yesterday and know about the personnel changes in our team. I'm emphasizing this again here in the name of the captain of the Xiaoyu team. From now on, everything concerning Wang Chu is none of our Xiaoyu team." At the same time, she paused, then smiled. "Here, I will announce the newest member of our Summer Rain team. Shuba Dan." The words fell. A young, handsome man walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and spoke. "Hello everyone, I am Zhuba Dan." He appeared. A considerable gasp of surprise immediately erupted from the audience. "Holy crap, it's Zhuba Dan. Who is it? I've never seen them at school before. I used to be from number 2 middle school. I heard I just transferred here. I never expected it was to join the Xiaoyu team." Hiss. So Wang Chu being kicked was actually premeditated? Maybe. Xu Badan is from the Zhu family in the capital. Buying a spot in the hero squad wouldn't be too difficult for him. The Zhu family? The Zhu family that was once the wealthiest in the world? Not only are they rich, but they're also S-class talent professionals. Slots in the hero squad can be purchased. However, there will be limitations. Either offer enough money to make one of them leave the team voluntarily. Or, like Zhang Xiaoyu, you could kick out a teammate at the cost of 20% of your points. I could feel the intense discussion from the audience. Xu Badan smiled and said in a steady voice, I am very happy to join the Brave Squad and I am grateful to Captain Zhang Xiaoyu for giving me this opportunity. I will work well with the team members to secure the Brave Team qualification. Everyone knows what he meant. The true qualification of the Brave Squad is determined by the sum of their scores in the two competitions. The fact that Xiaoyu's team lost 20% after kicking out Wang Chu is extremely crucial. This means they must continue to win first place in the simulation competition 2 weeks later in order to secure their position as the Brave Team. There is no room for error. If you only get second place. Ning Zhuqing's team, which was in second place this time, actually won first place. The Brave Squad will belong to Ning Zhuqing's team. However, everyone just smiled knowingly at this. Will Xiaoyu's team lose? Absolutely not. The Summer Rain team has now evolved into its complete form. 5S ranked talent professionals. How could this lineup possibly lose? Not to mention that Zhang Xiaoyu is the daughter of Sword Saint Musi. Xu Badan is still a member of the Zhu family. Eileen and Angela, one an elf and the other an angel, are said to have quite impressive backgrounds. With no shortage of resources or money, the Xiaoyu team will only get stronger. Zhang Xiaoyu stood in front of the microphone and let out a soft laugh. Ba Dan is still a bit conservative. I think some people may already know that someone has made outrageous remarks and challenged our Xiaoyu team. What I want to say is that you are not qualified to challenge us, the Brave Squad. Tomorrow we will challenge the Earth Wyvern's nest again. We will easily crush them and set a new record. After a few seconds of silence, it was an overwhelming roar of cheers. Good. Xiaoyu's team is awesome. He truly deserves to be the captain of Xiaoyu's team. He looks incredibly handsome. Zhang Xiaoyu stood in the center of the stage, enjoying the praise and admiration of the crowd. Under. Sword Saint Musi showed no other expression, silently eating the delicacies on the table. She saw Chen Lina quietly walk back and sit back in her previous seat. She sniffed and detected an unusual smell. Having become a mother, how could she not know what this taste symbolizes? She glanced at Chen Lina with a slight glint in her eyes. Is this guy playing such fancy tricks? The small platform on the second floor. Chapter 12. The Sword Saint on the must-eat list. Chen Lina felt a little guilty under Musi's gaze. The opponent is a powerful expert at the mountain and sea realm. Did they find out when we were doing that? Sword Saint, is there something you need? Musi glanced at her indifferently. Are you hot? Yes, a little. Chen Lina said, blushing. Really? As a powerful expert in the mountain and sea realm, Musi could sense the movements of everyone in the banquet hall, including Chen Lina's every move just now. She quietly went up to the second floor mezzanine, where she seemed to be putting on a live show with booming music. I never expected that. Li Xueqing's mother looks quite dignified, but she's actually quite adventurous. But she did not notice who the male protagonist was. I have no interest in finding out who the male lead is. The banquet lasted until its end. Li Xueqing has never been to the main table even once. Before leaving, Chen Lina gave Li Xueqing a complicated look. That kind of thing just happened between me and Wang Chu in that kind of setting. The overwhelming shame made her unable to face her daughter for a moment. What if she finds out later? My own mother actually did that kind of thing at the banquet. How incredibly frustrating. But she touched her lower abdomen. There, the flower of greed is frantically absorbing the nutrients stored within its body. Xueqing, when mom becomes stronger, extremely strong. You should be able to look at me properly now, right? She sighed and silently left the hotel. On the other side, Sword Saint Musi didn't say goodbye to his daughter Zhang Xiaoyu before preparing to leave. She usually immerses herself in cultivation and combat, and spends very little time at home throughout the year. The two lacked communication and their relationship was just that of an ordinary mother and daughter. She is also not good at communicating with her daughter. But she will do her best to do what she can. For example, she also took time out of her schedule to come to Huaihai today to support her daughter. Let everyone know that Zhang Xiaoyu is the daughter of Sword Saint Musi, and anyone who wants to bully her should know that she has such a powerful figure behind her. Bite. The elevator doors, which were about to close, were opened again. Musi's eyes brightened slightly. A remarkably handsome young man was talking to himself with relief. Phew, thank goodness, I almost missed the elevator. The school uniform of Huaihai No. 1 Middle School suggests that Xiaoyu is in the same grade as her classmates. Musi thought to herself. The other person's appearance and temperament give people a very comfortable feeling. His family background must be quite good, otherwise they wouldn't be able to raise such a child. Even Zhu Badan from the Zhu family, who had just spoken, didn't have the same comfortable demeanor as the person in front of him. As she silently made her assessment, her delicate brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Etc. The taste is. She smelled a familiar perfume on the other person. The perfume scent came from the young woman named Chen Lina who had just sat next to her. A strange thought suddenly came to mind. Could it be that this young man is the one who just had a reality show with Chen Lina on the second floor? Is this possible? This boy looks so young? Sister, why are you staring at me like that? Just then, Wang Chu spoke with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Looking at the other person's bright and righteous smile, Musi shook her head and said softly. No. It's unlikely to be him. Or was it the perfume worn by someone else at the table? It's quite normal for perfume scents to clash. Sister, you look so beautiful. Wang Chu said with an innocent smile. Musi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Nice. It seems that ever since she became a sword saint, it had been a long time since anyone had spoken to her like that. Thank you, you too. She said calmly. Are you the older sister of one of your classmates? I've never heard that one of my classmates has such a beautiful older sister. Moose heard this. A rare, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. What woman wouldn't like to be complimented on her looks and youthfulness? Of course, this is on the premise that the modeling is good enough. No. Just then, the elevator paused slightly. Bite. We've arrived at the first floor. Wang Chu didn't ask any more questions, walked out, and waved back at Musi. Goodbye, sister. Musi did not answer, her eyes remaining calm. Goodbye. You will meet many people in your life, but you will only truly know a few. If nothing unexpected happens, I will probably never see the boy in front of me again. Meeting with Moose was not a coincidence. Wang Chu had been staking out the crowd for a long time. Ding, a goddess can be linked. Goddess, Moose. Data, 925990. Age, 38. Talent, Sword Saint's Blessing SS rank. Realm, Mountain and Sea Realm 5th level. Goddess rating, 97 points. Bite. Do you want to select Moose as the link object? No. After Chen Lina's decline value exceeded 80%. Wang Chu was already ready to connect with the next goddess. Zhang Xiaoyu's mother, Sword Saint Musi, is a very good linking partner. He is a person on Wang Chu's must-eat list. Zhang Xiaoyu's mother, Sword Saint Musi, had been part of the plan from the very beginning. If you can get the SS level, Sword Saint's Blessing, to 100% of the fall value, it can evolve into an SSS level talent. But not now. Musi in the Mountain and Sea Realm is not someone I can conquer yet. Just like a small horse can't pull a big cart. If we link to Moose now, it seems that it will be impossible to complete the fallen value task for a very long time. But now that a new link object has been opened, it's time to put the second goddess on the agenda. The next day, the entrance to the Huaihai No. 1 Middle School instance. Zhu Badan had been waiting there for a long time. He was serious about joining Xiaoyu's team. Many people are spreading rumors that he paid a lot of money to have Zhang Xiaoyu kick out Wang Chu and make room for him. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It was Zhang Xiaoyu who took the initiative to contact him, telling him that she was going to kick Wang Chu, who was dragging the team down, and asked him if he was interested in joining Xiaoyu's team. That's so interesting. Zhu Badan came to Huaihai City to study. That's because, as one of the many sons of the Zhu family, one had to compete with each other. Only by demonstrating sufficient talent can one attract the attention and be nurtured by the Zhu family. Those who lack talent will eventually end up as ordinary second-generation rich kids. since there is an opportunity to become a member of the hero squad. Why not? As for apologizing to Wang Chu? Even if he doesn't come, Wang Chu will still be kicked out. I'm already 35 minutes late. Zhu Badan glanced at the time on his watch and frowned slightly. Were you late for your first dungeon run together? You were so late? Don't you have any sense of time at all? Just as I was wondering whether I should call Zhang Xiaoyu, several figures appeared in the distance. Zhang Xiaoyu yawned, still smelling of alcohol. Badan, why are you here so early? Zhu Badan twitched the corner of his mouth. Is it early? I've been waiting for you guys for 35 minutes. Didn't we agree to meet at 9 o'clock? He countered with a question. Zhang Xiaoyu waved her hand, her face full of resentment. It's all Wang Chu's fault. He forgot to remind us to set our alarms before he left. He used to be the one to wake us up. Zhu Badan. No? Can this be blamed on Wang Chu? Looking at the four women in front of him, who seemed to be still half asleep, Zhu Badan suddenly had a strange feeling. It feels like I've gotten on a pirate ship. Sword Saint Moose. Chapter 13. Why is your potion so much worse than Wang Chu's? As the four goddesses of the Summer Rain team appeared at the dungeon portal, more and more students started paying attention. The Bohemia team just broke their record yesterday. It seems the Xiaoyu team is coming in strong today, ready for revenge. Isn't that right? School beauty Ning Zhuqing even said she'd break all of Xiaoyu's team's records. Hiss, who do you think will win? Who else could it be? It's Xiaoyu's team, of course. Do you even understand the value of having 5S level talents? Everyone was watching with a let's see what happens attitude. Hurry up, hurry up. Eileen yawned several times and said lazily, I'm so sleepy. I'm in a hurry to go back to sleep. Me too. I also have a beauty appointment at 10 o'clock and I'm almost late. Angela glanced at her watch. I know it's late, so you guys should get up earlier. Zhu Badan is truly beyond words. Looking at the spirits of the group, Zhu Badan opened his mouth, then hesitated. You can come back this afternoon, there's no rush. Why wait until the afternoon? It's just a matter of easily crushing them. Zhang Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and stepped forward to prepare to start writing. Wait. Zhu Badan was taken aback and quickly spoke up. Today is our first time running a dungeon together. Shouldn't we get to know each other's skills and discuss strategies? Unnecessary. Eileen yawned. Badan, don't lump us together with those ordinary teams. Yeah, this kind of difficulty dungeon is easy to clear, right? Why are you worrying about it? Zhu Badan was completely bewildered and even began to doubt himself. Is it really my fault? He also attacked the Earth Dragon's nest yesterday. It is indeed very difficult. Although he passed the test smoothly, because the team's quality was average, it took him more than 50 minutes, and he could only barely squeeze into the top 10 in the entire Huaihai city. This dungeon is so difficult. Is life so easy for the big shots? Looks like I'd better stick close to the big shots and follow their lead. Come on in. Come on in. I can't wait. The images flow. The 5 members of the Summer Rain team appeared in the Earth Dragon's Nest dungeon. Bite. Due to the influence of the Earth element environment, your attribute values have decreased by 30%. A notification sounded in Zhu Badan's mind, and a familiar sense of heaviness washed over him. Yesterday was my first time running the dungeon, and I had absolutely no experience. It was so difficult to fight with a 30% debuff on all attributes. What are you still standing there for? The potion. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Zhu Badan and said. Oh. Zhu Badan was woken up and silently slapped himself in the face. Time is precious. As expected of the number 1 ranked team, Xiaoyu team. This pace is so fast, not a single second is wasted. As one of the top 10 mages in Huaihai City, I was completely out of touch. He quickly took out 5 bottles of yellowish-brown medicine and distributed them to the women. Glug glug. The women tilted their heads back and drank the Earth Element Affinity Potion in one gulp. Wait, something's not right. Zhang Xiaoyu was the first to notice something was wrong after drinking the medicine. She frowned slightly and looked at Zhu Badan. Zhu Badan asked in surprise, what's wrong? What kind of potion did you give us to drink? A potion that enhances the affinity of the elemental energies of the condensation realm. Did you buy a defective product? Eileen chattered on from the side. After we drank the elemental affinity potion yesterday, our attribute values increased by 20% compared to before entering the dungeon. But after drinking the medicine you gave us, our health has dropped by 10%. Ah? How is this possible? This must be a potion for the chi condensation realm, there's no way it could be wrong. Right now, we're only at the bone forging realm, so at most we can only absorb the medicinal effects of the chi condensation realm. Are you sure you're not mistaken? One is a 20% increase. One is a 10% decrease. There's still a 30% difference between the two round trips. If Eileen is right. Yesterday, after the members of the Summer Rain team drank the Earth Element Affinity Potion, the attribute bonus provided by the Affinity Potion was as high as 50%. How could such a thing possibly happen? As he was talking, Jubadan suddenly realized another problem. Wait a minute, you said you brought Earth Elemental Affinity Potions with you when you cleared the dungeon yesterday? Earth Dragon's Nest is a new dungeon, and nobody knows its mechanics. Of course, it's possible that some people keep them on hand all along. It's just a potion with a bit of Earth Element affinity, what's so strange about that? Eileen stood with her hands on her hips, looking displeased. On the contrary, you shouldn't make excuses. We agreed to let you join the Summer Rain team not so you could slack off. Since you're going to take on the team's logistics, you should spend money where it's necessary, and by the best you can. Don't think that we are all top professionals and try to save this little bit of money with wishful thinking. I don't. Don't explain anymore, this is the last time. Shubadan. Damn it, I'm a member of the Zhu family. Do you think I'm short of such a small amount of money? I'm so angry. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu spoke up, giving Jubadan a way out. Forget it, it's just a slight difference in attributes, it won't make any difference. It's normal for Ba Dan to be unaccustomed to our rhythm since this is her first time joining our team. We've already wasted a lot of time, hurry up and catch up. That's all. Zhang Xiaoyu led the way and walked out. Shubadan followed behind in silence. Is it really my own problem? Really? His primary role is as a mage with the S-rank talent, Flame Magic, and he doesn't know much about logistical support. The reason he was assigned a support role in the team was because it was one of the conditions Zhang Xiaoyu agreed to let him join the team. After all, with one less dedicated assistant, someone still has to do some of the mundane tasks. Soon, the group encountered the first wave of dungeon monsters. Eyed Wolfhound Bone Forging Realm Level 1. Although there is only one layer. But there were quite a few, a total of 20. Many teams couldn't even get past the first stage with its 20 wolfhounds. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly lowered his body and charged towards the pack of wolfhounds. Shubadan picked up his staff, preparing to unleash a spell. Need not. Li Shueqing reached out and stopped him, speaking softly. You can leave everything to the captain. It'll be a good opportunity for you to see the strength of our Xiaoyu team. Swish. A flash of sword light. A coyote didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was instantly cleaved in two. They're just a bunch of trashy hyenas, a waste of our time. Zhang Xiaoyu's expression was indifferent, and the silver longsword in his hand emitted a cold light. So strong. Zhu Badan sighed inwardly. Swish. Zhang Xiaoyu swung his longsword again, and with a flash of light, easily took down several wolfhounds. Awah! They lost several of their companions in succession. The remaining coyotes revealed fierce expressions, growled, and pounced. Poof. Overestimating yourself. Zhang Xiaoyu revealed a disdainful smile. They didn't even try to dodge. Stand still and withstand the attacks of the wolfhounds while launching a counterattack. A bunch of trash who can't even break through my defenses. Before the words were even finished. Bang! A loud bang exploded in Zhang Xiaoyu's chest. Chapter 14, Zhang Xiaoyu gets a beating up in the dungeon. Ugh! Zhang Xiaoyu was knocked off balance by the terrifying impact and let out a muffled groan. My steps faltered, and I stumbled backward, feeling as if my internal organs were being violently shaken by the impact. Immediately afterwards, a mouthful of foul-smelling blood rushed up into his throat. How is that possible? Angela gasped in surprise, her pupils dilating. Yesterday, these coyotes couldn't even break through the captain's defenses. Ah! The next second, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a hyena bared its foul-smelling fangs and bit directly into Zhang Xiaoyu's calf. There is no armor protecting them. Put. In an instant, Blood spurted out. Then, her left hand was also bitten tightly by another coyote. The other coyotes pounced on him and were about to overwhelm Zheng Xiaoyu. This scene left the people behind them completely stunned. Ah! Zheng Xiaoyu let out a scream. It hurts. Heal me quickly. Everyone suddenly woke up with a start. Angela clasped her hands together and began to pray. Holy healing. Ring of the Holy Shield. One healing spell and one damage-absorbing shield were cast directly on Zheng Xiaoyu. Eileen took out specially made steel arrows from her quiver and knocked them onto her bow. O wind, heed my call. Boom! A gale enveloped the arrow. The instant it was fired. Spreading backward from the arrowhead, it formed a huge column of wind that swept through the pack of coyotes. In an instant, all the wolfhounds surrounding Zheng Xiaoyu were killed. Zhu Badan raised an eyebrow. The way he looked at Eileen changed. No wonder this elf was so arrogant. They definitely have something special. Its destructive power and control are both extremely strong. Compared to Zheng Xiaoyu in front of me, I just don't feel she lives up to the title of Little Sword Saint. Captain, are you alright? Angela jogged over and helped Zheng Xiaoyu up. Ouch, that hurts. Zheng Xiaoyu said, panting heavily. I can't even remember the last time I was injured so badly. It's been at least 2 years, hasn't it? Angela quickly continued to use holy healing to treat Zheng Xiaoyu's wounds. Soon, the bloody wound healed under the holy light. What exactly happened? Yesterday, those hyenas couldn't even break through your defenses. Li Shueqing said with a frown. Did those coyotes suddenly become stronger? Angela asked. Everyone looked at Zheng Xiaoyu. The reason why there is no main tank class like Shield Warrior in the team. It's because Zheng Xiaoyu felt that having her absorb the damage was more than enough. Ordinary monsters can't do much damage to her at all. Even if it's a boss, she'll have enough room to maneuver. Even if they are injured, there are S-level healers who can provide timely treatment. I know why now. Eileen stood to the side and said coldly. She glared at Zhu Badan beside her. It's all Zhu Badan's fault. Zhu Badan? If it weren't for the inferior elemental affinity potion he provided, our attributes wouldn't be so different from yesterday. That's why you couldn't withstand the wolfhound's attack and got injured, Captain. Zheng Xiaoyu frowned slightly and looked at Zhu Badan with an unfriendly gaze. That does seem to be the reason. Zhu Badan? You're kidding me. The elemental potion I provided is already the best one I can give you for the condensation realm. If you don't believe me, you can take the rest from me to check. Zhu Badan was not without temper, and his face instantly darkened. They've tried to shift the blame onto me time and time again. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? You guys stop arguing. Angela clasped her hands together over her chest, looking pitiful. She said softly. There's one more thing, you might have all forgotten. Wang Chu's B-level talent, Link, can provide each of us with a 20% attribute bonus. That means we had a total of 40% attribute bonus when we entered the dungeon yesterday. It's 50% different from what we have today. Everyone fell silent. A full 50% attribute bonus. The difference is obvious. It's a pity this isn't a game world. If there were panel data, it would be much more intuitive. Zheng Xiaoyu let out a long sigh, her face grim. Wang Chu, it's Wang Chu again. It's all that idiot Wang Chu's fault. Zhu Badan? Not sisters? What does this have to do with King Chu? It's not normal for someone to stop providing talent bonuses to you after you've kicked them out. You're blaming others now? He suddenly began to regret joining this so-called hero team. I have a feeling that these people are sick. Eileen frowned and said to Li Shueqing. Shueqing, go see Wang Chu again after the dungeon ends and ask him to keep the Link talent on us until the martial arts exam. Zheng Xiaoyu echoed this sentiment. Yes, Shueqing, I'll leave this to you. Angela looked at the group with a puzzled expression and whispered. But didn't he explicitly say that day that he wouldn't provide me with the Link? Besides, Wang Chu already helped the Bohemia team break our record today. Will he agree to it? Eileen let out a sneer. You overestimate Wang Chu, that simp. He's like a little dog on the street. Give him a sausage and he'll happily come running over. At worst, Shueqing can sacrifice her looks and act pitiful to beg Wang Chu. Okay, I'll talk to him after I leave the instance. Li Shueqing said indifferently, as if the matter was not worth mentioning. Zhu Badan remained silent. These people seem to have some issues with their values. Just like those obsessed people on Xiaohanshu, a Chinese social media platform. We've wasted so much time, should we continue playing? He asked. Zhang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. Fight, why not fight? It'll only waste a minute at most. It's just a few attributes, I'll just pay attention to them later, right? Yeah, if we go out now, won't we be laughed at to death? Eileen glanced at Zhu Badan, her face full of dissatisfaction. I can't afford to lose face like this. If you want to leave, leave by yourself. I did not mean that. Zhu Badan quickly waved his hand. Judging from everyone's expressions, they seemed completely unconcerned about what had just happened. This must all have been an accident. Why is Chapter 15 different from when Wang Chu was here? Captain, at least dodge that attack. I was dodging. But for some reason, my reaction time was so much slower today. Because the team doesn't have a tank. Zhang Xiaoyu, who was used to tanking damage and crushing opponents, was beaten and kicked by the dungeon monsters today. She desperately wanted to dodge the attacks, but because she hadn't practiced her movement skills much, she couldn't dodge them at all. Pain. It hurts everywhere. As the successor of the Sword Saint, Zhang Xiaoyu had never suffered such a serious injury before. When I was playing this dungeon yesterday, these small monsters don't require anyone else to help. She handled everything by herself. After finally dealing with another wave of mobs, Eileen frowned and said, Strangeness. Wang Chu's Link only provides a 20% attribute bonus, it shouldn't be that much different, right? Not only in the Earth Dragon's Nest dungeon, but Zhang Xiaoyu also used the same strategy in other dungeons. This situation has never occurred before in the past 2 years. Eileen's gaze suddenly fell on Zhang Xiaoyu's protective gear, which was somewhat tattered from being hit by the monster. Captain, could it be that the enchantment effect on your armor has expired? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed oh, and suddenly realized what was going on. Eileen, you're right, that's a possibility. I'll buy another one after the dungeon ends. In the past, Wang Chu would regularly prepare her equipment. You need to change your armor every 2 or 3 dungeons. Thinking about it carefully, it's time to change my equipment. Li Shueqing said softly. Captain, in that case, let's have our ranged DPS clear the monsters from here on out. You should conserve your energy first, because we'll need you to tank the final boss, the Earth Dragon. Zhang Xiaoyu really wanted to agree immediately, but she felt a little embarrassed if she agreed too quickly. Just some trash monsters, no need to bother. Captain, let's listen to Shueqing. Angela said softly. Chasing after Zhang Xiaoyu's grandma just now really exhausted her. Since you've both said so, then fine. It's not that I'm unwilling to fight those monsters. Zhang Xiaoyu appeared reluctant, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is Li Shueqing about to make a move? Zhu Badan set his gaze on Li Shueqing, who had blue hair and a cold, aloof expression. A mage with the same S-rank talent. Li Shueqing's Boundary of Ice is renowned far and wide, making her arguably the #1 mage in Huaihai City. The terrifying ice attribute damage output perfectly illustrates what a world of ice and snow truly means. Now, I finally have the chance to witness the Boundary of Ice with my own eyes. Zhu Badan was somewhat expectant. Soon, a wave of small monsters surged in. Li Shueqing stood before the crowd, holding a sapphire blue staff, a gentle breeze ruffling the hem of her robes. The next second, a cold wind suddenly rose. Li Shueqing raised her staff and gently tapped it forward, her delicate red lips slightly parted. Frozen path. A chilling, white aura swept out. The dozen or so small monsters at the front stopped with a crack, their bodies instantly covered in white frost, and then turned into ice sculptures. The cold air hasn't stopped. It continued to surge forward, freezing everything in its path. Then, Li Shueqing stared expressionlessly at the ice sculpture in front of her, then gently squeezed it with her hand. Broken. Bang. 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 The ice sculptures exploded one after another. There were no screams, no blood, only the glint of sunlight reflecting off shards of ice. Holy crap! Zhu Badan was completely dumbfounded. The move Li Shueqing just used, Frozen Path, was. Let alone these 20 or so small monsters. He felt that even if there were 100 of them, Li Shueqing could kill them in an instant. Is this the terror of the ice boundary? how about it? Are you stunned? Eileen glanced at Zhu Badan, a smile playing on her lips. This is our team's ace. As long as Shueching is here, we're not afraid of any number of monsters in the dungeon. Strong, indeed very strong. Zhu Badan gave a thumbs up. My heart, which had just been somewhat disappointed by Zhang Xiaoyu's series of outrageous actions, began to stir again. This is the kind of strength I'd been hoping for in a hero squad. Both Eileen and Li Shueching displayed strength unlike that of ordinary S-class professionals. Soon, the last wave of monsters was instantly wiped out by Li Shueching, without taking much time at all. Zhang Xiaoyu followed behind, looking at the time on her phone and said in a deep voice. It's been a total of 17 minutes so far, and we only have 3 minutes left. Angela frowned slightly. It took 17 minutes? Isn't that slower than yesterday? Eileen gave a soft snort, somewhat dissatisfied. Who told us to waste so much time at the beginning? Although Eileen didn't specifically refer to anyone. But whoever makes the mistake will be embarrassed. Some people reacted as if their sore spot had been touched and started jumping up and down in anger. You're saying I'm wasting my time? Zhang Xiaoyu's voice is shrill. If I hadn't been taking the damage, would we have been able to fight this far so smoothly? The reason I'm in the tank position is for the sake of our team. Do you think I enjoy tanking monsters? Captain, calm down. Eileen definitely didn't mean that. Li Shueching quickly stopped her. Captain, I wasn't talking about you. Then who do you think wasted time? Whoever wastes time, I'll name them. Zhu Badan was about to explode with frustration at the chattering girls, so he quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Stop arguing. All of you, stop arguing. We're running out of time. Yes. Angela said in a low voice. There were still more than 3 minutes left, but now there are less than 3 minutes left. Then whose fault is it? Is it mine? Stop arguing. Li Shueching shouted, and the atmosphere froze instantly. If you want to argue, go outside. Today is the first day of the new Xiaoyu team, so what's the point? There are still 2 minutes left, right? As long as I'm here, that's more than enough. Yeah, let's focus on clearing the dungeons first. It's normal to have some issues on the first day. Zhang Xiaoyu breathed a long sigh of relief. That stupid elf. I'll deal with you next time. The most important thing now is to clear the dungeon. And it has to be faster than the Bohemia team's 20 minutes and 38 seconds. I can't afford to lose face like that. Walk. Zhang Xiaoyu waved her hand. I'll hold off the Earth Dragon first, giving you enough time to unleash Absolute Zero. Good. Li Shueching nodded. Then, the group rushed into the Earth Dragon's lair. Roar. Disturbed, the Earth Dragon let out a low roar. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on the intruder before it. I'm going, hurry up. Earth dragons possess a diluted dragon bloodline. Don't be fooled by the fact that its rank is only a few minor realms higher than everyone else's. It is a typical boss with extremely high HP, attack, and defense stats. Even yesterday, under Wang Chu's command, it still took everyone quite a bit of time to resolve the issue. Ba Dan, instant recovery potion. Oh. Zhu Badan was somewhat surprised that Li Shueching, a mage, hadn't brought her own potions, but he still took out a bottle filled with azure liquid and gave it to her. Li Shueching opened the medicine bottle and gulped it down. The next second, Li Shueching's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Zhu Badan and shouted. What kind of potion did you give me to drink? How come I only recovered about a quarter of my magic? Chapter 16. I refuse to believe it. Could it be that without Wang Chu, even the book couldn't be finished? Zhu Badan was completely baffled by the question. What I just gave you was a magic recovery potion for the Qi condensation realm. It can restore a large amount of magic points to a bone forging realm professional. Are you fucking kidding me? A lot of mana? How come I've only recovered less than a quarter? Do you think I've never drunk a potion that restores health instantly? Li Shueching said irritably. Zhu Badan attempted to explain. This is truly an instant recovery potion for those in the Qi condensation realm. Although everyone's situation is slightly different, instantly restoring a quarter of your mana is already a lot, right? Instant recovery potions and slow recovery potions are not the same. The former may be less effective, but it is instantaneous and can often turn the tide of battle. The latter slowly restores more mana over a certain period of time. Li Shueching pressed for an answer. Are you trying to save money again? The instant recovery potions Wang Chu gave me before could instantly restore my mana to full. Instantly restores full mana? How is that possible? Zhu Badan raised his voice directly. This kind of potion that restores health and mana is different from the affinity potion. Even professionals at the Qi Yuan realm can use potions at the Ning Yuan realm or above. All you need is money. With our current bone forging realm attributes, we would need at least a divine transformation realm instant recovery potion to fully recover our condition in an instant. Using a transcendent realm instant recovery potion for a dungeon run? This is something most people can't afford. Believe it or not, he actually had a bottle of instant recovery potion for those at the divine realm level in his backpack. But it's for saving lives. Using this life-saving item in the daily dungeons of the bone forging realm. Are you still trying to deny it? Zhu Badan, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Li Shueching snorted coldly. We won't hold you responsible for now. My mana has only recovered a little, which is not enough to use, absolute zero. Who will defeat the Earth Dragon next? This. Zhu Badan was at a loss for what to do. Instant recovery potions have a cooldown CD limit. You can't just drink 4 bottles in a row to fully restore your mana. The main problem is, he still doesn't believe it. Did Li Shueching always eat such good food before? Really? Using a divine realm instant recovery potion to run a dungeon? That bottle costs at least 300,000 daxia coins. Even the Zhu family, which was the wealthiest in the world, could not be so wasteful. The two were facing off. Zheng Xiaoyu's anxious voice could be heard from the battlefield. Where are my teammates? Where are my teammates? Zhu Badan, get your attack going. What are you doing just standing there watching? Shueching, how are your preparations going? How much longer? Angela was shouting over there too. Hurry up and help the captain. If we don't kill the Earth Dragon soon, the captain will be beaten to a pulp. Li Shueching and Zhu Badan looked around. In the center of the battlefield, the already battered Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't dodge in time. With a loud bang. With a single slap, Da Di Along shoved Zheng Xiaoyu into the wall. It's embedded inside, the kind that's hard to pull out. Puff puff puff. Blood was gushing out. Help me. I think I'm going to die. Zheng Xiaoyu said weakly. Wind, heed my call. Eileen murmured softly. Knock the elven longbow, and the enchanted arrow shot out in an instant. Boom! The Earth Dragon let out a painful roar. However, that arrow only blasted a penetrating wound into its left waist. Bang! 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 Sensing the threat, the Earth Wyvern charged straight at Eileen. Upon seeing this, Eileen immediately started jumping up and down. Zhang Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Hurry up and revive the boss. Zhang Xiaoyu? No? Do I look like someone who can still pull monsters? Fire blast. At this moment, a scorching fireball surged toward the Earth Dragon. The flame struck the Earth Dragon squarely in the front, instantly engulfing it. Awoo! The Earth Dragon let out a painful scream. It's in effect. Zhu Badan breathed a sigh of relief. At that distance, the Earth Dragon would probably catch up with Eileen in no time. The boss was stalled, and Eileen was under pressure again. Li Shueching, how much longer are you going to do this? I'm out of mana, I can't use, absolute zero. If you're out of mana, just drink an instant mana potion. Do you even need to tell me? I drank it, and it only restored less than a quarter of my mana. These words were spoken. Eileen, Zheng Xiaoyu, and Angela were all taken aback. How is that possible? Then, they all looked at Zhu Badan at the same time. Eileen frowned. You used low-grade, inferior potions again? Zhu Badan. Are you guys out of your minds? Awoo! The roar of the Earth Wyvern shook the entire nest. The girls who had originally intended to continue pressuring Zhu Badan suddenly changed their expressions. What do we do? The captain is incapacitated. Shueching is out of mana. Should we continue fighting? A look of fear appeared on Angela's delicate little face. The Earth Dragon ran towards them. That enormous Earth Dragon. And she was such a tiny little girl. That kind of thing. A tonic. Let's retreat first. Finally, it was Zhu Badan who spoke. Today is our first day of getting the team together, so it's normal for some problems to arise. He was still trying to save face for the girls. Eileen scoffed, so you know it's your problem? Zhu Badan. Damn it. Oh well, it's my first day, I'll put up with it. Zheng Xiaoyu also spoke in a weak, hoarse voice from the side. Will someone carry me on their back? Dying in a dungeon, that really means you're dead. Angela doesn't possess any skills that allow her to resurrect the dead. I've heard that only legendary top experts can do that. A while later, the group successfully escaped the Earth Dragon's nest. Huff, huff, huff. Zhu Badan was panting. The task of carrying Zheng Xiaoyu out of the den naturally fell to him, the boy. However, being a mage, he was physically weak and was almost exhausted after this trip. Finally, out. As Zheng Xiaoyu felt the sunlight filtering through the leaves, she realized for the first time how wonderful it was to be alive. Angela crouched beside her, continuously casting healing spells. Eileen glanced at the time on her phone and frowned slightly. We've gone way over the allotted time. If we go out now, won't the other students laugh us to death? Let's not even talk about time. Whether we can even clear the game is a question now. Shall we rest for a bit, replenish our resources, and then try again? I refuse to believe it. Surely we can't even pass this course without Wang Chu? Well, that's the only way. It would be too embarrassing if we couldn't even clear the level. Just as the group was talking, a notification sounded for a dungeon. You have been detected to be far from the boss area. Dungeon detection failed. You will be forced to exit the instance in 10 seconds. Force quit? Zheng Xiaoyu immediately shouted. No. My injury hasn't fully healed yet. Chapter 17 Chen Lina, why are Wang Chu's clothes in the living room? Strange, Xiaoyu's team has been in the dungeon for 25 minutes already, why haven't they cleared it yet? That's right. Outside the dungeon portal. Many students who were waiting to witness Xiaoyu's team break the record again looked puzzled. What happened to the promise to crush the Bohemia team and break the record? After waiting for ages, we still hadn't seen a single hair. Did he fall asleep in the dungeon? It's been 26 minutes. Even if Xiaoyu's team finishes the game now, they won't be able to surpass the time of 20 minutes and 38 seconds. He bragged so much yesterday, but he ended up with a huge mess, haha. Didn't Xiaoyu's team beat that bastard Wang Chu? The rest of the team hasn't changed, so they should be stronger. The next second, several figures appeared at the dungeon teleportation entrance. It's out. It's out. 26 minutes, that's not a good result either. Wait, why isn't Xiaoyu's team's result on the leaderboard this time? Brother, look at Zheng Xiaoyu. Zheng Xiaoyu completed the dungeon while lying down. She was lying on the ground, gazing at the azure sky and the already dazzling sunlight. Her unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Holy crap, Zheng Xiaoyu is covered in blood. Is she seriously injured? Look at Zheng Xiaoyu's face, it's all swollen from being hit. Ouch, it's covered in bruises, it looks painful. This moment, Zheng Xiaoyu felt it would be better to die in the dungeon. The more glorious she was yesterday, the more humiliating she is today. Quickly, get out of here. Zheng Xiaoyu covered her face with her hands and sobbed, her voice trembling with tears. The others exchanged glances. Badan, quickly carry Xiaoyu on your back. Okay. Xiaoyu's team never expected that they would end up fleeing in disarray. Xiaoyu's team's base dormitory. The air pressure was very low, and the atmosphere was terrible. The first attempt by the new summer rain team ended in failure. With the help of the medication and Angela's treatment, Zheng Xiaoyu appeared to be fine on the surface. Wait a minute. I'll go upgrade my equipment. Her throat was a little hoarse. Captain, this is not your fault. Eileen shook her head, then changed her mind. If anyone's to blame, it's Zhu Badan. If it weren't for the inferior medicine he provided, we wouldn't have ended up like this due to our negligence. That's right. Li Shueqing nodded. This is the first time I've ever drunk a magic potion that only restores a quarter of my mana. I really don't know where this inferior product came from. The post-war division of responsibilities meeting. Actually, there's no need to divide it. Zhu Badan will catch it easily. Who can blame them when this is a team of 4 girls? The girl will help the girl. Zhu Badan felt very heavy-hearted at this moment. I thought I'd found a powerful backer, but it turns out the backer seems to be. That's outrageous. How did this team qualify for the hero squad? The medicine I provided is absolutely safe. Shubadan opened his mouth, trying to struggle. If you have any concerns, you can purchase all the materials for the next dungeon run yourself. I can cover the cost. He originally wanted to leave the team directly. But since we're already here, let's give it another try. What if today's problem is just a matter of getting used to each other? Which team doesn't have some conflicts? And don't even mention the 8th day. Zheng Xiaoyu gently shook her head. I'll go change into a new set of armor in a bit, and also buy some potions. I'll continue the dungeon tomorrow. Xueqing, you should also talk to Wang Chu and ask him to re-link the link to us. All right. Li Xueqing was somewhat reluctant, but she still picked up her phone, opened the chat box with Wang Chu, and started a voice message. Wang Chu, hurry up and re-upload the link for the 4 of us, quick. The moment she sent the voice message, her face turned as pale as if she had eaten shit. What's wrong, Xueqing? Eileen came closer. On the screen, a bright red exclamation mark stands out. Blocked? Xueqing, Wang Chu actually blocked you? What? Everyone found it unbelievable. Everyone saw how much Wang Chu fawned over him before. Is this a rebellion of sycophants? Li Xueqing's face was full of anger, and her voice was sharp. No? How dare he? I'm going to settle the score with him right now. On the living room sofa. Xiao Chu, how could you be in that kind of situation yesterday? I'm Xueqing's. Chen Lina hadn't even finished speaking. Stop comparing, just tell me if you like it or not. No. I don't like it. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the door rang out. Chen Lina was immediately panicked. Xueqing is back. Don't be afraid. Wang Chu scooped Chen Lina up from the sofa, quickly slipped into the room, and locked the door behind him. Chen Lina, Chen Lina. Li Xueqing started shouting as soon as she entered the room. Chen Lina pressed her body against the door, afraid that Li Xueqing would enter the room. Xueqing, I'm inside. What are you doing inside? Come out. I have a bit of a cold, and I'm afraid I'll infect you. Unlucky. Li Xueqing clicked her tongue, her face showing impatience. Have you seen Wang Chu? I just knocked on his door, but no one was home. Wang Chu? Chen Lina turned her head and glanced at Wang Chu. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Ah. What was that sound? The unusual sound made Li Xueqing frown slightly. Chen Lina, what are you doing in there? Chen Lina blushed and gave Wang Chu, who was causing trouble, a resentful look. No. It's nothing, I just bumped my toe. Wang Chu, I didn't see him. Li Xueqing frowned. What was that sound? However, she was still angry and didn't care about anything else. I knew asking you wouldn't do any good. That guy is completely infatuated with Ning Zhuqing, he's probably still with her. If you see Wang Chu come back tonight, tell him. How dare he block me? I'm furious. Extremely furious. This isn't over until he comes to me in person, kneels down, and apologizes. Chen Lina was almost in tears. My daughter. I'm still in their hands. You're still spouting nonsense here, saying Wang Chu is bad. I've endured so much. I understand. That's all. Silence fell outside the door. Chen Lina didn't dare to move, pressing her ear against the door to listen to the sounds outside. Just as she was about to open the door to take a look. Sudden. Li Xueqing's voice rang out from outside the door again. Chen Lina. Why are Wang Chu's clothes on the living room floor? Chapter 18, almost discovered by Li Xueqing. The flower of greed gives back for the first time. This was a sudden counterattack. It scared Chen Lina to tears. Bite. Goddess, Chen Lina, fallen value plus 10%. Chen Lina, her decadence level has reached 100%, she is completely decadent. Your S-rank talent, Ice Boundary, has evolved. You have obtained the SS rank talent, God's Blessing. The blessing of the Archmage SS rank talent. Effect, full elemental control, no spellcasting required, magic skill training speed increased by 300%. Increases maximum mana by 300%, increases spell attack power by 300%, and reduces spell cost by 50%. Introduction: I am the spokesperson of the God of Law on Earth. My morale has reached 100%. Wang Chu was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, while I was grinding for my usual corruption points, I suddenly encountered an emergency mission. This sudden emergency mission even helped me reach 100% corruption value so quickly. As the divine blessing, talent burst forth within Wang Chu's body. The intense, frenzied magical elements surged forth from Wang Chu's body and poured onto the flower of greed. Chen Lina, say something. Li Xueqing was knocking loudly on the door. Chen Lina leaned against the door for a while to catch her breath before weakly speaking. I'm sorry, Xueqing. I felt a little dizzy just now. The clothes you mentioned were left because Xiao Chu said he'd been busy lately and asked me to do his laundry. This excuse is utterly lame. But that's the best explanation Chen Lina could come up with when her mind was in a daze. Fortunately, Li Xueqing did not investigate further. No matter how hard she racked her brains, she could never have come up with it. Wang Chu was actually inside. Inside in two different senses. After hearing Li Xueqing leave the house, Chen Lina's face was pressed against the door, her limbs were weak, and her mind was blank. The patterns on the flower of greed have become incredibly vibrant, like a night blooming cereus about to bloom. Aunt Lina, what's wrong? Wang Chu gasped. He felt an extremely powerful suction force. Could it be the first feedback event that the flower of greed is about to perform? The next second, a surge of powerful and refined energy flowed directly into Wang Chu's body. Bone Forging Realm, Level 2. Third level of Bone Forging Realm. Fourth level of the Bone Forging Realm. Advance 3 minor realms in a row. Holy crap, Aunt Lina, the flower of greed is way too powerful. Chen Lina was somewhat weak. The feedback from the flower of greed will not make the plant stronger as a result. I don't know either. This is the first time the flower of greed has bloomed. Upon hearing this, Wang Chu immediately perked up again. Chen Lina's words were tantamount to saying, I've never experienced high temperatures before. Afternoon. Arrived at the Bohemia team's base. Ning Zhuqing and the others were already waiting here. God of Chu. God of Chu. You've come. Lin Tao's eyes lit up, and she jumped up. After yesterday's battle, she became a huge fan of Wang Chu. She ran up to Wang Chu with a smile and said excitedly, Chushan, have you heard? Today, Xia Yu's team went to challenge the Earth Dragon's Nest again, but they didn't even clear the dungeon. Zhang Xiaoyu got beaten up so badly he was lying down when he left the instance, haha. If I hadn't been away from the scene, I would have definitely gone up and checked on them. The others also had smiles on their faces. Wang Chu was not surprised by this. Xia Yu's entire team is spoiled by him. Zhang Xiaoyu never needs to dodge skills because he has enchanted his equipment. Li Xueqing never needs to worry about mana consumption when using skills because she has a bugged potion. Now, both of them should have already been exposed. Soon. Then it will be Eileen and Angela's turn. That's why I said Zhang Xiaoyu kicked Shushan out. It was like slashing his own carotid artery. Ning Zhuqing said with a smile. The captain has excellent taste. Faced with everyone's praise, Wang Chu smiled and then looked at Ning Zhuqing. You just told me on the phone that we could play other games together and break Xia Yu's team's records, so I'm not going. Ha? Chushan, you're not going? How are we going to break the record then? Shan Lei asked in surprise. Don't worry, I'll tell Zhuqing the strategy. With my strategy, Zhuqing can break the record even if she only leads 4 pigs. God Chu. How could you call me a pig? Lin Tao puffed out her cheeks. Ning Zhuqing's eyes flickered slightly. Just now, she accurately caught the difference in Wang Chu's words. Bamboo clear. Wang Chu actually called her Zhuqing. That's right. This is Wang Chu deliberately trying to get closer to the two of them. After successfully completing the romance with Chen Lina, the goddess link can now be used to link to a second person. Wang Chu didn't consider himself a succubus who could make a goddess like Ning Zhuqing fall head over heels in love with him so easily. Therefore, it's still necessary to raise Ning Zhuqing's favorability. But Wang Chu has not yet chosen Ning Zhuqing, link. Regarding the choice of Ning Zhuqing, Wang Chu currently has some concerns. First, Ning Zhuqing is the daughter of the current governor of Dashia Prefecture. She has a high status, is knowledgeable and experienced, and is extremely difficult to win over. Secondly, Ning Zhuqing is a decisive and ruthless person in the game's storyline, and she may not necessarily be immersed in romance. The SS-level talent of the Great Xia Prefecture Lord is indeed very tempting. But just like with Sword Saint Musi, it would be bad if the progress bar got stuck. For the link object, we must make thorough preparations. Immediately afterwards, Wang Chu then explained the strategies for the other dungeons to everyone in detail. These are just beginner dungeons, so there's no fear of the walkthroughs getting out. The members of the Bohemia team listened with their eyes widening. No way? This works? Ha! This boss will commit suicide if you don't attack it? Don't attack that small monster? It will help fight the boss? This is outrageous. Shushin, you actually thought of this? There's no such method in the guides from my senior brothers and sisters. Wang Chu simply smiled at this. Are you kidding me? The experts on Tieba and the players in the strategy guide groups are all incredibly skilled. The guides are being released so quickly and in such large quantities, covering all sorts of topics, it's truly astonishing. The discussion concluded. Wang Chu noticed that Ning Zhuqing's gaze remained fixed on him, never looking away. What's wrong, school beauty Ning? Wang Chu smiled and said. Ning Zhuqing's expression was somewhat solemn. After seemingly thinking it over carefully, she took Wang Chu's arm and walked to the side. Wang Chu, how much do you know about the Mirage Realm? Mirage. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ning Zhuqing. In the game, the Mirage is a dungeon that combines PvE and PvP elements. Simply put, it's a game where you can fight both monsters and other players. Not only can you gain a lot of experience points, but there are also some rare items and skill books. Similarly, high returns mean high risks. The opponents inside are not only the boss, but also professionals from other states. You're inviting me to go to the Mirage Realm? Wang Chu asked. Information about the Mirage Realm is usually held by a small number of people. But Ning Zhuqing is the daughter of the Lord of the Great Xia Prefecture. Yes. Ning Zhuqing nodded. There is a Mirage Realm that can be entered by 2 people and is restricted to those below the Condensation Realm. It will open in 3 days. Would you be interested in coming with me? Why did you choose me? Wang Chu said, why don't you look for those professionals at the 9th level of the Bone Forging Realm, but instead look for someone like me who just broke through to the Bone Forging Realm. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuqing's lips curled into a sweet smile. You're the kind of person who can even lead Xiaoyu's team to first place. Chapter 19 connects to the second goddess, Xian Ying. She is the daughter of the Lord of the Great Xia Prefecture. Ning Zhuqing has abundant resources and a strong logistics and strategy team. However, she suddenly discovered it 2 years ago. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't surpass the record set by the Xiaoyu team. Based on her observations, the person responsible for all of this is Wang Chu, who is standing right in front of us. Just how strong is Wang Chu? Only she, as her opponent, truly understands this. On the contrary, the team's star player was kicked out of the team? Ning Zhuqing was shocked when she first heard the news. People from other states will also be participating in this Mirage, so the risk level is quite high. You can think about it carefully before you tell me. Ning Zhuqing said softly. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow and said with great interest. Since I went with you, shouldn't I give you something as a reward? He was naturally interested in the Mirage Realm as well. Let's not even talk about the rewards in the Mirage. Just because it's a 2-person event, I absolutely have to go. There's nowhere better than this kind of 2-player dungeon to farm favorability. Unlike Shenlina, Ning Zhuqing could not punish and increase her moral depravity points with just a few words. The necessary procedures still need to be followed. A reward. Ning Zhuqing drawled out the last syllable, as if she was thinking seriously. He tapped his chin with his slender index finger and said softly. To be honest, this Mirage Realm is of great significance to me. I absolutely must conquer it. The rewards in the Mirage Realm aren't that important to me, you can have them all. Furthermore, regardless of whether you can secure the offer, I can provide you with a special admission spot at Imperial University. What do you think? Wow. As expected of the daughter of the Lord of the Manor, she immediately offered a special admission spot to the Imperial University. This spot is priceless outside. TSK, Ning, are you planning to get your girlfriend for nothing? Ah. Wang Chu clicked his tongue twice. I can easily get into Imperial University on my own, why would I need your special invitation? That's true. Ning Zhuqing blinked, looking somewhat troubled. Well, I can't think of anything more valuable I could ask for your help with right now. Then I'll owe you for now, and I'll ask you for it when I need it. Wang Chu grinned. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuqing's eyes lit up, and she instantly beamed with joy. Good. I will do anything I can to help you. Shouldn't that be satisfied? A mocking smile appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. However, even if they don't accept anything, they've already made a fortune. Mirage, this resource is controlled by a very small number of people, and others cannot buy entry even with money. He ate and took some home, feeling quite pleased with himself. Take them to the dungeon first. Remember, make sure you crush all of Xia Yu's team's records. Wang Chu said calmly. Don't worry. Ning Zhuqing smiled faintly, not taking Xia Yu's team seriously at all. None of their records will be preserved. Qian Family Trading Company. It is the most well-known trading company in Dashia Prefecture, apart from the Zhu Family Trading Company. When Wang Chu appeared at the entrance of Qian Family Trading Company, the long-legged girl in a cheongsam, standing at the entrance to greet us, lowered her eyes slightly and came straight to us. Young Master Wang, please come this way. Wang Chu nodded slightly and walked into the depths of the business guild with practiced ease. After waiting in the VIP lounge for a while, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and then someone pushed the door open and entered. Young Master Wang, I've missed you so much these past few days. As the fragrant breeze wafted by, a soft, tingling sound rang in Wang Chu's ears. Shen Engying wore a long red dress with a trailing hem. The silk fabric clung to her shapely figure, outlining her slender waist. Above her are full, proud curves, and below her are straight, long legs. Her face was a classic oval shape, with skin as white as snow, which made her red lips appear even more alluring and captivating. What? Missed me? Wang Chu responded calmly. Young Master Wang is too kind. Engying thinks of you all the time. Shen Engying covered her mouth and smiled, her eyebrows slightly upturned, revealing a natural charm. Looking at the woman in front of him, Wang Chu inwardly sighed, what a devil. But Shen Engying, as the manager of Qian family business in Huaihai City, is not as simple as she seems on the surface, where she is adept at navigating social situations. Ding, a goddess can be linked. Goddess, Shen Engying. Data, 955692. Age, 26. Talent, Soul Focus Rank A. Realm level, 5th level of the Qi Condensation Realm. Goddess rating, 96 points. Ding. Do you want to select Shen Engying as the link target? Yes. Ding. Shen Engying has been added as a goddess link target. Currently, Shen Engying's syncing value is 0%. The link will be successfully established when Shen Engying's syncing value reaches 80%. You cannot choose other people as link targets until your corruption level reaches 80%. Young Master Wang, you look even more handsome than you did a few days ago. Shen Engying sat next to Wang Chu, her beautiful eyes slightly lowered, her eyelashes fluttering. She gently placed her hands on Wang Chu's arms, maintaining a certain distance. Yet, she also had a subtle physical intimacy with Wang Chu, which made one feel a ticklish sensation. Wang Chu smiled faintly. The current link bonus has reached 150%, which includes charm points, so it's naturally even more handsome. Same as before, 40 instant recovery magic potions for the Qi Condensation Realm and 10 instant recovery magic potions for the Void Control Realm. After deducting the cost of materials according to my purchase list, the remaining money will be transferred directly to my card. Qian Engying pouted. That little brat has no sense of romance. I've been showing off for ages, and you're already jumping straight to business? Young Master Wang, can't you give me more? She gently pushed Wang Chu with both hands. The last batch of potions sold out instantly as soon as they hit the shelves. Many people came specifically for them but ended up empty-handed. Wang Chu chuckled. How could this kind of medicine be mass-produced? It's already quite good that there's this much. The instant recovery potion that Wang Chu provided to Qian Family Trading Company was 50% more effective than the same level of instant recovery potion on the market. As for how it came about, Wang Chu only needed to take out a few bottles of instant recovery potions that he had created using a bug, and then dilute them with a large amount of water. And just like that, one pot after another came out. low cost and high efficiency. However, since things are rare, Wang Chu naturally couldn't just hand over all his secrets. Oh well. Qian Yingying sighed softly. Young Master Wang, to be honest, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with today. Miss Qian, please speak. Qian Yingying looked serious, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Young Master Wang. May I ask that you introduce me to the powerful alchemist behind you? It's here. The fish has taken the bait. Wang Chu's lips curled up slightly. Qian Yingying. Chapter 20 Miss Qian, come to this address tonight, I'll be waiting for you there. In the game, Qian Yingying appears in the game's storyline as a manager of the Qian family trading company in the capital. We'll learn more about this later in the story. Large families like the Zhu and Qian families. In order to cultivate successors, direct descendants would be dispersed to various cities to take charge of the business. Only those with the most outstanding achievements can become candidates for the head of the family. As for Qian Yingying, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will lose in this war. In the end, he can only return to the capital and become a manager. Wang Chu's appearance was like a beam of light suddenly bursting into the darkness. This rekindled Qian Yingying's hope of winning. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, looked at Qian Yingying, and said nothing. Upon seeing this, Qian Yingying put on a pitiful expression and even sobbed twice. As a weak woman, I have very limited access to resources within my family. To go further, I put in far more effort than anyone else. But Huaihai City is the Zhu family's territory, and no matter how hard I try, I can't defeat the Zhu family. She pressed herself against him. Wang Chu's arm pressed directly against the full, soft flesh. Young Master Wang, I know my request is a bit presumptuous. But I don't have much time left. This is my last hope, and I must seize it. Wang Chu remained calm, looking down at Qian Yingying's face. The two were very close, so close that Wang Chu could simply lower his head and touch her red lips. For him, making money is a must. The more the better. What kind of profession can you be if you don't have money? Even going up to the third floor is unaffordable if you don't eat cilantro, let alone buying all sorts of materials and equipment. Therefore, from the moment he transmigrated, Wang Chu began to think about how to use his knowledge in the game to make money quickly. After trying it out, Wang Chu discovered. How can those bugs in the game still work normally? Wouldn't that make a killing? Of course, Wang Chu also knew the importance of keeping a low profile. Qian Yingying, from the Qian family business, is the partner Wang Chu chose. He had been waiting for Qian Yingying to make this request for quite some time. What benefit would I get from helping you? Wang Chu smiled faintly. Qian Yingying had anticipated that the other party would make demands. Perhaps it should be said that if the other party doesn't make any demands, Qian Yingying should think even more about what the other party is after. Young Master Wang, I can offer you 20% of the shares of Qianjia Trading Company in Huaihai City. Qian Yingying said respectfully. By becoming a shareholder of Qianjia Trading Company, you can purchase goods at cost price. There are no handling fees required for selling goods. Upon hearing this, Wang Chu sneered inwardly. Does Qian Yingying really think I'm an ignorant student? Let's set aside whether the shares of Qianjia Commercial Bank in Huaihai City are valuable or not. Can you, Qian Yingying, make that decision? Once you're transferred back to the capital and leave, the next person in charge can simply refuse to acknowledge you. It seems so. Qian Yingying will not offer any real bargaining chips without seeing the so-called person behind her. Since that's the case. You want my potion, so what's wrong with me wanting you as a person? Wang Chu took out a piece of paper. He wrote an address on it in a flamboyant style and handed it to Qian Yingying. Miss Qian, please come to this address tonight. I'll be waiting for you there. That's all. Wang Chu patted Qian Yingying's soft waist, chuckled softly, and stood up. See you tonight, Miss Qian. Watching Wang Chu's departing figure, Qian Yingying's pitiful expression returned to her original indifferent look. An elderly man emerged from behind the screen in the VIP room and approached Qian Yingying respectfully. Miss, the address Wang Chu wrote down for you is his home address. I know. Qian Yingying gently pinched the note left by Wang Chu with her slender, delicate fingertips. Then a flame ignited from his fingertips, burning the paper to ashes. Before making this request, she had already researched Wang Chu's background several times, and could recite almost all of the information directly from memory. All I know is that the other person's parents are not around, and all they do is go to school. The only thing that's really interesting is that Wang Chu's teammate Zheng Xiaoyu's mother is the sword Saint Musi. But that has absolutely nothing to do with Wang Chu. Where do those drugs with unusual effects come from? This is something that Qian Ying can't understand at all. The Chen family started out by refining medicine. As one of the heirs of a family of alchemists, she understood the implications better than anyone else. It started from the first time Wang Chu came to consign those medicines. All the medicines were consumed internally by the Qian family and never leaked to the market. If the market were to learn that a drug that has been used for hundreds of years has become even more effective, it would cause a huge shock to the existing balance. We must master the formula and preparation method of that medicine. The white-haired old man lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Miss, would you like me to arrange for a few more people to go with you tonight?" Qian Ying remained calm, her eyes flickering slightly, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door to the VIP room. Mississippi. Sword Saint Musi's daughter, Zhang Xiaoyu, has arrived. Zhang Xiaoyu? Qian Ying narrowed her eyes. If the news is correct, it seems that Zhang Xiaoyu kicked Wang Chu out of the team? They're here. We arrived at the front hall of the business. Qian Ying saw 4 goddess-level girls looking around at the various display cases. As the manager of Qianjia Trading Company, she knew all the names and photos of some important figures and outstanding individuals in Huaihai City. With a standard professional smile on her face, Qian Ying stepped forward in her high heels. "Hello, Ms. Xiaoyu. I am Qian Ying, the manager of Qianjia Trading Company in Huaihai City." Zhang Xiaoyu nodded slightly and looked the mature woman in front of her up and down. The heavy, ripe fruit, the slender waist, and the seemingly long, white legs. No wonder everyone says the manager of the Qian family business is a vixen. Seeing her today, I can confirm that her reputation is well deserved. "Hello, Ms. Qian. What would Miss Xiaoyu like to buy?" Zhang Xiaoyu said calmly. "The armor I used before is worn out, so I'm here to buy some new armor." "All right, brave warriors, please follow me." Zhang Xiaoyu was secretly pleased to be called a hero. Qian Ying swayed her body as she led the way. Eileen spat out a soft paw. "Look at the way he's wiggling his butt, what a hothead." Li Shueqing nodded calmly. Soon, the group arrived at a huge exhibition hall, where all sorts of equipment came into view. "Miss Xiaoyu should be at the bone forging realm, right?" Qian Ying took out an exquisite silver breastplate from the display case and introduced it. "Then I recommend this silver scale breastplate with a magic array for the Qi condensation realm, 50,000 each. It can reduce the damage from attacks by monsters of the same level by 50%, making it our best-selling piece of armor." 50,000 yuan a piece, and that's only a 50% discount? Zhang Xiaoyu frowned and said with dissatisfaction. "Miss Qian, don't try to fool me with such low-quality goods. I need armor that can completely negate the damage from monsters in the bone forging realm." Completely offset? Qian Ying's expression was unusual. "Miss Xiaoyu, if you want armor that can completely negate the damage from monsters in the bone forging realm, you'll need at least a divine transformation realm enchantment. Using armor enchanted with the divine transformation realm to fight in the bone forging realm dungeon is such a waste." Qian Ying. Chapter 21, was this enchantment created by Wang Chu? Awakening the spirit, forging bones, condensing the essence, controlling the void, connecting with the divine, mountains and seas, sun and moon, immortality, entering sainthood. Generally speaking, enchantments of the same tier can provide around 30% damage reduction. For example, if you want to resist the attacks of monsters in the bone forging realm, wearing armor enchanted with the bone forging realm will give you a 30% damage reduction effect. About 50% are at the condensation realm, and about 80% are at the void control realm. To completely neutralize it, one would need an enchantment at the divine transformation realm. Qian Ying said. Of course, this only considers the damage reduction effect of enchantments. The material of the armor and the rank of the professional will both have an impact. Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaoyu frowned and tapped the table with her fingers. The armor I've always used completely negates damage, okay? That's all. She took out the tattered silver armor from her professional space and threw it on the table. I can't explain it to you, just give me one of the same kind. Qian Ying frowned slightly when she saw the protective gear on the table. I was just thinking, isn't this just the most basic standard steel armor? Only 1,000 per piece. The enchanter from the Qian family business, who was standing nearby, let out a gasp. He grabbed the tattered armor from the table and examined it closely. What's wrong, Uncle Bai? Qian Ying was somewhat surprised. Uncle Bai is a Void Realm enchanter at the Qian family business company. He is experienced and has a sharp eye, making him the face of the Qian family business company. Miss, something's not right with this enchantment. He frowned, his calloused, rough fingers tracing the enchanted patterns on the armor. What? This enchantment is high level? Qian Ying's eyes flashed. No, on the contrary. Uncle Bai shook his head and said in a deep voice. I've never seen an enchantment with such a messy structure before. If I were to replicate it exactly as it was, I doubt even the effects would be generated. But, it actually worked. I can feel the residual magic on it. After saying that, he continued talking to himself. How could this possibly work? Was it just a lucky accident? Even if it works, the effectiveness can't be guaranteed. Zheng Xiaoyu didn't know anything about enchanting. She asked, frowning. What's wrong, Miss Qian? Can't the Qian family business find the same armor? Qian Ying shook her head. I'm sorry, Miss Xiaoyu, as I just told you, if you need armor that can completely negate the damage from monsters in the bone forging realm, you'll need at least armor with the divine transformation realm enchantment. As for the armor you provided, not counting the cost of enchantment, a piece of this type of standard steel armor costs around 1,000. Otherwise, you can check who provided the enchantments before. You can buy the same piece of armor and ask them to enchant it for you. Zheng Xiaoyu's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Wang Chu used to provide it all, so who am I supposed to turn to now? Can't the enchanters here handle this? No way. Eileen scoffed from the side. What a useless Qian family trading company. Shen Ying wasn't angry, she maintained a professional smile as she spoke. Miss Eileen, our Qian family trading company's enchanters are among the best in Huaihai City. If we can't handle an enchantment, not many people can. If you need, we can help you find an enchanter at the divine realm level, for 1 million great xia coins each time. 1 million great xia coins? Why don't you just rob someone? Eileen raised an eyebrow. We all have this kind of armor that completely negates damage from monsters at the bone forging realm. Moreover, Xiaoyu has worn out at least 40 to 50 pieces of armor in the past 2 years. According to you, that means he has spent 40 to 50 million xia coins? That's all. She pulled Angela aside and pointed to the identical enchantment on Angela's robe. Strange. Very strange. Uncle Bai leaned closer, muttering to himself. Who on earth could such a strange enchantment work? Just then, Angela whispered. It seems that Wang Chu did this enchantment himself. These words were spoken. All eyes immediately turned to Angela. What did you say? Zheng Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. I once went into Wang Chu's room by mistake when I was at the base. I just happened to see him enchanting his armor. Angela said in a low voice. Why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't ask either. Won't you tell me if I don't ask? As they talked, no one noticed that Qian Ying's high breasts were already heaving rapidly. Wang Chu, it's Wang Chu again? An enchantment capable of completely negating attacks from monsters at the bone forging realm. And those medicines with abnormal effects. All of this is related to Wang Chu? At that moment, she realized an incredibly unbelievable possibility. Wang Chu's image appeared in her mind. Could it be that he made all these things? How is that possible? The other person is just a student. After arriving at this absurd conclusion, Chen Ying spoke up. Miss Xiaoyu, Miss Eileen. Our store is indeed unable to meet your requirements. Otherwise, why don't you go and look around somewhere else? Generally speaking. As the manager of Qianxia Trading Company, he wouldn't easily suggest that customers go look elsewhere. However, she was no longer in the mood to play house with these ignorant young ladies. No, they not only lack common sense. I always felt like he wasn't quite right in the head. Zheng Xiaoyu said with a sullen face. Then give me a piece of armor with a qi condensation realm enchantment first. Eileen pouted, interrupting Zheng Xiaoyu. What else do you want to buy? Let Li Xueqing ask Wang Chu to get you a few more items. Li Xueqing? Wang Chu has already blocked her, what else does she need? Li Xueqing spoke with a dark expression. Miss Qian, does the shop have any potions that can instantly restore a bone forging realm professional's mana to full? Of course, there are instant recovery potions for those at the divine realm level. They cost 100,000 great xia coins per bottle. Miss Xueqing, how many bottles would you like? 100,000? That's so expensive? Then I'll pass. 100,000 for a bottle? Even if they were a team of heroes, they couldn't afford to support themselves with extra resources. Let's see if we can get some gold coins from Zhubadon. In fact, they had already visited the Zhu family's business before coming to the Qian family's business. The conclusions reached are consistent. Miss Xiaoyu, the armor will be settled here. Thank you for the 50,000 Xia coins. Miss Qian, and these gemstone jewelry pieces of mine. Miss An has excellent taste. These gemstone jewelry pieces are the work of a master craftsman from the capital, and cost a total of 100,000 Xia coins. Angela, are you crazy? Buying such expensive jewelry? He. Anyway, I don't usually have to take the damage. After seeing off Xiaoyu's team members, Qian Yingying stood at the door, lost in thought. After a long while, she lowered her eyes and whispered to the old man beside her. Uncle Qian. Wang Chu's invitation tonight. I can go by myself. Qian Yingying. Chapter 22 Qian Yingying, Young Master Wang, what do I need to give in return? Night. Happiness Garden Community. As Chen Lina carried the trash out of the elevator, she noticed a woman with exceptional poise and appearance brush past her and enter the elevator. Strange, when did a girl start living in this building? Chen Lina was a little curious. Given the other person's demeanor and appearance, it's impossible for her not to remember them. However, this doesn't seem strange. Maybe they're looking for someone. She smiled and then walked outside. We arrived at the door of room 910. Qian Yingying took a deep breath. This afternoon, after seeing off Xiaoyu's team members, she kept exhausting herself. Those potions and enchantments. Was it actually written by Wang Chu? Or was it done by someone behind Wang Chu? Besides, what exactly did Wang Chu intend to do by inviting her to his home? Knock, knock, knock. After knocking on the door, I waited for more than 10 seconds before I heard footsteps coming from inside. Miss Qian, you've arrived. Please come in. Wang Chu opened the door and said with a smile. Chen Yingying took off her high heels, and her delicate toes, encased in black stockings, gently touched the floor of the entryway. You can wear those slippers over there, they're brand new. Okay, thank you, young Master Wang. After sitting down in the living room, he accepted the teacup that Wang Chu handed him. Longjing tea, is that all right? Okay, I'm not picky. After chatting for a while, it became clear that Wang Chu had no intention of getting to the point. Chen Yingying couldn't suppress her curiosity and spoke first. Young Master Wang. I wonder when that alchemist will arrive. Alchemist? When did I say there were other people? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, a smile playing in his eyes. Is there no one else? Chen Yingying felt a chill run down her spine. 2 guesses have been made, but now only one remains. Could it really be? Since Miss Qian is attending the meeting alone, I am naturally aware of your thoughts. Wang Chu looked into Qian Yingying's eyes, a smile with an enigmatic meaning playing on his lips. Well then, I'll get straight to the point. Miss Qian, you are currently undergoing the Qian family's trial, right? Upon hearing this, Qian Yingying nodded. Yes, young Master Wang. This tradition of the Qian family is not a big secret. Those who are interested will eventually find out. You want to find the so-called alchemist behind me, just for your Qian family's trial, right? The trial is about to end, but you haven't achieved any outstanding results in Huaihai City. So much so that after you saw the potion I consigned, you had the idea of using it to turn things around. I don't know if what I'm saying is correct. Wang Chu said with a smile. Qian Yingying smiled and said sweetly. Hee, young Master Wang is really amazing. He saw right through Yingying's little schemes. Wang Chu shook his head. Miss Qian, this is not some kind of ulterior motive. This is your ambition, and your ambition is definitely not that simple. You want to take control of the Qian family, to completely control the Qian family, and to avenge your mother. Right? These words were spoken. Qian Yingying, who had just been smiling, immediately turned pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. How did Wang Chu know that? The next second, Wang Chu spoke. I can help you. I don't even consider the Qian family a threat. I will support you and your Qian family to become the #1 merchant guild in the Great Xia dynasty. Chen Yingying was in a bad mood after Wang Chu brought up her deepest feelings. She took a deep breath and said, What are you going to do? Defeating the Zhu family isn't that simple. The Zhu family's foundation is even more terrifying than the rumors say. Wang Shu took out a vial of medicine from his spatial storage and tossed it to Qian Yingying. This is the medicine I made. Not enough, this is far from enough. Isn't that enough? Wang Chu smiled and tossed over another potion. Does this potion look familiar? This is the potion I showed you. And these drugs that you see as a way to turn the tide, which you only dare to recycle but not release into the market, are simply the result of diluting the efficacy of that one bottle of drug by 1%. Diluted by 1%, the efficacy? Qian Yingying's expression froze for a moment. That potion in your hand can instantly restore mana to full, even for a transcendent realm professional. If there are enough materials, even professionals at the mountain and sea realm or sun and moon realm can be fully healed instantly. Upon hearing this, like a heavy hammer blow, it left Qian Yingying's brain in a daze. After a while, she woke up with a start and said urgently, "Are you telling the truth? Not only that, you also saw the enchantments on the armor that Zhang Xiaoyu brought over today, right? You knew Zhang Xiaoyu went to the store? Of course, how could I not know that she was in such a hurry for a piece of armor? That piece of armor only consumed materials from the Bone Forging Realm enchantment, yet it was able to completely negate the attack damage from Bone Forging Realm monsters. Similarly, as long as there are enough materials, even damage from the mountain and sea realm or the sun and moon realm can be completely negated by my enchantment. Logically speaking." At this moment, Qian Yingying should have stood up abruptly to express her shock. But she discovered that her legs and feet were trembling. Wang Chu's two bombshell plays were truly astounding. She did not question what Wang Chu had said. Because of this series of events, and the immense trust endorsement it provided, she had someone specifically research those medicines, but they had no idea what they were all about. The afternoon enchantment, according to Zhang Xiaoyu and others, can indeed completely negate damage of the same level. Even if the final effect isn't as Wang Chu described, it can still be used by those at the mountain and sea realm and the sun and moon realm. Even those below the divine realm are terrifying. This is a strategic resource. As for controlling Wang Chu and treating him like a beast of burden, that is even more unacceptable. There are just too many people who would go crazy for these two things. In the silent living room, Qian Yingying felt her breathing becoming heavier and heavier. She swallowed hard and forced a nice smile. "Young Master Wang, I wonder what I need to give in return." Looking into Qian Yingying's eyes, Wang Chu chuckled softly. "Don't you know that very well? After all, you came here clean." Qian Yingying. Her body smelled of a delicate perfume mixed with the scent of shower gel. From the moment I decided to keep the appointment alone, she was already prepared to give everything for her ambition. No need to take it off. I like to tear it. It's just black stockings, you should be able to afford them, right? Qian Yingying. Chapter 23 successfully connected to the second goddess. The Great Xia Prefecture, the capital city. In a lavishly decorated reception room, 3 people sat around a tea table. No? Are you kidding me? You're telling me that Ning Zhuqing chose a student who had just reached the Bone Forging Realm as her teammate in the Mirage Realm? Lu Zhang slammed the teacup on the table, and it shattered. Tea splashed everywhere. You fucking bastard, are you sure you're not kidding me? Ning San gave a bitter smile. Mr. Lu, how could I dare to speak recklessly? I have strongly recommended young Master Lu to the Lord of the Manor, and the Lord of the Manor has not objected. But who would have thought that Miss Ning wouldn't choose a prodigy like young Master Lu, who was about to enter the condensation realm, but instead chose an ordinary classmate? The upcoming Mirage Realm has attracted much attention. The reason is simple: Ning Zhuqing, the daughter of the Lord of the Great Xiao Prefecture, will be going in. As a 2-player instance, many people have their eyes on the spot next to Ning Zhuqing. Especially those talented young people. Everyone knows that places with a sense of crisis and an adrenaline rush are where sparks are most likely to fly. If we can get Ning Zhuqing to take a liking to us, we'll have made a connection with the Lord of the Great Xiao Prefecture. Ning San, you've taken a lot of bribes from me, and this is how you do things? Mr. Lu, you're mistaken. I don't have the authority to make decisions for Miss at most, I can only offer recommendations. I really don't know what the Lord of the Manor was thinking. Why would he send Ning Zhuqing to a small place like Huaihai? Lu Qing frowned and said from the side. Xiao Chang, you mustn't speak ill of the Lord of the Manor. Lu Zheng slapped the table and said, then looked at Ning San. Manager Ning, is there anything special about that student named Wang Chu? Ning San shook his head and took out a document, placing it in front of the two of them. Not only is there nothing special about it, it's actually quite ordinary. UB-level talent, Link, who was in the Qiyuan realm a few days ago, is now said to have just entered the Duangu realm. Just 2 days ago, we were kicked out of the team by the brave team from Huaihai City. Lu Qing was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. No? Leaving aside me, there are so many outstanding young men in the capital waiting in line for her to choose from. So she just picked that one ordinary student? He picked up Wang Chu's file and said angrily. Why should I? Why? He was only halfway through his sentence. Lu Qing caught a glimpse of Wang Chu's photo in the document out of the corner of his eye, and the words he was about to say instantly stuck in his throat. After a long pause, he said, his face flushed. Just because he's handsome? So what if you're handsome? Is being handsome even useful? Can you defeat enemies in the Mirage realm just because you're handsome? Lu Zhang also saw Wang Chu's photo on the foreman's side. Grandson. In terms of looks alone, you've really lost badly. Steward Ning, didn't Lord Ning say anything? After all, this concerns the Mirage realm, which is fraught with danger and could easily result in death. Ning-san shook his head with a solemn expression. That's what I find most strange. Although the master has always doted on the young lady, he still intervenes in matters of principle. It's just unclear why he didn't intervene this time, not even saying a word. Lu Zhang had no choice but to sigh and say. Since that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. I wish Miss Ning all the best in the Mirage realm. Then I shall take my leave, Elder Lu. Take care, I won't see you off. As Ning San's figure disappeared through the doorway, Lu Zhang's eyes gradually turned sinister. Among the group of elites from the capital, Lu Qing was the most likely to participate in the Mirage realm with Ning Zhuqing. Now, someone from the countryside who suddenly appeared out of nowhere has taken my place? This completely disrupted his plans. Original. He has already arranged for people to attack Ning Zhuqing in the Mirage. At that time, Lu Qing, who will enter as a teammate, will save Ning Zhuqing from danger in the guise of a god descending to Earth. Then, naturally, the two of them had sex. If one can take control of the Ning family, then the entire Great Xia Prefecture. Grandpa, I want Wang Chu dead. Lu Qing, who was standing to the side, shouted loudly. Lu Zhang narrowed his eyes, his gloomy voice echoing in the living room. Don't worry, my dear grandson, he won't be able to keep this up for long. Bite. Currently, there are 2 goddesses linked to the account. The effect of increasing all attributes is increased by 50%, for a total increase of 200%. Goddess, Qian Yingying, fallen value plus 60%. Looking at his 60% sinking value, Wang Chu rubbed his chin. Reaching 80% in one go is extremely difficult. After it's over. Chen Yingying nestled in bed, looking at Wang Chu with a resentful expression. These are Sega's limited edition black stockings for spring, do you know how expensive they are? Wang Chu smiled and ran his right fingers across the delicate, soft skin. No wonder it felt so good, it was a limited edition. On another note, how could the manager of the prestigious Qian family trading company in Huaihai City complain about the price? Qian Yingying pouted and gave a soft snort. That's the Qian family's money, not mine. Don't worry, the Qian family will soon be ours. Wang Chu said calmly. So it turns out that Yingying was already part of young Master Wang's scheme from the very beginning. Chen Yingying looked at the boy in front of her with complicated emotions. He is handsome and dashing, but still looks a bit young. But what he did was nothing like a student. Including the technology and capabilities in that area. He had absolutely no sense of chivalry, so outrageous that he almost made her faint several times during her first experience. What do you think? That kind of groundbreaking, epic-making technology will just fall into your lap for no reason? Dream on. Wang Chu shrugged. He then took out several vials of medicine and a few pieces of protective gear from his spatial storage. This is an instant mana recovery potion that can instantly restore even a transcendent realm cultivator to full mana. Take it back and dilute it yourself. And these armors, 2 of which have enchantments that can completely negate attacks from the condensation realm, 1 that can completely negate attacks from the void control realm, and 1 that can completely negate attacks from the divine transformation realm. Qian Yingying accepted all the medicine and protective gear with shining eyes. Don't release all these medicines and armor at once, use a scarcity marketing strategy. Wang Chu was just about to use the same tricks those unscrupulous merchants from his previous life. Qian Yingying rolled her eyes. Young Master Wang, do you think I'm stupid? Just leave it to me. If I had such a trump card and still couldn't take down the little Zhu family of Huaihai, I might as well just smash my head against a block of tofu and die. She looked at the key to her comeback in her hands and felt extremely excited. We must plan and utilize it carefully. In these last few moments, he turned the tables and took control of the Chen family. Wang Chu nodded in satisfaction. I need a sensible, link, partner like Qian Yingying. He then patted Qian Yingying's ample bosom and said, let's stop talking about this and get back to business. The right thing to do is to reach 80% of the sinking value as soon as possible. Qian Yingying's eyes were alluring as she extended her fair and delicate hands. This moment. She seized the future. The next room. Chen Lina is left alone in her empty room. She bit her lip lightly, her face full of resentment. Where on earth did Wang Chu go? You just said you were going to move in with me, and now you're not coming home all night? Chapter 24. Could this goddess have a relationship with Wang Chu? The next day. Wang Chu sighed as he looked at the 79% depravity score. I diligently scrolled through the page all night, but in the end, I still fell short of 80%. At first, the rate of increase was quite fast. That must have been Qian Yingying's first time trying it, and after she got a taste for it, she became completely absorbed in it. It stopped at 79%. Wang Chu understood. To break through the 80% threshold of corruption, you need to complete at least one main quest. For example, for Chen Lina, given their relationship, the main quest is to break through this special relationship, which is all about that sense of transgression. As for Qian Yingying is an ambitious person. She won't wallow in this kind of thing forever. The most important thing for her right now is to truly subdue the Zhu family of Huaihai. Wake up. Wang Chu kicked Qian Yingying in the back of her ample bosom. Qian Yingying groaned softly in pain, then opened her slightly blinking eyes and scolded him playfully. Young Master Wang, let me sleep a little longer. You have no sense of chivalry at all. Wang Chu clicked his tongue twice as he looked at Qian Yingying, whose eyes were full of seductive charm. She's such a vixen. Then we'll have to do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't want. I'm not coming anymore, it still hurts. Why, I have to go to work now. More than an hour later. Qian Yingying fixed her makeup and gave Wang Chu a resentful look. Young Master Wang, it's all your fault. I'm late. You're the manager of the Qian family business, who can possibly control you? Nobody can control me, but I can't wait to get started on assigning tasks. Those 2 things you gave me will soon revolutionize the entire market. As she said this, Qian Yingying's eyes sparkled. Oh, right. Wang Chu said. Those things cannot be sold to Zhang Xiaoyu and the others. Qian Yingying rolled her eyes. I know without you saying it. Those few ignorant fools dared to kick my boss? I can't be bothered with them. You're not calling me dad anymore? Go to hell. Let's go. After leaving Wang Chu's house, Qian Yingying stood at the elevator door, feeling a faint pain, and frowned slightly. Thinking back to last night's madness. A light pink blush instantly spread across her fair face as she bit her lip and muttered to herself. What a bad guy. To be honest. With her looks, figure, and temperament. Many bigwigs in Beijing have extended offers to her. Given her status, she could become a wealthy woman without having to fight in the business world. However, no one could ever catch her eye. Because she also carried the burden of avenging her mother. I just never expected that it would end up being a boy who had just turned 18. As for why, she didn't understand either. He just always felt that there was something about Wang Chu that kept attracting him. She looks like a succubus. Of course, her gains were also enormous. A potion that instantly restores your health to full. A fully defensive enchantment. Unlike previous potions and enchantments that required levels far exceeding those of a professional, this is different. Others would have to buy an expensive Divine Realm instant recovery potion to fully restore the mana of a bone forging realm professional. Wang Chu could do that with just a bottle of ordinary bone forging realm instant recovery potion. That's a huge difference. This is downright dimensional destruction. Needless to say, it is almost impossible for a professional at the Divine Realm to instantly replenish their mana. Because that would require a potion at least at the Sun and Moon Realm level. Almost no one can make it. According to Wang Chu, he can do it. Thinking of this, Qian Yingying's breathing became rapid. With these two trump cards, the Xu family's market share and status in Huaihai are simply no match for them. Taking control of the Chen family and crushing the Xu family has a high success rate. While pondering, with a ding-dong, the elevator arrived. The moment I raised my downcast eyes, Xian Yingying saw a mature, sophisticated woman step out of the elevator. The high-necked thin-knit sweater covered her ample figure, which was no less voluptuous than hers, and her slender waist could be encircled with one hand. The young woman's charm was very alluring. Xian Yingying's eyes flickered slightly. She had seen the other person downstairs last night. At that moment, the other person was carrying a whole bag of groceries, with the words "a certain supermarket" written on the bag. Chen Lina was also somewhat surprised. They even glanced at the elevator floor number. It's definitely the 9th floor. When did such a goddess-level figure appear on the 9th floor? Looks like they stayed here all night? New neighbors? Wait. Wang Chu did not go to her house last night to discuss a business deal worth hundreds of millions. Could it be? Thinking of this, Chen Lina gave the other person a strange look. Although Qian Yingying didn't understand why the other person was looking at her like that, she still smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Looking at Qian Yingying's alluring back view, Chen Lina shook her head. Wrong. The other person's demeanor suggests she comes from a wealthy family. Wang Chu shouldn't have any connection with her, right? Today we must avenge yesterday's humiliation with blood. Stand at the instant's teleportation entrance. Zheng Xiaoyu looked very serious. Yesterday was the darkest day of her life. She left the dungeon lying down, and the forums were full of photos of her with a bruised and swollen face. She eventually had to get her teacher to intervene and get all the pictures deleted from the forum. Captain Xiaoyu, how should we fight today? Can you withstand the damage? Eileen frowned slightly. Zheng Xiaoyu pondered for a while before speaking. You ranged DPS players can take turns quickly eliminating the smaller monsters in front of us. I'm saving my energy to fight the final Earth Dragon. Eileen nodded, then looked at Li Xueqing. Xueqing, you still haven't resolved the link issue? When will the link effect be available? Li Xueqing said calmly. I was too busy to see him yesterday, I'll talk to him next time. Eileen rolled her eyes. Loading cargo. If you can't find them, just say so. Li Xueqing pretended not to see it and quickly changed the subject to Zhu Badan. Badan, did you prepare the medicine properly today? Zhu Badan looked completely bewildered. No? Why is the topic turning to me again? Didn't you also visit my family's business and the Qian family's business yesterday? Aside from potions for the divine transformation realm, there couldn't possibly be an instant recovery potion that could fully restore the mana of a bone-forging realm professional. Li Xueqing waved her hand indifferently. That means the potions I used to drink were for those at the divine realm. The young master of the prestigious Xu family can't even afford a mere 100,000 yuan bottle of instant recovery potion for the divine realm? He's just too stingy with that little bit of money. Zhu Badan. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? You're using a 100,000 yuan instant recovery potion from the divine realm to run a low-level dungeon? Is yours studded with diamonds? Chapter 25 Wang Chu. Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're home. Xiaoyu's team has entered the Earth Dragon's Nest again. Shouldn't we break the Bohemia team's record today? Of course. Yesterday was a mistake. Xiaoyu's team is a team of heroes, how could they not even be able to clear a dungeon? Xiaoyu's team is out. How's it going? Did you break the record? Holy crap, Captain Xiaoyu got beaten up again. Instance portal. Zheng Xiaoyu looked utterly dejected. Compared to yesterday's miserable appearance of lying down, this time she was clearly more experienced and came out standing up. The only thing that remained unchanged was that his face was still bruised and swollen, clearly indicating that he had been given a good beating. Captain, can't you hold on a little longer? My absolute zero is almost ready. Li Xueqing frowned slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. As soon as she finished speaking, Eileen complained with the same displeasure. Captain, can't you just stay in one place and tank the boss? You keep leading the Earth Wyvern all over the place, I missed all my arrows. I heard that Zhang Xiaoyu is furious. She pointed at Li Xueqing and Eileen, her fingers still trembling. You can't output the damage yourself, and you're blaming me? If you guys had been dealing damage faster, would I have needed to hold the boss for so long? It's already quite an achievement for a swordsman like me to be able to hold off the Earth Dragon for 2 minutes, okay? If you're so good, then you do it. The journey to clear the monsters went quite smoothly today. Several S-level talents can easily overwhelm ranged attackers with minimal pressure. I originally thought I could easily regain the first place. The problem arose when we were fighting the Earth Dragon. Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't withstand more than a few attacks from the Earth Dragon and could only be chased and dragged around the nest by the boss. This resulted in 70% of other people's attacks missing. At last, Zhang Xiaoyu was caught up by Dada Yalong and slapped into the wall. Angela carefully observed everyone's expressions and felt that she also had to fight for herself. Captain, didn't you already get new armor? Isn't it useful? Milk producer Zhang Xiaoyu is really exhausted. She was sweating profusely, afraid that if she didn't produce enough milk, Zhang Xiaoyu would freeze on the spot. Unlike before, she didn't need any treatment at all. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoyu was about to swear when she realized it was Angela who was speaking, and she immediately calmed down. It's useful, but not very useful. She is the team leader, that's true, but she still understands the principle of not offending the team's healer. Angela began to miss the time when Wang Chu was there. Back then, there was hardly any need for nursing, we just lazed around all day, so all I could do was sigh. Sigh. I really don't know where Wang Chu found the protective gear before. Zhang Xiaoyu is now starting to realize what's going on. As a beneficiary of Wang Chu's armor, she clearly felt the difference between the two types of armor. If Wang Chu's protective gear were still intact, she wouldn't have been beaten up like this. Zhu Badan couldn't hold back any longer. Were these people out of their minds? Why can't we just ask Wang Chu directly? Zhang Xiaoyu quickly spoke up. Yes, Xueqing, we can go to Wang Chu to ask for it along with the link thing. Eileen rolled her eyes. They've already blocked me, how can they expect Li Xueqing to help them? He brought up the issue of being blocked again. Li Xueqing's temper flared up immediately. That's because I didn't go to see him, okay? Zhu Badan was dumbfounded. Are these guys all thinking about getting a girlfriend for free without working? No. If Wang Chu won't give it to us, can't we just buy it directly from him? He's a student, he can't just not make money if there's an opportunity, can he? If he really has such enchanting abilities, the Xu family could even provide him with the means to make money. As a member of the Xu family, Zhu Badan naturally had a very keen sense for money. If what some people say is true, there are indeed potions and armor enchantments that are cheap to produce and have ridiculously good effects. The Xu family could totally do this business. Angela clasped her hands together. Oh yeah, that works too. Zhang Xiaoyu was displeased and spoke frankly. Why should we pay for it? It's an honor for him that our brave team uses his stuff. It's already a favor that we didn't ask him for advertising fees, let alone spend money? Li Xueqing also snorted coldly. There's no need to spend money. Don't worry, I know Wang Chu's personality. He's just been throwing a tantrum these past few days. He'll give it to me as long as I ask him for it. After saying that, Li Xueqing narrowed her eyes. I will definitely get my face back. I inquired and found out that Wang Chu did not come to school this morning. So after leaving school, Li Xueqing returned to the Happiness Garden residential area. I refuse to believe that Wang Chu could possibly run off to anywhere. She snorted coldly. Even if I have to squat outside Wang Chu's house today, I'll still wait for Wang Chu. When the time comes, I will definitely make Wang Chu kneel down and apologize to me. Wait 10 minutes, then make Wang Chu kneel for an hour. However, when she arrived at the door of 910's house, she heard strange noises coming from inside. Gently. That sound was like a pair of hands tickling an itch, making one's scalp tingle. What is that sound? Is the sound from the TV? Or from the phone? Li Xueqing frowned, looking puzzled. Regardless, the presence of sound inside means that Wang Chu is at home. So she started banging on the door without any hesitation. Bang! 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 Wang Chu, open the door quickly! Immediately. The sounds in the room suddenly stopped. There wasn't a sound at all. Upon hearing this, Li Xueqing became even more certain that Wang Chu was at home, and then she knocked on the door repeatedly. Wang Chu! Don't hide inside and keep quiet. I know you're home. Open the door right now. After knocking for quite a while, the door to room 910 was finally opened. Chapter 26 Flipping the Wok in front of Li Shueqing. Chen Lina was completely numb. After buying groceries in the morning and returning home, I tidied up the house a bit. After a busy period, she sat on the sofa in a daze for a long time. All he could think about was Wang Chu. They just said they were going to move in with us, and then they just disappeared? She bit her lip lightly, her fingertips turning slightly white from pinching. Wang Chu, he wouldn't abandon me, would he? Thinking of this, Chen Lina, whose inner emptiness had just been filled, felt somewhat flustered. Then, on a whim, she knocked on the door next door. It turned out that Wang Chu was actually at home. Not only that, he pulled her into the house and started removing her armor right away. Wa'ada. Her expression showed some resistance, but it was only resistance on the surface. When Wang Chu grabbed her hands, she instantly lost the strength to resist. Despite being a professional cultivator at the condensation realm, her cultivation level was a whole realm higher than Wang Chu's. But they could only let Wang Chu do as he pleased. Where did you go yesterday? Why didn't you come back? Since when did you start interfering in my life? Chen Lina let out a soft gasp. Just as I was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Wang Chu, open the door quickly. Chen Lina tensed up immediately and whispered. It's Shueqing. I just had sex with someone through the door at home yesterday. I ran into Li Shueqing again when I visited Wang Chu's house today. Mingming Shueqing used to only come back once a month. Why did you come back for 2 days in a row? Never mind her. Chen Lina could only bite her lip tightly, trying her best not to make a sound. Li Shueqing was outside the door. There's clearly no intention of stopping. Bang! 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 Wang Chu! Don't hide inside and keep quiet. I know you're home. Open the door right now. Seeing her daughter's anxious expression, Chen Lina couldn't bear it and whispered. Xiao Chu. I'll go hide in my room first. Wang Chu frowned slightly. Why are you hiding? That's all. Wang Chu picked up Chen Lina and headed straight for the door. Chen Lina? Xiao Chu, are you crazy? Click. The door lock was turned, and Wang Chu pushed the door open a crack, poked his head out, and looked at Li Shueqing with an impatient expression. Are you crazy? What are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Wang Chu. Why haven't you opened the door for so long? Do you know I've been waiting for you at the door for ages? Li Shueqing immediately blamed Wang Chu. Just as he was about to push the door open, he found that Wang Chu's body was blocking the door. Let me in. After saying that, Li Shueqing then noticed that Wang Chu, who was peeking out from behind the crack in the door, was shirtless. What are you doing? Wang Chu said indifferently. Fuck you, get out of here. I don't have time to deal with you. Li Shueqing pressed down on him, quickly blocking the door that Wang Chu was about to close, and threatened him. Wang Chu, if you don't open the door, I'll never speak to you again. Wang Chu let out a shout. Is there really such a good thing? That's great. You absolutely can't talk to me anymore, it's a deal. Li Shueqing went straight to the red temperature. Wang Chu, if you don't open the door, I'll tear it down. As an S-rank professional at the bone forging realm, she was fully capable of blowing up Wang Chu's family home with a single skill. Upon hearing this, Chen Lina's heart tightened. If the door explodes, then what happens behind it? A tonic. That kind of thing needs a tonic. Wang Chu sneered, how could I possibly be threatened by Li Shueqing? If you don't want the whole school to know about your trip to the police station, then do as you please. Li Shueqing. Seeing that Wang Chu wouldn't back down, Li Shueqing changed her strategy and softened her voice. Wang Chu, I know you're angry. But Zheng Xiaoyu is the team leader, and I can't change her decision. You trust me, relink the link to us, and continue to provide us with the same armor and instant recovery potions as before. Zheng Xiaoyu's mother is a sword saint. Arranging a guaranteed admission spot for you would be a piece of cake. And, haven't you always liked me? Once we get to Imperial University, I'll give you the chance to be with me. Give me a chance? Wang Chu sneered at this. Are you out of your mind? Don't interfere with my work, get lost. Li Shueqing frowned slightly. Taking care of something? What are you taking care of? What do you think it can do? That's all. Wang Chu began to tossing the food in the wok. Li Shueching was completely stunned. What is that sound? Hey buddy, what are you doing here through the door? I'm still outside. The door's only a crack. You're just going to do this to me like this? Don't I have any pride? The next second. Bang! The door slammed shut. Li Shueching was left standing outside the door, completely stunned. One more thing. I don't know why. Li Shueching could hear the sound coming from the iron pot. Does that sound familiar? Could that iron pot belong to someone she knows? After cleaning up the dishwater that was scattered all over the floor, Chen Lina said with a conflicted expression. Xiao Chu, no matter what, Shui Chang. Wang Chu interrupted Chen Lina with a cold expression. Aunt Lina, please stop talking. If it weren't for your sake, I wouldn't have said a word to her. All right. Chen Lina knew that what Wang Chu said was true. Li Shueching had witnessed everything Wang Chu had done. In the past, no matter what Li Shueching did, she would definitely have stood on her daughter's side. But now, Wang Chu went from being Li Shueching's childhood sweetheart to becoming Uncle Wang. That would change the nature of the situation. Let's put this unpleasant topic aside for now, Chen Lina asked. Xiao Chu, where did you go last night? I was just about to tell you that. Wang Chu did not reveal Chen Yingying's situation. Although given Chen Lina's 100% level of depravity, there shouldn't be any major problems. But it's unnecessary. I'm going to the capital the day after tomorrow. Going to the capital? What's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with? Chen Lina looked concerned and grabbed Wang Chu's arm with both hands. Wang Chu shook his head slightly, his face solemn. I accepted my classmate's invitation to go to the capital to participate in a newly appeared Mirage. Chapter 27, Xia Yu's team sees hope of clearing the game. 2 days passed quickly. Holy crap, the Bohemia team is just too awesome. They broke all the records previously held by the Xia Yu team in just 3 days. Hiss. How come I never realized the Bohemia team was so freakish before? It's said that the Bohemia team only has 4 members left now, and even with just 4 people, they can break records in dungeons. That's terrifying. Look, Xia Yu's team has failed again. The teasing chatter of the surrounding students was like a series of slaps to the group who had just emerged from the Earth Dragon's Nest dungeon. Zhang Xiaoyu's expression had gradually changed from the resentment and anger of a few days ago to numbness. She murmured softly. Failed again. Why did it fail again? Where exactly did we go wrong? Although she was very unwilling to believe it. But it seems everything changed after Wang Chu was kicked out of the team. Then, she raised her lowered eyes and looked at Li Shueching. Shueching, haven't you found Wang Chu yet? Wang Chu? Upon hearing this name, Li Shueching's expression immediately turned as if she had eaten excrement. She recalled the incident a couple of days ago when Wang Chu tossed her food in the pan through the door, and reluctantly spoke. Not yet. I told my mom that she would let me know if there was any news about Wang Chu. She paused, then added. Besides, we don't necessarily have to find Wang Chu. With our own abilities, we can definitely get through it if we fight for a few more days. Play for a few more days. Zhu Badan remained silent. These past few days, they've been comforting themselves with this thought every time they failed a dungeon run. But every time Zhang Xiaoyu was slapped into the wall by the Earth Dragon, there seemed to be no hope of passing the level. Eileen clicked her tongue. Looks like I'll still have to take care of things. Zhang Xiaoyu asked, What, do you have a way? Eileen chuckled. I made an appointment with that guy who was kicked out of the Bohemia team before. I heard he has the speedrun strategy for the Bohemia team. The members of Xia Yu's team immediately brightened up. Finally, there's hope of clearing the game. On the other side. Today is the day that Mirage opens, and Wang Chu arrived at the Bohemia team base as agreed. We just arrived at the base entrance. When Ning Zhuqing saw Wang Chu, she practically jumped over, a smile on her face. Wang Chu, you're here. Yes, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Wang Chu smiled and nodded. It was mainly because Aunt Lina was too demanding and made things take a while. Ever since she learned that Wang Chu was going to the Mirage Realm, Chen Lina bit her lip and dragged Wang Chu to frantically water the flower of greed. Fortunately, Wang Chu is young and healthy, otherwise he probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed today. Behind Ning Zhuqing was a middle-aged man with a resolute face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a crisp military uniform with gleaming epaulets. He noticed Ning Zhuqing's reaction, his eyebrows visibly raised, and his gaze swept over Wang Chu like a knife, conveying only one meaning. Is this the kid? Ning, who is this? Wang Chu felt that the other person looked familiar. He thought he was probably an NPC from a game, or he had seen him on TV or somewhere else. It's not simple anyway. Ning Zhuqing composed herself and turned to introduce, this is Zhang Yuan, the commander of the Huaihai military region of the Great Xia Prefecture. Zhang Yuan? Upon hearing this name, Wang Chu suddenly remembered it. Zhang Yuan, the commander of the Huaihai military region, is a powerful expert at the divine realm. Zhang Yuanchong nodded to Wang Chu and spoke directly. Wang Chu, I've finally met you in person. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. Commander Shang's words have a hidden meaning, please speak frankly. Zhang Yuan said in a deep voice, ever since Miss chose you as her teammate to enter the Mirage realm, your name has become famous among the high-ranking officials of the entire Great Xia Prefecture. Ning Zhuqing gave Zhang Yuan a look, but Zhang Yuan pretended not to see it. Nobody understands why Miss would choose a professional with only B-level talent who has just entered the bone-forging realm to enter the Mirage together. But Zhang Yuan paused, then narrowed his eyes. The rumors seem to be wrong. You didn't just enter the bone-forging realm, you're at least at the 4th level of bone-forging. Uncle Zhang. Ning Zhuqing was somewhat displeased, her delicate eyebrows furrowed as she tried to interject, but Zhang Yuan stopped her with a gesture. Miss, please allow me to say a few more words. Zhang Yuan stared intently at Wang Chu with his thick eyebrows and large eyes. I don't care about others, I trust Miss's judgment. Since Miss chose you, she must have her reasons. But the Mirage realm is no child's play. It's not just the people of the Great Xia Prefecture, people from every prefecture will be watching you closely to see if you'll make a fool of yourself or get into trouble. Every word he spoke carried an extraordinary weight. Don't let her choose the wrong person. Wang Chu. No? Why does this sound like you're giving away your daughter's wedding? So sentimental? Wang Chu didn't laugh or joke around. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yuan very seriously. Commander Zhang, please rest assured. As a citizen of Great Xia, I naturally know how important each Mirage realm is to Great Xia. Since I accepted Ning's invitation, I must have been confident in my abilities. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Actually, he was prepared to be a bad guy from the start. If that boy named Wang Chu seems unreliable, he would definitely intervene even if he angered Ning Zhuqing. But when he saw Wang Chu in person, that slight resentment in his heart disappeared. At first glance, this person doesn't look like a scammer. At first glance, it looks quite reliable. A third glance. Yes, that's him. With the massive attribute boost from Goddess Link, Wang Chu already has the potential to become a succubus. We still have some time, so I'll share some information I've gathered about the Mirage realm with you. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he raised his hand and waved. A pale blue light curtain instantly spread out like ripples on water, enveloping the entire living room. Wang Chu's eyes flickered slightly. A special ability of a transcendent realm expert, projecting their mind outwards. This is the projection of your mind. You will naturally master it once you reach the divine realm. Zhang Yuan noticed Wang Chu's expression and said calmly. Within this area, everything is under my control, including sound. That's all. He continued to raise his hand and tap lightly in the air, and the projection screen popped out. Wang Chu immediately recognized that the image on the projection was a map of the Great Xia Prefecture. On the border of the Great Xia Prefecture, there is a huge red dot. This is the location where the Mirage appeared, at the border between the Great Xia and Taicang. It was located at the border between Daxia Prefecture and Taicang Prefecture. Wang Chu now understood why they were paying extra attention to this Mirage. Because there is only one way to resolve this kind of Mirage where the location is disputed. That's a struggle. Ning Zhuqing. Chapter 28. When I meet Wang Chu, I'll beat him so badly he'll kneel down and call me mom. This time, only 4 spots are open in the Mirage, and it is restricted to professionals below the condensation realm. Our Great Xia Prefecture and Taicang Prefecture have each been allocated 2 slots. As long as we can successfully clear the Mirage realm, we can transform it into a trial ground belonging to our Great Xia Prefecture. Zhang Yuan introduced in a deep voice. Wang Chu nodded, indicating that he understood. Once a certain level of Mirage realm is conquered, it will be transformed into a Phantom Realm trial of the corresponding rank. Simply put, it means opening up new difficulty levels for dungeons. You can get a lot of rewards after clearing the level. For a state capital, this is of great strategic significance. It can help professionals below the condensation realm level up quickly and obtain a large amount of resources. Conversely, if the mirage is too difficult and cannot be conquered for a long time, then the mirage will eventually grow larger and larger until it endangers the surrounding area. Zhang Yuan said with a serious expression. Let's leave aside the matter of the trial grounds for now. Just in terms of the 2v2 battle against Taicang Prefecture, we cannot afford to lose. We absolutely cannot lose. It looks like a 2v2. But in reality, it was a struggle between the Great Xia Prefecture and the Taicang Prefecture. Whoever loses, whether they lose their life or not, they'll get slapped in the face. Then, Zhang Yuan tapped the screen a few more times. The two photos were then displayed. The man on the left has red hair and a confident smile on his face. The photo on the right shows a girl with snow-white hair and a serene expression. The two people look somewhat alike. Zhang Yuan pointed to the boy on the left and introduced him. There is a very high probability that Taicang Prefecture will send these two professionals to fight in this Mirage realm. Miyagi, 19 years old, with an S-rank talent, Yang Yan, at the 9th level of the bone forging realm, is the strongest of the new generation of the Miyagi family in Taicang Prefecture. It is said that he could break through to the condensation realm at any time, but he has always suppressed his realm at the bone forging realm in order to hone his young flame. The woman on the right is his sister. She is a senior high school student just like you. She has an S-level talent called Yin Flame and is at the 6th level of the bone forging realm. It is important to note that, although Miyagi-ni doesn't seem to be at a high level, it's said that when she's with Miyagi-ta, their fighting power can be multiplied. I carefully examined the two people's appearances and then recalled their names. Wang Chu expressed his relief. Two people who have not appeared in the main or side quests of the game. They're just cannon fodder, don't worry about them. However, judging solely from their paper strength, Wang Chu and Ning Zhuqing, sent by the Great Xia Prefecture, were indeed far inferior. No wonder people have a negative view of them. Wang Chu rubbed his chin, glancing at Ning Zhuqing out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, she is carefully studying the information on Miyajita and Miyajini. So here's the question. The Lord of the Great Xia Prefecture, who is also Ning Zhuqing's father. What role does it play in all of this? Seeing that his daughter casually dragged along a yellow-haired guy with B-level talent to enter the Mirage, didn't he have any objections? After all, it's a 2v2 Mirage. It distinguishes between high and low, and between life and death. After introducing the Miyagi siblings, Miyagi and Miyagi, Zhang Yuan introduced several potential rivals. After glancing at the time, Zhang Yuan said in a deep voice. It's almost time we should prepare to head to the Mirage realm. At the same time, inside the meeting room of the Gongqing family in the Taicang Prefecture. That's the specific intelligence. After finishing his introduction, an elderly man with white hair sat back down in his seat. A tall figure sat upright before the long marble table, his short red hair burning like flames. It's Miyajita from the documents I just saw. Put. From the spot closest to Miyagi, an undisguised laugh broke the silence. With long, silver-white hair cascading down to her waist, Miyagi has a beautiful and sweet face, but her eyes are full of a mocking and sarcastic expression. Is there no one left in the Great Xia Prefecture? Why would they send out even some Tom, Dick, or Harry? She looked at the page of information about Wang Chu in her hand. As if he had seen the biggest joke in the world, he casually tossed it onto the table. Upon hearing this, Miyagi glanced at her, his eyes filled with doting affection. Sister, you must not underestimate your enemy. The people of Daxia love to play dumb to catch the tiger. If you encounter him, you still have to give it your all. Upon hearing this, Miyagi smiled again. Playing dumb to fool others? Dude, you're being way too cautious. AB grade talent. And he's just a piece of trash who barely entered the bone forging realm. I think he's a real pig. If I were to encounter him, I'm afraid I'd crush him with the slightest force, and then he'd blame me for bullying the weak, haha. She was full of enthusiasm for the Mirage realm, and had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Is that all? A good-for-nothing who's only good-looking? Hey, bro. Do you think Wang Chu has some special talent that has Ning Zhuqing so infatuated with him? Otherwise, why would Ning Zhuqing bring such a piece of trash into the Mirage? Miyagi smiled helplessly. Sister, don't think the higher-ups of Great Xia are all fools. Since the Great Xia Prefecture dared to send this person to participate in the war at this critical juncture, that means that this Wang Chu must have extraordinary abilities. I'll say it again, whether we encounter Wang Chu or anyone else, we must go all out in any battle. Cut. Miyagi curled her lip, her face full of disdain. Just you wait, brother. When I meet Wang Chu, I'll beat him so badly he'll be begging for his mother's attention. Then, her gaze fell on the document in Miyagi's hand that he hadn't turned the page to. That's Ning Zhuqing's information. Brother, why have you been staring at Ning Zhuqing's information for so long? Miyagi raised an eyebrow and said teasingly. What? You've taken a fancy to this little slut? I have to say, the daughter of the great Xia Prefecture Lord is indeed beautiful. Even I am a little tempted. Hearing his sister's teasing, Miyagi didn't refute it. He stretched out his slender fingers and gently stroked Ning Zhuqing's photo on the document, a playful smile curving his lips. After all, she is the daughter of the Lord of the great Xia Prefecture. Killing them directly would be a waste of their potential. He paused for a moment and then said quietly. If we can tame her, it will also benefit us in Taizong. Given her status, she's more than qualified to be my mistress. These words were spoken. The other members of the Miyagi clan in the meeting room all showed gloating expressions and burst into laughter. Ha, young master is right. It's a blessing for the young master's daughter, the daughter of the great Xia Prefecture's lord, to be his concubine. The great Xia Prefecture has really had the worst luck this time, actually running into the young master and young lady. In Taizong Prefecture, the reputation of the siblings Miyagi and Miyagi is legendary. S-rank talent, Sunfire, and S-rank talent, Shadowfire. The two are of one mind, and once they join forces, the yin and yang flames merge, and their combat power increases exponentially. Ordinary cultivators at the Qi condensation realm couldn't withstand more than a few moves from them. Everyone could have foreseen this. What kind of cruel torture and humiliation will those two contestants from the Great Xia Prefecture suffer in the Mirage? That's definitely. I'm going to suffer terribly. Chapter 29. Entering the Mirage Realm, endlessly respawning gargoyles. The border between Daxia and Taizong. Several figures landed swiftly. Under the leadership of Zhang Yuan, a powerful expert at the Divine Realm. The group arrived at the location where the Mirage appeared in less than an hour. Along the way, Wang Chu saw many soldiers in military uniforms on duty, which showed how important the Mirage Realm was. So this is the Mirage Realm. Twisted spatial ripples filled the air. Ning Zhuqing looked at the vortex in front of her, which was as dazzling as the aurora borealis yet full of danger, and took a deep breath. Wang Chu also observed the Mirage, with great interest. It looked quite similar to the one in the game. Miss, this is where I'll take you, Zhang Yuan said in a deep voice. He then looked at Wang Chu, his brows furrowing slightly. Wang Chu. I still stand by what I said. Miss, I'm leaving it to you. I wish you a triumphant return. Wang Chu smiled faintly. Don't worry, Commander Zhang. There are still a few minutes until the Mirage begins. Ning Zhuqing pulled Wang Chu over and took out several bottles of potions and a piece of protective gear from her professional space. Wang Chu's eyes flickered slightly. He recognized the items in Ning Zhuqing's hands at a glance. Wang Chu, please take these things, Ning Zhuqing said softly. This magical, instant recovery potion has suddenly become incredibly popular in Huaihai City these past few days. After testing, it can instantly restore the mana of a bone-forging realm professional. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Under Qian Ying's manipulation, the Qian family business in Huaihai City has been in the eye of the storm these past few days. The launch of the instant recovery potion and the armor with enchantments that completely negate damage from monsters in the bone-forging realm made the Qian family an instant hit. And this piece of armor can completely withstand attacks from monsters in the bone-forging realm. However, after testing, the enchantment effect will disappear after withstanding a maximum of 20 attacks. So, it's good for saving your life. You should try to avoid attacks as much as possible and not rely too much on external objects. That's outrageous. This stuff must be expensive. Ning Zhuqing nodded. It's not cheap, but compared to the same effect Transcendent Realm Potion, it's much cheaper. Speaking of potions with unusual effects, Ning Zhuqing recalled the Earth Element Affinity Potion that Wang Chu had provided in the Earth Dragon's Nest a few days ago. She had a hunch that this suddenly appearing potion might be related to Wang Chu. However, this guess was so alarming that she couldn't be sure for the time being. After putting away the potion and putting on his protective gear, Wang Chu originally wanted to find out the official opinion of the Great Xia Prefecture regarding these things. The vortex ahead suddenly expanded. Time is up. Wang Chu and Ning Zhuqing exchanged a glance. Without the slightest hesitation, they took a step forward at the same time, and their figures instantly disappeared into the vortex. Not far away. Zhang Yuan stared at the two figures that were moving forward without hesitation, his thoughts racing. For some reason, he suddenly had a feeling. Perhaps this mirage will have a far-reaching impact on the future of the Great Xiao Prefecture. After a moment of dizzying weightlessness, my vision refocused. What came into view was a dark forest filled with mist. Wang Chu, stay close to me. Upon entering the mirage realm, Ning Zhuqing quickly entered combat mode. A flash of light appeared in her hand, and a uniquely shaped silver spear appeared out of thin air. The gun has a long, slender barrel, flowing with purple lightning arcs, and its tip points diagonally to the ground, giving it a dashing appearance. Hiss hiss hiss. The next second, a dense rustling sound came from the surrounding trees. Countless scarlet eyes lit up in the mist. Watch out, they're gargoyles, and there are quite a few of them. Ning Zhuqing frowned slightly and murmured. Thor's body. Boom. In an instant, lightning exploded around Ning Zhuqing, with blue-purple lightning swirling wildly around her. Gargoyles are creatures with extremely high physical defense, making them a nightmare for many melee classes. But Ning Zhuqing is not included. S-rank talent. 10,000 Thunder's celestial pivot. They are the nightmare of these dark creatures by nature. Bang! The ground was trampled and a hole was made. Ning Zhuqing's figure suddenly sprang up, rushing into the gargoyle horde and beginning a frenzied slaughter. Before the countless gargoyles could even move, they were annihilated by the blue-purple lightning. Only. Ning Zhuqing quickly noticed the anomaly. She darted back to Wang Chu's side in a few quick movements, slightly out of breath. Something's not right. We've already killed a lot of gargoyles, but their numbers are only increasing. That's right, these gargoyles are constantly being generated. Wang Chu said calmly. Ning Zhuqing frowned, raised her gun, and prepared to charge. Then I'll kill them until they can't be generated anymore. Wang Chu. I never thought you were such a reckless person before. People change after picking up a gun, right? Etc. Wang Chu quickly stopped him. These gargoyles respawn infinitely. You definitely can't kill them all by brute force. Ning Zhuqing opened her mouth. Infinitely refreshing? Yes, but the solution is also very simple. Wang Chu raised his hand and pointed to an inconspicuous stone pillar in the left front corner. Obscured by mist and countless gargoyles, they are impossible to see without careful observation. Do you see that broken stone pillar? That's the key point of the stone forest formation. Just blast that red crystal below to pieces. Ning Zhuqing didn't know why Wang Chu knew so much, but she didn't hesitate at all. Her tall figure shot into the sky in an instant. She held the spear horizontally in front of her chest, her long hair dancing wildly with the lightning. The next second, the tip of the spear in her hand flipped up, revealing a dark cannon muzzle. Wang Chu? No? So your spear has this move too? Times have changed. Thunder cannon. Boom! A thick bolt of purple lightning pierced through the mist in an instant, striking the red crystal with perfect accuracy. Click! In just a moment, the crystal shattered into pieces. The gargoyles that had been swarming in instantly froze, then collapsed into countless pieces of rubble. Ning Zhuqing landed, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. It was a success. She turned to look at Wang Chu, whose expression was calm and his eyes showed no emotion. Bring Wang Chu into the mirage realm. It was definitely the best choice she ever made. If it were anyone else, they'd probably still be fighting the gargoyles right now. On the other side. Gargoyles? What trash! Miyagi smiled and casually waved her hand, sending ice spikes whistling through the air that instantly killed several gargoyles. This is the mirage realm, don't be careless. Miyagi said, but his expression was very relaxed. In their eyes, gargoyles were no different from ants on the roadside. Brother, 2 minutes. Start the timer. With a shout, Miyagi charged straight into the gargoyle horde. In an instant, the ice crystals burst forth wildly. Miyagi leaned against a tree with an air of nonchalance, casually pulled out a timer and started timing. This is a little game that the brother and sister often play together. 2 minutes later. Bro, how come we can't kill all these disgusting things? 2 more minutes passed. Brother, I'm running out of magic. Brother! Help me. Ning Zhuqing. Chapter 30: The Three-Headed Demonic Serpent at the Chi Condensation Realm. Boom! The heat wave exploded in the stone forest. Miyagi could no longer stand idly by, and flames instantly poured out from his hands. As one of the new generation of prodigies of Taitsung Prefecture, he has already reached the 9th level of the Bone Forging Realm at a young age and can step into the Condensation Realm at any time, so his strength is beyond doubt. Various fire-based skills, enhanced by the S-rank talent, Sunfire. In an instant, the gargoyles were reduced to ashes. This is really weird. Why is this gargoyle never going to stop? Miyagi finally had a chance to catch her breath. She retreated to the back, took out a potion, and drank it, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. Miyagi lost his composure and frowned, saying, "This must be some kind of mechanism within the mirage. Simply killing gargoyles won't solve the problem. We must find the source as soon as possible." That being said. But finding the source in this misty stone forest is easier said than done. The two had no choice but to fight while searching around like headless flies. I don't know how many minutes passed. Miyagi Taichi's Fire Blast missed, shattering the stone pillar instead. Click! As the sound of crystals shattering rang out, the entire stone forest fell silent instantly. The gargoyles that were still attacking collapsed instantly and turned to ashes. Bro! You're amazing! How did you do that? Miyagi Nini's eyes lit up, and she immediately hugged Miyagi Tian's arm. Miyagi wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Ahem. This kind of simple dungeon setup is too easy for me. I already knew the conditions for clearing the game, but I just wanted to see if I could spawn some hidden bosses if I played for a few more minutes. The difficulty of this first challenge certainly exceeded his expectations. If it weren't for that accidental Fire Blast, who knows how much longer we'll have to fight these gargoyles here? Brother, you're saying even the two of us will have some trouble getting through the first hurdle? Then Ning Juqing of the Great Xia Prefecture and that other person, aren't they just unable to get by? Miyagi said. A hint of disdain flashed in Miyagi's eyes, but he said, "It's hard to say. We just need to do our own thing." Hey bro, you're just being too cautious. Miyagi gave a coquettish laugh, revealing a gloating expression. To be honest, even I felt strange just now. If the two people sent by Great Xia are both of Ning Juqing's strength, it's only a matter of time before they pass the first test. But the problem is, there's still that Wang Chu dragging Ning Juqing down. Maybe it's already been torn to shreds by the gargoyles? Ha 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 ha. Miyagi smiled happily. They had completely forgotten the scene of them frantically shouting for help just moments before. Miyagi also laughed out loud. Although I encountered a small problem just now, I feel much better when I think about the miserable state of the two people in Daxia Prefecture. At the same time. Mirage the depths of the world. 3rd level, cleared. Wang Chu clapped his hands, looking relaxed. Behind him, Ning Juqing was putting away her spear and looking at him with a complicated expression. We've come this far, passing through the 2nd and 3rd levels in a row. Her understanding of Wang Chu was constantly being refreshed. The 2nd level features a quicksand trap, and the 3rd level features a phantom maze. Each level seemed capable of stumping countless geniuses. Before Wang Chu, it was all just a glance. Only a single glance was needed. That's how you'll find the key. Not to mention the various traps and mechanisms set up along the way. Take the 3rd brick on the left. Don't touch that mechanism, it's fake. Shoot that red dot, that's the weak point. Wang Chu didn't even need to make a move. All you have to do is stand by and say a few words, and those originally extremely dangerous traps and mechanisms will be easily solved. This feeling. It was as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Wang Chu. Ning Juqing couldn't help but speak up. Why do you know all these levels? Have you been here before? How could I have been here? Wang Chu smiled and pointed to his head. Playing games, Sha, you need brains to conquer dungeons. He never actually came to or visited the Mirage instance in the game. However, the various dungeon settings in the game Global Martial Arts Exam all follow the same basic principle. Wang Chu could immediately tell what kind of setting this level might involve, and then he could just apply it accordingly. Looking at Wang Chu, Ning Juqing couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. This kind of talent. What was wrong with Zhang Xiaoyu that made him kick him out of the team? And the rest of Xiaoyu's team? Are you all out of your minds? Why not latch onto such a powerful figure and instead feel that Wang Chu has done nothing? Now that Wang Chu is gone, we can't even get through the Earth Dragon nest. Speaking of Xiaoyu's team, Ning Zhuqing suddenly remembered something and asked. Oh, right. Why don't you let me use your talent, Link? With a 20% attribute boost, our efficiency could be significantly increased. Upon hearing this, Wang Chu revealed a meaningful smile. It's not that I don't want to give you the Link, it's just that my Link requires some special methods to work, which isn't convenient right now. What special methods? I don't mind. Ning Zhuqing was somewhat curious. Wang Chu shook his head slightly. Don't worry, I won't hesitate to use it when I really need it. Ning Zhuqing still didn't know what Wang Chu meant by not being polite. However, since Wang Chu had said so, she couldn't press him for more information. Seeing Ning Zhuqing's bewildered expression, Wang Chu chuckled inwardly. The 200% attribute boost from Goddess Link currently has no additional conditions, so you can add attributes to Ning Zhuqing at any time. But should I give it to her just because she wants it? That's impossible. According to the fairy, if you give it away so easily, people won't know how to cherish it. Is there any problem with raising fish? Soon, the two entered a vast wasteland. Wang Chu observed the surrounding scenery and said calmly, surrounded by mountains on three sides with no passage, this may be the location of the final boss. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuqing's expression hardened, and she gripped the spear in her hand even tighter. The next second, a nauseating, fishy stench wafted over. An overwhelming sense of terror instantly filled the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A chilling screech spread across the open space. Careful! Ning Zhuqing let out a low shout, and lightning surged all over her body instantly. Bang! The ground shook violently, and sand and dust rose up first. Then it was scattered by a terrifying roar. After the sandstorm, a massive figure slowly appeared. Upon seeing the boss's true appearance, Ning Zhuqing's eyes narrowed sharply. This is a three-headed serpent. It's still a three-headed demonic serpent at the Qi Condensation Realm. Chapter 31, Clearing the Mirage Realm. Miyagi-ni, this young lady can spare your lives. Hiss. The middle head of the three-headed serpent was raised high, its scarlet tongue flicking in and out of the air. Looking at the three-headed demonic serpent, Wang Chu frowned slightly. This is indeed a bit troublesome. The three-headed serpent isn't a particularly rare boss in the game, but it's definitely the most disgusting one of its kind. It has 3 heads, each possessing the attributes of poison, fire, and earth. Its attack methods are varied, and it's incredibly tough with ridiculously high defense. Wang Chu, be careful. Ning Zhuqing let out a shout and rushed out like lightning. Given her bone-forging realm cultivation level, it was already a disadvantage for her to fight against the three-headed demonic serpent at the Qi Condensation Realm. In this situation, it was already difficult to spare any attention to take care of Wang Chu. Sizzle. Blue-purple lightning crackled wildly around her, and the spear in her hand became a blur as it pierced straight at the snake's head in the middle. Lightning punishment. Roar. The fire attribute head in the middle of the serpent suddenly opened its huge mouth. A thick pillar of fire erupted instantly. Boom. The two forces collided violently in mid-air, unleashing a burst of energy. So strong. Ning Zhuqing was startled. This three-headed demonic serpent at the Qi Condensation Realm is the most terrifying existence she has ever encountered. No. We must win. She gritted her teeth and burst forth with a sudden burst of speed as her toes touched the ground. The spear thrust was changed to a sweeping motion, attempting to attack the serpent's vulnerable belly. Boom! An earthen wall rose instantly, blocking her attack. Immediately afterwards, the thick snake tail destroyed the earthen wall and swept across with a whistling sound. Ning Zhuqing only had time to hold her spear horizontally in front of her chest to block. Boom! An unparalleled force struck. Ning Zhuqing was sent flying backward, barely managing to maintain her posture, dragging her spear a considerable distance across the ground. Cough, cough. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Ning Zhuqing's mouth. The hand holding the spear was trembling slightly. The difference is too big. The three-headed demonic serpents in front of us are at least at the second level of the Qi Condensation Realm. The gap between the two cannot be easily bridged by skill alone. If she were at the 9th level of the bone-forging realm, perhaps she could fight him with her S-rank talent. But not now. Just as she was feeling a sense of powerlessness and confusion, a figure came to her side. How are you? Can you still fight? Wang Chu's voice remained as calm as ever. I can. Ning Zhuqing forcibly suppressed the surging blood and qi within her body, took a deep breath, and looked at Wang Chu with a determined gaze. It has to be possible, even if it seems impossible. Wang Chu was merely a B-level talent, Link, bone-forging realm professional. How could he possibly be a match for the three-headed demon serpent? Not to mention, Wang Chu was invited in by himself. She has to take responsibility for Wang Chu. Wang Chu, please give me your Link. Even a 20% increase in all attributes is crucial. As for the conditions you mentioned, no matter how demanding they are, it's not a problem at all, I can accept them. Hurry! The three-headed serpent is coming. Wang Chu looked into Ning Zhuqing's eyes and nodded. Good. Well then, Ning, excuse me. The words had barely left his mouth. Before Ning Zhuqing could even realize what those words meant, Wang Chu suddenly stepped forward and reached out to grab the back of her head. Then, moi. Ha! Ning Zhuqing's beautiful eyes whitened instantly, her pupils dilating in shock. The warm touch on her lips instantly assaulted her brain. No? This is the harsh condition you were talking about? She instinctively tried to push Wang Chu away, but her body remained motionless. This feeling doesn't seem so unpleasant? Before she could think about it carefully, an immense, suffocating energy surged from her body. Ding! Goddess Link is now active. Gain a 200% boost to all attributes. Etc. 200%? Ning Zhuqing was completely dumbfounded. Isn't it 20%? How did it become 200%? This moment. Ning Zhuqing's strength, speed, reaction, perception. All attributes skyrocketed at this moment. A 200% increase, which is exactly 3 times the total attributes. Roar! Just then, the three-headed serpent's attack arrived. Although Ning Zhuqing was still in a state of confusion and shyness, her body's instinctive reaction was surprisingly fast. She pushed Wang Chu aside and then charged towards the three-headed demonic serpent. Boom! The three-headed serpent's attack was easily shattered by a single, casual shot from her. This power. Ning Zhuqing looked at her hands. She felt incredibly strong right now. Stop daydreaming, it's here. Wang Chu's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Ning Zhuqing's eyes narrowed, and she instantly entered battle mode. Boom! She stomped her foot and once again faced the three-headed serpent. This time, it's no longer a test, but a head-on confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. The spear clashed with the snake scales, producing a loud, metallic clang. The once indestructible scales began to shatter piece by piece in the face of the 200% amplified power of thunder. The three-headed serpent roared in pain, its 3 heads shaking wildly as it tried to fight back. Step back 10 meters. Wang Chu's voice rang out leisurely. Ning Zhuqing instinctively jumped backward. Call. A pillar of fire grazed past the hem of her clothes, without burning a single hair on her head. The snake on the left is about to spit venom, hit its jaw. Puff. The spear, as sharp as a dragon, precisely pierced the soft flesh of the lower jaw of the snake's left head. He swallowed the toxic gas that was stuck in his mouth. Under Wang Chu's command, which was like having a cheat code activated, Ning Zhuqing became more and more adept at fighting, but also more and more alarmed. Every movement, every dodge, was as perfect as if it had been meticulously calculated. Wang Chu knew every single one of the serpent's skill animations and its weak points. Is this even human? Wang Chu shouted in a low voice, the final blow, to the heart. A sharp glint flashed in Ning Zhuqing's eyes. Thor's body. Lightning flash. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted at that moment. Ning Zhuqing, holding a long spear in a thrusting stance, appeared behind the three-headed demon serpent at some unknown time. The three-headed serpent's heart had been pierced through, leaving a huge, bloody hole. A few breaths later, the three-headed serpent collapsed to the ground with a crash. Ning Zhuqing gasped for breath, turning her head to look at the huge snake corpse in front of her, her high chest heaving violently. We won. They actually won. And they won in a near-crushing fashion. She turned her head and looked at the boy not far away. He gently raised his right hand and placed it on his lips, a complex emotion he had never felt before welling up inside him. That's mine. First kiss. Hajichu, so this is what you meant by not being polite. Wait a moment, I'll gather some materials. Wang Chu did not elaborate further on what had just happened between the two. He walked to the corpse of the three-headed serpent and began to dismember it. This stuff is great material, it could sell for a lot of money. A few pieces of equipment also dropped. Check later to see if there's anything you want. Wang Chu's voice came through. Ning Juqing snapped out of her daze, her face flushing red. She walked to Wang Chu's side and picked up a crystal that emitted a dazzling light from beside the serpent's corpse. The core of the mirage. With this, the Great Xiao Prefecture will be able to control the illusionary realm trial transformed from the mirage. However, at that very moment, two figures sped through the mist in the distance, accompanied by the sound of air being cut. Stop! An angry, exasperated voice came from inside. They had been stuck in the third level of the maze for a long time, only to suddenly discover that the maze had vanished. Miyagi immediately realized this. The Mirage Realm has been conquered. What's the point of playing then? So the brother and sister used all their strength to rush here. Miyagi-ni caught her breath and walked up to Miyagi-Tian. With his hands on his hips, head held high, he looked down at Wang Chu and Ning Juqing with an arrogant air. Hand over the Mirage Core. This young lady can spare your lives. Chapter 32. Why are you wasting your breath talking to a dead man? The air seemed to freeze completely at that moment. Miyagi stared intently at the Mirage Core in Ning Juqing's hand, his eyes brimming with greed. That's the key item that can transform the Mirage Realm into the illusionary realm trial. If they can get their hands on it, the Miyagi family will have done a great service. And his status in the Taicang Prefecture will rise further. As for the two people in front of them. Oh. Judging from Ning Juqing's appearance, she had just gone through a great battle and was already at her limit. And Wang Chu beside her. It's just trash, not worth mentioning. Miyagi straightened his slightly disheveled collar and put on that extremely hypocritical smile again. Miss Ning, although our Taicang Prefecture and Daxia Prefecture have some friction, we can still be considered neighbors. Out of respect for your father, the lord of the Great Xiao Prefecture, I don't want to push things too far. He stretched out a hand, his tone carrying a condescending sense of charity. As long as you hand over the Mirage Core, I can let you go this time and let you leave here alive, how about it? Giggle. Miyagi crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over Wang Chu, her eyes filled with a strange expression. Brother, stop pretending. If you don't make your move now, when will you? Haven't you long wanted to taste the daughter of the Great Xiao Prefecture Lord? As for this young man. She licked her bright red lips, a perverse glint in her eyes. I originally thought that there was no one left in the Great Xiao Prefecture, which is why Ning Juqing brought you in. Now that I see, no wonder Ning Juqing went against everyone's wishes to bring you in. It seems she's really infatuated with you. Ning Juqing, who had been on high alert, suddenly blushed. No? Don't talk nonsense. What does it mean to be fascinated? I'm going to kill you all. Ning Juqing took a deep breath and gripped the spear tightly in her hand. The muscles in her fair legs tensed instantly, and the veins bulged out. His nerves were instantly on edge, and blue-purple lightning began to roll and swirl around his body. Wang Chu. If you encounter any danger, run straight to me, and I'll kill them all. Ning Ju said in a cold voice, holding the long spear horizontally with her eyes lowered. Just when tensions were about to rise, Wang Chu's lazy voice rang out. Ning, classmate. Why are you wasting your breath talking to a dead man? That's all. He simply raised his hand casually, a barely perceptible glint of cold light flashing between his fingertips. Boom! A dull thud, like a ripe watermelon suddenly bursting open. Miyagi-ni, who had been shouting wildly just moments before, suddenly stopped. A huge, transparent hole suddenly appeared in her chest. Sizzle. Blood gushed out from his back like a fountain. A moment later, accompanied by the sound of blood dripping onto the ground, Miyagi-ni lowered her head in disbelief, looking at her empty chest. Her eyes were filled with confusion and fear, as if she hadn't yet realized what was happening. What happened? I am dead? That good for nothing? How is this possible? Her life force was rapidly fading, and her eyes quickly lost focus. Bang! The still warm body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ning Juqing turned her head sharply, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. That was too fast. So fast that even with her 200% all-attribute bonus, she couldn't see Wang Chu's movements clearly. How did you do that? Isn't his talent level B grade, Link? How could a support-type talent unleash such a terrifyingly powerful instant kill skill? Younger sister? It was only then that Miyagi finally realized what was happening. He stared in disbelief at his sister lying in a pool of blood, her chest pierced by a hole. My mind went completely blank. His little sister, whom he had doted on since childhood, and whom he always covered for no matter what trouble she got into. He just died like that? Ah. Extreme grief and anger instantly overwhelmed his reason. Miyagi let out a roar that sounded inhuman. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Wang Chu intently, as if he were possessed by a madman. Terrifying flames erupted from his body, scorching and distorting the surrounding air. The power of the S-rank, Sunfire, talent was fully revealed at this moment. This is the scene. Wang Chu simply clapped his hands calmly and turned to look at Ning Zhuqing. Ning, classmate. I'll continue dealing with the three-headed serpent's corpse, this one's yours. After saying that, he even turned around and walked directly towards the corpse of the three-headed serpent, leaving Miyagi with only his back to him. Wang Chu. Come back here right now. Wang Chu. I'm going to kill you. Miyagi is furious. I'm furious. But in the end, it was just impotent rage. How could he possibly fight Ning Zhuqing, who possessed the powerful 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pivot talent and whose attributes were increased by 200%? Boom! The spear moved like a dragon, and thunder roared. Ning Zhuqing did not hesitate at all. Activating the Thunder God body, he charged directly into the raging flames. Not long after, the roar behind us gradually subsided. Miyagi was covered in blood and kneeling on the ground, his chest pierced by Ning Zhuqing's spear. He stared intently at Wang Chu, who was busy dismantling the body of the three-headed demon serpent, his eyes filled with resentment. I thought today would be a game of crushing noobs. Little did they expect that their words, pretending to be weak to catch a tiger, would become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Wang Chu, whom they looked down upon the most and considered a scoundrel. He actually killed Miyagi Mimi in a single encounter. Still looking? Why are you being so fierce? Ning Zhuqing pursed her lips and immediately gave him a flirtatious look. Accompanied by a final, desperate, and unwilling scream. Everything returned to calm. Wang Chu had just finished storing the last of the materials into his spatial storage when he got up and walked over. At Ning Zhuqing's feet, Gong Changtian had already turned into a charred corpse. They're completely dead. Today's harvest is good, with a large amount of materials for the condensation realm, and the snake heads of the three-headed demonic serpent can be exchanged for a lot of military merits. Thank you so much, Miss Ning, for bringing a good-for-nothing like me into the mirage. Wang Chu said with a smile. Having said that, feeling that the time was almost up, he directly cancelled the goddess link on Ning Zhuqing. In an instant, the immense power receded like a receding tide. Ning Zhuqing took a deep breath, her eyes filled with extreme complexity. That feeling of being filled with power is truly captivating. The original plan was to bring Wang Chu in as a strategist. It turned out that this strategist was not only powerful, but also had an incomprehensible talent. Most importantly, that warm and moist feeling. I can't forget it. Isn't your talent supposed to increase all attributes by 20% with Link? How come? Ning Zhuqing asked. Wang Chu smiled faintly and used the explanation he had prepared beforehand. It was indeed a B-level, Link, at first, but later my talent evolved into an S-level talent, Goddess Link, for some reason. However, you also know that. Although more attributes have been added, the conditions are now much more stringent. At this point, Wang Chu showed an embarrassed expression and scratched his head. I didn't want to do this unless absolutely necessary. I'm sorry, Ning, the situation was urgent and I didn't have time to ask for your opinion first. No. It's nothing. Ning Zhuqing blushed and gently shook her head. All of this is for the sake of the Great Xia Prefecture. A 200% boost to all attributes. If other people knew. The number of people who want to be Wang Chu's teammate could probably stretch from the north of the Great Xia Prefecture all the way to the south. Zheng Xiaoyu and Li Xueqing. You guys are really. What an idiot. During their conversation, Wang Chu suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Generally speaking, the Mirage Core has already been taken away, and the Mirage has lost its supporting power, so it should have ended long ago. Why is it wrong? Wang Chu suddenly turned his head to look. His pupils widened instantly. I don't know when. A tall, slender figure in black appeared without warning beside Miyagi's charred corpse. The chilling voice wasn't loud, but it reached Wang Chu and Ning Zhuqing's ears very clearly. He. It's been so long since I've tasted such authentic power of resentment. How delicious. Chapter 33 Mutation? Slaying Void Creatures. Beyond the mirage, the sun blazes high in the sky. Zhang Yuan stood motionless, like a statue, with his hands behind his back, before the entrance to the vortex. It's been an hour, and I still don't know how things are going inside. He thought about it with a solemn expression. However, there's no use in daydreaming outside. All they can do now is wait in agonizing anticipation. The next second, the once calm entrance to the vortex began to tremble violently. A nauseating odor began to seep out from the crack. At the same moment, Zhang Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints, and the hairs on his body stood on end. This aura, is it the void? Zhang Yuan, a powerful expert at the divine realm. I immediately sensed the true nature of this power. A storm raged within him, and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The void creatures were completely driven out hundreds of years ago. They can only eke out a living on the void battlefield. Why did you suddenly appear here? His brain started working like crazy. A remnant? Or, is some conspiracy brewing? No matter what the situation, something terrible has happened. If void creatures really do appear in the mirage, so Ning Zhuqing and Wang Chu are in grave danger. Not just Ning Zhuqing and Wang Chu in the instance. If the mirage fails, the void creatures will escape. All living beings in this area will be annihilated. He turned around abruptly and roared like thunder at his adjutant behind him. Huaihai Military Region Demon Suppression Army, listen to my command. Assemble. Immediately activate the highest alert. Seal off the surrounding area within 20 kilometers. No. 50 kilometers. Not even a fly can be let out. After giving the order, Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, took out his phone, and dialed a number. That person's daughter is still inside. Within the mirage realm. The chilling sounds of chewing echoed across the empty space. Click, click. The tall, dark figure was crouching on the ground, greedily devouring Miyagi's charred corpse. With each bite of flesh disappearing, its chilling and evil aura was surging at an alarming rate. Ning Zhuqing stared at the terrifying scene before her, her delicate body trembling slightly uncontrollably. This aura. It made her instinctively feel a shiver from the depths of her soul. Just as her mind went blank, a strong hand suddenly pulled her back. Without uttering a single word, Wang Chu grabbed the back of her head and shoved it against her. Ha! Ning Zhuqing looked shocked. The warm touch instantly silenced her gasp. Before she could recover from her embarrassment, that familiar, violent power surged into her body once again. Ding! Goddess Link is now active. Gain a 200% boost to all attributes. The connection was broken and then immediately reconnected. Wang Chu suddenly realized. From now on, I'll add a specific time limit to my Goddess Link, so that if you want the Goddess Link, you have to do it once. Wouldn't the level of depravity skyrocket? Unfortunately, Wang Chu has not yet linked Ning Zhuqing as a target, so he cannot see her level of depravity. Releasing the panting Ning Zhuqing, Wang Chu calmly stared at the monster. Stop spacing out, those are void creatures. Ning Zhuqing snapped out of her embarrassment. Void creatures? Weren't they already? I don't know either. Maybe it's one of the few who slipped through the net, or maybe someone is behind it all. Wang Chu did not state the conclusion directly. Of course he knew what was going on. The game is about to enter the main storyline, at which point the void creatures will return to the world. There are bad guys among the crowd, lol. And this time, this is a sign of the return of the void creatures. In the game Global Martial Arts Exam, this storyline only exists in memories. The conquest of the Mirage failed, so expansion has begun. Then, by the time someone spotted the shadow of the void creature, it was too late. It has already devoured many professionals and is growing stronger. Ultimately, it alarmed two top experts at the Mountain and Sea Realm who joined forces to suppress it before it could fully grow up. But Wang Chu narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the fluctuations of the monster's aura before him. The void creature before me is not even in the same league as the monster in the game records that slaughtered countless lives. He's around the 6th or 7th level of the condensation realm, still quite a distance from reaching the threshold of the void control realm. But the most terrifying thing about void creatures is their growth rate. It has just awakened and is still in a weakened state. A glint flashed in Wang Chu's eyes, and he spoke rapidly. We must recover our strength by devouring corpses. We absolutely cannot let it continue eating. Do it. Kill it. Upon hearing this, Ning Juqing assumed a fighting stance. The moment Wang Chu finished speaking, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot out. Execution is top-notch. Thunder punishment piercing clouds. Boom. The spear, crackling with terrifying lightning, pierced straight into the monster's back with a world-destroying force. He. The void creature let out a piercing laugh, but it neither dodged nor avoided the attack. It suddenly turned around, and the dark aura transformed into a palm, directly grabbing the tip of the spear that was thrusting towards it. Sizzle, sizzle. Unstoppable, raging lightning. The moment it came into contact with it, it vanished as if it had disappeared into the sea. What? Ning Juqing was shocked. She felt as if the spear had been pierced into a mountain and remained completely still. The opponent's strength and defense were far superior to that three-headed demonic serpent. Even her lightning-based abilities were greatly restrained and weakened. Seeing this, Wang Chu frowned slightly. Void creatures are troublesome. It's because of its strange premise that this guy suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Extremely high physical and magical resistance. But Wang Chu's eyes narrowed. Even void creatures are essentially entities composed of some kind of element. Moreover, it is currently only in a state of near awakening and is still very weak. You can kill them. Prepare for your strongest attack. Cooperate with me. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Ning Juqing leaped backward. Wang Chu raised his right hand, opened his palm, and grabbed at the void creature. Splash. It's the sound of flowing water. The next second, the water flowing in from all directions turned into a rushing waterfall. Wang Chu possesses the blessing of the god of law. It can control almost all elements. And all skills. As long as his magic is enough. And Wang Chu has no shortage of magic power. With his left hand, he pulled out a bottle of instant recovery potion from his spatial storage and filled it to the brim. Abyssal cage. Rumble. Countless chains formed by high-pressure water flow. It tightly bound the body of the void creature from all directions. Then it formed a giant water sphere and enveloped it. Void creature, glug glug glug. Not only that. Under Wang Chu's control, this giant water sphere is still compressing. Shu Qing, now's the time. Wang Chu said in a deep voice. Ning Juqing was surprised that Wang Chu could unleash such a powerful water-based skill. But his hands moved without the slightest hesitation. She leaped high into the air, and the lightning phantom behind her almost solidified into a tangible form. All the power is concentrated in this one shot. Piercing annihilation spear. Accompanied by a delicate shout. She suddenly hurled the spear in her hand. Bang! The blast wave spread outwards in a circle. The spear, crackling with lightning, pierced through the void creature trapped inside the water sphere in an instant. And, with the blessing of the water element, the power of the thunder was amplified several times over. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In an instant, the void creature's black body crumbled inch by inch amidst the lightning. Chapter 34. I'll show you frogs in a well what real speedrunning is all about. We won, we won. After landing, Ning Juqing stared in disbelief at the disappearing shadow. The goosebumps she felt from the void creature earlier still lingered in her mind. But now, she turned to look at Wang Chu. The latter looked completely nonchalant. Where does the power he wields come from? It seems that what he said wasn't just as simple as Goddess Link. Outside the mirage, the atmosphere was heavy. Thousands of demon-suppressing soldiers stood ready, their magic circuits on the verge of activation at any moment. Zhang Yuan stood at the very front of the line, his brow furrowed. His gaze was fixed on the entrance to the constantly twisting vortex. Miss. He smiled bitterly and muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, on her first trip to the Mirage Realm, Miss encountered void creatures. This is just too unlucky. I just thought of that. The vortex vibrated violently, and the ripples looked as if they might explode at any moment. They're here. Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, and with a bang, he was instantly launched into the air. All troops, prepare for alert. Countless eyes were simultaneously fixed on the exit of the mirage. The next second, two figures slowly emerged from the distorted light and shadow. Zhang Yuan looked at those two familiar faces, his breath hitched, and he quickly gave the order. Don't do it. They're on our side. That shot was so heart-wrenching, and it even cracked a little. Then, he landed instantly in front of the two of them. Wang Chu rolled his eyes at the scene. I'm talking to Commander Zhang. So you never expected us to come out alive, did you? Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands awkwardly, his face turning red. Ahem. I dream of you all getting out safely, but we have to be fully prepared, right? Ning Zhuqing covered her mouth and smiled, then took out the Mirage Core and waved it at Zhang Yuan. Uncle Zhang, look what this is. Zhang Yuan's breath hitched. The Mirage Core, we've got it back. At the same time, on the other side of the Mirage, the scale of the Taicang Prefecture was no smaller than that of the Great Xia Prefecture. Thousands of elite troops are on high alert. The aura of the void creatures also alarmed the powerful figures of Taicang. At the very front of the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed in a magnificent robe was pacing anxiously back and forth. You have to be all right, you have to be all right? Miyagi clenched his fists, his face full of worry. The Miyagi family poured countless resources into nurturing Miyajita and Miyajimi. They are the future hope of the Miyagi family. Everything's on this. If his opponents were only Ning Zhuqing and Wang Chu, he wouldn't panic at all. They're just too good for nothings. How could they possibly compete with the two geniuses of my Miyagi family for glory? The result was completely unexpected. This Mirage Realm has actually produced void creatures? We absolutely cannot let anything happen. Buzz. The spatial ripples at the entrance began to tremble violently. Master, there's movement. Yes, Master, I saw them. It was the young master and young lady. They're out. Overjoyed, Miyagi rushed forward. My son. However, the smile on his face froze instantly. Snap. The two bodies fell to the ground. A body, charred beyond recognition, with bite wounds on its body, still vaguely recognizable as human. The other corpse, with a horrifying hole in its chest, was Miyagi-me. The entire scene. A deathly silence fell instantly. Silence reigned. A full 3 seconds passed. A shrill, inhuman roar suddenly ripped through the sky. Ah! Who? Who did this? I'm going to kill him. I'm going to wipe out his entire family. Miyagi knelt on the ground, holding the charred remains and mangled body, weeping like a wailing ghost. This day, the Miyagi family's sky has fallen. A void creature at the Qi condensation realm. After listening to Wang Chu's understated narration, Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought. He gave Wang Chu a deep look. Everyone misjudged him. Despite only possessing a B-level, link, talent and not having a high cultivation level, Yet she was able to instantly kill Miyagi-me and, together with Ning Zhuqing, defeat the void creatures. Even if that void creature had only just awakened, it was still far superior to an ordinary Qi condensation realm boss. Not to mention, according to Ning Zhuqing, the entire battle was led by Wang Chu. This fighting prowess, this mentality. Absolutely monstrous. Thank you for the information, Wang Chu. I will report this matter truthfully. Whether someone is behind it all or it's just a stray, with the first void creature appearing, there must be many more lurking in the shadows. When you find one cockroach in your home, it means there are already many cockroaches in places you can't see. You have done a great job this time. It's not just about taking over the Mirage Realm and obtaining the Mirage Realm Core, but also about preventing a catastrophe that could have engulfed the entire Huaihai city. Military service records will be directly recorded in your files. As for the reward, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, rest assured, the Great Xia Prefecture will never mistreat its meritorious officials. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Wang Chu curled his lip. Anyone can make empty promises. I said goodbye to Zhang Yuan. The two left the Huaihai military region and boarded a special bus back to their school. Mum. In the car, Ning Zhuqing stretched, revealing her slender, fair waist. Feeling someone's gaze, she quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushed. What, What are you looking at? Wang Chu smirked, looking at the good-looking ones. Ning Zhuqing quickly put her hands around her waist. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Hey, what's wrong? Ning Zhuqing answered the phone, her voice soft and gentle. Captain. Something terrible has happened. Lin Tao's voice came from the other end, sounding hurried and angry. Our previous record of 20 minutes and 38 seconds in the Earth Dragon's nest has been broken. Ning Zhuqing, it's just that the dungeon record was broken, it's normal. If it were such a small thing, I certainly wouldn't be that angry. Lin Tao waved vigorously from the other end of the line, it's Xia Yu's team. They achieved a time of 18 minutes and 10 seconds, improving by more than 2 minutes. That's not all, Zhang Xiaoyu even posted on Baidu Tieba to slander Chushin. Slandering Wang Chu? Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuqing's face instantly fell. What did she say? Zhang Xiaoyu said, the reason we were able to clear the Earth Dragon's nest in 20 minutes and 38 seconds is because Wang Chu brought Xiaoyu's team's strategy guide. We stole it from them. The reason they kept failing to clear the game in the past few days is because they were unwilling to use the previous strategies and were researching new ones, which is why it has been dragging on until today. Lin Tao continued babbling on and on. What new tactics? It's all a hoax. I heard from Chen Lei that he accidentally revealed the strategy that Chushin taught us when he was chatting with Duanfan. Then, I guess Duanfan told the Bohemia team the strategy guide in order to get revenge on us. You stinking Chen Lei. Chen Lei let out a howl on the other end of the phone, having been kicked by Lin Tao. Right now, they're relentlessly slandering Chushin on the forum. I've never seen such shameless people. They're utterly shameless. Ning Zhuqing was also furious. Is it true that Wang Chu secretly learned from them? Do they deserve it? And Chen Lei should be dealt with too. What's wrong? Wang Chu, standing beside him, remained calm, leisurely gazing at the scenery outside the window. Ning Zhuqing recounted the events. After listening, Wang Chu smiled. He then took out his phone and opened the school's online forum. The first pin post was just posted by Zhang Xiaoyu. The title is bolded and highlighted in red, making it extremely eye-catching. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Xia Yu's team has regained the top spot and successfully completed the speedrun. Those despicable individuals who resort to stealing tactics, are you embarrassed yet? The comments below are all from paid trolls and uninformed bystanders blindly following the trend and hurl insults. Wang Chu is disgusting, he actually stole his former employer's tactics. Isn't this just theft? Poor Xia Yu, she was betrayed by this kind of person. I heard that Xia Yu was helping Wang Chu find a team before, is this how she repays Xia Yu? Looking at these comments, the smile in Wang Chu's eyes deepened. Since you want to play, I'll play with you properly. They've practically stuck their faces out, how can I not give them a good slap and smash them to pieces after all that hard work? A few seconds later, a new reply appeared at the bottom of this post. The content is very simple, just one short sentence. 18 minutes and 10 seconds is considered a speedrun? Give me 5 minutes, and I'll show you frogs in a well what real speedrunning is all about. Speed up. Chapter 35, 0 minutes and 38 seconds. An ultimate speedrun. Let's see what speedrunning really means. Inside a tastefully decorated upscale restaurant in the center of Huaihai, Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the latest reply on her phone screen and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her laughter was filled with undisguised contempt. It was as if I had heard the funniest joke in the world. Even Eileen, sitting opposite her, couldn't resist and put down her knife and fork. 5 minutes? Who does he think he is? Just walking from the dungeon entrance to the entrance of the Earth Wyvern's lair takes 7 or 8 minutes, even if there are no monsters blocking the way. What? Is he planning to kneel down and kowtow to the Earth Dragon, begging it to run into the wall and die? Ha 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 ha. Everyone at the table couldn't help but laugh, and the air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Even the usually composed Zhubadan shook his head helplessly, a slight smile on his lips. 5 minutes? That's not how you brag, you don't even bother to write a draft. I think Wang Chu has lost his temper and is resorting to desperate measures. Li Shueqing took a sip of red wine, her eyes filled with a sense of satisfaction. I still vividly remember being tossed around in the hot pot through the door that day. It seems I don't need to keep asking for the link anymore. This morning, after Eileen used that mysterious new strategy, using wood spirit mushrooms to weaken the Earth Dragon's attributes, the problem that had been troubling them for several days was finally solved. Even a subpar tank like Zheng Xiaoyu could barely withstand the Earth Dragon's greatly reduced stats. Add to that the terrifying output of all S-class professionals. They successfully broke the record for clearing the Earth Dragon's nest with a time of 18 minutes and 10 seconds. Back to the top. This finally allowed everyone who had been holding their breath for days to finally feel relieved. These past few days, everyone on Tieba has started to be laughed at. No? Who do you think you are, little Karaomis, daring to mock our brave team? So Zheng Xiaoyu posted immediately, making amends for the bad luck she had suffered these past few days. Looking at his spirited teammates, Zhu Badan finally felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. It seems so. The team has finally gelled together and is starting to get back on track. Alright, let's ignore that clown. Zhu Badan's expression turned serious, and he steered the conversation back to the main topic. For him, Wang Chu had nothing to do with him, he just wanted to achieve good results with Xiaoyu's team. Next week is the citywide mock exam, so we should focus on the team assessment. This mock exam not only affects our ranking, but also our qualification as the Brave Squad. Angela nodded gently. Yes. Because we kicked Wang Chu out of the team before, according to the rules, we will have 20% of our team points deducted. Although we came in first place before, that advantage is gone after deducting 20%. We must get first place in the mock team exam to secure our qualification as the Brave team. First place? Zheng Xiaoyu smiled confidently, her eyes gleaming with pride. Isn't that a piece of cake? Looking at the entire Huaihai city, besides our Xiaoyu team, who else can compete with us? Bauhinia? Or some other cat or dog? The first batch of resource bonuses for the Brave Squad has been distributed. Everyone can go and buy some cultivation resources, equipment, and potions in the next couple of days to raise their strength to the next level. At that time, we'll completely crush the entire field. When equipment and potions were mentioned, Eileen suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Zhu Badan. That's right, Badan. I heard that Qian Family Trading Company launched a new instant mana potion these past 2 days, which can instantly restore the mana of a bone-forging realm professional. There's also an enchanted armor that can completely withstand attacks from monsters in the bone-forging realm. And it's not expensive. Doesn't your Zhu Family Trading Company have any? If so, please get us a batch. The Zhu family was a wealthy household. If they didn't take action against the landlords now, when would they? She didn't mention paying at all. Upon hearing this, Zhu Badan frowned slightly, his tone somewhat complicated. I've heard about this too. This is a mysterious batch of goods that the Qian family obtained from who knows where. The quantity is not large, and it is sold in limited quantities every day. It sells out instantly as soon as it is put on the shelves. Our Qian family has managed to get a batch of goods, which we are currently studying. What he didn't say was, the appearance of this batch of goods has already caused a stir in the entire Huaihai business community. The effects are amazing, and the price is affordable. This is simply a game changer. Many large merchant houses, including the Zhu family, have already begun to conduct secret investigations, hoping to get involved with the Qian family and get a share of the profits. One more thing. Zhu Badan frowned. The effects of this batch of goods are quite similar to the potions and armor that Xiaoyu's team members mentioned were provided by Wang Chu. I wonder if this has anything to do with Wang Chu. Whispering sound. Eileen, who hadn't gained any advantage, gave a cold laugh. Zheng Xiaoyu said calmly, it doesn't matter. Anyway, with our strength, we can still take first place even without those fancy tricks. Zhu Badan nodded, then brought up another topic. Besides the team competition, there's also an individual competition. I wonder how Captain Xiaoyu plans to arrange it. He seemed quite eager to try. In the individual competition, each team can send 1-2 students to participate. Although the top finishers in the individual competition will not directly receive a spot in the Brave team, the prestige of the competition is by no means low. They usually receive direct admission invitations from top universities. The group exchanged glances and burst out laughing. Is there even a need to ask? Eileen pointed at Zheng Xiaoyu. Everyone in our team is a top expert in their respective field. But to say he's invincible in a one-on-one fight. Who can beat our Captain Xiaoyu? She is the direct disciple of Sword Saint Musi. Having been trained by the Sword Saint since childhood, he has also awakened the S-rank talent, part of the Sword Saint. On individual combat capabilities. Among all the young people in Huaihai City, who is her rival? Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaoyu proudly raised her chin. That's natural. The individual championship will only belong to me. So whoever wants to go can sign up themselves, it's up to you. Just then, Li Shuiqing glanced at her phone and said with a half smile. By the way, 5 minutes should have passed, right? I wonder how Wang Chu's speedrun performance went. Everyone was taken aback. Then another burst of laughter erupted. Ha, Shuiqing, you're actually paying attention to these 5 minutes? 5 minutes? If he can really beat this in 5 minutes, I'll eat this table right now. The words eat it hadn't even been uttered yet. Zhang Xiaoyu's voice stopped abruptly. Because she discovered. Her phone is currently receiving a barrage of messages. In the blink of an eye, it's already 99 plus. Could it be? What's wrong? The crowd noticed something was wrong and gathered around. Suddenly, hundreds of new comments appeared under the post Zhang Xiaoyu had just made. Although the content of these comments differs, they all point to the same meaning. Those are screenshots of battle results that will send chills down your spine at first glance. Huaihai number 1 middle school dungeon clearance ranking. Instance, Earth Wyvern's Nest Nightmare difficulty. None of the teams that cleared the level. Member who successfully cleared the level, Wang Chu. Customs clearance time. When you see that time number clearly, everyone's expressions froze. Clearance time, 0 minutes and 38 seconds. Less than a minute? Speedrun? This is what you call speedrunning. Chapter 36 Wang Chu exploited a bug? And now he has to give a self-criticism at the conference? The Baidu Tieba forum for Huaihai number 1 middle school has exploded. Utterly insane. The server even experienced a period of lag due to the excessive traffic. Everyone had only one topic to discuss. That's Wang Chu's ridiculously high score 0 minutes and 38 seconds. Holy crap! 0 minutes and 38 seconds? He cleared the game before I'd even finished taking my pants off? Is this data for real? Is the backend displaying something wrong? Dude, are you not even going to act anymore? You're just going to cheat? Even if a powerful expert at the Divine Realm were to help you level up, it would take more than this long just to walk from the entrance to the boss, right? A barrage of doubts and insults instantly flooded the entire forum, with countless speculations emerging. The main problem is that this result is just too outrageous. You're saying you soloed the Earth Dragon's Nest dungeon and even broke Xiaoyu's team's record of 18 minutes and 10 seconds. You're really something, buddy. But if you're going to produce a time of 38 seconds, it's obviously problematic without even thinking about it. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course, there are also some people who don't care whether Wang Chu used the bug or not, they're just there for fun. Brothers, I've got it. Do you remember what Wang Chu said before, give me 5 minutes? So the 5 minutes Wang Chu mentioned meant 4 minutes and 22 seconds to reach the dungeon entrance and 38 seconds to clear the dungeon. And another thing. Think carefully about this number. Why not 37 seconds, or 39 seconds? Why exactly 38 seconds? Is this 38-second segment implying that the 4 girls on Xiaoyu's team are gossipy and nagging? This comment immediately garnered over 100 likes, and a bunch of people with a sense of humor responded enthusiastically. Wang Chu, I not only want to win, but I also want to win big. What the hell is this? The people on Xiaoyu's team would probably be furious if they saw this. The news of clearing the Earth Dragon's Nest in 38 seconds spread throughout the high schools of Huaihai City. People flocked to the site to take photos, and the public opinion was escalating. Just then, a pinned post with a real name reporting the incident has once again pushed the topic to a fever pitch. Zhang Xiaoyu wrote this whistleblower letter in the restaurant, almost through gritted teeth. I, Zhang Xiaoyu, am formally reporting Wang Chu for exploiting a bug to maliciously manipulate dungeon scores. Zhang Xiaoyu said, as a student of Huaihai number 1 high school, I am ashamed to have such a classmate. Zhang Xiaoyu also said, 0 minutes and 38 seconds? This is an insult to the dungeon mechanism, and even more so a desecration of us professionals who have worked hard to study the strategies and sweat it out. Zhang Xiaoyu, unable to contain himself any longer, said, our Xiaoyu team strongly suspects that Wang Chu used illegal means to clear the dungeon. This is a trampling on fair competition. This is an insult to all students who worked hard to prepare for the exam. We demand the school investigate thoroughly. Punish him severely. Cancel Wang Chu's grades. Zhang Xiaoyu said that this meal didn't taste good anymore. Inside the principal's office. What? One person beat the game? In 38 seconds? after listening to the head of the teaching department's breathless report. Principal Li Guochang looked completely bewildered, then slammed his hand on the table. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. One person cleared the Earth Dragon's nest in 38 seconds. You can't even use a bug anymore, can you? The Earth Dragon's Nest is a new dungeon created by the Demon Suppression Army for students' Brave Team qualification assessment, and it is indeed possible that it contains bugs. This thing is like Mario Maker, it might even have a backdoor. The head of student affairs wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, "Principal, this matter has become too big of a fuss. The school's online forum is in complete chaos now, and other schools are laughing at us. Do you think we should contact the Demon Suppression Army and check the clearance video? All the resources in the Great Xiao Prefecture are controlled by the Demon Suppression Army. These specially made copies for students naturally also include recordings of gameplay." Li Guochang snorted coldly. The head of the teaching department didn't dare to breathe loudly. He knew that his 38-second time was simply outrageous. But what if it's true? Li Guochang snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes. Does a grade that's obviously fake really need verification? Are you out of your mind? This is a disgrace to our school. He stood up and paced back and forth in the office with his hands behind his back. He remembered that Wang Chu. Isn't that the B-level talent support player who was kicked out of the team by Zhang Xiaoyu? He has neither talent nor background, and now he has offended Zhang Xiaoyu. Who is Zhang Xiaoyu? That's the precious daughter of Mu Si, a powerful expert in the mountain and sea realm and a sword saint. At the victory celebration banquet, he only had the chance to exchange a few words with Mu Si because of his position as the principal. Now an even better opportunity has arrived. Since Zhang Xiaoyu has filed a formal complaint against Wang Chu, it would be perfectly reasonable for me to deal with Wang Chu myself, and I might even be able to leave a good impression on the sword saint. Thinking of this, Li Guochang spoke with righteous indignation. We at Huaihai No. 1 High School absolutely cannot tolerate students who resort to opportunism and fraud. Issue a school-wide announcement immediately. Be firm in your attitude. Be strong in your wording. This unhealthy trend must be stopped immediately. That evening, the official website of Huaihai No. 1 Middle School urgently issued a notice. Disciplinary notice regarding Wang Chu's serious violation of exploiting a bug to boost his scores. Upon investigation, it was found that Wang Chu exploited a bug to maliciously farm completion scores in today's Earth Dragon's Nest dungeon. In order to uphold school discipline and maintain a positive academic atmosphere, the following decision has been made. Wang Chu's score in this instance is invalidated. 2. Wang Chu will receive a school-wide public reprimand and a major demerit. 3rd, she is ordered to make a profound self-criticism in front of all teachers and students at tomorrow's school-wide assembly. If her attitude is not correct, she will be expelled directly. Wang Chu Jia. The air was filled with a faint scent of perfume and hormones. Just then, a piercing, urgent cell phone ringtone sounded. No? Who is it? So insensible? Wang Chu frowned and groped around in the snow-white, delicate surface until he found his phone. It was Ning Juqing calling. Wang Chu patted Qian Yingying, signaling to pause the intermission. Hello? Ning, what's up? The call was just connected. Qian Yingying revealed a sly smile and began to move. Wang Chu, have you seen the school's announcement? Ning Juqing asked. Announcement? As soon as Wang Chu returned, he started a war with Qian Yingying, so naturally he didn't see any so-called report. The school says you maliciously exploited a bug to complete the Earth Dragon's Nest. You'll have to give a self-criticism at tomorrow's school assembly, or you'll be expelled. Ning Juqing's tone was somewhat displeased. I just called Uncle Zhang specifically to ask, and the school didn't even bother to verify with the Demon Suppression Army. They didn't even investigate, they just issued a notice. A speed run time of 38 seconds. Ning Juqing was stunned when she first heard the news. But then I thought about it again. Oh, these are the results Wang Chu achieved. That's normal. But even though it's outrageous, you can't just convict someone without even investigating. Okay, I understand, thank you Ning. Wang Chu said calmly. Aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? This information can be verified, can't it? But... Just as Ning Juqing was about to say something, she heard a series of strange splashing sounds. Is the signal bad? I'm hearing a strange sound? Qian Yingying tensed up. Hiss. Wang Chu gasped. Oh, I'm exercising. Ning Zhuqing was deeply moved upon hearing this. Wang Chu is already that strong. They're still training so late. It seems I have to put in twice the effort. But what? Go on. Never mind. Like you said, if the grades are real, then they can't be fake. I know what to do. Then, I won't bother you any longer. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chu looked at Chen Yingying, who had turned her head. You like causing trouble, don't you? Prepare for divine punishment. After an unknown amount of time, the divine punishment ended with a muffled groan and a shout. Are you in trouble? Chen Yingying's face was rosy as she lay on Wang Chu's chest, drawing circles. Do you need your sister's help to sort this out? Wang Chu shook his head and said, no need, they'll be the ones who get slapped in the face tomorrow. Compared to my affairs. How's Qian Family Trading Company doing these past few days? Is everything going smoothly? Speaking of this, a hint of weariness flashed in Chen Yingying's eyes. There will definitely be some trouble. Several other major commercial banks in Huaihai City began to secretly join forces, and many of their branches were targeted. Many suppliers, under pressure from the Zhu family, have also begun to cut off supplies, attempting to blockade the Qian family's business. This cake is so tempting, it's tempted too many people to eat their cheese. Everyone wants to know the secrets of these potions and enchantments. However, it's still under control at the moment. Okay. Wang Chu nodded. If there are no problems, let's continue. No? You're coming again? Qian Yingying cried. Chapter 37, The Self-Criticism Meeting Turns into an Awards Ceremony? Please invite Wang Chu to the stage. The next day, at 9 a.m. The playground of Huaihai No. 1 Middle School was packed with people, a dense, dark mass. All of the school's thousands of teachers and students have gathered here today. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle, even eerie. Everyone's gaze, whether intentionally or unintentionally, will drift in the same direction. There was a person standing there. Wang Chu. A large vacuum area was left around him. Isolation, exclusion, ridicule. Look, that's Wang Chu, the cheater who uses bugs to boost his scores. TSK, what a thick skin. How can you stay so calm at a time like this? If it were me, I would have crawled into a hole in the ground long ago. How could I possibly have the face to come to school? 38 seconds? How did he even come up with that? He's practically insulting everyone's intelligence. In the class line not far away, the members of Xiaoyu's team stood with their arms crossed, their faces showing amusement. Look at him, still pretending to be calm. Eileen scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. You think he's calm? He's scared now. Zhang Xiaoyu sneered. Li Xueqing's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. It's as if I can already see Wang Chu weeping and begging for mercy on his knees. Quiet. A stern rebuke rang out from the stage. Li Guochang scanned the audience, his gaze lingering on Wang Chu for a few seconds, his eyes cold. I'm sure everyone knows why I've called you all here today. He cleared his throat, and his voice carried throughout the entire playground through the speakers. An investigation revealed that Wang Chu did this in order to attract attention and satisfy his vanity. They actually exploited a malicious bug to achieve an absurd record of clearing the Earth Dragon's Nest dungeon in 38 seconds. This is a blatant disregard for school rules and regulations. It is an insult to all the students who have trained hard. This behavior is not only shameful, but also foolish. Li Guochang became more and more excited as he spoke, spitting as he spoke. After deliberation by the school, it has been decided that Wang Chu will receive a major demerit. Now, please invite Wang Chu to come up to the stage. In front of the entire school, make a profound self-criticism. Shoo! A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. The members of Xiaoyu's team, in particular, were laughing the most heartily. All eyes were on Wang Chu. However, Wang Chu remained calm, with even a faint smile playing on his lips. Wang Chu! What are you waiting for? Seeing that Wang Chu remained motionless, Li Guochang on the stage became furious. How dare you challenge the principal's authority? Do you want to be expelled? The moment the words fell. Boom! A sharp, rapid whooshing sound suddenly came from the horizon. The sound was so loud that it even drowned out the noise on the playground. Everyone instinctively looked up. 3 figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, hurtling towards us at incredible speed. Then, 3 figures landed steadily on the platform. The leader had a resolute face and exuded a terrifying, suffocating aura. The students below the stage erupted in excitement when they saw who it was. Holy crap! Isn't that Zhang Yuan, the commander of the Huaihai military region of the Demon Suppression Army? Why would such a high-ranking person suddenly come to our school? Could it be because of Wang Chu? It seems Wang Chu has really gone too far this time, even alarming the military region commander. This is going to be interesting. Wang Chu is probably going to spend the rest of his life in jail. Zhang Xiaoyu was so excited that her face turned completely red. Humph, you tried to exploit a bug. Now even the military has been mobilized. Let's see how you die. Li Guocheng finally realized what was happening. He quickly straightened his appearance and greeted her with a broad smile. Commander Zhang. Why have you come in person? Is it because of that student who exploited a bug to boost their grades? Don't worry. Our school has already given him a severe punishment. We're preparing to have him write a self-criticism. Such a black sheep must not be tolerated. However, Zhang Yuan didn't even glance at Li Guocheng. He walked straight to the microphone, his eyes piercing as he scanned the entire room. The noisy playground instantly fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. I am Zhang Yuan, commander of the Huaihai military region. His voice was loud and clear, like thunder. Today, I have come for one thing. A momentous event worthy of being recorded in the history of Huaihai City. Everyone was taken aback and looked at each other in bewilderment. Event? What's the big deal? Weren't we here to arrest people? Zhang Yuan paused, a proud smile spreading across his face. Our great Xia prefecture is full of talented people. Just yesterday, within the Huaihai military region, a mirage realm that restricts those below the condensation realm has appeared, and we have successfully conquered it. This means that our great Xia prefecture will have another illusory realm trial. These words were spoken. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Mirage Realm has been conquered? This is fantastic news. Especially since it's the illusory realm trial near Huaihai City. It will be much more convenient to participate in the trials from now on. Holy crap! Who's so awesome? They can even conquer the Mirage Realm? Commander Zhang is coming to our school, doesn't that mean the people who conquered the Mirage are students from our school? Everyone was stunned when they realized this possibility. Have the students of Huaihai No. 1 High School conquered the Mirage Realm? What level of genius would it take to do that? We're both students, how come you're cheating? Who could it be? Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Xiaoyu's team. If we're talking about the strongest in the whole school, who else could it be but them? But Xiaoyu's team was playing a dungeon at school yesterday. Could it be Ning, the school beauty? Just when everyone was making wild guesses, Zhang Yuan's voice rang out again. Now, I would like to invite 2 students to come up on stage. Accept the glory that belongs to them. That's really true. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the stage. Zhang Yuan said in a deep voice, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. Ning Zhuqing. Whoosh. Ning Zhuqing remained calm amidst the crowd. Everyone nodded. As expected. After all, she is the campus belle of Ningbo University, so she truly deserves the title. And what about the other person? Zhang Yuan's gaze swept over the sea of people. Ultimately, it fell on the figure who was isolated and ridiculed by everyone. Wang Chu. Please come up on stage. Chapter 38. Someone called me to the stage? Now, here I am. Compared to the applause Ning Zhuqing had just received. At this moment, the playground was deathly silent. The name Wang Chu was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. The shock made their heads buzz. Everyone gaped, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. No? How could it be Wang Chu? That useless guy who exploited a bug to boost his scores? The cheater who was publicly criticized throughout the school? That piece of trash is waiting to write a self-criticism? You've conquered the Mirage Realm? How is this possible? Commander Zhang, did you call me by the wrong name? Could it be a case of the same name? There's only one Wang Chu in the whole school, what's the big deal about him being the same as me? Principal Li Guoqing's legs went weak. He shakily approached Zhang Yuan. Commander Zhang, are you sure you're not mistaken? That Wang Chu, he's only a support character with a B-level talent. Moreover, he has poor conduct and was just disciplined by the school. Zhang Yuan gave him a cold glance. This made Li Guoqing's heart tremble. A mistake? Every list of personnel entering the Mirage must undergo rigorous review by the military. Do you think that I, the commander, would make a mistake about such a small matter? Li Guoqing immediately shut up. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and he could only offer an awkward, forced smile. Yes. I was too talkative. The audience. As the crowd separated, two passageways naturally formed. Wang Chu and Ning Zhuqing walked side by side toward the podium. He walked with a calm expression and leisurely stroll. Looking at the two people walking onto the stage, Zhang Xiaoyu's face turned green. The fire of jealousy in her eyes almost consumed her. Why? How could that good-for-nothing possibly conquer the Mirage realm? I know. Ning Zhuqing must have carried him to victory. I just got lucky and managed to get a spot. Eileen was also jealous. That's right. Furthermore, even if he conquered the Mirage, that's a completely different matter from exploiting a bug. One thing at a time. Does that mean that just because he got lucky and got credit, the bug incident can be ignored? The group exchanged glances. Having found a new point of attack, the expression on his face softened slightly. As long as you insist on the bug exploitation claim, Wang Chu is still a person of questionable character. At this time, Wang Chu and Ning Zhuqing were already standing beside Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded to the two of them, then turned to face the entire school and said in a deep voice. This time, the Mirage is located at the border between the Great Xia Prefecture and the Taicang Prefecture. Extremely dangerous, and a battle concerning the dignity of the Great Xia Prefecture. We not only have to clear the dungeon, but also face competition from the top geniuses of Taicang Prefecture. And Wang Chu and Ning Zhuqing. Not only did we successfully clear the dungeon. Furthermore, in a direct confrontation, they killed the prodigies of Taicang Prefecture Miyagi Tian and Miyagi Mei. A remarkable achievement. Boom! These words instantly brought the atmosphere in the room to a climax. Holy crap! Miyagi Tian? That fire-type genius who's known as the #1 person below the condensation realm in Taicang Prefecture? And Miyagi Me? The twin stars of the Miyagi family. They were actually killed? My god! How is this possible? Could it be that Ning Zhuqing fought two opponents alone and even managed to kill them? That's incredible. School beauty Ning is simply unbeatable. Everyone subconsciously believed that all of this was Ning Zhuqing's doing. As for Wang Chu? Everyone knows that his talent level is B, Link. At most, it will only provide Ning, the school beauty, with a 20% attribute bonus. It's probably just a decorative accessory for shouting 666. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Okay, I know everyone is excited, and I'm excited too. Even now, my blood is still boiling. Now, let's hear a few words from our two heroes. He handed the microphone to Ning Zhuqing. Ning Zhuqing took the microphone, took a deep breath, and scanned the entire room with a determined look. This trip to the Mirage realm was indeed fraught with danger. We encountered an unimaginably powerful enemy, and even faced dire situations several times. But we won. Her voice suddenly rose a few decibels, carrying an undeniable firmness. But now, I'm hearing a lot of dissenting voices. I'm telling you all here, if it weren't for Wang Chu, I would have died in the Mirage long ago. It was him who turned the tide at the crucial moment. Help our Great Xia Prefecture capture the Mirage Core. So, Ning Zhuqing swept her gaze across Zhang Xiaoyu and the others below the stage, her eyes sharp as knives. I believe in Wang Chu's character. And I believe even more in his abilities. He would never do something as despicable as exploiting a bug. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Ning Zhuqing actually endorsed Wang Chu in public? And why is it rated so highly? Turn the tide? Isn't this assessment a bit too harsh? Zhang Xiaoyu's face turned even uglier. After Ning Zhuqing finished speaking, she handed the microphone to Wang Chu. Wang Chu took the microphone. He did not launch into a lengthy discourse, nor did he offer any explanation or defense. He simply said it. Someone asked me to come up on stage? Now, I'm here. After saying that, Wang Chu immediately let go of the microphone with his right hand. The microphone was allowed to fall to the ground, and a sharp static noise came from the speakers. Hiss. The students below gasped in shock. Not a buddy? Are you really that arrogant? This is a slap in the face to Principal Li Guochang. Beside me. Li Guochang's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, and he trembled with rage. But because Zhang Yuan was present, he didn't dare to lash out and could only suppress his anger. Zhang Yuan seemed to have just realized what was happening. He turned to look at Li Guochang and asked with a puzzled expression. Principal Li? What was that bug that Ning mentioned earlier? Did Wang Chu do something wrong? I think I heard you say you needed to write a self-criticism when I was on my way here? Li Guochang gave a smile that looked more like a grimace and stammered an explanation. Well, it's like this, Commander Zhang. Yesterday Wang Chu cleared the Earth Dragon's Nest dungeon in 0 minutes and 38 seconds. This is absolutely outrageous. So we suspect he exploited a bug. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Suspect? Didn't your school directly issue a disciplinary notice? Why are you now having doubts? Li Guochang was on the verge of tears and dared not utter a word. But Zhang Yuan changed the subject. 0 minutes and 38 seconds, that's definitely a bit fast. Since there are doubts, let's let the facts speak for themselves. That's all. Zhang Yuan took out his phone and dialed a number. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Send me the video recording of yesterday's clear of the Earth Dragon's Nest dungeon at Huaihai No. 1 Middle School. Which one? There's one that takes 38 seconds to clear, that one. Immediately. Right now. Hang up the phone. Zhang Yuan looked at Li Guochang with a playful expression. Principal Li, would you mind if I borrowed the school's large screen for a moment? Let all the teachers and students see this. 38 seconds, is it a bug, or a miracle? Chapter 39 Wang Chu, your time is running out. So the notices issued by the school weren't checked by the Demon Suppression Army beforehand? It seems rather sloppy, but no one would think that a time of 38 seconds is normal. The students were whispering among themselves in the audience. Angela was also a little nervous and tugged at Eileen's sleeve. Eileen, do you think Wang Chu really cleared the Earth Dragon's Nest in just 38 seconds? If this is true, what should we do? Eileen rolled her eyes, giving her a "Are you stupid?" look. There's no way this can be reversed. Wang Chu is now stuck in a difficult position because of Commander Zhang. He has no choice but to pretend, do you understand? You really think the Earth Dragon is made of paper? Don't even mention 38 seconds, the Earth Dragon could stand still and let Wang Chu hit it for 380 seconds and it wouldn't be hurt. How can a B rank, link, talent slacker possibly deal damage? Li Xuecheng nodded and echoed her with a confident expression. That's right. Once the video is released, it will only further confirm Wang Chu's malicious act of exploiting the bug. We'll see. As classmates, our questioning is reasonable. What's wrong with that? They looked relaxed. Only Zhang Xiaoyu had a gloomy expression. Since you didn't file a formal complaint, of course it doesn't matter to you. I filed this report under my real name, you idiot. However, reason told her that completing the game in 38 seconds was absolutely impossible. Wang Chu must have exploited some kind of bug that others didn't know about. But the inexplicable panic in my heart grew wildly like weeds. Just in case. What if there's a real reversal? So, am I even going to live like this anymore? It's just as painful. There's also Principal Li Guochang, who finds himself in an awkward position. He stood beside Zhang Yuan, his back already soaked with sweat. If this is truly a bug, then he can at least salvage the situation. But if it weren't for... Li Guochang dared not think any further. Abuse of power, slander of students, offense against the military. This principal is definitely going to be in trouble. You might even incur the Sword Saint's wrath by making a big fuss about it. Spicy. It's all fucking spicy. I don't know if it was because they were prepared in advance, or because the video was special and easy to find. In less than 2 minutes, the video was sent to Zhang Yuan's phone. They're here. Zhang Yuan uttered 2 words calmly. Sizzle. The huge screen behind me flickered twice, and the image gradually became clear. Thousands of eyes across the school were glued to the screen. I even unconsciously held my breath. In the picture, Wang Chu appeared at the entrance of the Earth Dragon nest. He didn't start speed running the dungeon as everyone expected. Instead, he put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction from where he had cleared the dungeon. The entire audience of teachers and students was instantly dumbfounded, their heads filled with question marks. What is he doing? Did he go the wrong way? Wait a minute, I remember there's a huge cliff behind us, and the road ends there. Could he be planning to jump off a cliff and commit suicide, thus triggering some hidden bug? I understand, novels always say that jumping off a cliff can lead to a lucky encounter. Soon. On the screen, Wang Chu had already reached the edge of the cliff, and less than 10 seconds had passed. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he did not hesitate at all. He took the leap. He jumped right down. Ah! A chorus of screams erupted from the girls on the playground. Many people covered their eyes in fright, unable to bear watching the bloody and mangled scene that followed. Zhang Xiaoyu and the others also had their pupils shrink. This is insane. This guy is absolutely insane. However, the scene that Wang Chu was expected to fall and be smashed to pieces did not happen. Just 2 seconds before he was about to hit the ground, a visible stream of blue energy surged up, like an invisible hand supporting his body. Then, it slowly landed on the ground. Elegant, truly elegant. Isn't he only at the bone-forging realm? How can he fly? Are you stupid? That's wind element. Many teachers' eyes lit up. Wang Chu's move seemed simple, but it actually put a great test to his control over magic. Even some teachers at the Qi condensation realm might not be able to achieve this level. Before everyone could recover from their shock. But suddenly he realized that at this moment, Wang Chu was in. Huh? Why does it look so familiar? The next second. Wait a minute? Isn't this the lair of the Earth Wyvern? Wow, that's amazing. Hiss. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. No? So the Earth Wyvern's lair was actually located directly below the original entrance? Who would have thought that jumping down would lead to this place? What does it mean if we walk all day with such difficulty? Does it mean I'm hardworking? And seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaoyu burst out laughing instead. Angela asked, puzzled, Captain Xiaoyu, what are you laughing at? Zhang Xiaoyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. So far, it has taken a total of 20 seconds, and now it is 22 seconds. 16 seconds left until 38 seconds are up. So what if we get to the lair's entrance? There's still a 7th level bone forging realm Earth Dragon inside. It would take us, a group of geniuses, several minutes to take down the Earth Dragon. He thinks he can kill the boss in just over 10 seconds by himself? He must be dreaming. The more Zhang Xiaoyu looked, the more reassured she felt. What I fear most is that Wang Chu will come up with some strange and unusual strategy. These travel tips now only confirm that Wang Chu must confront the Earth Dragon head-on. The scene continues. Surprisingly, upon arriving at the entrance of the lair, Wang Chu did not rush inside. Instead, he stood still, looking down at the time on his phone. It's as if they're waiting for something. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The audience was getting impatient. No? Move. It's stuck? The progress bar is about to give way, bro. I waited for a full 5 seconds. Wang Chu Kai finally made a move. He strode into the nest. Roar. Sensing the intruder, the boss Earth Wyvern let out an angry roar. Its massive body slowly rose to its feet, causing the ground to tremble. However, it hadn't even fully stood up yet. Wang Chu put his hands in his pockets, without making any fancy moves. Buzz. 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 Huge, crimson fireballs instantly condensed behind him, numbering in the dozens. The terrifyingly high temperature distorted the surrounding air. Holy crap! Meteor shower? No? How does Wang Chu know this kind of skill? The next second, the enormous fireballs fell like meteorites, slamming into the Earth Dragon. Boom! 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 Ah! The Earth Dragon let out a painful roar. However, compared to the gasps of surprise from others, Zhang Xiaoyu was completely relieved at this moment. Not enough, she said with a cold laugh. Meteor shower consumes a huge amount of magic power, and with Wang Chu's bone forging realm level. There aren't enough to hold many. Wang Chu, your time is running out. Do you like the number 38 seconds in chapter 40? It suits you guys perfectly. Oh no. Zhang Yuan's brows furrowed sharply. Meteor Shower is a powerful skill that consumes a huge amount of magic power. Even a mage at the Qi condensation realm would have to catch their breath after releasing just one. And Wang Chu. He was merely a professional at the bone forging realm. One shot, at most one shot. His magic is about to run out. When the time comes, what difference will there be between a magic less professional and a lamb to the slaughter when facing the enraged Earth Dragon? Zhang Yuan secretly felt a chill run down his spine. Certainly. If we work backward from the result, Wang Chu successfully cleared the dungeon. How to pass the level is currently unknown. Because it was the first time he had ever seen this video. When Ning Zhuqin called him yesterday, he was in an emergency meeting within the Demon Suppression Army, overwhelmed with the issue of the Void Creatures. After discussing the Void Creatures, we were busy assigning a lot of tasks, and I didn't get much sleep that night. This morning, he rushed to the school to lend a hand. How exactly did Wang Chu kill the Earth Wyvern? Just as he was pondering this, the image on the screen made his pupils shrink. Buzz. 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 Before the first wave of fire rain had even fully fallen, dozens of crimson fireballs reappeared in the void behind Wang Chu. Another meteor shower? Holy crap! Again? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but swear. Where does he get so much magic? Moreover, Wang Chu's spellcasting speed was simply outrageous. Is this how the talent, link, works? Is this reasonable? Boom! The second wave of meteor shower roared out, carrying the force of destruction, and slammed into the Earth Dragon. Whoa! The Earth Dragon was being attacked and howled in pain. That's not all. Then, the third wave came. In Wang Chu's hands, the skill meteor shower is like a machine gun. Day. The entire cave was engulfed in flames, as if hell had descended upon it. The playground was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. Is this the bone forging realm? Can your bone forging realm cultivator unleash 3 powerful attacks in a row without even breaking a sweat? This doesn't make sense. One of the other fire-type professionals muttered to himself, feeling like his worldview had collapsed. The meteor shower skill is already difficult to learn, and you just keep playing it non-stop. After the third meteor shower was released, Wang Chu on the screen finally stopped moving. 3 consecutive powerful attacks. Even he had completely run out of magic. This is all thanks to the SS level talent, Blessing of the Archmage. With full elemental control, no spellcasting or chanting is required, and the speed of magic skill training is increased by 300%. Increases maximum mana by 300%, increases spell attack power by 300%, and reduces spell cost by 50%. Each of these enhancement effects would make other professionals in the same field drool. Seeing that Wang Chu had stopped moving, Zhang Xiaoyu's face, which had been as black as the bottom of a pot, instantly brightened up again. It's lost its magic. He's lost his magic. She shouted excitedly, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. In the end, he still had to rely on a bug to beat the game. She could almost see Wang Chu being bitten to pieces by the Earth Dragon. However, the next second, the smile on her face froze instantly. On the screen, Wang Chu calmly took a small bottle out of his pocket. Looking at that familiar bottle, Zhang Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. Instant recovery potion. During the days Wang Chu was away from the team, they hadn't had their instant recovery potions, which they usually drank like water, for several days. As former users, they knew best the effects of the instant return potion in Wang Chu's hands. Instantly restores full mana. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu felt utterly hopeless. Despair overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. How could she forget that? If there were an instant recovery potion. Spicy. It's all fucking spicy. Wang Chu really cleared the dungeon in just 38 seconds. Glug. Wang Chu tilted his head back and down the whole thing in one gulp. The next moment, his depleted magical power surged instantly. Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted instantly. My mana is fully restored? The bottle of medicine in Wang Chu's hand had packaging that was different from the common types on the market. especially high-level potions, which only a few factions can provide. Even the instant recovery potions specially supplied to the demon suppression army are not much more effective than those available on the market. But Wang Chu actually restored his magic power to full with just one bottle of potion? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. Just how many secrets does this kid still have? If this drug could be deployed to the military, how much would annual casualties decrease? Wang Chu, now with full mana, activated his skill again. Buzz. The familiar fireball. The familiar meteor shower. 3 shots in a row again. Da-day-day-day. With a series of booming sounds. There was no suspense whatsoever. The boss of the Earth Dragon's Nest dungeon, the Earth Dragon, was so fiercely attacked that it didn't even have time to let out a final scream. It was completely blasted into dust. Bang! The massive body collapsed with a crash, kicking up clouds of dust. The battle is over. The entire process was fluid and seamless, showcasing the ultimate in violent aesthetics. In everyone's eyes, that was a nightmare-level boss so powerful that it required several S-class professionals to attack it, and even special strategies to defeat it. Just like that, Wang Chu alone. In the simplest and most direct way. He was smashed to death. It's like fighting a small monster on the roadside. But they just can't learn it. Who among the bone-forging realm professionals can unleash 6 consecutive, meteor shower, attacks? And the moment the Earth Dragon died, it also froze at 38 seconds. The dust has settled. Everyone who watched the video already understood. Holy crap! Wang Chuzhen speedrun the Earth Wyvern's Nest in just 38 seconds? Captain Xiaoyu's face must be swollen from all the slaps now, right? If I were Zhang Xiaoyu, I would have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with my toes. It's not that small. Everyone knew that Wang Chu's strength was far more than that. He was completely at ease throughout the entire journey, and even waited several seconds to finish the level in 38 seconds. If you really sprint at full speed, you can get at least 10 seconds faster. On the screen, Wang Chu did not rush to leave after killing the Earth Dragon. Instead, she slowly turned around and faced the camera. It seems he knew all along that this scene would be seen by everyone. Then, a playful and teasing smile curled at the corner of his lips. That smile, seen through the big screen, deeply stung everyone present who had once mocked him. I know you will see this video. Everyone looked toward the location of Xiaoyu's team. The 4 girls from Xiaoyu's team blushed under their gaze. Zhu Badan silently took 2 steps back and hid behind the group. My Zhu family really can't afford to lose face like this. Their embarrassment has nothing to do with me. Then, Wang Chu's calm voice clearly echoed throughout the entire playground. You mean speedrunning dungeons? Now, do you know what real speedrunning is now? Exactly 38 seconds. This number. Do you like it? It suits you perfectly. Chapter 41 Zhang Xiaoyu, what's the rush? Are you leaving already? Mad. That's insane. Everyone gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. Zhang Yuan looked at the boy on the big screen who was smiling with amusement, and then at Zhang Xiaoyu and the others below the stage who looked ashen-faced. I couldn't help but grin. Ha, this kid. She's really vengeful. It's not enough to just rub someone's face on the ground, you also have to spit on it. Finally, I'll ask, did you enjoy it? That's ruthless. That's absolutely brutal. This is totally my cup of tea. A man should avenge his wrongs, otherwise, what kind of cultivation is he? The video ended, and the big screen slowly went black. Zhang Yuan's smile faded, and he turned to look at Li Guocheng beside him. Principal Li. Now the truth is out. As it turns out, Wang Chu didn't exploit any bugs, he actually pulled off a miraculous 38-second performance. This is not only the fastest record in Huaihai City, but it's also unique in the entire Great Xia Prefecture. Our Demon Suppression Army attaches great importance to this video recording and plans to use it as a classic teaching case to promote its study throughout the entire prefecture. At this point, Zhang Yuan paused, his tone becoming slightly more forceful. And your school, without even distinguishing right from wrong, labeled such a genius as cheating and even issued a school-wide reprimand? Is this the educational philosophy of Huaihai No. 1 High School? Is this the kind of responsibility you expect from a school principal? Every word was a gem, every sentence a slap in the face to Li Guocheng. Li Guocheng was scolded until his face turned red, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He certainly understood what Zhang Yuan meant. It's over. It's completely over. Li Guocheng closed his eyes in despair. He knew that his time as principal was probably coming to an end. But now, he has no choice. A sincere apology was the last vestige of dignity he could muster. Li Guocheng walked shakily to the microphone. At that moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Dear teachers and students. His voice was dry and hoarse, with an undisguised tremor. The reprimand given to Wang Chu yesterday was a huge mistake. The school made this decision hastily without verifying the facts. On behalf of the school, I hereby rescind all disciplinary actions taken against Wang Chu. And we extend our sincerest apologies to Wang Chu. After saying this, Li Guocheng turned around and bowed deeply to Wang Chu. He bent over at a 90-degree angle and dared not straighten up for a long time. The audience. An uproar ensued. Goodness. Li Guocheng is, after all, a powerful expert in the Void Realm and the principal of Huaihai No. 1 Middle School. He actually apologized to a student in public? This is absolutely unprecedented in the history of Huaihai No. 1 High School. However, he bowed and apologized to the principal. Wang Chu didn't even lift his eyelids. It was as if the person bowing was merely a speck of dust in the air. So what if it's the Void Realm? So what if he's the principal? If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. If apologies were effective, what would be the point of my fists? He ignored Li Guocheng, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, instantly locking onto a corner of the audience. His voice was indifferent, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Zheng Xiaoyu, classmate. What's the rush? Are you leaving already? Isn't today's self-criticism meeting what you've been looking forward to the most? Whoosh. Thousands of eyes instantly followed Wang Chu's gaze. Only the edge of the crowd could be seen. Zheng Xiaoyu and her team were stealthily preparing to slip away. At this moment, Wang Chu's shout interrupted them, and they froze on the spot. Zheng Xiaoyu felt a burning pain on her face, as if she had been slapped hundreds of times in public. Wang Chu. That's enough. She turned around abruptly, her face flushed, and roared in anger and embarrassment. I was just reasonably questioning your absurd 38-second time, was I wrong? Upon hearing this, Wang Chu smiled. That's questioning? That's pure fabrication and slander, okay? You're used to being a fairy princess while practicing boxing, so you think the whole world has to revolve around you? Zhang Xiaoyu shouted, how can that be the same? These words were spoken. The surrounding students also began to point and whisper. Exactly. This is such a double standard. Zheng Xiaoyu should apologize. You were arguing so fiercely yesterday, and now that you've lost, you want to run away? Hey, you're making it sound like you didn't leave a comment yesterday to criticize me? I was just influenced by Zhang Xiaoyu. Listening to the discussions around me. Zhang Xiaoyu was so angry that she was trembling all over. Zhang Xiaoyu, the daughter of a dignified sword saint, when has she ever suffered such humiliation? She's a true darling of heaven. Make her apologize to a piece of trash? Apologize? Dream on. Let's go. She gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Wang Chu. Then, leading Xiaoyu's team, they rushed out of the playground without looking back. His back view was disheveled and looked like a dog. Wang Chu watched their departing figures with a calm expression. He certainly didn't expect the shameless group to apologize. Today is just the beginning. The farce is over. The students left reluctantly, still wanting more. Zhang Yuan called Wang Chu and Ning Zhuqing aside. Wang Chu. Zhang Yuan asked. What are your plans regarding Principal Li Guocheng? This matter could be a big deal or a small deal. If you are willing to issue a letter of understanding, he might still be able to keep his job. After all, he is a Void Realm cultivator, and it is not easy to cultivate one. Of course, if you don't want to, then we'll follow the rules. Although Zhang Yuan was asking a question, his tone clearly carried a hint of probing. He wanted to see what kind of character this boy truly possessed. Is it about being unforgiving when you're in the right, or about knowing how to weigh the pros and cons? Wang Chu remained calm upon hearing this. Commander Zhang. I'm just a student, I don't know anything about handling things. All I know is that a country has its laws, and a school has its rules. If you do something wrong, you should bear the consequences. Let's handle it however we see fit. His tone was calm, without any emotional fluctuation. Understanding? It does not exist. Since you tried to crush me to please others, you should be prepared to be crushed in return. After listening, a hint of appreciation flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Okay, I understand. Zhang Yuan nodded. Then. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. Oh, right. That mana potion you used in the video just now. It must be that instant recovery potion that Qianjia Trading Company recently launched, right? Wang Chu nodded, yes. Really? Zhang Yuan squinted, seemingly lost in thought. You're lucky, you actually managed to snag one. The Qin family trading company suddenly launched such an incredibly effective potion, and the demon suppression army naturally received the news as well. I just don't know how much production this stuff has. If the production is sufficient, it could be directly supplied to the demon suppression army. In this way, the demon suppressing army can further reduce casualties. Upon hearing this, Wang Chu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The pressure Qian Yingying is facing now is definitely not as easy as she says. Now, there's an opportunity to board the demon suppressing army ship. Isn't that perfect? Chapter 42. Now you can make it clear what you want to do. The center of Huaihai Road. The most bustling commercial street. Bang! With a crisp sound, shards of the vase scattered everywhere. The lobby of Qian Family Trading Company was in a mess. What a lousy money-grubbing business. My brother took your medicine and foamed at the mouth. He's still in the hospital, his life hanging in the balance. You need an explanation today. Otherwise, I'll tear down this lousy shop. Several powerful cultivators at the Qi condensation realm were causing a ruckus in the hall. They shouted and smashed worthless decorations at will. The surrounding customers had long since been frightened and kept their distance, peeking out and pointing. The railing on the second floor. Qian Yingying, dressed in a red dress, stood with her arms crossed, looking down at the scene. There was no trace of panic on her face. Instead, she exuded a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. It's like watching a few clowns putting on a clumsy farce. Mississippi. The gray-robed old man standing behind her asked in a low voice, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. These people are clearly acting under orders to cause trouble. Should I throw them out? Qian Yingying shook her head slightly and parted her red lips. No need. When doing business, the key is to make money through harmony. Taking action now will only give others ammunition to criticize us, and play right into the hands of certain people. She paused, then said calmly. Let them smash it. Anyway, they're just worthless decorations. But remember their appearance and scent. Once they get out of this door, throw them into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. The old man bowed his head, understood. As the person in charge of the Qian family business in Huaihai City, what storms hasn't Qian Yingying seen? How could we be intimidated by a few thugs? Not long after. The troublemakers then left, cursing and swearing. The other employees in the store skillfully began cleaning. In the past few days, many money shops in Huaihai City have experienced similar incidents. TSK. The Qian Family Trading Company is really bustling with activity. Just then, an elderly man dressed in a tang suit and holding a cane slowly walked into the hall. Upon seeing the person who arrived, Qian Yingying's pupils contracted slightly. Zhu Haishan. The second elder of the Zhu family business firm, a powerful figure. Miss Qian. Zhu Haishan looked at the mess on the ground and shook his head hypocritically. It seems the Qian family's business hasn't been doing so well lately. Qian Yingying walked down the stairs with a calm expression. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Zhu. They're just a few flies, you can swat them with a flick of your wrist. Zhu Haishan wasn't angry, he simply tapped the ground lightly with his cane. Miss Qian, let's not beat around the bush. I'm here again for that matter. What's your decision? His eyes revealed a mixture of greed and threat. Hand over the goods and cooperate with the Zhu family. Otherwise. He gave a cold laugh. Miss Qian, although you have some skills, you are ultimately just a woman. What's the point of building a huge business? You'll get married sooner or later. Being a good wife and mother is your destiny. It would be bad if things got out of control and the old man of the Qian family got angry. This is practically a blatant threat. They not only threatened Qian Yingying herself, but also brought up the internal conflicts within the Qian family. Qian Yingying's face instantly darkened. She knew that Zhu Haishan was telling the truth. The potions and armor provided by Wang Chu were a cash cow, but also a hot potato. Too many people are eyeing this lucrative opportunity. Externally, several major merchant families, including the Zhu family, were eyeing them covetously. Internally, other members of the Qian family were secretly undermining them. I'm afraid my brother will suffer, and I'm also afraid my brother will drive a Land Rover. She is a competitor of her other siblings, and she will never hesitate to kick someone when they are down. As for the old man of the Qian family, he was getting on in years and did not want to cause too much of a commotion at this time. If we can't withstand the pressure this time. She estimated that she wouldn't even have the chance to return to the capital and become a manager. But, do you want her to give in? No way. Even if it means death, she doesn't want to disappoint that man. And, as the person in charge of the Qian family business, she certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait for her doom. She had been secretly maneuvering all along. Her idea was to collaborate with the military or government on these potions and enchanted armor. However, this method requires finding a reliable person. Otherwise, they will only be taken advantage of and wiped clean. Old Zhu. Qian Ying raised her head, her eyes resolute. Our Qian family's affairs are none of your business. You're a man with one foot in the grave. As for cooperation, she gave a cold laugh. You're dreaming. The smile on Zhu Haishan's face vanished instantly. Good. Very good. He snorted heavily, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He turned around abruptly, as if to leave. 1. Zhu Haishan took a step forward and said in a deep voice. 2. 3. Qian Ying, don't blame me for not reminding you. As long as I step out of this door today. Tomorrow, there will be no place for the Qian family trading company in Huaihai City. By then, even if you kneel down and beg me, it won't be of any use. Qian Ying's expression was cold and aloof. Just then. Call out. A sharp whooshing sound suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a powerful shockwave, carrying terrifying pressure, surged into the hall, making the doors rattle loudly. Zhu Haishan hadn't taken more than a few steps when he was forced back by the shockwave. His face changed drastically, and he looked towards the door in horror. Who goes there? The smoke and dust cleared. 3 figures appeared at the doorway. The next second, a figure emerged from the blinding sunlight, his voice cold and clear. What do you want to do? Now we can explain it clearly. I'd also like to hear if the Zhu family really has the power to make the Qian family have no place in Huaihai City? Zhu Haishan narrowed his eyes, looking at the handsome young man before him. The person I've never met before doesn't seem to be from any prestigious family. I guess it's one of Qian Ying's suitors trying to show off again? Overestimating your abilities, he said in a deep voice. Who are you? Trying to stand up for the Qian family? Don't you even know if you're qualified? The words had barely left his mouth. Another cold laugh came from outside the door. Zhu the second son, you're quite the big shot, aren't you? Tread. Zhang Yuan walked in, carrying a golden star on his shoulder, exuding an imposing aura. Zhu Haishan's pupils instantly contracted to the size of needles. Zhang Yuan? Why would he do something like this? They seemed to have ill intentions. He was somewhat taken aback. Has Qian Ying made contact with the demon suppression army? Besides, Zhang Yuan seems to. He has considerable respect for the young man before him? Who exactly is he? Chapter 43, Who exactly is this person who can create such a terrifyingly effective potion? Zhu Haishan was completely dejected. That arrogant and domineering attitude just now was instantly extinguished as if doused with a bucket of ice water. Zhu Haishan is indeed a prominent figure in Huaihai City, and the Zhu family is a large and influential family with a rich history. But that depends on who you're comparing it to. Compared to the demon-suppressing army? No. Dude, do you even deserve to be compared to them? Needless to say. Standing before him at this moment was Zhang Yuan, the commander of the Huaihai military region and a powerful expert at the divine realm. Zhu Haishan felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat poured down his back. This is a huge problem. Zhu Haishan's thoughts took a sudden turn. When did this woman become a favorite of the demon-suppressing army? With Zhang Yuan, this formidable figure, in charge, let alone daring to touch the Qian family's business empire. Even if someone wants to cause trouble for Qian Ying in Huaihai City, they'd better think twice about the consequences. Unless the main family in the capital personally intervenes and uses their connections there. Wait. Zhu Haishan seemed to realize something, and his pupils instantly contracted. Could it be that Qian Yingying's backer in Huaihai City was originally the Demon Suppression Army? Otherwise, how do you explain the sudden appearance of the medicine and armor? Is Qian Yingying acting as a front woman? The thought of that possibility. Zhu Haishan forced out a smile that looked more like a grimace. Commander Zhang, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Since Commander Zhang is here today, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll definitely bring a generous gift to apologize to Miss Qian another day. After saying that, he turned around and tried to slip away. Just then, Wang Chu's indifferent voice rang out. Roll. Zhu Haishan paused, his face turning pale and then flushed. But after glancing at Zhang Yuan beside him, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Get out, get out. He quickened his pace, wanting only to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps. A cool, clear female voice rang out again. Didn't you hear me? Get out of here. Ningzhu looked at him with icy eyes. Zhu Haishan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously glanced at Ning Zhuqing. I don't know him. Where did this little brat come from? I was just about to say something. An extremely terrifying pressure instantly erupted from Zhang Yuan's body. Thump! Zhu Haishan's legs went weak, and he knelt directly on the ground. The tiles are all cracked. He looked up in alarm, only to meet Zhang Yuan's eyes, which were devoid of any emotion. Zhu Haishan was terrified. How could he dare to utter another word? He lay face down on the ground, using both hands and feet, and rolled out of the Qin family trading company's gate like a ball. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Zhu Haishan's face turned red, and he rolled further and further away. After getting rid of the annoying flies, Wang Chu quickly walked to Qian Yingying's side and asked with concern, Sister Yingying, are you alright? Qian Yingying shook her head, a charming smile appearing on her face. Fine. That old man wouldn't dare do anything to me. She gave Wang Chu a deep look. But you arrived just in time. Wang Chu coughed lightly, then turned to the two and introduced them. Sister Yingying, this is Commander Zhang Yuan, you should know him. Commander Zhang, this is Qian Yingying, the person in charge of Qian Family Trading Company in Huaihai City. Qian Yingying bowed respectfully to Zhang Yuan. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Commander Zhang. Zhang Yuan nodded in response. Immediately afterwards, Qian Yingying's gaze fell on Ning Zhuqing, who was standing behind Wang Chu. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Even as a woman herself, Qian Yingying had to admit that the girl in front of her had an absolutely stunning aura. Aloof and noble. Standing beside Wang Chu, they were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. A strange sour feeling welled up in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it. Who is this? Oh, this is my classmate, Ning Zhuqing. Wang Chu explained. He could certainly tell Qian Yingying about Ning Zhuqing's identity in private, but it was best not to say it in front of her without her permission. Hello, Ning. Qian Yingying shook hands with Ning Zhuqing. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of his lips. So it turns out that the classmate who called to bother them last night was her. Ning Zhuqing nodded politely. But in his heart he was thinking. The way this woman looked at Wang Chu. Something feels off. The group went up to the VIP room. Wang Chu got straight to the point. Commander Zhang, I gave you a general overview of the situation on the way here. I wonder if the Demon Suppression Army has any intention of cooperating with the Qian family? On the way, Wang Chu made it clear to Zhang Yuan that Qian Yingying wanted to find a reliable ally. Of course, Zhang Yuan wouldn't ask how Wang Chu and Qian Yingying met. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, of course. The instant recovery potions and the special enchanted armor that the Qian family produced these past few days have baffled the alchemists and enchanters in the Demon Suppression Army, who are at the Void Realm. They've racked their brains but still can't figure out how they did it. The Demon Suppression Army had long intended to make contact with the Qian family. This kind of thing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to classify it as a special strategic material. An honest person doesn't beat around the bush. The medicines and armor sold by the Qian family can be specially supplied to the Demon Suppression Army. On the contrary, the Demon Suppression Army should increase its cooperation with the Qian family of Huaihai, well, to be specific, with Qian Yingying. This was a move that Wang Chu had planned long ago. While instant recovery potions and enchanted armor made using bugs are great, you also need to be alive to earn that money. To grow and stabilize your business, you need to find a strong backer. The Demon Suppression Army is undoubtedly the best choice. On the one hand, it's good to have a powerful backer. With the Demon Suppression Army's prestigious reputation, who would dare to easily mess with the Qian family? On the other hand, Wang Chu also did not want to see these strategic resources fall into the wrong hands, or even be bought by the enemy and used as bullets to shoot at his own people. Killing two birds with one stone. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He was indeed tempted. If those potions could be mass-produced and distributed to the frontline soldiers, the combat effectiveness of the Demon Suppression Army would definitely be elevated to a new level. The casualty rate can also be greatly reduced. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. Besides those for the bone-forging realm, are there any higher-level potions? Upon hearing this, Qian Yingying smiled confidently. Certainly. She clapped her hands gently. Soon, several waiters came in carrying trays. On the tray were several bottles of medicine of different colors. Each of them emanated a strong magical energy fluctuation. Commander Zhang, please take a look. Qian Yingying pointed to one of the bottles of dark blue potion and said, "This is an instant recovery potion specifically for those in the condensation realm. It can instantly restore the mana of a Qi condensation realm professional to full, without any side effects." This deep purple. Her voice paused slightly. It can instantly restore the mana of a void realm professional. And its market price is far lower than that of potions with the same effect. Hiss. Zhang Yuan gasped and stood up abruptly. Even those in the void realm can instantly return? What the hell does that even mean? You should know that at the void realm level, to fully restore your mana in one go, you need at least a potion of mountain and sea realm quality. Are the potions from the mountain and sea realm so easy to obtain? Even if they had the materials from the mountain and sea realm, no one would consider making instant recovery potions. Good. 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 Zhang Yuan said good 3 times, his calloused hands trembling slightly. Miss Qian, our Demon Suppression Army will take this deal. After saying that, he asked tentatively, I just don't know, who is this person who can create such a terrifyingly effective potion? Chapter 44 Zhang Yuan's Crazy Imagination. S-rank talent, Eye of Insight. Upon hearing this, Qian Yingying showed an apologetic expression. Commander Zhang, please forgive me, that gentleman does not wish to be disturbed. He was indifferent to fame and fortune, only wanting to focus on his research and not wanting to be tainted by worldly troubles. The main problem is, that person is elusive, and I don't have his contact information. Zhang Yuan sighed softly, his expression showing some regret. The fact that that person was able to develop such a potion and enchanting technique means that, while I wouldn't say that their skill surpasses all the known alchemists and enchanters in the Great Xia Prefecture, they are probably already at the pinnacle. Experts of this caliber all have their own tempers. It is truly a great regret in my life that I was unable to see your face. One name after another flashed through his mind. Those alchemists and enchanters were undoubtedly experts at the divine realm or the mountain and sea realm. Unfortunately, none of them seemed to match. From which rock did this freak just spring into existence? He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Qian Yingying. However, it's all right. These medicines and armor themselves represent the will of that lord. If I'm not mistaken, is seeking cooperation with the demon-suppressing army also that lord's intention? Qian Yingying almost burst out laughing when she saw Zhang Yuan, who was wildly imagining things. If he knew that the master he was referring to was Wang Chu sitting next to him, I wonder what his expression would be. However, he couldn't possibly have guessed it. In their eyes, Wang Chu was nothing more than a gifted professional. Commander Zhang, you guessed correctly. That sir said that this era is fraught with danger. The most dangerous and most admirable are the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army who fought bloody battles on the void battlefield and the battlefield of myriad races. If these potions and enchantments can help them, even if it only reduces casualties a little, it will be a contribution. Zhang Yuan was filled with awe. A noble cause. This senior truly possesses a broad mind and great courage. Soon, the two sides quickly finalized the details of the cooperation. The Demon Suppression Army will prioritize purchasing instant recovery potions and enchanted armor from the Qian family trading company. The first batch of supplies will be piloted in the Huaihai military region. If the results are satisfactory, it will be promoted throughout the entire Daxia prefecture. This is an enormous order. This is enough to make Chen Yingying's Huaihai City Qian family trading company soar to new heights in the entire business world of Great Xia. Her subsequent rise in status within the Qian family was merely a matter of course. Looking at the contract in her hand, Chen Yingying was delighted, but a hint of worry also appeared between her brows. Commander Zhang. If this is promoted throughout the entire Great Xia Prefecture, the impact will be enormous. By then, it won't just be a few companies in Huaihai City eyeing this lucrative opportunity. The forces in the capital. She didn't say the rest, but the meaning was clear. Possessing a treasure is a crime. The Huaihai military region alone may not be able to keep those truly behemoths in check. Not to mention, people from other military regions of the Demon Suppression Army might also have other ideas. Just then, Ning Zhuqing, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. His voice was clear and cold, yet it exuded an undeniable confidence. Don't worry. I'll help when the time comes. Chen Yingying was stunned for a moment. Help? She looked at Ning Zhuqing with a puzzled expression. Miss Ning, you. Wang Chu smiled. Sister Yingying, you're calling her Miss Ning now. Could it be that you haven't guessed her identity yet? Rather? Chen Yingying's pupils suddenly contracted. Ning Zhuqing. Ning family? The head of the Great Xia Prefecture. Hiss. She stood up abruptly, bowed respectfully, and felt a surge of turmoil within her. My eyesight is poor, I didn't recognize you. I have offended you greatly, please forgive me. No wonder. No wonder Zhang Yuan was so polite to her. No wonder she dared to say she could help. The daughter of the Lord of the Great Xia Prefecture can do whatever she wants, even in the capital. There are quite a few people with the surname Ning, but who would have thought that the daughter of the prefect would be studying in Huaihai City instead of staying in the capital? Ning Zhuqing reached out and helped Chen Yingying up. Sister Yingying, there's no need for that. Just call me Zhuqing. Then, as if she had suddenly remembered something, she asked casually. By the way, Sister Yingying, I wonder how you and Wang Chu met. Judging from how you two were just now, you seemed to be quite familiar with each other? Chen Yingying lowered her eyes and chuckled to herself. Having navigated the business world for so many years, how could Ning Zhuqing possibly hide such a little scheme from her? It turns out that all that build-up just now, all about helping someone and being a friend, was just a prelude. So that's why you asked this? She sighed inwardly. This little rascal is really charming. Even the daughter of the Great Xia Prefecture Lord has fallen for him? But it really is huge. Chen Yingying raised her face and smiled. Oh, I see. Wang Chu's younger brother often comes to our Qian family trading company to purchase supplies for the team. After a while, we became familiar with each other. I treat him like my own younger brother. I see. Ning Zhuqing nodded, the wariness in her eyes lessening slightly. Procurement of supplies? That makes sense. After all, it's impossible for Zhang Xiaoyu and the other women to personally go out to buy things. Everything has settled down. Chen Yingying and Zhang Yuan signed the contract. Wang Chu stood aside, watching this scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. The Qian family, under Chen Yingying's control, is now completely tied to the Demon Suppression Army's war machine. Having mastered this method, I now have ample channels to make money. I've taken the money. The goddess is linked too. I've also increased the favorability rating. I won a triple win. Just then. Bite. Goddess, Chen Yingying's favorability plus 11%. Chen Yingying has reached 90% of her infatuation level and is currently acquiring talent. You have acquired the S-rank talent, Insightful Eye. Buzz. A surge of energy instantly entered Wang Chu's eyes. The world became crystal clear at that moment. Insightful Eye's S-rank talent. Effect, greatly enhances perception and soul strength, weakening most mental attacks and illusions. Activating the Eye of Insight allows one to perceive the weaknesses of all things, see through illusions, and even directly confront the target's soul essence, creating a mental deterrent. Note, no? You know perfectly well whether it's open or not. It's actually a soul-type talent? Wang Chu's heart skipped a beat. This was a good thing. It's a pity that the strongest member of the Qian family bloodline is only an S-rank talent professional. They probably put all their skill points into making money. But that's more than enough. The rarity and practicality of soul-type talents are definitely not low. And 90%. We're just one step away from 100% favorability. As long as it reaches 100%. This talent can be upgraded again, evolving into SS level. What will the effect be then? To be honest, Wang Chu was starting to look forward to it. Chapter 45 Individual Competition? I'll show Wang Chu what true despair is. Huaihai City, Xiaoyu Team Base. Bang! Bang! Smash! A series of ear-piercing smashing sounds echoed in the hall. It's like an enraged wild dog, raging in a state of impotent fury. Eileen, Angela, Li Xueqing, and Zhu Badan watched all this silently from a corner. Zhang Xiaoyu definitely needs to vent. She's really lost face today. He filed a formal complaint, which was ridiculed across the internet, but he was slapped in the face in front of thousands of people in the entire school. Not only were they humiliated, but they were also caught sneaking away. If it were them, they would probably have crawled into a hole and never dared to face anyone again. Only Zhang Xiaoyu has such a thick skin that she can still smash things here to vent her anger. Alright, Xiaoyu. After a long while, Eileen finally spoke up to offer her advice. Smashing things here won't do any good. We paid for all of these. If they get damaged, we'll have to buy new ones. Instead of venting here, you should think about how to get back at them. Zhang Xiaoyu abruptly stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Eileen. How do I find it? The whole school is laughing at me now. Even Principal Li Guochang has been dismissed. Eileen smiled faintly and leaned closer, saying, "Have you forgotten about the citywide mock exam in a few days? I heard that Wang Chu has signed up for the individual competition. At that time, as long as you line up together." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. There are also individual competitions. If it's an individual competition, she will definitely repay the humiliation she suffered today 100-fold or 1,000-fold. But Zhu Badan frowned, looking somewhat worried. Wang Chu could even kill a giant earth dragon in 10 seconds. His strength is probably not as weak as we imagined. Just in case. There's no what if. Li Xueqing interrupted him coldly. Her eyes shone with a wise light, as if she saw through everything. Badan, are you scared out of your wits? What Wang Chu displayed today were all ranged mage-type skills. This means he has a fatal weakness. Weak in close combat. What are monks most afraid of? I'm most afraid of being entangled in close combat. And our Captain Xiaoyu, in terms of speed and explosiveness, who among the professionals of the same age in the entire Huaihai city can rival her? Wang Chu didn't even have a chance to unleash his skill. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu's gloom vanished, replaced by confidence and arrogance. Really? No matter how strong Wang Chu is today, he'll be a cripple if he gets up close. As long as I can face Wang Chu. She clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking. I will show Wang Chu what true despair is. What does it mean to be dominated by the little sword saint? I'll go check out the schedule now. It would be best if we could work out a way to put me in the same group as Wang Chu. I'll make him kneel down and beg for mercy. The next few days. The video of that 38-second speedrun of the Earth Dragon's nest spread like wildfire across the Great Xiao Prefecture's internet. Countless people are asking who this young man named Wang Chu really is. But strangely enough, despite being at the center of the storm, Wang Chu's life was surprisingly peaceful. There was no harassment. It was as if an invisible hand was secretly shielding him from all the troubles. Room 902. The fierce battle has just ended. Chen Lina, her hair disheveled, her face flushed, and slightly out of breath, leaned against Wang Chu's chest. Little Chu. She hesitated for a moment, but still carefully asked the question that had been on her mind for the past few days. Have you completely broken up with Xueqing? Wang Chu casually played with her hair and nodded. Yes. What? You want to plead for her? Chen Lina quickly shook her head, afraid that Wang Chu would misunderstand. Of course not. I have seen everything Xueqing has done over the past few years. She has become so selfish and arrogant, which is also a result of my poor parenting. I spoiled her too much, which is why she has become like this. Of course I wouldn't expect you to forgive her. Upon hearing this, Wang Chu's lips curled into a playful smile. In that case, then let me ask you a question. If Li Xueqing and I both fell into the river, who would you save? Chen Lina was stunned. This is a death trap question. It's like reversing the heavenly stems and earthly branches. She did not hesitate, her voice was soft, but exceptionally firm. I'll save you. Wang Chu was very satisfied. It seems that the UFO activity during this period has been quite effective. Just as he was about to give the reward, Chen Lina suddenly added weakly that Shui Qing has ice-type talent. If she falls into the river, the water will freeze instantly, and she is not afraid of water. Wang Chu. Goodness. The logic is closed, which is correct. It seems that although Chen Lina was successfully seduced, there was also the involvement of Goddess Link. But she is, after all, a mother, and maternal love is great. It will take some time to completely change her mindset. But that's what makes it interesting. Seeing that Wang Chu didn't speak, Chen Lina thought he was angry and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Xiao Chu, the mock exam is coming up soon. Have you registered an account with Eternal Calamity? Eternal Annihilation? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. I almost forgot. This is a global online virtual holographic game. I wonder which genius created it. It boasts a 99% level of realism. A player's real-world skill level is perfectly reflected in the game. The last city-wide mock exam before the Disya martial arts examination, whether it's an individual competition or a team competition. Everything happened in this game. To avoid casualties. Not yet. Wang Chu shook his head. I almost forgot, I haven't bought a virtual reality headset yet. Chen Lina sat up straight and said with a serious expression. Then you can use mine first. Although Eternal Calamity is touted as having a 99% realism, it still takes some time to get used to it at first. Okay. Wang Chu nodded. He then followed Chen Lina to the study and put on the virtual reality headset. The game notification sounded as soon as I logged in. Please enter your ID number. The account of Yangjie Wudao will be permanently linked to you. Please enter your ID. A second. Registration successful. 1 second, welcome to Eternal Calamity. This is a world full of eternal cycle and redemption. Young man, constantly destroy and be reborn, struggle in this eternal calamity, and seek a way to break free from fate. I burned it to 38.8 and finally finished coding this. Chapter 46 Eternal Calamity Absurd Matchmaking Mechanism. Verifying your realm. Verification complete. Current realm, Bone Forging Realm, Level 5. Please set the pane synchronization rate 30% is recommended for beginners as the minimum. Looking at the semi-transparent light screen in front of him, Wang Chu did not hesitate to pull the slider to the top. 80% highest. Since the purpose is to simulate real combat, the more realistic the better. Generally speaking, all professionals start out this way. However, after getting beaten a few more times, it behaved itself and was adjusted back to 30%. After the settings are complete, the scene will change. Wang Chu appeared in a very lively hall. There are all sorts of people there, from playing musical instruments and singing to doing abstract music, and even practicing for the driving test. Shaking his head, Wang Chu clicked to enter the practice room. He moved his hands and feet and tried to mobilize the magic power within his body. Tisk, no wonder it's a cutting-edge technology that claims to have 99% realism. This feeling is almost no different from the real world. Although the previous holographic game Global Martial Arts Exam also had a setting about Eternal Calamity. But they mostly exist as background elements or transition animations. After all, who would want to create another holographic game within a holographic game? That's like taking off your pants to fart pointless. After a brief adjustment period, Wang Chu opened the game menu. The gameplay of Eternal Calamity is very diverse. There is a Void Battlefield mode, where 60 players are randomly matched into a simulated void battlefield to fight against void creatures. It is a PvE gameplay mode. There's also PUBG Mobile, a Battle Royale PvP mode where 100 players fight each other. It's available in solo and squad modes, and people who like to play with female teammates often play this one. There's also the most hardcore ranked ladder room mode, which best showcases individual skill. Here, ladder points are everything. The higher your score and rank, the stronger your overall ability. Although there is ultimately a gap between virtual and reality, it remains an important benchmark for measuring a professional's practical skills. Let's play a few ranked matches first to test the waters. Wang Chu immediately clicked on the Knife Room Matchmaking. Current rank, Bronze I. Knife Room points, 1000. Record, 0 wins, 0 losses. Matching you with an equally matched opponent. It sorts almost instantly. Match successful, evenly matched. Entering battle. Swish. A blur before my eyes. When his vision cleared again, Wang Chu found himself standing in a dilapidated old town square. All around were mottled walls and abandoned vehicles, and the setting sun, like blood, dyed the entire scene a dark red. It has a very post-apocalyptic wasteland feel. On the other side of the square, about 50 meters away, a man holding a long spear stood there. Due to the game's default settings, both players wear masks that obscure their faces, making it impossible to see their features. Wang Chu casually opened the other party's profile panel. ID, Flash Relocation of Graves. Realm, 4th level of Bone Forging Realm. Rank, Bronze 2. Points, 1,120. Season stats, Season 56, 3 wins and 1 loss. It's a new account, just like mine. It seems they are students who are preparing to improve their scores by taking the mock exam in the next few days. 4th level of the Bone Forging Realm, that's quite an excellent student. Wang Chu thought to himself. At the same time, the Flash Grave relocation on the opposite side was also observing Wang Chu. Looking at Wang Chu's bare 0 wins, 0 losses record and his blank account with no past season records, his tense nerves relaxed instantly. He's a total newbie. Although his cultivation level is 1 level higher than mine, he has reached the 5th level of bone forging. But the skill level difference isn't that big, and the opponent will most likely be unaccustomed to the rhythm of the sword rune from the start. This one's in the bag. To climb the ranks, he plays rather recklessly. Set the pain level to 30%, and at the start of each game, directly withstand the opponent's attacks and trade your life for theirs. Using this strategy, I've won 3 games in a row, except for the first one when I wasn't used to it. Battle begins. As the system notification tone faded, without the slightest hesitation, Flash Relocation Grave shouted and charged forward with his gun. However, just as he took his second step, suddenly, I felt my vision was filled with a bright red light. Immediately afterwards, a wave of scorching heat rushed towards us. Holy crap! A huge fireball was rapidly enlarging in his pupils at an incredible speed. This casting speed, it's freaking ridiculously fast. The thought had just flashed through my mind. Boom! The Flash Grave relocation didn't even produce a scream before disappearing in a flash of white light. Only one thought remained: is this what a second is? Wang Chu stood still, slowly withdrawing his right hand, his face calm and composed. Victory! Time taken, 2 seconds. Settlement complete. Current points, 1060 plus 60. Returning to the settlement screen, Wang Chu pondered for a moment. Sure enough, no matter how many talents I have, they have all been brought into this eternal calamity. Just now, the instant cast effect and damage bonus from God of Magic's Blessing were simply too obvious. The full attribute boost from Goddess Link is also a real thing. Continue. Then, Wang Chu didn't stop and clicked match again. Victory! With the fall of the 9th opponent, Wang Chu's points soared to 1490. Just 10 more points and I'll be promoted to silver rank. In just 15 minutes, Wang Chu has won 8 consecutive games. This still includes the matching time. Every single one was a crushing defeat. Every single one was a 1v1 kill. Moreover, he used a wide variety of methods. I tried everything, from the initial spells to the later spears, clubs, longswords, fist blades, horse-slaying sabers, and so on. Do you even know the value of being proficient in all weapons? One more round, and we'll call it a day at silver. Then, Wang Chu clicked match again. Current rank, Bronze V. Knife room points, 1490. Record, 9 wins, 0 losses. Matching you with an equally matched opponent. This time, the matching process took a little longer. Since 1500 points is the silver rank, Wang Chu called this match a promotion match. What's most disgusting about the game never goes on is, if you get a winning streak in a 3-player match, then your teammates will be terrible. If you get a winning streak in solo queue, you'll be facing opponents with much higher skill levels than you. 2 full minutes passed. Bite. Match successful, quite a challenge. Entering battle. Wang Chu was stunned for a moment. This is the first time I've been matched with an opponent described as quite challenging. That's interesting. Finally, someone who can fight has arrived? Wang Chu's lips curled up slightly. Swish. Scene loading complete. This time, it was in a bamboo forest. The wind rustled through the bamboo leaves. Wang Chu looked across at the other side. 50 meters away, a figure dressed in a flashy combat outfit, holding a long sword, and wearing a straw hat stood quietly. Not a buddy? And what about the skin? Is this how you show off? I opened the document and took a look. ID, F00. Realm, 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm, already balanced to the 5th level of the bone forging realm. Rank, Silver V. Points, 1932. Season record Gold V medal. Season S55, 168 wins and 56 losses. Season 56, 31 wins and 4 losses. Good heavens! Wang Chu chuckled. The gap was nearly 400 points. Was this what they called a challenging opponent? The Eternal Calamity matchmaking system is truly something else. Chapter 47. Holy crap, I saw the shadow step. Fu Dandan, dinner's ready. A private message from a teammate came through Eternal Calamity. Fu Dandan replied casually. Okay, I'll go after this game. After replying, he pursed his lips and said, Eating? What's more important than ranking up? If not now, when? These 2 days are the golden time for fried fish. Just this afternoon. He has already racked up points from several newly registered newbies in Eternal Calamity. Although when the difference in realm is too great, it can be suppressed to the same realm. But combat awareness and skill cannot be compensated for by level of skill. I was so bad last season that I was only ranked Gold V and my older sister teased me about it all summer. This time, we have to make a final push to get platinum and regain our family's honor as the younger brother. Fu Dandan muttered to herself. He is no nobody. A first-year student and regular member of the Imperial Capital University's varsity team. The strength of the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm. She is definitely one of the best among her peers. But I'm a little hungry, let's play one more round, and if I win, I'll eat. Tap lightly with your finger. Match successful, everything went smoothly. Looking at the guy opposite with the ID Kumiao, Fu Dandan chuckled. Wow, 9 wins and 0 losses? You've got something. I was just unlucky. Scene loading complete. Bamboo Grove, the sound of wind, a somber atmosphere. Fu Dandan typed directly in the public channel, Hey classmate, have you been preparing for the mock exams these past few days? Don't be nervous, your brother won't bully you. As he spoke, he twirled his sword. I don't usually use a long sword, so consider this as giving you one hand. He specializes in daggers, but that doesn't prevent him from learning other weapons, though he's not as proficient in them. However, the guy across from him, nicknamed Kumiao, just glanced at him indifferently. He didn't speak. A pair of fist blades now appeared in his previously empty hands. Fist blade? Fu Dandan was taken aback for a moment, then the smile on her face became somewhat amused. They really don't know what's good for them. They were already at a disadvantage in the landing phase, why would they choose a close-range weapon like a fist blade to counter a long sword? You'll probably get riddled with holes before you even touch the hem of my clothes. The countdown has ended. Battle begins. Bang! Fu Dandan moved. The soil beneath his feet churned and flew, and magic surged wildly through his meridians. The S-rank wind-type talent was activated instantly. His entire body seemed to transform into a streak of azure light, moving at an astonishing speed. Your movement is good, and your magic flow is also very smooth. He's a professionally trained actor. Wang Chu stood still, not even lifting his eyelids. Unfortunately, they're still too inexperienced. 50 meters, covered in an instant. Lie down. Fu Dandan shouted, her long sword, wrapped in sharp wing blades, aimed straight at Wang Chu's throat. This sword strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Wang Chu made a move. He only turned slightly to the side. That seemingly surefire sword strike actually missed his nose. What? Fu Dandan's pupils suddenly contracted. Coincide? He reacted extremely quickly, flicking his wrist and sweeping his longsword horizontally. Whoosh! Wang Chu stepped back to the side, dodging again. Another near miss. Damn! He can dodge like that? Fu Dandan panicked, and her subsequent series of attacks were all easily dodged. This made his arrogant attitude even more impatient. I refuse to believe it. Wind and thunder sword chi. Fu Dandan decided not to tease her opponent any longer and directly used her sword skills. A bluish-purple light surged from the long sword, accompanied by the faint sound of wind and thunder. Several sword energies blocked all of Wang Chu's escape routes. This was an area of effect killing move that could not be avoided simply by moving around. However, what he saw. But beneath the mask lay a pair of eyes that were utterly indifferent. The next second, Wang Chu's figure vanished from the spot without warning. Where are they? Fu Dandan drew her sword and looked around, feeling lost and confused. Then, a sudden, sharp pain shot through my left abdomen. Bang! Fu Dandan let out a muffled groan, staggering as she was struck. On the left? He looked over. No, it's empty. Before he could react, he was struck hard in the back again. Bang! The force of that punch was so great that it almost broke his spine. Snort! Fu Dandan winced in pain and let out a muffled groan. Immediately afterwards, his chin took a heavy blow. An irresistible force came and forcibly lifted him into the air. Weightlessness. Fu Dandan tried to adjust her perspective, trying to find an opponent. But, no matter how he changed his perspective, there's no one in sight. Not even a corner of the garment could be seen. Bang! Bang! A continuous stream of impacts came from all parts of my body. Every shot hit the exact spot he was trying to escape from. He was relentlessly blasted through the air by his opponent, being tossed around endlessly. A few breaths later, Fu Dandan's vision went completely black. You are dead. Imperial Capital University, Thunder Teen Training Base. Several students in teen uniforms chatted while eating. Why hasn't Fu Dandan arrived yet? Didn't this kid say he'd come after winning one more game? 30 minutes have passed already. A blonde-haired boy chuckled and joked, you're going to win the last billion, huh? You all know that his sister reached Platinum V last season, which really motivated this kid. They've been going crazy these past 2 days, saying they're aiming for Platinum this season. He's overthinking it. To reach Platinum rank, he'd have to defeat at least one Void Realm professional. It's not that simple. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Alright, who's going to call him? I'll go. A tall team member put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and got up to walk towards the dormitory area. They arrived at Fu Dandan's door. I've been tapping for ages, but there's no response. This kid, can't he hear because he's wearing a helmet, huh? The team member shook his head helplessly and pushed the door open to enter. Hey, Dandan, that's about enough. He froze before he could finish speaking. The room was dark, with only the blue indicator lights in the simulator flashing. Fu Dandan has already taken off the virtual reality headset. But he did not get up. Instead, he slumped into the chair, staring blankly at the dark screen in front of him. His face was pale, and large beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Holy crap? Dandan, what happened to you? The team member was startled and rushed over to push him. My teammate shook me so violently. Fu Dandan's unfocused pupils finally regained some focus. He slowly turned his head and looked at his teammates beside him. His lips trembled several times before he could finally utter a dry, hoarse sound. Old Zhang. Do you know? I just saw the shadow step. And I saw it on a newbie account with only a few matches. Chapter 48 Shadow Step? Do you believe him or do you believe I am Emperor Li? Shadow Step? Zhang Meng burst out laughing after hearing this. He reached out and touched Fu Dandan's forehead, his face showing concern for someone with intellectual disabilities. No fever? Dandan, have you been tortured to the point of being stupid? The teacher specifically mentioned in class that the shadow step is a theoretically limited movement technique. That's a series of high-frequency movements that take advantage of the opponent's blind spots, attack recovery time, and changes in light and shadow. Almost no one can master it, and even if they do, it's extremely difficult to use shadow step consistently. You're telling me now that a newbie beat you up using shadow step? Faced with Zhang Meng's teasing, Fu Dandan suddenly stood up and roared, her face red and her neck thick. I'm not blind. Do you think I don't know whether it's the shadow step or not? You don't believe me? I have video footage. Video footage from all angles. Seeing that Fu Dandan had suddenly lost her guard, old Zhang's smile faded slightly. Are you serious? Nonsense. Okay, let's take a look. Old Jean walked out of the room and called out to the people downstairs. Brothers, stop eating and let's go to the meeting room. 5 minutes later. Thunder Team meeting room. One of the teammates said irritably, "What's the rush? I haven't finished eating yet." Zhang Meng chuckled and said, "Dandan said she just encountered a newbie account that knows how to use Shadow Step." Shadow Concealment Step? Which Shadow Concealment Step are you talking about? His teammates looked doubtful. Zhang Meng shrugged, "Yes." The group exchanged glances and then burst out laughing at the same time. Shadow Step? Fu Dandan, are you stupid? Exactly, do you believe him or do you believe I am Emperor Li? Fu Dandan coldly pressed the play button. Stop arguing, just watch the video. Then, the lights went out, and the huge holographic projection began playing the match that Fu Dandan had just played. The images flow. The two sides stood facing each other. 9 wins and 0 losses? No historical record? He's definitely a newbie. Fist blade against longsword? No way, Dandan, you didn't lose like this, did you? Fu Dandan's face darkened, and she remained silent. Still babbling on? You'll be the ones who get proven wrong soon. A breeze stirs in the bamboo forest. Fu Dandan took the initiative and thrust her long sword straight at him. Then, the smiles on everyone's faces began to freeze, and they started to get serious. The first strike missed. The second strike missed again. They knew Fu Dandan's strength. Although the longsword was not his usual weapon, he was still quite proficient with it. But they didn't even touch the hem of the other person's clothes? Dandan is serious. He's even unleashing wind and thunder sword energy. How did that person get to that spot? Because the video was played from a third-person perspective, everyone could clearly see the newbie from an extremely tricky angle. Suddenly appeared to the lower left of Fu Dandan. One punch. Immediately afterwards, the nightmare began. Back, chin. Throw it away. Then it's just endless tossing of the wok. Until Fu Dandan turned into white light and disappeared. In the conference room, a deathly silence. The teammates who were just chatting and laughing were now gaping, their eyes filled with horror. Then, someone reluctantly spoke. It doesn't seem like anything special. It's just that Dandan hasn't been able to regain her balance. Fu Dandan glanced at him, then immediately started playing the first-person perspective video. But this time, through Fu Dandan's first-person perspective, everyone finally understood what the shadow step was. That feeling of helplessness knowing the enemy is right next to you, yet being unable to see them at all. Zhang Meng let out a long breath. After struggling for a long time, I only managed to utter 2 words. Awesome. He couldn't find any other adjectives besides those 2 words. First-person perspective is better than third-person perspective. Even more desperate. Even more terrifying. It's suffocating even through the screen. It really is the shadow step. What the hell is this monster? It looks like this year's Great Xia Martial Arts examination is going to be quite a spectacle. The atmosphere in the meeting room became extremely heavy. A recording from a bronze-level game completely silenced this group of prodigies. At this moment, the team leader suddenly remembered something and looked at Fu Dandan. Dandan, did you show it to your sister? Fu Dandan slapped her thigh. Yes. How could I have forgotten about my older sister? Without the slightest hesitation, Fu Dandan picked up her phone and sent a voice call to the number saved as older sister. It rang twice, then the call was connected. An impatient voice came from the other end. What? Spit it out, I'm busy. Fu Dandan shrank back and asked cautiously, Sister, what are you doing? What else can we do? Fu Qinghan said irritably. Let's study that 38-second video that the Demon Suppression Army released a few days ago. Fu Dandan said, Oh, is that the video of the 38-second speedrun of the Earth Dragon's Nest? What's so interesting about analyzing that video? Isn't it just that he discovered a hidden path, then used a high-level instant recovery potion to force the boss to death? Idiot. On the other end of the phone, Fu Qinghan cursed. There are many details inside. That meteor shower, every single fireball hit the same spot with pinpoint accuracy. Exactly the same. And, never mind, it's pointless to tell you. I'm hanging up now, don't bother me. Fu Dandan was stunned by the scolding. Seeing his older sister about to hang up, he suddenly snapped out of his daze and hurriedly shouted. No! Don't hang up! Sis! I have something important to do. Explain. I just encountered someone in eternal calamity. He knows the shadow step. On the other end of the phone, the finger that was about to hang up stopped. After a long silence, Fu Qinghan's voice came through, tinged with doubt. Shadow step? Fu Dandan, if you dare to make fun of me with this kind of thing, I'll break your legs when we get back. Fu Dandan got anxious. Real. I have the video recordings. Send it to me. The call ended. Fu Dandan didn't dare to delay and quickly sent the video over. 1 minute later. Buzz. Fu Dandan's phone vibrated incessantly. Fu Qinghan fought back. Fu Dandan had just answered the call and hadn't even had a chance to speak yet. Then Fu Qinghan's urgent voice came from the other end. Fu Dandan. Did you add that person as a friend? Quickly ask him which school he's a freshman at. Ask now. Immediately. Right now. Upon hearing this, Fu Dandan said with a mournful face. I forgot to add him as a friend. Forgot? You can forget this? What use are you? If you don't add him back, I'll go back and beat the shit out of you. Chapter 49, the mock exam begins. The next few days. Fu Dandan is like a teenager who is obsessed with the internet. Aside from eating and sleeping, almost the entire person was immersed in eternal calamity and depravity. The moment he opens his eyes, he stares at that grayed out profile picture in his friends list. ID, offline. Log in. Big brother, I'm begging you, please log on. However, that name remained a deathly gray, never to light up again. At the same time, Imperial Capital University, Kendo Academy. Inside a quiet, antique-style room. The air was thick with the scent of sandalwood, and the swordplay was chilling. Fu Qinghan stood respectfully with his hands at his sides on the futon in front of her. A beautiful woman dressed in plain clothes is meditating cross-legged. Mu Si, a visiting professor at Imperial University and a renowned swordsman of the Great Xia Prefecture. A powerful expert in the mountain and sea realm. He was also Fu Qinghan's teacher. A long time. Mu Si slowly opened her eyes. Qinghan, your heart is not at peace. Have you encountered any problems in your spiritual practice? Fu Qinghan took a deep breath and stepped forward. Teacher, this is not a matter of spiritual practice. I recently came across a video of a battle and would like to ask my teacher to take a look. As he spoke, she released the video that Fu Dandan had sent her. Teacher, is it the shadow step? This disciple was wondering, if I encountered such an opponent, would I be completely powerless to resist? Mu Si nodded slightly, her tone calm. It is indeed the shadow step. This person's control over light refraction, blind spots, and movement rhythm has reached a state of perfection. Hearing such high praise from her teacher, Fu Qinghan was overwhelmed with emotion. Even his teacher, a sword saint, has approved. However, the next second, Mu Si changed the subject. However, you don't need to underestimate yourself. Movement is important, but in the face of absolute strength, technique is just an embellishment. Your talent is exceptional. Hold your sword firmly, and it will understand your will. Upon hearing this, Fu Qinghan immediately bowed his head and accepted the instruction. This disciple understands. Mu Si nodded, then seemed to remember something. I have an important matter to attend to and will have to leave the capital for half a month. For the next 2 weeks, you should hone your sword intent at the academy. If you have any questions about your spiritual practice, I will answer them when I return. Yes, teacher. Fu Qinghan bowed respectfully. As for those polite phrases like be careful? No need. The teacher is a powerful being from the mountain and sea realm. When a swordswoman goes out, it's her enemies who should be worried about safety. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. The day of the mock exam has finally arrived. The entrance of Huaihai No. 1 Middle School. Wang Chu yawned. Fortunately, she's in great health otherwise, at Chen Lina's age, she's incredibly vigorous and could practically suck up dirt from the ground. Most people really couldn't handle it. Chen Yingying's favorability rating has exceeded 80%, it's time to connect with the next goddess. Ning Zhuqing's conquest is still quite difficult. If I remember correctly, the important plot point of Sword Saint Mu Si is coming soon. As a swordsman on the must-eat list, it's time to make a link. Sword Saint Moose possesses the SS level talent, Blessing of the Sword God, which is on the same level as his current talent, Blessing of the Mage God. But for Wang Chu, Link Sword Saint Moose, and more importantly, the SSS level talent that advances after reaching 100%. A must-try. As Wang Chu lowered his eyes and thought. 4 figures blocked their way. I looked up and saw Zhang Xiaoyu, Ai Lin, Li Shueqing, Angela. It's the same familiar recipe, the same familiar taste. This was the first time the two sides had met privately since Wang Chu left the team. Zhang Xiaoyu crossed her arms, a haughty sneer on her face. Wang Chu, how dare you come to school? Upon hearing this, Wang Chu smiled and said, You trash who slunk away in front of thousands of people have the nerve to show your face, so why can't I? You. Zhang Xiaoyu was completely taken aback by just one sentence. Eileen stepped forward and snorted coldly. Wang Chu. Is your 38-second speedrun of the Earth Wyvern's Nest impressive? Oh, isn't it impressive to complete the game in 38 seconds? If you can do that, then you do it. You. Eileen blushed and pointed at Wang Chu angrily. Without our Xiaoyu team helping you with dungeons and sharing resources with you over the past 2 years, would you be where you are today? You ungrateful wretch. Not only did you not thank our Xiaoyu team for their training, but you've also been targeting our Xiaoyu team at every turn. Is this how you repay us? These past few days, she's been the subject of pointing fingers and whispers wherever she goes. Unlike before, when they looked at us with envy and admiration, now they are all full of ridicule. This infuriated Eileen, who was very proud. Wang Chu was too lazy to bother with these extraordinary people, so he waved his hand. Good dog, get out of the way. Not only did the dog not move aside, another dog came up beside it. Li Shueqing pointed at Wang Chu's nose and cursed. Wang Chu. Keep pretending. I haven't seen you for the past few days. Have you been secretly training? Are you afraid of running into Captain Xiaoyu in the individual competition and getting utterly crushed? I'm telling you, it's no use. In the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile. In the individual competition, you will only be trampled underfoot by Captain Xiaoyu. She raised her chin, with a condescending expression on her face. We've come to you now to give you one last chance. As long as you are willing to apologize in public and admit your mistake, Captain Xiaoyu might still show you some leniency and make your defeat less embarrassing. Special training? Wang Chu looked at Li Shueqing with a strange expression. What special training? I'm attacking your spawn point like crazy, sister. He looked at Li Shueqing's harsh face and sighed. Li Shueqing, oh Li Shueqing. Instead of wasting your time barking at me here, you should go home and visit your family more often. Going home to visit? Li Shueqing was taken aback, then thought of the indescribable sounds she had heard that day when she was locked outside the door. His face flushed red instantly, and he roared in a mixture of shame and indignation. Wang Chu. You're making dirty jokes at me, you shameless bastard. Wang Chu chuckled, his eyes filled with disdain. Of course I have a sense of shame. You're the shameless ones, aren't you? They stole my strategy guide and then turned around and accused me, even making it sound so self-righteous. Only a bunch of scum like you would do something so shameless. Wang Chu. You're asking for death. Zhang Xiaoyu completely exploded. She suddenly drew her long sword from her waist, the tip pointing directly at Wang Chu's throat. A cold light flashed. A murderous aura emanated from them. However, faced with this deadly threat, Wang Chu didn't even blink. He simply extended a finger and gently brushed aside the sword blade in front of him. The gesture was extremely contemptuous. Zhang Xiaoyu, save your energy. Save your energy for the competition. Otherwise, if you lose too quickly, you'll make your mother lose all face. After saying that, he didn't even glance at the group, put his hands in his pockets, and strode into the school gate. 3 women were left behind, trembling with rage. As for Angela, she was praying with her eyes closed, almost chanting Amit Buddha. This is outrageous. Eileen stomped her feet, her face contorted with anger. Zhang Xiaoyu stared intently at Wang Chu's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with resentment. Very good. Wang Chu. You have successfully angered me. I will let you know. The consequences of angering a genius can be terrifying. Chapter 50 Individual Competition Match 1. Wang Chu vs Zhang Xiaoyu. the playground of Huaihai No. 1 Middle School. Today, Ning Juqing wore a beige Chanel-style suit with exquisite tailoring, which perfectly accentuated the girl's already tall figure. Beneath the skirt, her long legs were straight and slender, losing some of her usual aloofness and gaining more of the noble and sweet air of a wealthy heiress. Wang Chu. Over here. Upon seeing Wang Chu, Ning Juqing's eyes lit up, and she waved vigorously. Wang Chu approached, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, and said with a smile, "Ning, you look beautiful today." Ning Juqing chuckled, "So, Wang means I'm not usually pretty?" They're all beautiful, they're all beautiful." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Chu greeted the other members of the Bohemia team and paused for a moment. "Why are there only 3 people?" Wang Chu asked. Ning Juqing said calmly, "Chen Lei left the team because of the time he leaked the strategy to Duanfan." Wang Chu nodded slightly, "I see. Whether or not the withdrawal was voluntary is not important." Lin Tao, standing to the side, looked dejected. "It's just that at this critical juncture, we can't find any teammates at all. I'm so worried. Not to mention, they're missing a key tank. The impact is significant. In that case, I'll join your team," Wang Chu said. Before Ning Juqing could respond, the words had already been spoken. Before Ning Juqing could speak, Lin Tao next to her jumped up excitedly. "God Chu! Are you telling the truth? That's great. With you here, what are we afraid of? By the way, lying is the act of a puppy. It's safe. Everything's safe now. Ha 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 ha." Lin Tao was overjoyed. Wang Chu said with a smile, "Of course it's true. You guys helped me wipe out almost all of Xiaoyu's team's records, and you helped me get revenge. I should thank you. He, isn't that because the strategy Chushan gave us was so useful?" Lin Tao said with a silly smile. Wang Chu had a very clear plan in mind. Joining the Bohemia team is a win-win situation. First, Ning Juqing is a potential goddess link target, and her potential favorability can be increased to some extent. Second, helping the Bohemia team win first place in the team competition means Xiaoyu's team will be completely disqualified from the Brave squad. That was Zhang Xiaoyu's proudest title. It was also when they secured the Brave team qualification that they kicked themselves out of the team. Nothing can cause them more pain than taking away what their enemies cherish most with their own hands. Why not? After chatting for a while, the loudspeaker on the stage came on. Cough cough. The vice principal is in charge of the work. Since the former principal, Li Guochang, had just been dismissed, this vice principal was well aware of the saying, "The nail that sticks out gets hammered down." They acted with extreme discretion, fearing they might follow in others' footsteps. He said a few polite words, not wanting to cause any trouble, and then got straight to the point. "Class, please be quiet. The citywide mock exam is now officially beginning. The assessment is divided into 2 parts, individual competition and team competition. First up is the individual competition. This competition will be held entirely in the realistic mode of never-ending path. Please pay attention to the big screen and check your match schedule." Buzz. The giant LED screen in the center of the playground lit up instantly, and countless names scrolled out like a waterfall. Everyone was anxiously searching for their own name. However, the moment the first line of battle information was displayed, the entire playground erupted in chaos. Gasps of astonishment rose and fell in unison. At the very top of the large screen, it was clearly written. Match 1, Zhang Xiaoyu vs Wang Chu. These words were like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire venue. Holy crap! The very first match is a clash between Mars and Earth? What a small world! What a coincidence! It's over, Wang Chu is really finished now. To run into Zhang Xiaoyu in the first round, that's some incredible luck. Although Wang Chu was very good at clearing dungeons, this is an individual competition. Mages are already at a disadvantage against swordsmen, let alone when the opponent is Zhang Xiaoyu, who is known as the Little Sword Saint. They're probably going to be eliminated in the first round. The vast majority of people do not have a high opinion of Wang Chu. After all, Zhang Xiaoyu is just too famous. The Sword Saint's daughter. Her one-on-one combat prowess is undeniable. Lin Tao opened her mouth wide, speechless. No way? Is it really that unlucky? There are so many people in the whole school, and I ended up running into Zhang Xiaoyu in the first round? In contrast, Ning Juqing appeared much calmer. She glanced at Wang Chu, who stood beside her with a composed expression, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. That's pretty unlucky. However, the bad luck she was referring to wasn't Wang Chu. From the audience, towards Xia Yu's team, Xu Badan glanced at the girls who were secretly laughing, and felt numb. They're so gullible, their behind-the-scenes manipulation is practically written all over their faces. Can Zhang Xiaoyu really beat Wang Chu? He had also sparred with Zhang Xiaoyu in private, and Zhang Xiaoyu certainly had reason to be proud. But when his opponent was Wang Chu, he became somewhat unsure. He couldn't see through this man. Under the school's arrangement, students who registered for the individual competition went to the training hall of Huaihai No. 1 Middle School. The training hall consists of individual training rooms equipped with various training equipment and virtual reality headsets. Wang Chu entered the room, put on his helmet, and entered Eternal Calamity. Welcome back, player Camille. It just went online. Beep beep beep. The private message notification sound started ringing incessantly. F00, Master. Master, you're finally online. F00, wah. If you don't come soon, my sister's going to chop me up. Wang Chu replied with a question mark. F00, Master? Do you remember me? F00, we fought a match a few days ago. I used a longsword. Wang Chu thought for a moment. Who is it? I don't remember. F00. F00, the one who got wrecked by your shadow step. Oh, I remember now. F00, it's nothing. Great minds often forget things. F00, hey pro, let's add each other as friends. My sister'd like to have a match with you if she's free. Is that okay? Seeing the other party's humble tone, Wang Chu smiled. I'm just asking for a friend slot, no need to be stingy. He immediately clicked agree. As for sparring, Wang Chu replied, my mock exam is about to start, so I'll talk to you later. After replying, he closed the chat window and entered the game room. At the same time, the Imperial University, located thousands of miles away. Thunder Team Dormitory. Holy crap! A scream nearly blew the roof off. Fu Dandan jumped up from her chair as soon as she saw Wang Chu's reply. A chill ran down my spine. A mock exam? Wow, they really are newcomers. Although he had already guessed that the other party might be a newcomer because Camille was a new account. But he still harbored a sliver of hope. What if the other party has some means to create a new account? After all, it's too outrageous for a newbie to use the shadow step, right? But now, the other party admitted personally that they wanted to participate in the mock exam. Fu Dandan felt a chill run down her spine. Is this even human? Chapter 51 Zhang Xiaoyu gets bloodied. Following the procedure, Wang Chu selected the real mode. Enter the room number to enter the competition room. The ID here is subject to mandatory real name registration and is displayed directly as Wang Chu. At this time, inside the enormous virtual arena, many spectators were already seated in the stands next to the ring. In addition to the contestants, many students who weren't competing also logged into their accounts and sat in the stands to watch the game live. Even those who weren't playing the game were closely following this crucial battle through the live broadcast screens outside the arena. The most important thing is that it has highlights and exciting moments. They have a grudge against each other. Now everyone knows that Wang Chu was dumped by Zhang Xiaoyu, and then launched a series of counterattacks against Zhang Xiaoyu. Now, the direct confrontation between the two sides has begun. This is such a gimmick. Outside the field, in the teachers' viewing area, a group of teachers were sitting together, discussing the upcoming match with varying expressions. Who do you think will win this match? A young teacher asked with some curiosity. Is that even a question? A senior teacher next to him shook his head, his tone resolute. It must be Zhang Xiaoyu. Although Wang Chu performed amazingly in the dungeon before, he is, after all, a magic-based class. And he was originally a support player. Who is Zhang Xiaoyu? She is the daughter of Mu Si, a powerful expert in the mountain and sea realm and a sword saint. She is also the possessor of the S-rank talent, part of the sword saint. Putting aside his character, his abilities are undeniable. It's a melee versus ranged fight, and it's a one-on-one duel. On such a small arena, the mage simply can't create any distance. Zhang Xiaoyu has a 99% chance of winning. What we're discussing right now isn't who will win. At this moment, a teacher said leisurely. It's that Wang Chu was able to force Zhang Xiaoyu to reveal some of his true strength. Or rather, how many seconds can he last against Zhang Xiaoyu? On the arena. A storm is brewing. Zhang Xiaoyu stood on one side of the ring early on. She was wearing a streamlined silver-white combat suit. He holds the sword in his right hand, with the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. Her hair danced lightly in the wind, and her clothes fluttered in the breeze. She was like a high and mighty fairy in the sword realm. Arrogant and overbearing. She watched as Wang Chu slowly appeared on the opposite side. His eyes were cold and arrogant. It was like watching a lamb being slaughtered. Wang Chu. The original, you would never have had the chance to stand before me. It is my great mercy that has given you the honor of facing me directly. Her voice carried an air of absolute confidence. Now. You no longer have the chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Here. You will experience what true despair is like. You will be trampled under my feet, and your face will clearly feel the texture of the ground. You will deeply understand the insurmountable gap between us. I will win this match. And they're going to win beautifully. Faced with Zhang Xiaoyu's bold words, which sounded like a declaration of victory, Wang Chu remained calm. You're making such confident statements, aren't you afraid of being proven wrong later? Even if you have a thick skin, you can't withstand being slapped like this repeatedly, can you? Or perhaps, do you have masochistic tendencies? You feel uncomfortable if you don't get a pumped up for a day? Zhang Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes and snorted coldly. All you do is talk the talk. Clang. She pushed the sword out of its sheath an inch with her thumb, and a cold glint appeared. Wang Chu, I know you've been working hard ever since I kicked you out of the team. They just want my approval so they can make me regret it. Trying to prove I was wrong too? But I will let you know. How ridiculous your ideas are in the face of absolute talent. Your efforts are worthless. Just then, the referee's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Both sides, get ready. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Buzz. The words had barely left his mouth. The sound of swords clashing suddenly rang out. Zhang Xiaoyu moved instantly. She held nothing back and unleashed the full power of her S-rank talent, Heart of the Sword Saint. He transformed into a silver lightning bolt, instantly traversing a distance of tens of meters. The sword flashed like a rainbow, aiming straight for Wang Chu's throat. Sword 1, Meteor. Quick. Extremely fast. The scale and momentum were overwhelming. Young Hawu gave it her all. He used all his strength. With this sword strike, she intended to leave Wang Chu no chance to react. However, the scene of Wang Chu being defeated in one blow did not appear in her imagination. The next second. Clang. A crisp clang of metal resounded throughout the entire arena. Suddenly, an elemental longsword formed from pure golden light appeared out of thin air in Wang Chu's hand. There were no fancy moves. It was just a simple uppercut. But it struck Zhang Xiaoyu's sword strike at the weakest point with perfect precision. This strike. It directly deflected Zhang Xiaoyu's deadly sword strike. The shock even made her hands go numb, and she almost lost her grip on the sword hilt. What? Zhang Xiaoyu's pupils contracted sharply, her face filled with disbelief. He blocked it? A mage actually blocked her full force attack with melee combat? Before she could react, Wang Chu made a move. And his voice boomed in her ears. This is your sword? Bang! The golden lightsaber slashed down, and Zhang Xiaoyu frantically tried to block, but was forced back several steps by a tremendous force. No power in the backhand. Wang Chu lunged forward, his sword strikes as fierce as a storm. Every sword strike was aimed directly at Zhang Xiaoyu's weakness. Every sword strike left her in a sorry state. Bang! Your forehand is not good enough. Wang Chu changed his move again, deflecting Zhang Xiaoyu's sword flourish as she attempted a counterattack. Loose footing. He then kicked her in the back of the knee. Zhang Xiaoyu staggered and almost fell to her knees. At this time, Wang Chu. Where is the frail mage now? He was like an invincible god of war. Whether it's strength, speed, or skill, they completely overwhelmed Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu was stunned by the beating. I was completely dumbfounded. Her swordsmanship, which she was so proud of, was as laughable as a child's trick in front of Wang Chu. She wanted to fight back, she wanted to roar. But Wang Chu didn't give her any chance to breathe. Each blow made her blood surge, leaving her speechless. Bang! Another heavy blow slammed down on her sword. Zhang Xiaoyu felt an excruciating pain in her arm, as if it were broken. Slow to react. Wang Chu remained indifferent, as if Zhang Xiaoyu was of no concern to him whatsoever. Not a single movement is correct. Sizzle! The final strike. Wang Chu directly knocked the longsword out of Zhang Xiaoyu's hand, along with the arm. With a thud, Zhang Xiaoyu knelt down, hugged her arms, and howled. Ah! The 80% pain level in real mode caused Zhang Xiaoyu's screams to echo throughout the entire arena. Then, the golden sword light came to a steady stop in front of her trembling throat. Zhang Xiaoyu's face was ashen, and cold sweat trickled down her forehead. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. Wang Chu looked down at her, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You want to compete against me on the same stage? Keep dreaming. Chapter 52. Forgive my bluntness, but both you and your sword are trash. What? Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly knelt down in front of Wang Chu. In the stands, and among the students watching the live broadcast from outside, everyone stared at it with disbelief. Not a buddy? Are you using such a large setting? Is this real? It's over? It's over already? Zhang Xiaoyu lost? It seems she didn't even last 30 seconds. Holy crap, that's Zhang Xiaoyu, the invincible little sword saint among his peers. Can anyone tell me what just happened? I only blinked. How did the goddess's arm fly away? The worldviews of all the students collapsed at that moment. They envisioned countless possibilities. Perhaps Zhang Xiaoyu will swiftly and decisively defeat Wang Chu. Perhaps Wang Chu could create as much distance as possible, engage in a prolonged fight with Zhang Xiaoyu, and then be defeated. There is also a very small chance that Wang Chu could defeat Zhang Xiaoyu in a one-on-one fight. But I never thought of that. Wang Chu would use this method. End the battle. That was a complete and utter annihilation. Teacher's observation area. A deathly silence fell. The senior teacher who just confidently analyzed how many seconds Wang Chu could last. His face turned a deep liver color. That was a resounding slap in the face. Is Zhang Xiaoyu strong? Very strong. Extremely strong. Among those of the same level, her one-on-one combat ability can be described as invincible. There were several teachers at the Qi Condensation realm present who had all been defeated by her in private sparring sessions. The swordsmanship personally taught by Sword Saint Musi, and the perfectly matched S-rank talent, Heart of the Sword Saint. It made Zhang Xiaoyu. But now. Old Lu, did you see it clearly? A teacher swallowed hard and asked in a dry voice. What sword technique is Wang Chu using? The kendo teacher, known as Lao Lu, had a furrowed brow. He didn't use any swordsmanship at all. No swordsmanship used? The surrounding teachers were all astonished. That's right. Old Lu took a deep breath. At least I didn't notice. His moves are very straightforward and simple. Just like 2 points on a line, straight and direct, the greatest truths are the simplest. He paused, then said in a deep voice. Zhang Xiaoyu used the Sword Saint's famous Myriad Stars Falling Sword, which emphasizes extreme speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving no trace. But Wang Chu, it blocked every falling star. Every time he casually swung his sword, he accurately predicted Zhang Xiaoyu's sword path and struck her at her most vulnerable point. This is no longer just a matter of skillful suppression. This is a dimensional reduction attack. On the battle stage. Although it was just a virtual battle in eternal calamity. But the simulated smell of blood still filled Zhang Xiaoyu's nostrils, going straight to his soul. She knelt on the ground, the intense pain from her severed arm gradually fading. She lost? She actually lost? Is this for real? She found it hard to accept reality. Oh. They actually lost to Wang Chu, whom they had kicked out of the team? Lost to that. In his own eyes, he was just trash who could only be a slacker. And still in the realm of swordsmanship, which he is most proud of. Being crushed head-on. Zhang Xiaoyu revealed a bitter expression. They didn't even touch the hem of the other person's clothes. A tremendous sense of shame overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. Yo. Why aren't you saying anything? Wang Chu held a longsword formed from condensed magic and chuckled softly. Weren't you talking quite a bit just now? What true despair, what insurmountable chasm. That's it? Wang Chu pressed down slightly on the lightsaber in his hand, and the tip of the sword pierced the skin on Zhang Xiaoyu's neck. I really don't know how the sword saint teaches his children. Not only is his character utterly despicable, even his proud swordsmanship is terribly rusted. Absolutely shameful. Upon hearing the words sword saint, Zhang Xiaoyu, whose eyes had been unfocused, suddenly trembled. It's like a wild beast whose scales have been touched. That was her mother, and the goal she pursued throughout her life. I vaguely remember. It was a snowy winter day. Mom! Look! I've learned it! Zhang Xiaoyu held a wooden sword in her hand and shouted excitedly, hoping to receive even a single word of praise. However, that tall figure standing in the wind and snow never turned around. Only a chilling voice remained, carried by the cold wind into her ears. Too slow. Keep practicing. Too slow. Clearly. Every swing of the sword was with all his might. She gripped the long sword in her hand again. That figure from behind was an insurmountable mountain in her heart. She trained desperately and tried her best to become stronger. Just so that the person with their back turned would stop and turn around to look at her. Surpass mother. Become an even more powerful sword saint. This is the whole meaning of her life. However, now, the man in front of me actually belittled all of this to nothing. Shut up. Zhang Xiaoyu lowered her head, her voice hoarse. I won't allow it. I won't allow you to talk about her like that. Thump. My heart is pounding. A powerful aura erupted from her body in an instant. S-rank talent, part of the sword saint, operating at overclock. Whoosh. Her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Quick. Faster than before. It even pushed her physical limits. The next second, she appeared beside the long sword that had been knocked away, and with her only remaining left hand, she gripped the hilt tightly. I haven't lost yet. The victor of this battle will only be me. Zhang Xiaoyu concentrated all his strength into this one sword strike. This is her mother. Sword Saint Musi, the professor's strongest killing move. That's her last trump card. Heavenly Light. The members of Xiaoyu's team, who had been in despair, suddenly shouted. This is Zhang Xiaoyu's strongest sword technique. The dazzling sword light, like the breaking of dawn, pierced towards Wang Chu's heart with unwavering determination. This sword strike amazed the entire audience. Even the teachers watching from the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, faced with this desperate attack, Wang Chu didn't even blink. He simply stared coldly at the blinding sword light, slowly raising the longsword formed from magic power in his hand. There was neither dodging nor blocking. Instead, they charged straight at the sword's edge. Fancy and gaudy. Click. A crisp sound reached everyone's ears clearly. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gazes of everyone, that seemingly indestructible heavenly light crumbled inch by inch. Along with the sword in Zhang Xiaoyu's hand, he was also struck by Wang Chu's sword. Shattered with a deafening roar. Sizzle. The longsword shattered into countless fragments, exploding like fireworks. Zhang Xiaoyu's body froze on the spot. His left hand remained in a sword-wielding posture, but only the hilt of the sword remained in his hand. She stared blankly at Wang Chu, her mind almost completely blank. The light in his eyes was completely extinguished. Wang Chu casually dispersed the lightsaber in his hand and clapped his hands. He looked down at Zhang Xiaoyu, who was slumped on the ground, his eyes indifferent, a look that seemed to kill without breaking her spirit. Captain Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly contracted. IMHO. Whether it's you or your sword, it's all garbage. Chapter 53. Li Shu etching, the voice inside the door, sounds like her mother? Wang Chu is still too young and impetuous. Vice Principal Huang sighed softly as he looked at Zhang Xiaoyu's distraught appearance on the screen. Killing someone is nothing more than a beheading. He won, so why humiliate him like this? If these words were to reach Lord Musi's ears, the consequences would be too much for him to bear, no matter how talented he is now. To be honest, Vice Principal Huang actually had a good impression of Wang Chu. If it weren't for this kid getting Li Guochang ousted, how could he have ever had the chance to sit in his current position? Beside him, a sprightly old man nodded gently. That's a bit too much. The old man paused, a glint of light flashing in his cloudy eyes. However, it's normal for young people to be a little arrogant. If you're not spirited, are you even a young person? This kid has every right to be arrogant, having defeated Lord Moose's daughter so cleanly and decisively. I think Lord Moose will also appreciate talent. I work as an admissions officer at Imperial Capital University. He felt that his trip today was totally worth it. Originally, I only came to observe the situation of Lord Moose's daughter, Zhang Xiaoyu. But unexpectedly, there was such a pleasant surprise. Principal Huang. The old man turned to look at the vice principal, his tone gentle yet carrying an undeniable weight. Could you please send me a copy of this student Wang Chu's detailed information? With Zhang Xiaoyu's crushing defeat, the first mock exam, a highly anticipated battle, ended in an extremely dramatic way. Wang Chu won. The victory was so simple and brutal, there was absolutely no suspense. The following matches felt more like a formality. Even Zhang Xiaoyu was slaughtered like a pig, and the others were even more powerless against Wang Chu. Pushed through the enemy lines. Even later on, a few unlucky guys found themselves matched with Wang Chu. Without saying a word, he immediately surrendered. What's the point of fighting? Zhang Xiaoyu has already been beaten into a state of depression. Do you think I'd go up there and get beaten up? Let's get out of here, survival is the priority. Wang Chu finished the first day of the competition with a perfect record. Inside the training room, Wang Chu took off the virtual reality headset and let out a long sigh of relief. Cool. Just thinking about Zhang Xiaoyu kneeling on the ground, with that look of despair and collapse on her face. He felt great from head to toe. But it seems like I've forgotten something? Just as I was about to get up and leave, my phone screen suddenly lit up. Wang Chu, which training room are you in? Aunt Lena came to the school? Wang Chu was somewhat surprised, but without thinking much of it, he immediately dialed the number back. Hello? Aunt Lena? Little Chu. On the other end of the phone, Chen Lina's voice sounded a little off. His breathing was rapid, accompanied by a slight, uncontrollable tremor. Which training room are you in? Tell me quickly. I'm in room 302. Wang Chu gave the room number. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there soon. The call ended. Less than a minute. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid clatter of high heels echoed down the corridor, growing ever closer. Click. The door lock turned. The training room door was pushed open, and a voluptuous, mature figure strode in. Then lock the door behind you. Aunt Lena, what's wrong? Wang Chu was about to ask a question. However, they found that Chen Lina's condition was very strange. Her face was flushed, her eyes were unfocused, and there was a burning intensity in them. Her once dignified and elegant hairstyle was now somewhat disheveled, with a few strands of hair hanging down beside her ears. Little Chu. Chen Lina walked a few steps to Wang Chu. The flower of greed is about to bloom. Wang Chu was taken aback, then revealed a strange expression. Goodness. Oh, I see. I thought you were about to give birth. It seems about the same. But I'm a very concerned citizen. Since they've come to us, how can we not help? Is this the training room? What happened in the training room? It's not like it can't be used. Start watering. Start watering. On the other side. Xiaoyu's team base. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Zhang Xiaoyu sat dejectedly in the corner of the sofa, hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms. The others looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Today's battle. It was definitely a one-sided victory. Only the target being crushed has been reversed. Damn it. Finally, Eileen couldn't hold back any longer. She slammed her hand on the table and cursed through gritted teeth. That Wang Chu, he's absolutely despicable. He must have been hiding his true strength before. He was deliberately pretending to be a useless person to disgust us. If he had shown this level of ability earlier, would we have kicked him? Would we have targeted him? This kind of person is really despicable. So cunning. She became increasingly angry as she spoke, as if all the blame lay with Wang Chu. Suddenly, she turned her head and pointed at Zhu Badan, who was standing to the side. And you too. Shuba Dan. If it weren't for you, would we have kicked Wang Chu out? It's all your fault. Shuba Dan was drinking water when he heard this and almost spat it out. He stared wide-eyed, pointing to his own nose with an incredulous expression. No way, sis? Are you out of your mind? You're trying to pin this on me? He has been scapegoated time and time again. Shuba Dan had reached his limit. He sneered and immediately launched into a tirade. Now you're blaming me again? Who was it that kept complaining that Wang Chu was a burden and wanted to kick him out and replace him? Is it me? Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you're blaming me? That's hilarious. He stood up, his eyes sweeping contemptuously over the women present. I've seen through it all. You lot are nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. All talk and no action, he has absolutely no real skills. It took them so many days to destroy even a single Earth Dragon nest, it's not as fast as Wang Chu with his few burdens. Being on the same team as you guys is such bad luck. You. Eileen was so angry that she trembled all over, pointed at Shuba Dan, and couldn't say a word for a long time. I'm a girl. How dare you talk back? The entire base was in complete chaos. Just as they were arguing and fighting. In the corner. Li Shueqing remained silent, but her eyes flickered uncertainly. Looking at the arguing crowd, she recalled Wang Chu's stunning performance on the stage earlier that day. And that figure, like a god of war. She gently bit her red lips, her mind starting to race. Wang Chu, he's actually become that powerful? Even Zhang Xiaoyu is no match for him. His future is limitless. Li Shueqing secretly made her plans. Xiaoyu's team is on the verge of disbanding. These people aren't very promising. Staying here will only waste my time. And Wang Chu. I'm his favorite childhood sweetheart. We grew up together, and this friendship is something that no one else can match. Thinking about this. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Li Shueqing quietly slipped out of the base. They walked towards the school's training hall. 10 minutes later. According to the assignment list, Li Shueqing arrived at the door of training room 302 where Wang Chu was. She took a deep breath, straightened her clothes and hair, and tried to make herself look as pitiful as possible. Just as I was about to raise my hand to knock on the door. Sudden. Her movements froze. His expression instantly turned somewhat strange. Wait. There seems to be something coming from inside. Strange sounds? That voice sounds like her mother? Chapter 54. Oh, isn't this Shueqing? What a coincidence. It's getting late. The students in the other training rooms on the third floor had already left. The entire third floor was empty except for a motion sensor light at the end of the corridor that flickered on and off, leaving only a deathly silence. Li Shueqing stood frozen at the door of training room 302. Stiff. Cold. Her hand was still hanging in midair. She had intended to knock on the door, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. The door has good sound insulation. But I stood at the door. A series of voices, both blush-inducing and incredibly familiar, still clearly entered her ears. Little Chu. So sweet. The voice was melodious, carrying a hint of barely suppressed joy. It's like the sound of juice overflowing from ripe fruit when it's picked wantonly. Li Shueqing's face turned deathly pale instantly. Even if she doesn't want to admit it. No matter how much she deceives herself. But that voice. They look so alike. The voice I've heard for over a decade is exactly the same. And the affectionate tone in which she called him Xiao Chu. It made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. No. Impossible. Li Shueqing lowered her eyes, her fingers gripping the doorframe tightly, her knuckles turning white from the excessive force. This must be just a coincidence, right? The person inside couldn't be her, right? She frantically tried to comfort herself. She tried to use this self-suggestion to cover up the suspicion that terrified her. But the more you try to deny it, the more uncontrollably your brain starts replaying the previous images. She, who was originally quite silly, suddenly seemed to have become smart. That day when I got home, Chen Lina said she wasn't feeling well and locked herself in her room. But she found Wang Chu's clothes scattered on the sofa in the living room. She said she was going to help Wang Chu with his laundry. And that day at Wang Chu's doorstep, the deafening sound of someone flipping a wok that I could hear from outside the door. A muffled groan escaped from under the door. Now, recalling it, I can almost hear Chenlina's voice again. All signs. All the clues point to the same despairing truth. Wang Chu and Chenlina. They? No. Absolutely impossible. Li Xueqing suddenly raised her head, covered her mouth tightly with both hands, and shook her head frantically. This conjecture. That's absolutely insane. That's absurd. Although Chenlina is a widow, Wang Chu is already an adult. But Wang Chu was someone Chenlina watched grow up. How could they? How could you do such a thing? And it happened in the school's training room? Just then. In the training room. A high-pitched, soaring roar rang out. The intense training activity in the training room gradually subsided. They're coming out? Li Xueqing's pupils contracted instantly. Panic. I'm completely panicked. After looking around, Li Xueqing quickly ran to the corner of the corridor next door and hid in the shadows. My heart was pounding wildly, as if it were about to jump out of my throat. She prayed frantically in her heart. Please. Please, please don't let it be her. Please, please don't let it be the person I'm guessing. Even any other woman would be fine. As long as it's not Chenlina. A tonic. Every minute and every second was agonizing for Li Xueqing. Click. The sound of the door lock turning was particularly jarring in the quiet corridor. Li Xueqing held her breath instantly, staring intently at the slowly opening door. Wang Chu walked out of the training room with his hands in his pockets. The clothes were a little wrinkled, and the hair was slightly messy. Then, as if sensing something, an amusing smile suddenly appeared on his lips. He stood at the doorway, not leaving immediately, but turning back to look inside. Immediately afterwards, a plump figure peeked out from behind him. Like a thief, I cautiously observed my surroundings. Xiao Chu. I hope the other classmates won't see us. Chenlina's somewhat shy voice echoed in the corridor. I've checked, everyone's gone, there are no classmates left. Wang Chu said with a smile. There are indeed no classmates left. But your daughter is here. By the light of the corridor. Li Xueqing saw that face clearly. Boom. This moment. Li Xueqing's world collapsed. It was a face she knew very well, one that even resembled her own. Fair-skinned, delicate, and perfect, with a touch of rosy blush. He had a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. It really is. Chenlina. It really is her. How could this be? How is that possible? Li Xueqing felt her worldview collapse in that instant. Anger. Shame. Despair. There's also an inexplicable sense of betrayal. A mix of emotions coalesced into an uncontrollable rage that surged straight to the top of his head. She couldn't hold back any longer. Wang Chu. Chenlina. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the silence in the corridor. Li Xueqing burst out of the shadows, her eyes bloodshot, pointing at the two of them. You? What are you two doing in there? Upon hearing this sudden sound, Chenlina was startled and her whole body trembled. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, it instinctively wanted to hide behind Wang Chu. His face turned deathly pale instantly, and his eyes were filled with panic. Xueqing? How did you get here? It's over. We've been discovered. My worst fears have come true. In comparison, Wang Chu, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. He looked at Li Xueqing, who was rushing over in a fit of rage, but he didn't panic at all. He even reached out and put his arm around Chenlina's waist, pulling her back into his embrace as she tried to dodge. A playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Hey, isn't this Xueqing? What a coincidence. Chapter 55. How did you talk to your Uncle Wang? Li Xueqing completely ignored Wang Chu's obsequious voice. Her eyes were fixed on the woman being held in Wang Chu's arms. Chenlina. Why are you here? What on earth are you doing? Her chest heaved violently, and the bloodshot veins in her eyes looked like they were about to burst. Chenlina trembled with fear at her daughter's murderous gaze. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes darted away. He didn't dare to meet Li Xueqing's gaze at all. Xueqing. You have to let me explain. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Li Xueqing screamed. Even at a time like this, you're still trying to lie to me? What explanation? She pointed at Chen Lina's neck, her fingers trembling. There, the once fair and slender swan neck was now covered with patches of red marks. What are those things on your neck? Was it from a mosquito bite? Did you pinch yourself? So many strawberries. Do you think I'm blind? Chen Lina instinctively covered her neck, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. I was so ashamed I wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. Li Xueqing, however, persisted relentlessly, pressing him further and further. Besides, do you think I just arrived? I've been standing at the door for a long time. Li Xueqing gritted her teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. What were you yelling about in there? How loudly you were yelling, how shameless you were. I heard everything perfectly clearly. Upon hearing this, Chen Lina was completely stunned. My brain is buzzing. Xueqing, she heard everything? Chen Lina. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You always act so high and mighty, but what's the result? How can you be so shameless? You disgust me. I'm so disappointed in you. Every word Li Xueqing said pierced Chen Lina's heart. Tears welled up in Chen Lina's eyes, and her body swayed precariously. She opened her mouth, but found herself completely unable to refute. Just as Chen Lina was about to collapse and fall to the ground, a warm and strong hand gently patted her shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the tall figure stepped forward, blocking her view and shielding her from her daughter's aggressive gaze. Wang Chu still wore that cynical, even slightly mocking smile. He looked at Li Xueqing, who was almost driven mad, and spoke calmly. Li Xueqing, how dare you talk to your mother like that? Is this how you treat your elders? Li Xueqing's wildly heaving chest froze for a moment. She looked at Wang Chu in disbelief. Elder? This bastard, who has no idea what he just did, actually dares to mention his elders to me. Wang Chu. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. What right do you have to lecture me? Li Xueqing was about to lash out. Wang Chu didn't give her a chance to speak at all, interrupting her directly. I'm not qualified? So you're qualified? Li Xueqing, you're not a child anymore, how can you still act like a selfish overgrown child? Wang Chu crossed his arms, his eyes filled with disdain and scrutiny. You keep saying that your mother disappoints you and disgusts you. And what about yourself? Over the years, ask yourself honestly, have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as a daughter for even a single day? How many times did you go home in total? 1 month? Or 2 months? Every time you come home, besides asking for money, equipment, and resources, have you ever even given Aunt Lena a kind look? Have you ever cared about her health? Did you ask her if she was tired from work? No. You only care about yourself. Wang Chu's voice grew louder and louder. Do you know how difficult it is for Aunt Lena to live alone? She has to earn money to support your schooling, buy you equipment and medicine, and endure your cold looks, lack of understanding, and bad temper. In the dead of night, she was alone in that empty house, with no one to talk to. Do you know how lonely she is? Do you know how hard she works? You do not know. Because you don't care at all. You're just a selfish, greedy vampire who only knows how to take. Wang Chu became increasingly enthusiastic as he spoke, and began to criticize Li Xueqing from a moral high ground. Is this how you repay your mother? Even an ingrate wouldn't be as ungrateful as you. I just felt sorry for Aunt Lena. I think she is too lonely and needs someone to keep her company. So I'll take your place, stay by her side, and give her some emotional comfort, even if it's just a little warmth. Is there anything wrong with this? On the contrary? You should be thanking me. Why are you turning around and biting me back? Do you really need to go crazy here? They're absolutely ungrateful. Help me fulfill my filial duties? Psychological comfort? To replace me in companionship? You expect me to thank you? This is an act of rebellion against the heavenly gang. Li Xueqing was stunned and trembled with anger. No? Such shameless words. How could he say that? That's absolutely shameless. Her anger level instantly skyrocketed. Wang Chu. You bastard. You beast. If you want revenge, come at me. What kind of man lays a hand on my mother? Faced with the hysterical Li Xueqing, Wang Chu simply clicked his tongue twice. Then, He suddenly leaned close to Li Shueqing's ear and whispered something in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I have to say. It's so moisturizing. Boom. The string in Li Shueqing's mind called reason. It completely broke. It exploded. Ugh. I'm so angry. Wang Chu. I'm going to kill you. She let out a piercing scream and bared her teeth and claws, ready to pounce and fight to the death. However, the next second. Snap. A crisp, clear slapping sound suddenly rang out in the empty corridor. Li Shueqing staggered after being hit. She covered her burning cheeks, staring incredulously at the trembling woman in front of her. Hit her. It's Qianlina? Qianlina clenched her teeth, her hands trembling violently, her eyes filled with pain and determination. Shueqing. How dare you speak to your Uncle Wang like that? Quickly apologize to your Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang. Li Shueqing covered her rapidly swollen cheek. I was completely stunned. Sluggish. Feeling lost. This was the first time Qianlina had ever hit her in her entire life. No matter how willful or mischievous she was in the past. My mother has never laid a finger on her. But today. For, it was actually Wang Chu? And she even called him Uncle Wang? Qianlina. You're insane. You shameless. Snap. Before she could finish her rant, Qianlina slapped Li Shueqing hard across the other side of her face with her other hand. This time. Apply even more force. Tears streamed silently down Qianlina's cheeks. Shueqing. Stop making a scene. That's enough. Li Shueqing covered her face, which was swollen like a pig's head. His eyes were filled with despair and resentment. Qianlina. You actually hit me for him. He hit me twice. Good. Very good. She took 2 steps back and looked at Qianlina as if she were an enemy. Starting today, we are severing our mother-daughter relationship. I don't have a shameless mother like you. Never appear in front of me again. After shouting that sentence, Li Shueqing turned around abruptly and ran crying towards the stairwell. He disappeared into the darkness without looking back. Qianlina watched her daughter's resolute back as she walked away. My body went limp, and I almost collapsed to the ground. Wa'ada. She couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself into Wang Chu's arms and burst into tears. She cried her heart out. Wang Chu gently patted Qianlina's trembling back. But I felt little emotional. Sever ties? Fine. To avoid getting in the way later. I was just about to say a few words of comfort. Good auntie, don't cry. In my mind. Suddenly, a crisp system notification sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations to player Wang Chu for obtaining the hidden achievement Uncle Wang next door. This is the first time I've written something this melodramatic. I'm so embarrassed. Sob sob. Chapter 56 Li Shueqing, there's still a chance in the team competition. Ding. Congratulations to player Wang Chu for obtaining the hidden achievement Uncle Wang next door. Goddess link effect enhanced. Current maximum number of users who can be linked simultaneously, 2. Has the number of simultaneous connections increased? Wang Chu could barely suppress the smile on his face. This improvement is absolutely crucial for him right now. Previously, I was limited by the restriction that I couldn't connect to the next goddess until my favorability rating reached 80%. Hesitant about choosing Ning Zhuqing as his link, he instead focused his attention on Sword Saint Musi, who was on the must-eat list. Now it's all good. Dual line operation, double the fun. Tomorrow we can connect with Ning Zhuqing and see how much favorability she has. Absolutely perfect. Little Chu. As I pondered, I heard Qianlina's voice, which sounded somewhat bewildered. Us? Did we do something wrong? She looked up, her eyes filled with unease and guilt. After all, he had just had a big fight with his daughter, and they even threatened to sever ties. This huge psychological gap made her begin to doubt life and fall into a deep state of emo. Wang Chu looked down at her. At times like these, the worst thing you can do is let her overthink. We're already on this pirate ship, how can we not stick to this path to the end? He gently reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair from Qianlina's forehead behind her ear. Aunt Lena, look me in the eyes. Wang Chu's eyes were firm and affectionate, making him arguably the most affectionate person in Huaihai City. You did nothing wrong. Li Shueqing is the one who is wrong. She's too selfish and willful, she doesn't understand how to appreciate your hard work at all. Wang Chu's voice possessed a convincing magic, persuading and guiding. And your flower of greed is a gift from heaven. It is born yearning to be watered and nourished. Before, it was ignored, withered, and thirsty. Now, I'm here to water. You must remember, this is very important not only for you, but also for me. As he spoke, Wang Chu unleashed his aura. 7th level of the bone forging realm. The immense energy from the blooming of the flower of greed allowed him to easily leap 2 minor realms. Look. Because of you, I have become stronger, and you have become stronger too. Aunt Lena. You are irreplaceable to me. I need you. I need you. These 4 simple words were like a shot of adrenaline, piercing deep into Chen Lina's anxious heart. It instantly dispelled all the gloom. Her originally pale face visibly regained its color. Even more beautiful than before. Little Chu. Her eyes were glazed over, and her voice was so soft it could melt your heart. Upon seeing this, Wang Chu grinned. I understand. The time is right. Without saying a word, he immediately picked up Chen Lina's voluptuous body in a princess carry. Ah! Chen Lina let out a shy gasp and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Once a rebellious daughter like Li Shueqing is gone, she's gone, the next one will be even more obedient. Wang Chu pushed the door open again, and the lights in training room 302 came on again. Click. Deadbolt. There is nothing in this world that my second brother cannot solve. If there is, then let my second brother work hard one more time. Start watering. Start watering. On the other side. When Li Shueqing returned to Xia Yu's team base, the fierce argument we just had is over. But the air was still thick with awkwardness and a sense of Cold War. Shueqing? Angela, who was bored in playing on her phone, suddenly noticed something and quickly moved closer. Where did you go just now? We were just talking about whether you went to apologize to Wang Chu. You think that's possible? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Before she could finish speaking, she was startled by Li Shueqing's appalling appearance. Oh my god. Shueqing, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Why are you crying like this? I heard a noise. Eileen, who was standing nearby, quickly came over, looking concerned. Yes, Shueqing, what happened? Why do you look like? She paused, swallowing back the words "the horse was fucked" that were on the tip of her tongue. That's a very unlucky thing to say. Let's not talk about it. Faced with her teammate's concern, Li Shueqing lowered her head and bit her lip tightly. My mind was filled with those disgusting scenes from just now. Shame. Anger. I'm not reconciled. A mix of emotions surged within him, ultimately transforming into a flame of revenge. She suddenly raised her head. His eyes shone with an unprecedented determination. Everyone. The next team match. We must win. We must win. Eileen paused for a moment, then helplessly shrugged. Forget it. She glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu, who was still curled up on the sofa pretending to be dead, and a barely perceptible look of disgust flashed in her eyes. Look at Xiaoyu now. They've all been beaten into a state of depression. What's the point of the competition? Let's just wash up and go to bed. The next second. Without saying a word, Li Shueqing strode over to the sofa. He reached out his left hand, grabbed Zhang Xiaoyu's hair at the back of her head, and dragged her up like a dead dog. What are you doing? Ouch. Zhang Xiaoyu was in pain. Snap. A resounding slap shoved her screams back into her stomach. This slap. Zhang Xiaoyu was stunned by the slap. The slap left Eileen, Angela, and Zhu Badan, who were standing nearby, completely stunned. Holy crap? Is it that powerful? Waste. Li Shueqing pointed at Zhang Xiaoyu's nose and started cursing. How long are you going to stay here wallowing in despair? Wake up! Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes were unfocused as she covered her face and muttered to herself. We can't beat them. I've given it my all. I still can't defeat him. Clap 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 clap. Before she could finish speaking, Li Shueqing then used both hands to deliver several powerful blows to his genitals. Hiss. The people around gasped. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Get your act together. Li Shueqing screamed hysterically. You only lost to Wang Chu in one battle. What's the big deal? Even my mom. She suddenly snapped out of her daze and quickly shut up. I almost let it slip. What's wrong with Auntie? Angela asked with a curious look. No. It's nothing. Li Shueqing's eyes darted away as she spoke through gritted teeth. They absolutely must not find out that Wang Chu has become Uncle Wang. If this shameful thing gets out, she'll never be able to hold her head high again. Seeing this, Eileen quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Cough cough. Captain Xiaoyu. Shueqing is right, our team still has a chance in the competition. She started making empty promises to everyone. Look, if you lose in an individual competition, you lose. After all, it's a one-on-one match. But team competitions are different. We have a luxurious lineup of 5 S-class professionals. Although the coordination is still a little lacking, it's actually starting to get on the right track. Shall we take another look at that Bohemia team? Eileen counted on her fingers and began to calculate. Only Wang Chu and Ning Zhuqing are really good at fighting. What are the remaining 2? A nobody. A complete scoundrel. I don't even remember his name. As long as we use the right tactics, the advantage is in our hands. After all, we got first place in the Earth Dragon's Nest, we're sure to win this time too. After saying that, the Xiaoyu team, which had been lifeless, seemed to have regained a little bit of its vitality. A look began to appear in Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes. Yes. There's still a chance in the team competition. As long as we maintain our number 1 position, the Brave Squad will still be us. Seeing the women regain their spirits, Zhu Badan felt a little better. It seems there's still some hope for these people. Perhaps we really can win? Just as he was thinking this, Eileen's sharp and sarcastic voice suddenly rang out, shattering his illusions. Hey, Zhu Badan. If you drag us down again and cause us to lose the game, watch out or I'll skin you alive. Zhu Badan. Have to. A leopard can't change its spots. Never mind. The martial arts exam is coming up soon. I chose this team, so I have to finish it even if it hurts. Chapter 57, I just connected with Ning Zhuqing, and her favorability rating is already 70%? Mountain City. The rolling mountains were shrouded in thick fog, with undercurrents surging beneath the surface. A quaint tea room. Musi sat upright in the main seat, looking down at her phone. The screen displays only a short line of text. Sword Saint, Miss Xiaoyu has lost the first individual match of the mock exam. There is also a video below. Defeated? Musi raised an eyebrow slightly, then regained her composure. There was no anger, no surprise. She didn't open the video, she simply put down her phone, picked up her teacup, and took a sip. She knew Zhang Xiaoyu's abilities and temperament very well. She has the ability, but not enough to justify her arrogance. It's okay to lose. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. An elderly man hurried in, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Upon seeing Musi, he bowed respectfully, his tone humble. Sword Saint, you have been waiting for a long time. I'm so sorry, there was an emergency that needed to be dealt with, which caused a short delay. Musi said calmly, executively, let's get straight to the point. Li Shan sat down on the mahogany chair next to him, his expression solemn. Sword Saint. In the past 2 months, over 100 professionals have gone missing in the Mountain City. We sent out a large number of people to investigate, but there were no results. It's as if they vanished into thin air. Li Shan paused, then clenched his fists on his lap. Later, even the search team members started disappearing, including 3 experts at the Void Realm. Upon hearing this, Musi narrowed her eyes slightly. The report only stated that 1 person at the Void Realm was missing. Li Shan smiled wryly, the disappearance of the remaining 2 people just happened today, which is why it took me so long to deal with it. This matter is beyond our ability to handle. Musi took a sip of tea, her gaze piercing through the thick fog outside the window, looking towards the distant mountains. Don't worry. I am coming. Deep in the Mountain City. It was cold and damp, and the air was filled with a nauseating, thick smell of blood. Within the blood-red altar, purplish-black mist churned and hissed. Several figures dressed in black robes with red clouds were busy around the altar. Master Priest. A man in black robes walked up to one of them, lowered his head, and spoke in a low voice. Sword Saint Musi has arrived in the mountain city. New. The old man, referred to as the priest, spoke calmly. At this time, only Musi is available in the mountain and sea realm. It was part of the plan for the Great Xia Prefecture to send her. Besides, this grand event needs her, the main character, to participate. A cryptic smile played on his lips before he coldly gave the order. We only need 10 more people, and we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Brothers in the mountain city, stop for now. Go to the neighboring Huaihai city to search. Be discreet. He suddenly opened his arms and said with a fanatical expression. As long as Lord Yamada no Orochi can descend safely. At that time, what about a mere sword saint at the mountain and sea realm? It's nothing more than top-quality flesh and blood delivered right to our doorstep. He. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The individual mock exams are over now, it's time for the team exams. As expected, Wang Chu won first place in the final individual competition. Of course, the fact that he easily defeated Zheng Xiaoyu already proves that he is number 1 in Huaihai City, okay? What kind of talent does Wang Chu have? Is B-level, Link, really that powerful? Does that mean I, at C-level, also have a chance to make a comeback? Give me a break. I bet Wang Chu has dual talents. Or maybe his talents have evolved. Have you read the novel? It's just like the novel. Talent evolution? Why don't you just say he's a reincarnated person? But to be honest, I heard that a similar freak has emerged in the neighboring city of Guangzhou. Originally, he was an unpopular B-level talent, but he surprised everyone in the mock exam and crushed his way to first place. Wow, are underdog to hero stories this popular these days? I've told you to read fewer novels, your head is full of all sorts of nonsense. Woyo cigarette brand. Bohemia team. Wang Chu, what are you looking at? Ning Zhuqing noticed that Wang Chu was staring at her and asked in a low voice. How do you know I'm looking at you if you're not looking at me? Wang Chu grinned. You're so annoying. Ning Zhuqing blushed and turned her head away. For some reason, she felt that Wang Chu gave her a different feeling today. It seemed as if some kind of magic was constantly drawing her in. It made her want to peek. A smile played on Wang Chu's lips. Just now, he activated that goddess link and connected with Ning Zhuqing. Bite. Currently, there are 3 goddesses linked, and the effect of increasing all attributes is increased by 50%, for a total increase of 250%. Goddess Ning Zhuqing favorability rating, 70%. They don't even need to be subdued like Chen Lina and Shen Engying. The favorability rating is already as high as 70%. Ning, the school beauty, I never expected you to be like this. Chapter 58, the mock exam team competition begins. Do we even need a strategy guide for this kind of roadside challenge? The Lansun Mountains are located in the suburbs of Huaihai City. The continuous mountain range resembles a sleeping dragon, stretching across the sky and earth. The Lansun Mountains serve as the daily training base for the Demon Suppression Army. It also bears the important responsibility of conducting mock exams and martial arts exams in Huaihai City over the years. At this time, the area at the foot of the mountain was already heavily guarded. As the buses slowly came to a stop, the students from Huaihai No. 1 Middle School filed down the hill, their noisy discussions breaking the silence of Lansun Mountain. We are in Zone 6. Ning Zhuqing glanced at the special bracelet on her wrist and said softly. The entire Lansunshan assessment area was clearly divided into distinct zones. The outer areas, key areas, and the most dangerous central area. This simple and straightforward naming method clearly tells everyone the increasing difficulty level. The bracelets are already linked. Ning Zhuqing shook her wrist, which displayed a striking number 0. The rules for the mock team competition are the same as in previous years: kill the alien beasts to earn points. The outer area is mostly inhabited by low-level beasts at the first or second level of the Spirit Awakening Realm and Bone Forging Realm. They pose no threat to us, and the points are low and a waste of magic power. We need to be careful in key areas from the start. Her tone became slightly more serious. The area is infested with beasts at the high level of the Bone Forging Realm, and you might even encounter large groups of beasts, which greatly increases the danger level. Furthermore, starting from key areas, boss markers will be refreshed on the map. On the map, there are scattered red dots. These red dots represent the boss monsters. Killing one of them earns you points equivalent to killing dozens of ordinary beasts. As for the central area, the very center of the map, There, a chilling black skull symbol was prominently displayed. Ning Zhuqing remained calm. There will be strange beasts at the Qi condensation realm appearing in the central area. And that skull represents a beast lord boss at the Qi condensation realm. The scoring method for team competitions is very simple and straightforward. The final score is the sum of the individual scores of all team members. This avoids situations where some support characters fail to score points. Like some very strong teams. They will then choose to split up and farm money separately to maximize their points. Ning Zhuqing analyzed calmly. My suggestion is to go full speed ahead once we enter the assessment area and head straight for the key areas. Her slender finger touched a red dot on the map. This boss is on my way, I'll just take it down. Then this one, and then this one. After speaking, she raised her head and looked at Wang Chu with her beautiful eyes, as if seeking his opinion. Wang Chu shrugged, looking completely indifferent. No problem. You're the team leader, so you can make the arrangements. To be honest, Wang Chu didn't take this mock exam, which was like playing house, very seriously. His thoughts had already drifted to the neighboring mountain town. Based on the timeline, Sword Saint Musi should have arrived in the mountain city by now. Wang Chu speculated in his mind. In the plot of Global Martial Arts Exam, the Void Order, a group of madmen, orchestrated a grand scheme that threw the mountain city into chaos. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyu's mother, Musi, is a powerful swordswoman at the mountain and sea realm who stands at the pinnacle of the Great Xiao Prefecture. They too will perish here. A glint of light flashed in Wang Chu's eyes. You only have this one chance to get your hands on Sword Saint Musi, who's on the must-eat list. After all, if we don't hurry up and complete the strategy, Sword Saint Mus will be finished. But the problem is, time is really too tight. Wang Chu is only at the 7th level of the bone-forging realm, and he has to face that group of madmen from the Void Cult. The power that dares to scheme against a mountain and sea realm expert must have an absolutely terrifying foundation. With his current small physique at the mere 7th level of the bone-forging realm, trying to get involved in a battle of this level is tantamount to suicide. But fortune favors the bold. We still have to get it done. This layer of dryness has so many layers of meaning. As soon as today's mock exam is over, I'll head to the mountain city. I've got my hands on Sword Saint Mus. Who agrees? Who objects? Opposition is useless. Time is almost up. Ning Zhuqing's voice pulled him back to reality. Wang Chu snapped out of his daze and looked ahead. All the candidates were poised and ready, like a pack of beasts about to be released from their cages. Drop. 9 o'clock sharp. The bracelets on everyone's wrists vibrated simultaneously, emitting a mechanical notification sound. Assessment begins. The moment the message falls, hundreds of candidates from Zone 6 rushed out like wild dogs. They rushed to be first. I was afraid of being a step too slow. Time is money. It's also a score. Resources within the assessment area are limited. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. For everyone you kill, someone else kills one less. In this fierce competition where thousands of people are crossing a single plank bridge, even a difference of just 1 point can determine one's fate. Let's go too. Ning Zhuqing gave a low shout and rushed out first. The Bohemia team and others followed closely behind. People still value scores a lot. If you get first place in the mock exam, you can snatch a spot in the Glid Brave squad from Xiaoyu's team. For these individuals, simply being called a hero guarantees them a direct advancement. As soon as we entered the outer area, roar! Several enormous wild boar-like beasts roared and charged out. Ning Zhuqing didn't stop for a moment. Gripping her spear tightly, she crouched down and swooped down. Blue-purple lightning streaked past. Several enormous beasts were instantly killed. To the members of the Bohemia team, these alien beasts in the outer areas were as fragile as paper. Push through the enemy lines. The points on the wristband have also started to increase. Less than 20 minutes had passed. They stormed into the key area with unstoppable momentum. And we arrived at the first marked red dot. Roar! A deafening roar of a tiger rang out, causing the leaves of the surrounding trees to fall in a rustling sound. All that could be seen in front of us was an open space. A giant tiger, as tall as a building, was coiled up there. 9th level of the bone-forging realm. He's already halfway into the Qi condensation realm. Lin Tao swallowed. The sense of oppression is overwhelming. She subconsciously looked at Wang Chu beside her and asked, God of Chu. Any tips or strategies? However, Wang Chu just gave her a strange look. That look was like he was looking at an idiot. Strategy guide? He pointed to the big cat, his tone full of doubt. Do you even need a strategy guide to hit a roadside stall like this? Lin Tao? Dude, are you serious? This is a boss at the 9th level of the bone forging realm. Before she could react, Wang Chu had already raised his right hand. Boom! Behind him, one after another, meteor showers roared out. It instantly overwhelmed the arrogant Tiger King, not even giving it a chance to scream. Looking at the still smoking corpse. Upon seeing this, Ning Zhuqing's pupils instantly contracted. It's only been a few days. I never expected Wang Chu to become even stronger. The black-armored Tiger King is even higher in rank and stronger than the Earth Dragon. But Wang Chu's swift defeat was even easier than when he faced the Earth Dragon. On the other side, Lin Tao opened her mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. This moment, she deeply understood a principle. Even if we are breathing the same air, the joys and sorrows between people are not shared. Sorry to bother you. I am not worthy. Chapter 59? What the hell? They're fighting. How did they end up kissing? How many times have I told you? Eileen pointed impatiently at the red dot on the map. Fighting these mini-bosses that you can find anywhere along the way is a complete waste of time. Our goal is to be number 1. If you ask me, we should just go full speed ahead and head to the central area to take down the Qi Condensation Realm boss. If we take it, our points will be far ahead. Zhang Xiaoyu frowned, disagreeing with this radical proposal. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, no matter how small. It won't affect anything if I just grab a bite on the way and earn some points. We'll see. What if we can't defeat the boss at the Qi Condensation Realm, or someone else steals it? Will we come back to fight these mini-bosses later? By then, they'll probably all be wiped out by someone else. We don't even have a minimum guarantee score. Li Shueqing stood to the side, her brows furrowed. It started again. Zhang Xiaoyu and Eileen always argue about everything. Wasn't it agreed that Captain Xiaoyu would have full command? She said, Eileen, just follow orders and stop arguing. I don't want to fight either. Eileen rolled her eyes. The main problem is that there's absolutely no need to fight these bosses along the way. Our condition and supplies are limited. If we get worn down by all those random cats and dogs on the road, how will we have the strength to fight the boss in the central area? Isn't this like picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon? That seems to make some sense. Shu Badan, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. It's really numb. Just 2 days ago, this group of people were making grand promises, saying things like, the advantage is in our hands and we will crush the Bohemia flower. And what was the result? The advantage lies in the fact that it's so damn good. The mock exams have only just begun, and we haven't even seen the boss yet. They've been arguing here for 10 minutes already. Is this the efficiency? Even eating shit can't keep up with the time when it's hot. Shubadan cleared his throat, trying to interject, I'd like to say a few words. Shut up! Zhang Xiaoyu and Eileen shouted in unison. His eyes were so fierce, it looked like he wanted to devour someone. Shubadan. Okay. You guys are awesome. You are all so arrogant. Can't I just shut up? I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to have joined your Xiaoyu team. Zhang Xiaoyu took a deep breath, her face so dark it looked like it could drip water. Her patience had run out. Eileen. I'm the captain. You're the captain? If you don't follow my orders, you can get out right now. Nobody's begging you to stay on this team. Eileen's face stiffened at the retort. She gritted her teeth but ultimately didn't dare to really lose her temper. He could only snort angrily and stop talking. The team finally started moving again. Soon, the battle began. Eileen. Shueqing needs to conserve her magic power. As usual, you'll be the one dealing damage up front. Zhang Xiaoyu shouted as she was being chased around by the boss. After firing several arrows, Eileen touched her quiver and her expression changed, out of arrows. Shubadan. Give me the arrow. Zhu Badan was overjoyed. Luckily, I had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, the blame will definitely be pinned on me again. He quickly pulled out a bundle of enchanted arrows from his spatial storage and handed it over. Eileen took the arrow, drew her bow, and nocked it. Aim. Loosen the string. Call out. The arrow left the bowstring and flew out. However, that arrow, like a 30-year-old man, has reached the age where he has to go against the wind and wet his shoes. It hadn't flown more than a few dozen meters. Just like that, limp and listless. It drooped down. It was stuck in the ground several dozen meters away from the boss. Zhang Xiaoyu herself was also dumbfounded. No? What's going on? He quickly drew another enchanted arrow, nocked it, and fired. Call out. This time, the arrow flew several meters further before crashing to the ground. Zhang Xiaoyu has had a mental breakdown. Eileen. What the hell are you doing? You missed even with that? Hurry up and deal damage. I can't hold on much longer. Eileen was also completely bewildered. I don't know. I've always shot like this. Could there be something wrong with the arrow? Unconvinced, she quickly drew another arrow and shot it again. This time, she used every ounce of her strength. Call out. The arrow flew out. It flew very far. It flew about 2 meters more than before. It remained limply stuck in the ground, not even touching the boss's hair. Zhang Xiaoyu completely exploded. Eileen. So what if we didn't take your opinion into account? Do you really need to act like an actor for me here? Throwing a tantrum at this crucial moment? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Eileen was also so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. I wasn't acting. I really tried. There's something wrong with this arrow. It must be a defective product that Zhu Badan bought. Zhu Badan? No? It's me again? Is this blame automatically assigned to me? He pulled out a paper bill directly. Big sister, look carefully. These are enchanted arrows for the bone forging realm that I specially bought. They cost 1,000 each. Zhu Badan didn't say anything harsh. You're blaming the equipment for your own shortcomings? Can't poop? Blame the toilet for having no gravity. Hurry up and take down the boss, I'm about to be completely overwhelmed. The faint sound of Zhang Xiaoyu screaming as she was chased could be heard from behind. Some teams are working hard to rack up points. Some teams were still arguing over there. Deep in the Lansun Mountains, space began to distort slightly. One after another, pitch-black vortexes appeared out of nowhere in the void. Then, one after another, figures dressed in black robes and exuding a chilling aura emerged from the vortex. The man in the lead said in a deep voice, "If you can avoid being discovered, try not to be discovered. Catch more sacrificial offerings, and they must be alive. The higher the level, the better." The master said that Lord Yamada no Orochi likes things that are chewy. Bohemia team. I just finished taking down another boss. Wang Chu suddenly sensed something and narrowed his eyes in alertness. Ning Zhuqing reacted quickly as well, immediately standing close to Wang Chu, her spear flashing like lightning. The next second, a spatial rift suddenly opened. 2 men in black robes emerged from within, uttering languid sounds. Upon seeing the person's attire, Wang Chu's pupils instantly contracted. Etc. Why are members of the Void Order here? According to the game's storyline, they should be causing trouble in the mountain city right now. 2 cultivators at the Qi condensation realm. Contract. Ning Zhuqing said in a deep voice, gripping her spear and assuming a fighting stance. Without hesitation, Lin Tao and Gao Tang immediately moved behind Wang Chu and Ning Zhuqing. He. Not bad luck. A man in black robes sized up the group, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. We suddenly encountered such a high-quality team. Another man in black licked his lips and sneered. Stop talking nonsense, do it. Take them alive. Before he could finish speaking, 2 powerful auras instantly locked onto the group. Lin Tao was so frightened that her face turned pale and her legs went weak. Faced with an enemy of this caliber, she didn't even have the courage to resist. Just then, Wang Chu turned his head and looked at Ning Zhuqing beside him. The two exchanged a glance. Ning Zhuqing seemed to understand something, her cheeks flushed slightly, and then she nodded. The next second, under the bewildered gazes of everyone, Wang Chu suddenly moved closer. He gave Ning Zhuqing a big kiss on her red lips. Lin Tao stood behind the two of them, her big eyes blinking as she stared at them in shock. No? What are you two doing? They're fighting, how come you're kissing? Chapter 60. Excuse me, can I pass by? The two men in black robes were dumbfounded. Put. One of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. This young couple is quite interesting. Did you think you were about to die and couldn't hold it in anymore? Another man in black robes chuckled strangely. These young people nowadays are really something. Wait a minute. His smile suddenly froze on his face, and his pupils contracted sharply. In that very instant, he sensed that the aura emanating from the girl wielding the spear was surging wildly. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder exploded instantly. Watch out! Something's wrong! He shouted loudly, trying to warn his companion. However, it's too late. Sizzle! A faint rumbling sound exploded in my ears. Thunder! Before the black-robed man, who was still laughing, could react, a long spear crackling with blue-purple lightning pierced through his chest in an instant, like a roaring thunder dragon. Puff! Quick! Extremely fast! Well! The man in black robes stared wide-eyed at the horrifying bloody hole in his chest. His face was filled with disbelief. Ning Zhuqing remained expressionless. With a flick of his wrist, he drew the spear. Puff! Blood gushed out like a fountain. She slightly turned her body to avoid the splattered blood. And on the tip of that spear, a heart was still beating slightly. Thump! The body lay stiffly on the ground, its eyes wide open in death. Ning Zhuqing flicked the blood off the tip of her spear, her expression calm, but her eyes were filled with icy killing intent. It seems you people are the same. If you get killed, you'll die too. The remaining man in black robes was completely enraged. You bastard! His companion was instantly killed by a little girl in the bone-forging realm? Utter disgrace. His aura surged, and he was about to make a move. Sudden. A cold voice, like a ghost, rang out from behind him. Excuse me. Excuse me. The man in the black robe froze, his scalp tingling. When? His attention was completely focused on Ning Zhuqing just now. The boy who kissed Ning Zhuqing somehow managed to sneak up behind him without anyone noticing. Danger. Extremely dangerous. He instinctively wanted to turn around, to dodge, to fight back. But... Move. Damn leg. Move now. He was horrified to discover that he had completely lost control of his body. Immediately afterwards, my vision began to spin. He saw that his lower body was still standing in the same place. And he is slowly sliding down. Bang! Ah! So? I'm already dead? These two perverts. Put. Blood gushed out. Two experts at the Qi condensation realm were wiped out in an instant. Ning Zhuqing gave Wang Chu a deep look. The more she got to know the man, the more mysterious and unpredictable he seemed. Logically speaking, most students would be terrified in such a life or death situation. But what about Wang Chu? Not only is he frighteningly calm, but his actions are also ruthless and decisive. Just like a few days ago in the Mirage, I killed Miyagi-Mi without hesitation. Decisive and ruthless. This time is no different. The movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation, resulting in an instant kill. If these two experts at the Qi condensation realm are truly on guard, even with the attribute bonus from the goddess link, she and Wang Chu will likely face a fierce battle. Strike first, strike hard. This audacity and shrewdness are simply not those of a high school student. In comparison, Lin Tao behind him had already collapsed to the ground and started vomiting violently. This was the first time she had ever witnessed a murder. The intense stench of blood assaulted her senses, and the blood and entrails scattered on the ground further assaulted her visual nerves. My stomach churned violently, and I felt like I was going to vomit bile. Gao Tan wasn't much better off. His face was ashen, and he kept dry heaving while covering his mouth. But he still had some sense. His hands trembled as he fiddled with the bracelet, trying to call for help. 10 seconds later, Gao Tang raised his head, his voice tinged with despair. Team leader. The signal around here seems to be malfunctioning. There is absolutely no signal. We can't contact the school or the demon suppression army. Wang Chu nodded, his expression calm. It was as if they had anticipated all of this. Normal. The other party dared to make a move during our mock exam, so they must have come prepared. Signal jamming is just a basic operation. It's impossible for us to contact foreign aid so quickly. However, this is also an abnormal situation, and the Demon Suppression Army has most likely already discovered the problem. Ning Zhuqing squatted down expressionlessly and groped around on the two corpses for a while. A moment later, she stood up with a frown. He has nothing of value on him. But she pointed to a strange pattern on the collar of her black robe. This spiral symbol might offer a clue. Wang Chu glanced at it. Of course he knew that this was the symbol of the Void Order. However, he definitely can't say it now. It would be abnormal if he did. He nodded and said in a deep voice. These two just mentioned during their conversation that they wanted to capture him alive. Right now, there must be other men in black robes attacking the students. Immediately, Wang Chu spoke seriously to Ning Zhuqing. Zhuqing, you all go back first. Find a way to break out of the signal jamming zone and report the situation here to the teacher and the demon suppressing army. I'll go to other places and see if I can do anything. Ning Zhuqing immediately said. I'll go with you. Even the weakest among them is at the Qi condensation realm. There might even be experts at the void realm or even the divine realm. No need. Wang Chu shook his head, his tone firm. He wasn't just being stubborn, he had a new plan. And your word carries weight. Moreover, if something happens to you inside, or you get lost, things will only get bigger and more complicated. But Ning Zhuqing wanted to say something more. Listen to me. Wang Chu looked directly into her eyes, his voice leaving no room for argument. Looking into Wang Chu's determined eyes, Ning Zhuqing bit her lip, but still nodded vigorously. Good. Then you must be careful. After saying that, she immediately turned around and gave the order. Gao Tan, Lin Tao. Take these two corpses with you. These two bodies are important evidence and must be taken back to identify them. Perhaps we can follow the clues to find the mastermind behind them. Although Lin Tao still felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, she knew that now was not the time to be dramatic. With a pale face, she endured her discomfort and, together with Gao Tang, each carried a corpse. Chushin, take care. We're leaving now. Ning Zhuqing gave Wang Chu a deep look. In the instant he turned around, Wang Chu heard a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet exceptionally clear. Waiting for you to come back. Bite. A system notification sounded in my mind. Goddess, Ning Zhuqing, S favorability plus 5%. Current favorability rating, 75%. Wang Chu's lips curled up slightly, watching the figures of the group disappear into the distance. The tenderness in his eyes vanished instantly. Instead, it was a chilling, bone-chilling killing intent. Chapter 61, Solo Infiltration. The Void Order's main force. Sir, something's wrong. Lansan Mountain, the command center of the Demon Suppression Army. An information officer responsible for monitoring suddenly took off his headphones, looking rather grim. Li Meng frowned. Explain. We have lost contact with all the patrol personnel in the central area and within a 10-kilometer radius. No response to the call. Have they lost contact? Li Meng turned to look at the technician beside him. Technical team. What's going on? The head of the technical team was sweating profusely, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Sir, the signal has indeed been cut off. Moreover, it's being targeted and blocked. This is definitely not a natural phenomenon. We are working hard to repair it, but it will take time. Li Meng narrowed his eyes. With his extensive experience, he instantly realized that this was definitely not an accident. Someone's causing trouble. He made a decisive decision, his voice booming like a bell. Emergency procedures activated. Danger level, level 3. All patrol personnel in the assessment area immediately cease routine patrols and assemble in the central area. The outer perimeter will be taken over by the standby team. Notify several lieutenants to immediately proceed to the central area for reconnaissance. Yes. Not long after, several figures instantly soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light and speeding towards the deep mountains. Those in the Void Realm can fly, and their speed is more than twice as fast as that of ground troops. Soon, the first wave of intelligence came back. Reporting, sir. An emergency signal has been sent by the outer patrol officers. An unidentified teleportation array appears to have appeared in the central area. Li Meng's heart sank to the bottom. He picked up the landline phone next to him and pressed a button. The call was connected. A cold voice came from the other end. "What's up?" Li Meng stood ramrod straight and spoke at an extremely fast pace. "Reporting to Commander Zhang. An anomaly has been detected in the Lansenshan assessment area. An unidentified teleportation array has been discovered in the central area, raising suspicions of external intrusion. A Level 3 emergency response has been activated, and rescue efforts are underway. No information has been received yet." Lansun Mountain? Before Li Meng could finish his report. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yuan's previously calm voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. "Li Meng. Immediately. Right now. Personally lead the team into Lansun Mountain. Ensuring the safety of a candidate named Ning Zhuqing is paramount. There was also a candidate named Wang Chu." Thump! Li Meng broke out in a cold sweat instantly. This leader, who is at the divine realm, remains unmoved even if Mount Tai collapses before him. "Why are you so out of control today?" "Wait, Ning Zhuqing." "Ning? What?" A million grass mud horses galloped through Li Meng's mind. "No? Whose daughter? Why would she take a mock exam in a small place like Huaihai City?" "Yes, sir." "Mission accomplished. Hang up the phone." Li Meng rushed out of the command room. "Adjust the emergency procedure level. Level 1. All troops, attack. Turn Lansun Mountain upside down. On the other side." Deep in Lansun Mountain, a dark figure moved like a ghost among the treetops. "Wa'ada." A muffled sobbing sound could be faintly heard from ahead. Wang Chu paused, then silently landed behind a large tree. Through the dense foliage, a team of 5 students was like a flock of lambs to the slaughter, being driven forward. A mysterious figure dressed in black robes escorted them from the front and back. 2 more at the Qi condensation realm. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes, quickly calculating the comparison of the 2 sides' combat strength. With my current 7th level of the Bone Forging realm, plus the 250% all-attribute bonus provided by the Goddess Link and the God of Magic's blessing. Enough. Taking them down in an instant is not difficult. Without any hesitation, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Chu's eyes, and he sprang into action. A dark shadow flashed by. Heads rolled. The man in black robes at the front of the group frowned. Why does the surrounding temperature seem to have dropped quite a bit? He turned his head sharply. Who? However, the only response he received was a dazzling, icy blue light. Call out. Put. An icicle formed from extreme cold air flew towards them. It pierced his head in an instant. At extremely low temperatures, the wound was covered in frost. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts at the Qi condensation realm were instantly killed. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. All 5 students were dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the 2 corpses lying on the ground. We're saved? A girl's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The fear of death she had just experienced almost drove her to the brink of collapse. The boy who seemed to be the team leader was also shocked. He looked at Wang Chu standing at the end of the line and subconsciously assumed that the Demon Suppression Army's rescue had arrived. Thank you so much, sir, for saving my life. You. He was only halfway through his sentence. He suddenly got stuck. Is this the uniform of Huaihai No. 1 High School? You're a student? He swallowed hard, feeling like his entire worldview was about to shatter. Damn it! Those were 2 experts at the Qi condensation realm. The 5 of them tried to resist, but they were taught a lesson and behaved themselves. Another girl suddenly screamed, her eyes shining, it's Wang Chu. Wow! He's even more handsome in person than in the videos. Wang Chu? Upon hearing this name, everyone immediately recalled that 38-second video. Wang Chu ignored their surprise. He casually pointed in the direction of the outer perimeter. Let's go quickly, it's not safe here. Run to the outer perimeter, there should be backup there. After saying that, Wang Chu walked towards the depths of Lansun Mountain. The boy snapped out of his daze and looked nervously at Wang Chu's retreating figure, calling out to him. And what about you? Aren't you coming with us? He suddenly realized something. How did Wang Chu end up here all by himself and save them? Wait. You didn't come here specifically to rescue someone, did you? You're going to go further in? Wang Chu, are you crazy? You're just a student. The school and the demon-suppressing army will be here to help soon. There will be truly powerful individuals coming. Your strength alone. Wang Chu turned his head slightly to the side. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves and fell on his face. With the light behind him, the 5 people couldn't see his expression. My strength is limited, isn't it? He chuckled softly. But didn't I just save you? The boy paused, speechless. Yes. If it weren't for Wang Chu, they would already be. Perhaps you're right, but I didn't think that much about it. Wang Chu's voice was calm. All I want to do is stay until reinforcements arrive. If we can save one, that's one. After saying that, he didn't linger. With a flicker, he disappeared once more into the deep, dense forest. Along the way, Wang Chu encountered 3 more pairs of mysterious men in black robes from the Void Cult. A total of 15 students who were still in shock were rescued. Lan Sun Mountain is still a bit too big. I wonder where the main force of the Void Order is. He wanted to find the Void Order. The Void Order's inexplicable appearance here is likely related to Sword Saint Musi. It seems she has already started taking action. Sudden. A commotion came from not far ahead. Wang Chu paused, his expression instantly turning serious. There are quite a few people. The main force has been spotted. Score 5.4. My Dao heart is shattered, please give me a 5-star review to save me. Chapter 62, Wang Chu saves Zhubadan and is sucked into the teleportation array. At this time, more than 20 students, dressed in various school uniforms from Huaihai City, were huddled together, shivering. Despair. Fear. It was written all over every young, innocent face. Wa'ada. I'm still young, I don't want to die here. A girl couldn't help but sob softly. Snap. A resounding slap knocked her to the ground. Damn it, I told you, shut up. A man in black robes roared. The spiral runes on his black robe had 2 more spirals than others. He's a leader. If anyone dares to make another sound, I'll kill him right now. That shout. It completely terrified everyone. Even her cries were forced back down, leaving only terrified gasps. The leader in black robes glanced at the time with annoyance. Then I looked back at the sparse line behind me. Oh shit. What's going on? Why are there so few people? Where are the other 5 teams? Where did they go? A man in black robes reported nervously. Boss, we can't get in touch with them. I think it's more likely to be a bad omen than a good one. Grass. The black-robed leader had a gloomy face and spat. A bunch of useless trash. Arresting a few students can lead to this mess? Wait 5 more minutes. If those good-for-nothings haven't returned by then, we're leaving. Fortunately, the priest said that only 10 people were needed. We still have over 20 students, which is more than enough. Less than 2 minutes later, another group of men in black robes escorted 5 figures covered in soot as they approached. Why is it so slow? Boss, these ideas were a bit tricky, but we still managed to pull them off. The students surrounded looked up. Moment. Everyone's heart sank. Holy crap, it's Xiaoyu's team? It's over, even Zhang Xiaoyu has been arrested? Xiaoyu's team is the Brave Squad, and every member has S-level talent. Even they got captured. But that's normal, the enemies are all at the condensation realm, so no matter how strong Xiaoyu's team is, it's useless. The group secretly observed Zhang Xiaoyu and her companions. Where is the slightest trace of their usual hero team prowess? Zhang Xiaoyu's hair was disheveled, and her combat suit was torn in several places, revealing bloody wounds underneath. She had her head down, her left hand gripping her right arm, and her right hand hanging limply at her side, clearly having just experienced a crushing defeat. Eileen, standing next to her, looked even worse. His face was covered in mud and tears, he was trembling all over, and he kept muttering to himself. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Li Shuiqing and Angela huddled together, tears streaming down their faces. The only one with a slightly tougher expression was Zhu Badan, who had just joined the team. His face was bruised and swollen, blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes still held a hint of resentment. Just now. They were still discussing how to win first place. As a result, he was immediately attacked by two black-robed men at the chi condensation realm. The five fought back stubbornly, but their so-called S-level talent was useless. They were defeated by the superior level of their cultivation and the vast difference in their combat experience. Now, Zheng Xiaoyu was thrown into the crowd, looking at the pairs of eyes around her that seemed to say, "You're here too." She felt a burning pain on her face. It hurts even more than a wound. Wow, these female students are quite pretty. Before being sacrificed, let the buddies have a taste first? He, I think it's a good idea. Get lost, don't even think about taking the sacrificial offerings. The leader slapped each of the men who had spoken, glanced at the time, and said calmly, "Forget it, let's go first, lest things get complicated." Just then, a faint sound rang out from the woods. Although the sound was very soft. But the tense, black-robed leader noticed it keenly. "Who?" The leader suddenly turned his head and roared. "Get out here!" The burst of magical energy surged towards the forest. The next second, whoosh! A blur of motion tore through the air in an instant. No nonsense. No opening remarks. That figure was incredibly fast. He instantly rushed to the two black-robed men closest to him. Put! Put! Two sharp sounds of swords slicing through flesh rang out. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Immediately afterwards, the two bodies fell straight down. But the dark figure wielding the elemental blade had not stopped. The other men in black robes reacted and instantly swarmed forward. Great! Reinforcements have arrived. We're saved. The students were just about to cheer when they discovered. Several seconds passed, and there was still only the boy in front of me. What about the others? Is he the only one? That is. In the crowd, Li Shueqing's eyes widened suddenly, as if she had seen a ghost. Wang Chu? It's him? Zheng Xiaoyu also raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. No. He? How dare he come out? And instantly killed two experts at the condensation realm? You should know, just now, none of the 5 members of Xiaoyu's team were a match for 2 people at the Qi condensation realm. Wang Chu, on the other hand, was all alone. With so many men in black robes, is he, a mere bone-forging realm cultivator, just throwing his life away? Oh? Just a student? The leader of the men in black robes looked at the newcomers and his expression turned furious. They actually managed to sneak up right under his nose and kill 2 of his people? Kill them on sight. Don't let them live. The scene started to descend into chaos. A great opportunity. Among the crowd, a few bolder boys saw this and thought they had a chance to take advantage of it. Let's fight them. We're going to die anyway, might as well take a gamble. Several people roared and tried to rush out. Before he could even run 2 steps, he was immediately knocked down by the black-robed men around him, each slapping him across the face. The students are still too weak compared to those at the Qi condensation realm. But many more students felt a renewed hope of survival, and one by one they got up and started to run away. Shu Badan glanced at Wang Chu, who was being besieged. This guy, he's a madman. Although this is indeed the only chance to escape. But Wang Chu still had the courage to fight, so how could he possibly run away? He turned around and shouted at Zheng Xiaoyu and the others behind him. Now's the time. Let's strike together. Maybe we can fight our way out. The words had barely left his mouth. Then I saw Zheng Xiaoyu, Eileen, Li Shueqing, and Angela. They actually had a very good understanding. He turned and ran. They scrambled and crawled away. I didn't even glance at him. No? Don't run away. If we 30-odd people can hold out for a little while, the demon suppression army will be here. Shu Badan called out. However, without the slightest hesitation, Zheng Xiaoyu and his companions disappeared into the woods. Grass! Shu Badan cursed angrily. Just then, a sudden whooshing sound came from the sky. It seems someone is approaching at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! How did they get here so fast? The black-robed leader's expression changed drastically. Everyone retreat. Bring as much as you can. He was holding an irregularly shaped stone. A dark light appeared. In an instant, several void vortexes appeared before everyone. Walk! The men in black robes no longer wished to fight. They were quick-witted and nimble, each grabbing the nearest student. Like carrying a baby chick. With a leap, he jumped into the portal. Help! I don't want to go. Zhubadan also failed to escape. He was immediately grabbed by the neck by a black-robed man at the peak of the chi condensation realm. Zheng Xiaoyu and her 3 companions had already run far away. They hid behind the tree, watching this scene with trembling eyes. His eyes showed only relief, not a trace of guilt. Great, they're gone. But Zhubadan was arrested. Who cares? He's stupid for not running away. Zhubadan was still thrashing about frantically inside the teleportation portal, half of his body still inside. His hands were waving wildly in the air. The shadows in the sky are gradually becoming clearer. Reinforcements are on their way, but The next second, a hand gripped his hand tightly outside the portal. Wang Chu. Zhubadan saw the person in front of him clearly, and his throat went dry. The portal's suction is indeed powerful. But that's perfect. Wang Chu was originally thinking about how to act out this scene so that it wouldn't seem too fake. Then, he exerted force suddenly and roared. Get out here, you son of a bitch. The next second, Zhubadan was forcibly dragged out of the teleportation portal. His body flew up and was violently flung into the grass behind him. However, the moment he turned around, he froze completely. Wang Chu was pulling him with his back turned just now. This ultimately led to him being trapped by the portal's terrifying suction. Immediately afterwards, Wang Chu's figure was completely swallowed up by the teleportation portal. Buzz. The portal is closed. It was as if it had never existed. It vanished without a trace. Only an empty meadow remained. And a group of dumbfounded people. Chapter 63 Sacrifice? Why are you using my words all the time? Bang bang bang. Several figures fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the grass. Smoke and dust billowed up. Li Meng looked around. There were several corpses of men in black robes on the ground, along with more than a dozen students who were still in shock. The place was a complete mess. Damn it! We're too late. Li Meng strode forward, his voice booming like a bell. I am Li Meng, the regimental commander of the Lansenshan Demon Suppression Army. I'm in charge here now. Everyone, assemble immediately. Upon hearing the words Demon Suppression Army, those students who were trembling with fear seemed to have finally found their pillar of support. They collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. Only Zhubadan. He was still lying on the ground, staring blankly at the empty patch of grass. His eyes were vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Who's still thinking straight? Tell me what happened here. Li Meng said in a deep voice. Zhubadan trembled, as if he had suddenly come to his senses. He suddenly sat up, his eyes red and his voice hoarse. Reporting, sir. He then told Li Meng everything that had just happened. When Wang Chu suddenly appeared, the students scattered and fled. Upon hearing the name Wang Chu, Li Meng's heart skipped a beat. On his way here, he ran into Ning Zhuqing. That noble young lady repeatedly instructed that Wang Chu's safety must be guaranteed. You mean Wang Chu? Where is Wang Chu? Where is he? Zhubadan's voice was trembling. Just now. To save us, Wang Chu charged out alone to fight the man in black. These corpses on the ground, he killed them all. Then, hearing the commotion of your arrival, those men in black robes somehow opened a portal and tried to escape. Then, I was caught. Wang Chu did it to save me. At this point, Zhubadan's eyes turned red. He dragged me out. But I got sucked in. Hiss. Li Meng felt his head buzzing. It sounds like Wang Chu is indeed a fierce general. But, isn't this like the sky falling down? How am I supposed to explain this to Miss Ning? At the same time, on the other side of the portal, after a dizzying, weightless sensation, snap. The people landed on the ground in various postures. Before they could even get a good look at their surroundings, a dozen or so men in black robes immediately surrounded them. The students crouched on the ground, covering their heads, not daring to breathe. Wang Chu was very cooperative. He raised his hands and shrugged innocently. Everything is proceeding according to plan. For some unknown reason, the Void Order's actions occurred earlier than in the game's storyline. Fortunately, it's alright. He happened to be caught up in the Void Order's operation and even hitched a ride. Otherwise, by the time I run to the mountain city, Sword Saint Musi will probably be dead. Inside the natural cave, it was cold and damp, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The black-robed leader, a cultivator at the Void Realm, walked over. He looked at Wang Chu with a sinister gaze, as if he wanted to devour him. This kid almost ruined his plans. Just kill them. Anyway, we already have enough offerings. However, before he could even make a move, the communicator in my ear suddenly rang. Everyone, immediately take the offerings to the main altar. The ceremony is about to begin. No delays allowed. Upon hearing the order, his raised hand froze in mid-air. He glared at Wang Chu and snorted coldly. Forget it, you won't live for more than a few minutes anyway. Take away. A group of men in black robes led the students along a winding passage deeper into the area. Walk through a long, narrow corridor. A huge underground space appeared before us. In the center stands a blood-red altar. It was covered with twisted and eerie runes. Around the altar, various rare magical materials were piled up. Dragon's blood grass, wyvern skeletons, ice coffins of the dead. All kinds of materials, each one is extremely rare. It's clear how much the Void Order went to for the ceremony. It really is a sacrificial ritual. A glint of light flashed in Wang Chu's eyes. This scene perfectly matches the storyline of the game Global Martial Arts Exam. The Void Order forcibly tore apart the spatial barrier by sacrificing the lives of 100 professionals. He summoned the colossal beast from the Void Realm of Mountains and seized the Yamata no Orochi. Final. The Sword Saint Musi, who came to investigate, perished together with the Yamata no Orochi. A legend has fallen. But Wang Chu's lips curled up slightly. Now that I'm here, this script needs to be revised. Sword Saint Musi. This is a dish I absolutely have to eat. How can it just die like this? At this time, the altar was already surrounded by 30 or 40 people in black robes. They formed a circle, muttering incantations as if performing some ancient prayer. Standing at the very center of the altar was a tall, thin figure wearing a gold-rimmed mask. Hurry up and come over, these are the last few. He raised his staff high, his voice hoarse yet growing increasingly fervent. Immediately, Lord Yamata no Orochi is about to descend upon the world. Let everyone see the afterglow of God. After gesturing wildly for a while, he suddenly turned to look at the students. Bring the offerings up one by one. All the students who were captured were terrified, their faces ashen and their bodies trembling. The black-robed leader's gaze swept across the crowd. The image freezes on Wang Chu, who has a calm expression. A slight smile played on his lips beneath the mask as he raised his hand and pointed directly at Wang Chu. He. Weren't you being pretty arrogant just now? You like to stand out, huh? Then you be the first one. The first one. The first one is good. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wang Chu was pushed and shoved onto the center of the altar, where he looked at the dozens of black-robed figures around him. They're all talented. The students turned away in disbelief, their faces pale with fright and their lips trembling slightly. They knew that after Wang Chu died, it would be their turn soon. Is there anyone who can save us? The men in black robes beside them began chanting incantations. The priest in the center held his scepter high, ready to speak. Then a voice came from the student in front of them, whose head was hanging down. The Lord of Rivers who wanders in the cracks of the void. The door is open, the contract is made. Your devout follower, Wang Chu, offers up 40 black-robed cultists on the altar. Use their flesh and blood as bait, and their souls as payment. Descend, Lord Yamata no Orochi. The black-robed priest held his staff, his hand trembling. What are you doing? Why are you using all my words? Beautiful teeth. Chapter 64, effective immediately, Xiaoyu's team is stripped of the title of Brave Squad. Holy crap, have I been ripped off? After a brief moment of bewilderment, the black-robed priest. A mocking sneer curled at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Young people. Do you really think being a priest is so easy, just reciting a few words? Utterly ridiculous. He looked at Wang Chu as if he were an idiot. His tone was full of a condescending sense of superiority. Do you know how much mental energy is needed to summon Lord Yamada no Orochi? Did you know that there are strict rules governing the pauses and transitions of each syllable in this ancient sacrificial incantation? Just those few sentences you just uttered contained at least 7 grammatical errors. And the priest shook his head, his face full of disdain. Each sacrifice requires reciting a full 3-minute introductory prayer. Even I can only offer sacrifices one person at a time. You're asking us to sacrifice 40 of us right off the bat? Are you kidding me? However, he hadn't finished speaking. The smile froze completely on his face. It felt like someone had suddenly grabbed my neck. GAA. An unprecedented and terrifying aura is descending. It's like a gaze from the abyss. You. The black-robed priest couldn't speak, he could only stammer out syllables. Wang Chu smiled faintly at this. I don't know any of those things you're talking about. But I'm reading your newly developed version after your research. Boom. The next second, the entire altar began to tremble violently. The crimson runes began to flash. It filled the vision of all the black-robed figures on the altar. How is this possible? The priest's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and his whole body trembled like a leaf. Student mental health representative. I feel unwell. Huaihai City. Conference room of the demon army in Lansenshan town. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Li Meng stood in front of the conference table with his head hanging down, like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Opposite. Zhang Yuan sat there, his face ashen. Commander Zhang, I'm sorry. Li Meng's voice was low and filled with self-reproach. Our support came too late. As a result, Wang Chu and more than a dozen other students were taken away by those men in black robes. This is my dereliction of duty. Bang! Zhang Yuan slammed his hand on the table. Dereliction of duty? Is this something that can be resolved with just a statement of dereliction of duty? That's more than a dozen lives. That is the hope for the future of our Huaihai city. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Li Meng. Write a self-criticism afterwards and put it on my desk. As for the specifics of how to deal with you, we'll see how it all turns out in the end. If you can't save the person, you can quit. Yes. Li Meng straightened his back and responded loudly. After giving the speech, Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked at Ning Zhuqing, who was standing silently to the side. His tone softened slightly. Mississippi. Although the situation is urgent, it is not entirely hopeless. I just inquired about it. Recently, a large number of professionals have gone missing in the neighboring mountain town. Mountain City has requested support from the government. Sword Saint Lord Musi arrived in Mountain City yesterday and is personally conducting an investigation. Zhang Yuan paused for a moment, then continued. Originally, those men in black robes were quite discreet and cautious in their movements. But we speculate that perhaps it was the arrival of the Sword Saint that put them under tremendous pressure. That's why they've resorted to desperate measures and targeted Huaihai City, where we're currently conducting mock exams. So, Lady Musi must have some clues to make them so anxious. I believe. With the Sword Saint's strength, he will surely be able to rescue Wang Chu and the other students safely. At this point, Zhang Yuan frowned slightly and muttered to himself. I just don't know. What exactly do they want to do by kidnapping so many professionals? Anyway, whatever I do. So many professionals have gone missing, it's definitely not a good thing. The chances of survival are slim. Ning Zhuqing did not speak. She just silently bit her fingers. I prayed in my heart again and again. Wang Chu. You liar. You promised me you'd come back. Just then, a sudden, noisy argument broke out outside the meeting room. What did you call us here for? What does Wang Chu's arrest have to do with us? That's right. He's just to show off and insists on going out to be a hero. Serves him right for dying. The door was pushed open. Several soldiers from the Demon Suppression Army led 5 members of Xiaoyu's team into the room. Zhang Xiaoyu and Eileen's faces were filled with impatience. Seeing this scene, the anxiety in Ning Zhuqing's eyes instantly turned into icy rage. She stood up abruptly and strode over there. Smack! The slap left Zhang Xiaoyu completely stunned. You hit me? What right do you have to hit me? My mom is a sword saint. Ning Juqing stopped pretending and gave a cold laugh. Your mother is a sword saint. My father is still the lord of the manor. No? Your father is the lord of the manor? Zhang Xiaoyu and the others immediately shut up. You should have told me sooner that your father is the head of the manor. Ning Juqing clenched her fists and glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu and the others. You? How dare you say such a thing? As a professional, how could you choose to run away when everyone was fighting back? Do you deserve the title of Hero Squad? Zhang Xiaoyu's face turned pale and then red after being rebuked. But she still forced herself to retort. That's different. The opponent is at the Void Realm. Going up there would be suicide. Besides, who asked him for help? Enough! Zhang Yuan gave a cold shout. His gaze swept over this group of so-called geniuses, his eyes filled with disappointment. Deserting in the face of battle, abandoning teammates, and showing absolutely no sense of responsibility. This is a disgrace to the Sword Saint. A disgrace to Huaihai City. He waved his hand. I hereby declare. Effective immediately, Xiaoyu's team is stripped of its title of Brave Squad. What? Eileen, who was standing nearby, became anxious. Even if you are the commander of Huaihai City, you have no right to do this. My mom got a guaranteed admission. My resources. You think you can just refuse to give it to me like that? Zhang Xiaoyu also angrily said, if you dare to revoke our Brave Squad title, I'll write a long essay on Xia Hongshu to scold you. Everyone looked at her as if she were an idiot. Are you out of your mind? Zhu Badan stood up abruptly, glaring angrily at Zhang Xiaoyu and Eileen. Zhang Xiaoyu. Eileen. I've put up with you for far too long. A sword saint who is useless except for dealing damage. An archer who can't even shoot accurately without arrows. There's another mage who runs out of mana after just 2 fireworks? I've had enough of you trash. From this day forward, I'm leaving Xiaoyu's team. And another thing. If you dare to say a single careless word on Xia Hongshu, I will stand up and expose your desertion. Let's see whose side public opinion will take. Zhu Badan, you traitor. Zhang Yuan, Li Meng, and Ning Juqing watched as Zhu Badan single-handedly took on Zhang Xiaoyu and Eileen. Wonderful. That was brilliant. Amidst a heated argument. No one noticed. Li Shueqing seems to have some mental issues. She kept her head down and didn't say anything. His gaze was somewhat unfocused, as if he were immersed in some strange fantasy. Wang Chu. He rushed out just now, it must be because of me, right? After all, I'm his childhood sweetheart, the person he's liked since he was little. Even though I treated him that way, even though I kicked him. Even in the face of life and death, he couldn't help but come to save me. He still loves me after all. Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on Li Shueqing's lips. As for why he approached my mother. He's definitely doing this on purpose to annoy me. Because she can't have me, she can only seek solace in her loneliness. If he comes back alive this time and confesses his feelings to me, should I reluctantly accept it? But what about all that messy stuff between him and Chen Lina? If he kneels down before me, I might forgive him. Just then, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. He picked it up and took a look, and his expression immediately changed. Ning Juqing quickly asked, Uncle Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Urgent military intelligence has arrived from the mountain city. Just now. The Yamata no Orochi has descended. Chapter 65 Come, Sword Saint. You will help me detoxify. Boom. The ground in the entire suburbs of the mountain town suddenly collapsed. Dust billowed into the sky, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. A terrifying pressure that could freeze one's soul erupted from the depths of the earth. Hiss. Hiss. The air was filled with the aroma of fresh, living flesh. Screams and cries erupted all around, creating utter chaos. Listen, what a delicious sound. Amidst the dust, the 8-headed serpent said in ecstasy. The moment it finished speaking. Clang. A clear and resounding sword cry instantly pierced through the noisy battlefield. A dazzling silver sword light arrived from the horizon without warning, instantly cleaving through the dust. Quick! That's too fast. It was so fast that even the Yamata no Orochi didn't have time to react. Put. The sword light struck the snake's head in the very center with perfect precision. That enormous snake head was actually severed by this sword. Dark purple blood gushed out like a waterfall. Ah! The Yamata no Orochi let out a shrill cry of pain, its massive body twisting violently. Who? It roared angrily, and the remaining 7 heads all looked toward the horizon. I could only see that direction. A graceful white figure stood suspended in mid-air. She wore a simple, fitted martial arts uniform, her figure was tall and voluptuous, and her long, flowing hair danced wildly in the wind. He held an ancient longsword in his hand, the tip of which pointed diagonally at the ground. One person. One sword. Such a powerful aura. The Yamata no Orochi spoke in a deep voice, "Are you the strongest among humans? You beast." Moose parted her red lips slightly. His voice was clear and cold, exuding an undeniable air of dominance. Is the territory of Great Xia Prefecture a place where you can run wild? Die. He's ruthless and doesn't talk much. The words had barely left his mouth. Her figure vanished from the spot in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already on top of Yamata no Orochi's head. The long sword in his hand suddenly swelled into a terrifying sword light 100 meters long, and with the force of splitting the heavens and earth, it slashed down fiercely. However, this time Orochi was on guard. The snake's head launched an attack from different directions. This directly interrupted Musei's offensive. Then, he. The Yamata no Orochi made a soft sound. Suddenly, a budding flesh began to wriggle at the severed neck. Puff! A brand new head has grown back. Foolish humans. At the same time, the head of the Yamata no Orochi emitted a mocking laugh. You're really underestimating me. Musei's gaze remained unchanged, still indifferent. I'd like to see how many heads you have. Sword 7, Myriad Phenomena. On the ground. Wang Chu has already organized the students and some surviving professionals to escape. He hid in the ruins, observing the battle between the mountain and sea realms up close. Goodness. The battles between the mountain and sea realms are far more terrifying than anything you see in the game. At least these special effects didn't cost any money. That's amazing. Moose truly lives up to his title of Sword Saint. She's completely different from her good-for-nothing daughter. Her figure transformed into countless afterimages in the air, with sword energy crisscrossing everywhere. Let's just overpower this Yamata no Orochi. Perhaps it's because the Yamata no Orochi just descended, but it also proves the power of Sword Saint Musei. But Wang Chu clicked his tongue twice. As a player, he knew all too well what the old snake had up its sleeve. Musei did indeed defeat Orochi. But the Yamata no Orochi wasn't one to be trifled with. Before it died, it spat venom at the Sword Saint. And that snake venom, well, those who know, know. Sword Saint Musei, unwilling to be humiliated, ultimately chose suicide. And this snake venom. This is also the key to whether Wang Chu can eat the Sword Saint on the must-eat list. At this time, the battle in the sky seems to be nearing its end. Despite being covered in wounds, Musei fought with increasing ferocity. The final blow. After the battle, she discovered the location of the Yamata no Orochi's energy core. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Buzz. The long sword in his hand emitted a high-pitched sword cry. He became one with the sword, transforming into a silver meteor that was impossible to look at directly. This sword strike was incredibly fast. That was also her final blow. Put. The silver meteor pierced straight through the heart of the Yamata no Orochi. The Yamata no Orochi let out a mournful howl. It's a success. A hint of joy appeared on Musei's face. But at that very moment, a purple mist transformed into a sharp arrow and shot out from the heart of the Yamata no Orochi. With the swordsman Musei so close, his nerves were a little relaxed and he didn't notice at all. Careful! A furious, anxious roar suddenly rang out from below. Immediately afterwards, a figure in a school uniform. From the ruins below, they mustered all their strength and soared into the sky without hesitation. He doesn't have any fancy moves. There are no means of defense. He simply opened his arms in the most clumsy way. With their own flesh and blood, he stood firmly in front of Musei. Puff! A muffled thud. The poisonous mist arrow that was originally meant to hit Musei. It pierced directly into Wang Chu's body. The game swordsman, Musi, would rather commit suicide than suffer such humiliation. Then I would never gamble that Sword Saint Musi would agree to help me detoxify. Wang Chu's figure began to fall from the sky. His pupils reflected the image of Sword Saint Musi. Since that's the case, come, Sword Saint. You'll help me detoxify. Chapter 66 Sword Saint Musi, don't blame me, I did it all to save you. Wang Chu dared to use the self-inflicted injury tactic. His greatest source of confidence is that he has a backup plan. The universal potion for removing abnormal statuses, obtained through a bug exploit, was currently safely tucked into his pocket. What if Musi just says something like, "I'm sorry, you're a good person," and then leaves him to fend for himself on the side of the road? Then he wouldn't have really gone too far. Not only that, Wang Chu still has a trump card that can increase his chances of success. Ding! Do you want to select Moose as the link object? Yes. Ding! Moose has been added as a target for your goddess link. Currently, Moose's favorability rating is 10%. The link will be successfully established when Moose's favorability reaches 80%. Call. The wind howled. Wang Chu's body was in freefall in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. In an instant, Musi's figure, carrying a faint fragrance, had already appeared beside him. She stretched out her hands. She gently caught him in her arms. Behind him, it was the Yamata no Orochi, its heart pierced, its massive body crumbling and disintegrating inch by inch. The purple light of the void intertwined with the holy silver sword light on Musi's body. Beautiful and breathtaking. The only downside is, Musi carried Wang Chu in a princess carry. This is a bit of a reversal of the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Moose lowered her head. Only then did she have a chance to properly observe the boy who had blocked an attack for her. What is the school uniform of Huaihai No. 1 Middle School? The next second, her pupils contracted slightly. It was him? The boy I bumped into in the elevator. They even complimented her on her looks, and called her sister. Well, most importantly, he's so handsome that you can't forget him at first glance. It turns out. Did he save me? What a coincidence. Musi's heart trembled inexplicably. Soon, her body landed lightly. You? Musi looked at Wang Chu, whose face was contorted in pain, in her arms and asked softly. Are you all right? Wang Chu opened his eyes with difficulty. Her eyes were unfocused and slightly watery. He forced a weak smile, his voice hoarse. Sister. Look at me. Does she seem all right? Moose was speechless. Really? That's a rather silly question. At this time, Wang Chu. His face was as red as a ripe shrimp, and his burning body temperature could be clearly felt through his clothes. Rapid breathing, disordered breathing. His eyes were unfocused, and he was clearly out of his mind. It's almost over. But, even so, how could he still laugh and joke with me? Musi was about to ask him why he was here. Suddenly, I remembered the intelligence I had just received. A mock exam in Huaihai City was attacked, and more than a dozen students were abducted. I see. He was also one of the victims who were arrested. Even so, he actually stepped forward at that crucial moment and saved me. This child. That's so stupid. An unprecedented sense of guilt and emotion instantly filled Musi's heart. She bit her lip, her voice firm. Don't worry. I will definitely save you. But that's easy for you to say. How to save him? Musi was so anxious that sweat beaded on her forehead. She's a sword cultivator. They only know how to kill, not how to save lives. She knew absolutely nothing about medicine. What to do, what to do. Looking at Wang Chu, who was in increasing pain in her arms, Musi was in a state of utter confusion. Sudden. She remembered someone. Ding Yorong. Although that woman is usually frivolous, she is, after all, a successor of the Medicine King sect and is an expert in all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. She quickly took out her phone and dialed the number. Hello? A languid female voice came from the other end. What are your instructions, Sword Saint, today? Musi took a deep breath, her voice a little hoarse. Tolerance. I need help. Oh, Ding Yorong on the other end of the phone reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, her voice instantly rising 8 octaves. What did you say? You need help? As one of Musi's few close friends, she knew this woman's personality all too well. Arrogant. Stubborn. For her to actually ask for help, that must be a really big deal. Ding Yorong immediately dropped her playful smile and her tone became serious. What happened? Musi glanced at Wang Chu in her arms and spoke very quickly. I'm on a mission in the mountain city. A void creature has appeared here, the Yamata no Orochi. Yamata no Orochi? Ding Yorong exclaimed in surprise. That's a void creature from the mountain and sea realm, as recorded in the annals. You're injured? I'm fine. Musi pursed her lips. I've already killed it. But, at the last moment, it spewed out a cloud of poisonous mist. You've been poisoned? It wasn't me. Someone blocked it for me. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. I see. So, what symptoms are the injured person experiencing now? Moose described it truthfully. His whole body was red, burning hot like it was on fire. He was delirious and kept muttering about how hot it was. After listening to the description, Ding Yorong pondered for a moment, her tone somewhat strange. Although the Yamata no Orochi is a void creature, it is still a snake in essence, and snakes are inherently lustful. Since this poison isn't corrosive, it must be something else, an aphrodisiac. If this is not lifted soon, he will soon be consumed by lust and die from the poison. He died from poison gas attacking his heart? Musi panicked a little. Then, what should we do? Should I just take him somewhere to relieve himself? As she said this, she felt her face burning. What are you thinking, sis? Ding Yorong couldn't help but roll her eyes. This is the original poison of the Yamata no Orochi from the mountain and sea realm. How could you possibly solve this problem by just finding any woman to do that? Then, what should we do? Musi looked at Wang Chu, whose breath was growing weaker and weaker in her arms, and was extremely anxious. He instinctively tightened his grip on her arms. She began to imagine. If Wang Chu hadn't blocked that attack for her just now. Right now. She herself has become like this. That would be worse than death. Ding Yorong hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone before speaking vaguely. Well, if we want to completely detoxify, there are currently only two methods. The first type. Found a 1,000-year-old Arasima that grows in an extremely cold place. I'll make a potion of divine realm quality to cure it. But I'll need at least 5. Musi's heart sank. Not to mention that the 1,000-year-old Arasima is extremely precious, you need 5 of them. When they found him, the boy in their arms was already cold. What about the second one? She asked eagerly. The second one. Ding Yorong's voice became somewhat strange. That is, find a female professional whose strength is at least at the mountain and sea realm. Give it to him, that one. Then take advantage of the moment when yin and yang meet. Use the immense magical power of a mountain and sea realm expert to help him purify the toxins. This method can quickly suppress toxins, and after multiple evolutions, it can completely detoxify them. There aren't many female professionals in the mountain and sea realm. Not to mention doing that kind of thing, I advise you to give up. Everyone has their own destiny. Ding Yorong was still going on, analyzing the situation. Meanwhile, here is Moose. But he remained silent. A deathly silence. Mountain and sea realm. Female. She looked down at Wang Chu in her arms. She knew that Ding Yorong had given her the choice. Good. I see. A long time. Musi took a deep breath, her voice eerily calm. Etc. Ding Yorong on the other end of the phone was somewhat shocked. You don't really mean to. Don't be impulsive. Beep. 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 Before she could finish speaking, Moose had already hung up the phone decisively. He tossed his phone aside. She was afraid to listen any longer. It will waver. You'll regret it. I might change my mind. Looking at this boy who was about the same age as her daughter but whose life was hanging by a thread after saving her. Musi's hands, which had never trembled in the 30 years she had held a sword. Right now. It was trembling violently. Even her neck and the base of her ears turned bright red. She bit her red lips, a resolute glint in her eyes. She leaned down and whispered in Wang Chu's ear. The voice was so soft it seemed to drip water. You. Don't blame me. I did all this to save you. Sword Saint Moose. Chapter 67 Lady Moosey helps detoxify. Moosey found a relatively calm spot in the mountain forest in grassland. He casually set up a sword energy barrier, isolating himself from all prying eyes. Wang Chu had his eyes closed, and his body was burning hot. But his consciousness was actually clearer than anyone else's. No? What are you doing? I waited for ages. He only felt a pair of slightly cold hands, and seemed somewhat at a loss. Wang Chu secretly opened his eyes and took a peek. All that could be seen on Moosey's aloof and stunningly beautiful face was a bewildered look in her eyes. With a touch of feeling lost and confused? Wait? Could it be that she doesn't know how to do it? Wang Chu found it somewhat strange. This shouldn't be happening. She has a daughter, after all. Although my heart was filled with doubts. But the toxins in my body really started to take hold, and waves of heat and dryness came one after another. Otherwise, let's stop dawdling like this. Wang Chu could only close his eyes and feign a painful groan. Then. Seriously, I'm speechless. They want to be both support and carry. Moose seemed to have been electrocuted. However, Wang Chu was completely stunned. No? Is this Moose's first time? How is this possible? Then Zhang Xiaoyu. But regardless, now is not the time to think about these kinds of questions. The next second. Moosey frowned, her face turning deathly pale instantly. Even a professional at the mountain and sea realm is extremely vulnerable at this moment. Soon. Favorability plus 10%. Favorability plus 15%. Lord Moose. Wang Chu looked resentful and couldn't help but remind him. Aren't you going to help me detoxify? My affection level has increased twice already. Moosey suddenly snapped out of her daze, her face instantly turning bright red. Oh. I'm sorry. I forgot. Finally. Favorability plus 20%. The snake venom in Wang Chu's body after being attacked. They were instantly suppressed by the immense magical power of the mountain and sea realm expert. I have to say, the mountain and sea realm is really powerful. Call. Wang Chu let out a long sigh of relief. The redness caused by the toxins quickly faded, and the complexion returned to its normal color. The battle is over. A deathly silence fell within the barrier. Moosey hurriedly packed her things, not daring to look back at him at all. I'm sorry. Her voice was filled with self-blame and shame. I did this to save you, that's why I had to. I hope you understand. She was an older woman in her 30s. This actually happened. Even though it was to save someone, she still felt incredibly ashamed. Will he think I'm deliberately dating younger men? Wang Chu's lips curled up slightly. At this time, it's time to showcase the true skills of the woodworking masters in this hidden corner. The gentlemanly character design. Open. Lady Moose is such a gentle person. Wang Chu's voice drifted by like a gentle breeze. Do you know how desperate I felt the moment I was teleported to the altar? Standing on the altar, I thought, without a miracle, I wouldn't survive. And you are my miracle. Elder sister. I really want to be a kept man, sister. Upon hearing this, Moosey's shoulders trembled. I am your miracle. This is the first time someone has described her like this. For some reason, Moosey's heart began to leap with joy. She turned her head, her gaze gentle and tender. I still don't know your name. Wang Chu smiled and said, Lord Moosey, Wang Chu, my name is Wang Chu. Please don't call me Lady Moosey anymore, just call me Moosey. Moosey's expression softened. Xiao Chu, how is the snake venom in your body? After a moment of reflection, Wang Chu spoke. With the same detoxification method as before, it should take about 20 or 30 more times to completely clear it. Of course, it won't take 20 or 30 times. Wang Chu immediately took the antidote. Another 20 or 30 times? Upon hearing this, Moosey gasped. But she still said, okay. I will definitely help you get rid of the poison. Just then, a sudden cell phone ringtone sounded. Moosey pulled her phone out of the pile of clothes, and when she saw the name on the caller ID, a feeling of guilt inexplicably rose in her heart. She took a deep breath and answered the phone. Mom. Zhang Xiaoyu's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. I heard you fought the Yamata no Orochi from the mountain and sea realm? Are you alright? Are you hurt? Musi said calmly. I'm fine, don't worry. That's good. Zhang Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief on the other end of the phone, then changed the subject, her tone becoming somewhat aggrieved. Mom! There's one thing you absolutely have to stand up for me on. What, Musi felt a hot body press against her. Sister Musi. Wang Chu leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. The snake venom seems to be flaring up again. Chapter 68. Mom, please turn on the video so I can see. I'm so worried about you. Looking at Moose from behind. Her skin was smooth, fair, and firm, and her perfect curves were accentuated by two incredibly attractive dimples on her lower back. Suitable as a handle. Wait. Musi's breathing became a little rapid, and she covered her mouth with her left hand and whispered. I'm sorry, Sister Musi, I think the snake venom has flared up again. I feel so bad, Sister Musi. Wang Chu pressed himself against Musi from behind. He leaned close to Musi's ear, his warm breath brushing against her ear as he spoke. This gave Moose a jolt. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Xiaoyu, who was rambling on about being treated unfairly and having her qualification as a member of the hero squad revoked, and asking Musi for help, suddenly noticed something. Why isn't Musi saying anything? She asked, somewhat puzzled. Mom, are you still listening? Yes, I'm listening. Musi's mind was completely occupied, but when her name was suddenly called, she snapped out of her reverie and responded. Her voice was a little nasal. It also occasionally makes an oh-ho sound. Now, even if Zhang Xiaoyu was stupid, she could tell that something was wrong. Mom, is there something you're hiding from me? Zhang Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Musi's heart sank, and her scalp tingled instantly. The double stimulation made her involuntarily tense up. Hiss. Musi and Wang Chu both gasped simultaneously. After a few seconds, Musi spoke with some difficulty. How could I possibly be hiding anything from you? You're overthinking it, Xiaoyu. She was a little nervous. There's no reason why Zhang Xiaoyu would know that she was helping Wang Chu with his treatment. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, Zhang Xiaoyu's voice came through. Mom, are you seriously injured? Did you not tell me because you didn't want me to worry? The Yamata no Orochi of the mountain and sea realm must be very strong. I should have realized that, but I didn't care about you at the beginning. You defeated the Yamata no Orochi and protected Yamashiro, but the price must have been high. Zhang Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Oh. So this is what you meant. Then I won't worry anymore. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled, and she said softly. Xiaoyu, don't worry. It's just a tiny scratch. It's okay. The way you're talking doesn't sound like anything's wrong. How can you say it's alright? Mom, you can't even speak coherently anymore, does it hurt a lot? Compared to Li Shueqing, Zhang Xiaoyu is at least somewhat thoughtful. At least at this point, they still know to care about Moose. However, her next words almost made Musi's heart jump out of her chest again. The original call suddenly popped up a video window waiting for Musi's consent. Mom, please turn on the video so I can see. I'm so worried about you. Want to turn on the video and take a look? What are you looking at? Do you want to see me get attacked? Musi knew that now was not the time to continue speaking. If I keep talking, I'm afraid I'll really be exposed. How am I supposed to explain this to Xiaoyu? She quickly said. That's all for now, I have to hang up, I'll contact you later. That's all. Before Zhang Xiaoyu could reply, she quickly hung up the phone. And there is no longer the constraint of making phone calls. After suppressing her voice for so long, she was finally able to let it out. Favorability plus 5%. Goddess Moose affection level, 55%. After the second detoxification was completed, Musi looked at Wang Chu with a resentful expression. Wang Chu, I was on the phone just now. How could you do this? Wang Chu lowered his eyes, not daring to look directly at Musi, and looked somewhat disappointed. I'm sorry, Lady Musi. I really didn't mean to, it was just that the snake venom suddenly flared up, I couldn't help it. Pay attention, listen up. Here's a little detail. Wang Chu said Lord Musi instead of Sister Musi as before. This immediately widened the distance between the two of them again. Musi understood the implication and felt a chill run down her spine. Yes. Wang Chu's cultivation level is still low, and he was poisoned by the venom of the Yamata no Orochi, a creature from the mountain and sea realm. When it flares up, even someone at the mountain and sea realm like myself can't control it, let alone him. Besides, if it weren't for the need to detoxify, he definitely wouldn't want to do this kind of thing with someone my age who could be a mother. And he clearly got poisoned because of this. But now, she's starting to resent him? Am I even human? I'm so damn stupid. Musi quickly stepped forward, embraced Wang Chu, and gently patted Wang Chu's back. It's like comforting your own child. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't mean to blame you. Don't overthink it. I will definitely cure your poison. In Musi's arms. Wang Chu felt the softness and a smile curved his lips. Thank you, Sister Musi. Thank goodness you're here. This sword Saint Musi. His daily life seems to consist solely of cultivation, with no regard for anything else. Now that she's in her 30s, a woman's maternal instincts naturally overflow. As long as you use the right methods and are a little bit manipulative, you're incredibly easy to fool. At the same time, for Wang Chu, there was an unexpected bonus today. The secret between Musi and Zhang Xiaoyu has been discovered. Zhang Xiaoyu isn't actually her daughter? So who exactly is Zhang Xiaoyu? There doesn't seem to be any information about this in the game's storyline. My gossipy heart is burning brightly. It seems we can only wait until the link continues and then ask Moose. After a short rest. After the two tidied their clothes, Musi removed the barrier. Her beautiful eyes looked at Wang Chu, sparkling as she spoke. I need to go back to the mountain city to give a brief report on what happened today. What about you? I don't know why. She suddenly felt a little reluctant to part with Wang Chu. During the few hours she spent with Wang Chu, she felt happier than ever before. Wang Chu smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Sister Musi, until the detoxification is complete, it seems I can only follow you for now. Oh yeah. The impending separation was suddenly dispelled, and Moose was happy again. Cough cough. Perhaps feeling that she was being too obvious, she coughed twice to cover it up. But I have to go back to take the upcoming martial arts exam. What should I do? Wang Chu feigned hesitation. To participate in the martial arts exam, he had to stay in Huaihai City. Musi came all the way from the capital to the mountain city to help. In response, Musi smiled faintly. I am a visiting professor at Imperial University and have a guaranteed admission quota. You don't need to take the martial arts exam anymore, you can just go straight to Imperial University. Chapter 69 Musi, why does it feel like I've become a food delivery person? What are the guaranteed admission quotas for Imperial Capital University? He truly deserves to be called the powerful figure of the mountain and sea realm. Living off a woman is so sweet. However, Wang Chu simply smiled faintly and shook his head. No need, Sister Musi. He looked into the distance, his eyes clear and resolute. My teammates are still waiting for me. We made a promise to fight side by side. I will take the entrance exam for Beijing University myself. For him, getting into a university in Beijing is as easy as drinking water, why waste a favor? Upon hearing this, Musi, a deep sense of appreciation was revealed in those clear, cool eyes. What a good child. Alright, since you insist, I won't force you. Musi nodded, her tone becoming much gentler. But she paused, a barely perceptible blush crossing her face. His eyes flickered, and he dared not look directly at Wang Chu. Since you're going to stay in Huaihai City to take the martial arts exam, then I won't go back to the capital for the time being. I'll stay in Huaihai City for a while. I'll do everything I can to help you suppress the snake venom in your body. When she said the word suppression, her voice noticeably softened. After several treatments, the frequency of your attacks should decrease. Once you get into the capital, we'll continue that treatment. Treat. These two words sound so serious. But just thinking about that scene. Moose felt her ears burning. Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Musi. Wang Chu also lowered his head, feigning shyness. Pretending to be innocent and young is my profession. When Musi brought Wang Chu back to the executive officer's residence in the mountain city, Several people were already waiting at the entrance. Wang Chu just landed. A beautiful figure suddenly rushed into Wang Chu's arms. How could you be so stupid? Ning Zhuqing clung tightly to Wang Chu's waist, tears streaming down her face. It had nothing to do with you, but you insisted on going to save people. Do you know how worried I was about you? Wang Chu reached out and gently patted Ning Zhuqing's back, softly comforting her. Okay, stop crying. I'm fine. Looking at this scene, Mu Si, who was standing to the side, frowned almost imperceptibly. This is Ning Zhuqing, the daughter of the Ning family lord? How could she be so intimate with Wang Chu? Watching the two of them embracing, and seeing Wang Chu gently coaxing another girl. I don't know why. A strange feeling suddenly welled up in Mu Si's heart. Sour. A moment later, Ning Zhuqing finally stopped crying and stepped out of Wang Chu's arms. He spoke to Mu Si with red eyes. Thank you for saving me, Sword Saint. Moose was brought back to her senses by this word of thanks. She instantly regained her usual aloof and noble demeanor. It was just a small thing. Are the other students okay? It's okay. I'm fine. Zhang Yuan strode forward and bowed to Mu Si. I am Zhang Yuan, commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Huaihai City. Thank you again, Sword Saint, for saving my life. Thanks to you, apart from a few students who were injured by falling rocks, no one was seriously injured. What a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. I had heard that more than a dozen students had been abducted, and that a terrifying being like the Yamata no Orochi had even appeared. They were already prepared to collect the students' bodies. And then a miracle happened. That's all. Zhang Yuan turned to look at Wang Chu and asked in confusion. Wang Chu. What exactly happened back then? I asked other students, and they all said they were too scared to see clearly at the time. All I know is that those people in black robes were suddenly swallowed up, and then the Yamata no Orochi appeared. Wang Chu could not possibly say, I sacrificed them all. He scratched his head and said with a blank look on his face. I don't know either. Maybe they mispronounced the word? Zhang Yuan sighed. He never thought Wang Chu would know the reason, let alone that this matter was related to Wang Chu. He patted Wang Chu on the shoulder and said with emotion. You sacrificed yourself to save the other students. Perhaps. This is what they mean by good deeds being rewarded. Save them? I can't believe it, Mu Si asked curiously from the side. She was unaware of this. Sword Saint, you are unaware of this. Zhang Yuan quickly explained. Originally, it was another student who was to be arrested. But Wang Chu managed to pull him out of the portal at the last moment. But I got sucked in. We were all stunned. After hearing these words, Mu Si's gaze towards Wang Chu softened even more. Wang Chu. What a gentle, kind, and righteous child. I treated him myself. I was right. After chatting for a few more minutes, Wang Chu followed Zhang Yuan and the others on their journey back to Huaihai City. Mu Si stayed behind to handle some trivial matters after the funeral. Night. Moose had just arrived at the hotel in Huaihai City where she was staying. The phone rang. Hey. 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 On the other end of the phone came Ding Yorong's voice, burning with gossip. Tell me about it. Did you confess? Mu Si blushed, but her tone remained aloof. To save lives. I had no other choice. Ah. Ding Yorong gasped. I was just joking, you're serious? You are the mighty Sword Saint Mu Si of the mountain and sea realm. To actually sacrifice yourself for someone so insignificant. It's unimportant? Hearing this word, a nameless fire suddenly ignited in Mu Si's heart. She frowned and interrupted her sternly. He's not an insignificant person. He saved me, so it's only right that I save him. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Ding Yorong seemed to be frightened by Mu Si's tone. Sis, I was wrong. I was wrong, okay? But... She chuckled. Allow me to gossip a little. That kind of thing, Is it comfortable? Is it comfortable? In an instant, the image of that constant oh ho flashed into Mu Si's mind. My face turned bright red instantly. She stubbornly insisted. I have no idea. I was just trying to save people. I didn't think about anything else. Hanged up. Wait a minute. I haven't learned enough yet. Just then. Ding dong. A message popped up at the top of the phone screen. Wang Chu, Sister Musi, I'm sorry, the snake venom seems to be acting up again. I saw this line of text. Musi's heart skipped a beat. Without saying a word, he hung up on Ding Yurong. Ding Yurong? Hello? Are you polite? Moose quickly typed a line of text on the screen. Hang in there. I'm on my way. The next second, a white figure shot out of the hotel like a meteor, piercing the night sky. Moose never dreamed. His terrifying flight speed, befitting a powerhouse at the mountain and sea realm. One day. So it was used to rush into doing this kind of thing? Why does it seem like it's turned into a food delivery service? Chapter 70 Chenlina, I made some soup to nourish your body. The next morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, falling onto the messy bed. Wang Chu opened his eyes groggily. What comes into view? It is a stunningly beautiful sleeping face that could drive any man in the world crazy. Musi was curled up in his arms like a docile kitten. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her breathing was even and deep. That usually aloof and proud face now carried a blush of languor and contentment. Beneath the blanket, her delicate, jade-like shoulders and her breathtakingly beautiful curves were revealed. Who can withstand this? Wang Chu's hands seemed to have a mind of their own and started to get restless. Musi let out a soft moan and suddenly opened her eyes. Whoosh! She launched herself into the air. He jumped to the edge of the bed in an instant. You? I? Her face turned bright red, and she frantically grabbed the clothes on the ground to cover her chest. It was the first time she had ever opened her eyes to find a man beside her, which completely bewildered her. As her mind gradually cleared, she remembered what had happened yesterday. Little Chu. Your snake venom hasn't taken effect, no treatment is needed. The implication is quite clear. Our relationship is purely platonic. Aside from medical treatment, please refrain from touching or groping others. Wang Chu was about to burst out laughing inside. Who was it that was begging for mercy and calling me good brother over there last night? Sister, are you still pretending with me? I understand. Wang Chu immediately agreed. I'm sorry, Sister Musi. It's mainly because you're so beautiful. I couldn't help myself, so. Upon hearing this, Musi's face turned even redder, the redness extending all the way to the roots of her neck. Okay. She turned her back and quickly put on her clothes. I'll be staying in Huaihai City for the foreseeable future. If your snake venom flares up again, contact me again. After saying that, before Wang Chu could reply, whoosh! She opened the window and jumped right in. It disappeared into the morning breeze. Once she calmed down, Musi realized her face was so hot it could fry an egg. This is insane. I must be crazy. A powerful expert at the mountain and sea realm, the #1 swordsman of the Great Xiao Prefecture. It's like they're stealing people they get in and out by sneaking through windows. What am I doing? Looking at Musi's disheveled figure. A playful smile appeared on Wang Chu's lips. Is he a slow-burning, simmering swordsman? Interesting. I had just finished washing up when my phone rang. Are you up yet? How are you feeling? Ning Zhuqing's concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. It was soft, sweet, and very pleasant to listen to. Wang Chu responded with a smile. It's nothing serious, I'm sorry to have worried you. Well, after all, you're my teammate. It's normal for me to care about you. Ning Zhuqing explained somewhat embarrassedly, as if she were making an explanation for crying and wailing while holding Wang Chu yesterday. Is that normal? Wang Chu glanced at the favorability rating, which had already reached 70%. Lao Cheng. Others still need to be fucked. Your seemingly dignified campus belle from Ningbo University has her popularity soaring. Wang Chu even suspected that the campus belle of Ningda University would think about him doing some strange things at home. Ning Zhuqing continued speaking on the other end of the phone. The Demon Suppression Army has devised a compensation plan to compensate the students who were captured this time. All 16 students can be directly admitted to Shanghai University. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. Even the fairy-like girl herself could get her hands on the graduate school recommendation pill. But Ning Zhuqing changed the subject. This compensation is of no use to you. After all, you were the number one in the mock exam individual competition. Only a top-tier university like Imperial University is worthy of you. Wang Chu understood the subtext in her words and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I will definitely go to Beijing University. Because." He paused, then his tone softened. "I also want to continue being classmates with comrade Ning Zhuqing." Ning Zhuqing's favorability increased by 3%. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Then came Ning Zhuqing's slightly shy voice, just classmates? Oh right. Wang Chu added in a serious tone. I still want to continue being teammates with comrade Ning Zhuqing. Just teammates? Wang Chu continued to play dumb. What else? Humph. Ning Zhuqing gave a soft hum, clearly in a good mood despite not getting the answer she wanted. There's one more thing. Xia Yu's team is in internal strife. Yesterday, Zhu Badan publicly berated Xia Yu's entire team. Then he just left the team. Wang Chu sighed. I never thought there were normal people out there. It's so rare. Then, because of yesterday's desertion, Xia Yu's team has been disqualified from the Brave Team competition. Today, Zhang Xiaoyu and Eileen bit anyone they saw, like mad dogs. You need to be careful, Zhang Xiaoyu. After all, her mother is the Lady Musi who saved you yesterday. I'm not very familiar with Lady Musi, and I don't know if she'll forcefully stand up for Zhang Xiaoyu. If she contacts you, you must tell me. Are you looking for trouble? Really? They bothered me all night last night. That's absolutely terrifying. Wang Chu smiled and said, okay, I'll be careful. After giving some instructions, Ning Zhuqing remembered something else. Also, I heard that Li Shueqing came to your class early this morning to ask if you had come to school, and she's been looking for you. I don't know what happened. The two chatted for a while longer before Ning Zhuqing reluctantly hung up the phone. The room returned to calm. Wang Chu Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday's events may have seemed enjoyable to him, but they were quite eventful. My nerves were actually constantly on edge. Their opponents are the Void Order and the Yamata no Orochi from the Mountain and Sea Realm. One wrong step, and you're doomed. Now. This part of the story, hidden in the text before the main game begins, is now in the past. The Yamata no Orochi has appeared, and the Void Order has started causing trouble. Sword Saint Moose survived and successfully reconnected. He's not far from reaching 80% favorability to obtain the Sword Saint's blessing. Although there were some discrepancies with the plan, the result was in line with the plan, and the progress was very smooth. Next. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Wang Chu walked over and asked. Xiao Chu, it's me. Chen Lina's voice came from outside the door. Open the door. She was clearly dressed up carefully today. She was wearing a well-tailored, tight-fitting knit top and a pencil skirt. It perfectly outlined her voluptuous and mature figure. Her hair was piled high, revealing her fair and slender neck. She exudes the charm of a mature married woman. Now. She was wearing gloves and carrying a large pot that was still steaming. She wore a gentle and virtuous smile. Little Chu. I heard you encountered danger during your mock exam yesterday. I'm worried about you, but there's nothing I can do. I can only make some soup and bring it over to help you recover. Thank you, Aunt Lena, you're so kind. Wang Chu smiled and stepped aside to welcome Chen Lina in. Only. When his gaze inadvertently swept over the pot of soup. I was completely stunned. Aunt Lena, what did you put in this soup? Upon hearing this, Chen Lina's ears instantly turned red. I added the trimmings of a black tiger at the Qi condensation realm, and the trimmings of a 3-colored deer, and a 100-year-old red mountain goji berry, and I found these on Zaya Honshu, a Chinese social media platform. It says they're great for men. You should drink more of them. Wang Chu looked at Chen Lina, who was looking down with a shy expression and a longing look in her eyes. His lips twitched involuntarily a couple of times. You call this nourishing? Do you think I don't know what you want me to supplement? No? The characters in this hentai game really don't have any normal thought processes. Chapter 71. Don't call me Xiao Chu, you should call me Uncle Wang. Is it good? Chen Lina rested her chin on her hands, her eyes glazed over. They're steaming some top-quality Russian oysters in the kitchen. I heard they're especially good for boys. Wang Chu's mouth twitched violently. Ha 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 ha. Aunt Lena, you're so kind, so very kind. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Li Shueqing's voice came from outside the door. Wang Chu, are you home? Hearing Li Shueqing's voice, Chen Lina's face turned deathly pale instantly. Ever since that last time, he said, how dare you talk to your Uncle Wang like that? She and Li Shueqing have completely broken off relations. But, no matter what, Li Shueqing is still her little Chu. She looked to Wang Chu for help. However, a warm, large hand gently pressed down on the back of her trembling hand. Wang Chu remained calm. It's alright, this is something that will have to be resolved sooner or later. Let's make things clear today. After opening the door, Li Shueqing stood at the door with a shy expression. She was clearly dressed up carefully today, wearing a school uniform and white stockings. Her face had that first love makeup look. They came prepared. Wang Chu, thank you for saving me at Lansun Mountain yesterday. I knew it, you've always had me in your heart, you still love me. She moved closer, grabbing Wang Chu's arms with both hands, her expression excited. Wang Chu, I forgive you. Let's make up and get back together. As she spoke, she tugged at the collar of her school uniform, revealing the black lace trim underneath. You can do whatever you want to me. Wang Chu remained silent with a cold expression. She simply turned to the side, allowing Li Shueqing to see Chen Lina sitting at the dining table. Li Shueqing's breath hitched for a moment. Chen, Lin, na. She spoke each word with gritted teeth. He then rushed straight into the room. Chen Lina. Why is it you again? Are you really that shameless to try and seduce my man? Perhaps it was to maintain a good image in front of Wang Chu. Li Shueqing softened her tone, looked at Chen Lina whose face was deathly pale, and sneered. Chen Lina, I'll tell you the truth. The reason why Wang Chu had a relationship with you. That's because you smell like me. You look somewhat like me. He just sees you as a substitute for me, a replacement for me, do you understand? Now I'm with Wang Chu. You can get out of our house now. These words were spoken. The air froze instantly. Chen Lina looked at her daughter in disbelief. Why is she so trusting? What nonsense are you talking about? I am how can you tell me to get out? Li Shueqing felt as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Chen Lina, do you know now that you're my ma? When you were seducing Wang Chu, why didn't you ever think that you were my horse? Look at what you're wearing right now. Li Shueqing looked Chen Lina up and down in her figure-hugging bodysuit. A bodysuit? A pencil skirt? At her age, she's dressed like this and acting like a feverish person in front of young boys. Have you no shame? Snap. A crisp, clear slap suddenly rang out in the room. Chen Lina suddenly stood up, her chest heaving violently, her eyes red-rimmed, staring intently at Li Shueqing. That slap was delivered with the full power of a chi condensation realm expert. This slap completely stunned Li Shueqing. This is the second time you've hit me because of Wang Chu. I'm going to hit you, you ordinary woman. Chen Lina was trembling all over. I never imagined I would raise you like this. Back then, I kicked Wang Chu away. Now that you see Wang Chu is getting better, you want to turn back? How can you be so shameless? Is this how I taught you? Li Shueqing was furious and laughed in anger. Who's shameless here? She turned around, grabbed Wang Chu's arm, and pressed her young body against it. He looked at Chen Lina defiantly. I'm only 18. I'm young. Beautiful. Great figure. And what about you? I'm almost 40, and I'm getting old and losing my beauty. Why don't you look in the mirror? What do you have to compare with me? After saying that, Li Shueqing looked up at Wang Chu and spoke. Xiao Chu, just get rid of her now. I can pretend nothing ever happened between you two. Let's start over. Just when Li Shueqing thought she had victory in her grasp and a victorious smile was already on her lips, Wang Chu laughed out loud. He shoved Li Shueqing away. Then, under Li Shueqing's astonished gaze, he slowly walked to Chen Lina's side. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Chen Lina's plump and soft waist. Don't call me Xiao Chu. You should call me Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang. I heard the name Uncle Wang again. Li Shueqing's last psychological defenses were completely shattered. She didn't start going crazy like she did last time. Instead, he was completely dumbfounded. I don't even remember when Wang Chu pushed me out of the house. At that moment, her worldview seemed to collapse. A moment later, from inside the room, a series of sounds that made one blush and their heart race gradually emanated. Li Xueqing gradually lost the strength to stand. She slumped down by the door of 910, completely distraught. I listened for the whole morning. I've had writer's block, and it's been going on for a while now. Happy New Year, everyone. Wishing you all a fantastic New Year filled with amazing connections with goddesses. Chapter 72. Boss, my sister has a slim waist, long legs, and a perky butt. The magician is dead. A soft sigh echoed from within the gray fog. A huge round table is suspended in mid-air. Around the round table were 6 exquisitely designed chairs. Only. There were 6 seats, but one was empty today. 5 figures in black robes were hidden in the gray mist, their faces obscured, but a suffocating aura emanated from them. The commotion in the mountain city of Daxia Prefecture is quite significant. The Yamata no Orochi has been successfully summoned. In other words, the ceremony should have proceeded as normal. But the hoarse voice paused, a hint of confusion in its tone. Why did only Yamata no Orochi descend? According to the original plan, a large number of void creatures should have emerged after the void rift opened. Another voice rang out at just the right moment. That's not all the strange thing. Why did the magician die? Not a single piece of intelligence has been sent back yet? Although he is the weakest among us, he is still at the 6th or 7th level of the divine realm. That doesn't even include the fact that there are nearly 10 deputy members at the void realm level. There are dozens of people at the chi condensation realm. In the end, not a single person survived. There's probably a big problem here. Everyone fell silent. The Void Order has provided a considerable amount of resources for this operation. Although the Yamata no Orochi was successfully summoned from the void, the scene was not as imagined. I don't know how much time has passed. The figure sitting in the main seat slowly spoke. It seems Sword Saint Musi is stronger than I imagined. To be able to kill both the magician and the Yamata no Orochi in just a few short minutes. This level of strength is top tier even within the mountain and sea realm. His voice was deep and carried an irresistible power. The magician's sacrifice was worthwhile. He successfully brought Lord Yamata no Orochi back to the mortal world. That passage has always existed. Everyone's breathing became rapid. The face beneath the gray fog seemed to carry a hint of fanaticism. The person in the main seat turned to look at a figure at the far left and said calmly, Moon. How are your preparations going? The black-robed figure known as the Moon let out a cold laugh, his tone contemptuous. The plan is going smoothly. Those elves. They're all a bunch of arrogant, selfish, and stupid idiots. The person in the main seat nodded. The World Tree is a very important existence to my lord. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Then, he looked at the silent figure at the far right. Trial. From now on, you will take over all the resources left behind by the magician in the Great Xia Prefecture. Besides, find out exactly what happened at the altar yesterday. In the gray fog. The judge nodded and said in a deep voice. Yes, Mr. Fool. It has to be said. Chenlina's pot of nourishing soup was indeed worth it. The effect is amazing. This battle was so fierce that the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. If you add a song like Phoenix seeking its mate to the melody, it would be truly delightful. The flower of greed has only been in bloom for a short time, and it will probably be in full bloom again soon. I don't know how much time has passed. Chenlina fell into a deep sleep, but a trace of tear stains still clung to the corner of her eye. I don't know if it was because of a complete break with my daughter, or some other reason. After tucking Chenlina in, Wang Chu got up and picked up his virtual reality headset. Today, Ning Zhuqing mentioned that he won first place in the individual mock exam. He suddenly remembered. There's something I feel like I've forgotten, but what exactly is it? Welcome back, player Camille. The video hasn't even finished loading yet. Beep 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 beep. The barrage of private message notifications was exploding in his ears. It completely flooded the chat window. Wang Chu clicked to take a look. F00, are you there, bro? F00, hey bro, please talk to me. F00, dude, did you block me? Wa'ada. F00. Over the past few days, this guy has been sending him several messages every day. Wang Chu is online. Another pop-up window appeared immediately. F00, holy crap. You're finally online, boss. Ors. Wang Chu twitched the corner of his mouth. Not a buddy? Do you have a house in Eternal Calamity? Are you living there? A few days ago, when he went online to participate in the mock exam individual competition, it seemed like he was told to wait. After the individual competition, he forgot about it. I just remembered it today. I didn't expect this guy to be stalking him every day. Kumiao, ahem. Sorry. Kumiao, I've been quite busy lately and forgot. F00, it's okay. No need to be so polite, sir. F00, after all, it's mock exam season right now, and the martial arts exam is coming up soon, you must be very busy. F00, I totally understand. Wang Chu was still wondering what he had wanted to talk to him about back then. The other party's messages came in like a barrage of bullets. F00, but dude, the martial arts exam is coming up soon, you really should play Natsuki no Dao more often. F00, you might not know this yet because you haven't played for very long, but playing regularly will definitely help you hone your combat skills. F00, if you're interested, you can also try the solo trio mode. It's practically made for masochists, oh no, for the strong. F00, the pressure of being ganged up on by 3 big men, the sheer agony was unbearable. F00, and there's more. This game recently had a collaboration event with Black Cat Detective. F00, you can buy a Black Cat Sheriff skin for only 6 xia coins, it's super abstract. F00. Wang Chu stared at the endless stream of messages, his head buzzing. No. Why does this guy talk so much? Kumiao, wait a minute. What was it you wanted to talk to me about last time? F00, oh right. I almost forgot about the important thing. F00, well, after our sparring session last time, I showed the recording to my sister. F00, after my sister read this, she became very interested in you. She wants to challenge you to a match. F00, do you have any free time, sir? After sending this message, F00 seemed afraid that Wang Chu would refuse, so he quickly sent a series of kneeling emojis. F00, boss. Please. You have to agree. F00, if you don't agree, my sister will definitely beat me to death. A friendly exchange? Wang Chu touched his chin. This person, F00, is probably not very old, at most a freshman or sophomore in college. And his sister. It probably won't be that big. He's a big shot on Tiaba, why is he going to spar with a little girl? Isn't this bullying? Several seconds passed without receiving a reply from Wang Chu. Fu Dandan got anxious. F00, dude, my sister is so beautiful. F00, slim waist, long legs, and a perky butt. F00, and the thunder is huge. Wang Chu remained silent for 0.01 seconds. Kenian, tell her to come online. I don't have any other hobbies. She's just a kind-hearted person. I enjoy giving guidance to younger generations. It's definitely not because of that waist, leg, or thunder. Absolutely not. Chapter 73, let your master give you some proper guidance on your swordsmanship. In a desolate bamboo forest. A massive blue stone arena floats above the sea of clouds. Bamboo leaves drifted down in the wind, carrying a hint of desolation. Fu Dandan, dressed in a Black Cat Sheriff outfit, sat in the stands. Black Cat Sheriff skin. Because it was an encrypted room, he was the only person in the spectator stands at that moment. Looking at the 2 people standing on the ring, Fu Dandan clicked her tongue. I didn't expect my older sister to be so interested in big shots. When he called Fu Qinghan was sitting in meditation. This is about comprehending the essence of swordsmanship. At times like these, Fu Qinghan is most annoyed by being disturbed by others. Fu Dandan once disturbed Fu Qinghan's meditation and was severely beaten. Unexpectedly, this time, Fu Qinghan logged into Eternal Calamity without saying a word. But, although the big boss is very strong, he definitely won't be a match for my older sister. After all, my older sister is Lord Musi's personal disciple. Wait a minute. Just as Fu Dandan was about to watch the drama unfold, her eyes suddenly narrowed as she stared in shock at the data on the game panel. Data shows the realm of a single second. He's actually at the 7th level of the bone forging realm? Something's not right. When I fought him a few days ago, Kumiao was clearly at the 5th level of the bone forging realm. How did I reach level 7 in just a few days? Are you taking a rocket? On the arena. Fu Qinghan, whose ID is standing quietly. Wang Chu looked at the girl in front of him and raised an eyebrow. Fu Dandan wasn't lying. Her figure was perfectly outlined in a tight-fitting combat leather armor. A slender waist that could be encircled by one hand, and long, straight, slender legs. And the astonishing curve of her chest rising and falling slightly with her breath. The only regret is that she was wearing a black mask, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. However, those exposed, cool and clear eyes, like cold stars, were quite beautiful. I've seen the video of your fight with Fu Dandan. Your shadow step is very strong. Fu Qinghan's voice was cold and clear. I showed your fight video to my master, and he spoke very highly of you. Wang Chu smiled faintly, thank you. Clang. The long sword was drawn, its cold light gleaming. Fu Qinghan pointed the tip of his sword diagonally at the ground, his posture elegant yet fierce. In this sparring match, I will suppress my attributes to the same level as yours. Furthermore, without using any innate abilities. It's all about skill. I hope that in this battle, you can live up to my master's expectations. Wang Chu remained silent. He simply summoned a long sword and casually twirled it. Upon seeing the long sword in Wang Chu's hand, Fu Qinghan frowned slightly, his eyes gradually turning cold. A long sword? You are clearly proficient in fist blades and shadow step. But now, you're actually using a long sword? Are you looking down on me? Wang Chu smiled. You've misunderstood. Actually, my swordsmanship is pretty good too. Fu Qinghan narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. The moment the countdown ended, Fu Qinghan was moved. The bluestone slab beneath her feet suddenly trembled, and she shot out like an arrow. The enormous thing began to shake violently. Hiss. Upon seeing this, Wang Chu gasped. Wow! Even a tight-fitting combat suit can't restrain your lightning? Their future prospects are far too dazzling. The next second, accompanied by the humming sound of the long sword, the sword in Fu Qinghan's hand trembled, instantly transforming into 3 sword flowers, locking Wang Chu's movements from 3 directions. At this time, Wang Chu was only 3 body lengths away from Fu Qinghan. Faced with this sword that sealed his entire body, he had no way out. But there's no need to hold us back. Wang Chu flipped his wrist. With his long sword, he deftly jabbed upwards from below. Clang! A clear, metallic clang rang out. Fu Qinghan's sword momentum was instantly deflected. He's got something. A hint of surprise flashed in Fu Qinghan's eyes. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. Kumiao was able to find the key to breaking the deadlock in just a few seconds, which is enough to prove that his statement "my swordsmanship is also not bad" was not an exaggeration. But that's all. That sword strike was just a test. Be careful. Fu Qinghan remained calm. The long sword, which had been deflected, actually used the momentum to transform into an even more ferocious arc-shaped slash. The sword's momentum was like a rainbow. It exudes an aura of dominance that can sweep away all enemies. Holy crap! That was a really fast change of tactics. Fu Dandan's eyes widened. As expected of my older sister. That move was just the starting stance, and it instantly switched to returning wind-sweeping leaves from the myriad stars falling sword technique? The boss is in danger. However, despite being at the center of the storm, Wang Chu showed no sign of panic. He watched as the sword swept towards him. His eyes were calm as still water. A gust of wind sweeps away the leaves? Myriad stars falling sword? So the master this girl was talking about was actually Mu Si? That would be interesting. A smile appeared on Wang Chu's lips. Since that's the case, then we have no choice but to take it seriously. Have your master give you some proper guidance on swordsmanship. Just as the sword was about to strike, Wang Chu took a slight step back and leaned backward. Whoosh! The cold blade brushed past the tip of his nose, lifting a few strands of hair. The difference is as small as a millimeter. We avoided it. Fu Qinghan's eyes widened in surprise. The boy in front of me reacted incredibly fast. And most surprisingly, his judgment on the returning wind sweeping away the leaves was incredibly accurate. If the angle had been any worse, that sword strike would have killed him instantly. Interesting. Fu Qinghan narrowed his eyes. Now, she's really going to get serious. She stopped chasing Wang Chu. Hold the sword with both hands, tip pointing upwards. The wind was stirred up at that moment. An invisible sword aura began to swirl around her. Watch out. Fu Qinghan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Sword 7, Myriad Phenomena. The strongest killing move and the sword of myriad stars. It was also after 2.5 years of practice. The strongest sword technique that I finally mastered. Holy crap, could this move be all things? Fu Dandan gasped in surprise from the stands. When did my sister learn this move? If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have helped my older sister. Although Kumiao is strong, he is just a freshman. Fu Dandan was worried that Kumiao's Dao heart would be shattered by this sword strike. The next second, the long sword in Fu Qinghan's hand emitted a sword cry. He became one with the sword, transforming into an unbearable silver meteor as he charged towards Wang Chu. It's over. Fu Qinghan looked at Wang Chu, who was so close to her, and a confident smile appeared on her lips. To learn this sword technique, these past few years, she put in so much effort. Just the next moment, Fu Qinghan and Fu Dandan's breathing. Simultaneous pause. Fu Qinghan. Chapter 74 Sword Intent. Sword drawing technique, shattering stars. Just as the silver meteor was about to pierce through Wang Chu made a move. There was no earth-shattering grandeur, nor any flashy special effects. Bite. A soft sound. In the midst of the howling of countless sword shadows, it was insignificant. But it directly ended the fall of the silver meteor. Fu Qinghan felt the longsword in his hand suddenly stop, unable to advance any further. How is this possible? Her pupils contracted sharply. My own, sword 7, myriad forms, was instantly stopped? No. Wrong. She felt a shiver run through her very soul. It turns out, it wasn't Wang Chu's sword that blocked her, sword 7, myriad forms. Instead, her sword, was it afraid? She instantly realized that this was sword intent. A domineering sword intent that looks down on the world and asserts that I am the only one who matters. Faced with this sword intent, her sword was like a dam on the verge of collapse being instantly destroyed by a tsunami. It's not over yet. Accompanied by the shattering of countless silver lights. Wang Chu's sword is coming. Not good. Although Fu Qinghan was intimidated by the sword intent, his fighting instincts remained. Wang Chu's sword was close behind. She gritted her teeth and could no longer care about her earlier statement that she would not use her talent. Ice Heart Technique. Click, click, click. Countless blocks of ice formed out of thin air. In an instant, it enveloped her entire body, forming a huge, azure blue ice cocoon. This ice cocoon is her life-saving skill, almost reaching the level of absolute defense of the same level. A hint of appreciation flashed in Wang Chu's eyes. He's talented, a genius. No wonder he became Mu Si's apprentice. But my favorite part is relentlessly crushing geniuses. His longsword never paused. Swish. A flash of sword light. Click, snap. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the ice cocoon. Immediately afterwards, the ice cocoon burst open, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Fu Qinghan had just entered the ice cocoon when he came out looking completely bewildered. Didn't I just use a skill? Fu Dandan, sitting in the stands, nearly popped her eyes out. No? You broke my sister's ultimate move with just one sword strike? This is the bone-forging realm? On the arena. Realizing he had reached a dead end, Fu Qinghan looked utterly disheveled. Sword intent. You actually comprehended sword intent? Wang Chu said with a smile. What, is it difficult? Upon hearing this, Fu Qinghan was so angry that he almost exploded. She is the personal disciple of the Sword Saint. A chosen one of heaven. From childhood to adulthood, she has been virtually invincible among her peers. Even a genius like her hasn't yet grasped her own sword intent. When it's your turn, what you're saying is it difficult? However, what followed was. It was her eyes that ignited a frenzied fighting spirit. You're very strong. The moment the words fell, the temperature of the entire arena instantly dropped to freezing point. Fu Qinghan's long hair flew wildly, and her previously black hair turned into snow-white hair at this moment. But I'm sorry, I broke my promise. This is my talent, the S rank, Frosty 1000 miles. I must win this match. That's all. An extreme chill suddenly erupted from her center. Domain expansion. Icy flying shadow. Within this area, everyone's speed, reaction time, and magical abilities will be greatly suppressed. And she will receive a comprehensive boost to her attributes. Sword 7, Myriad Phenomena. The same swordsmanship, enhanced by her talent. It was several times more terrifying than before. Even though she was restricted to the 7th level of the bone forging realm. This sword strike could easily shake a professional at the high level of the chi condensation realm. Only. In her imagination, Kumiao should have shown a panicked expression. His expression remained unchanged, and his eyes were calm and undisturbed. He said, "He's got something. But not many." The next second. Bang! Wang Chu took a step forward with his left foot, his body slightly bent forward. The long sword was sheathed at his right waist. Then he gently exhaled. Sword drawing technique shattering star. Buzz. A black sword beam, extremely condensed and moving faster than the limits of comprehension. Soaring into the sky. Like a swordsman watching a falling meteor, facing the challenge head-on. Trying to shake the stars with an extremely small body. In the later stages of the game's global martial arts exam storyline. This is a sword technique created by an immortal realm expert to protect Blue Star and shatter meteorites falling from the planet. Perfectly, it's the perfect counter to the Myriad Starfall sword, which is based on the concept of stars. Put. In an instant, Fu Qinghan's domain has collapsed. The snow and ice that filled the sky vanished instantly. And amidst the swirling ice crystals, the black sword light, undiminished in momentum, pierced through layers of defense without any hindrance. Then, battle over. Everything has settled down. Fu Qinghan stood there blankly, her eyes glazed over. We lost? Lost again? And this was done after revealing all their cards, without holding back. Killed instantly by a single sword strike? What exactly was that sword strike just now? You? Fu Qinghan suddenly looked up and stared intently at Wang Chu. Who exactly is your master? Where did they learn this sword technique that can counter the Myriad Starfall sword? Her long-held pride was utterly shattered by this sword strike. Wang Chu sheathed his long sword, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked indifferent. No one is fit to be my teacher. Instead of getting hung up on the sword technique itself, you should look for the reasons within yourself. Myriad Starfall sword is very strong. Even if it is countered, it definitely has the ability to fight against it. But you have only learned the form of the Myriad Stars falling sword, but you have not grasped its meaning. Where the sword points, the heart follows. Your all-encompassing Starfall sword is not the all-encompassing Starfall sword. After saying that, Wang Chu stretched lazily. I was in a good mood today, so we chatted for a bit longer. They're gone. Goodbye. Fu Qinghan panicked and subconsciously took a step forward, reaching out to grab Wang Chu's sleeve. Don't go yet, I still have. Wang Chu's figure disappeared completely, leaving only an empty arena. In the spectators' stands, Fu Dandan felt her knees go weak. No way? Even my older sister, who had used her ultimate skill, got instantly killed? Where on earth did this weird newbie come from? If Eternal Calamity didn't prohibit creating alt accounts, I'd almost doubt whether there really were any pro players using alt accounts to stomp on newbies. He swallowed hard and cautiously stepped down from the stands. She ran to Fu Qinghan's side, looked at her older sister's disappointed expression, and asked cautiously, Sis? Are you alright? At this moment, Fu Qinghan had his head bowed, and his right hand, which was holding the sword, was trembling violently. She didn't say anything. He just stared at the spot where Wang Chu had disappeared, his eyes filled with an extremely complicated expression. Who exactly is the other party? However, if they are freshmen, there might still be a chance to meet at school. A long time. She slowly raised her head, and a flame burned in her originally cold eyes. My sword must become even stronger. Dandan. Ha? Yes. Yes. Fu Dandan immediately stood at attention. Kamiao, next time he logs on, remember to ask him to add me as a friend. I think the teacher would also be very interested in his sword. Musi is the strongest swordsman in the imperial capital university, and even in the entire Great Xia prefecture. When Kumiao needs guidance, she will definitely choose her own teacher. Perhaps the teacher will take him on as a personal disciple. Then I'll be the senior sister of Kumiao. Fu Qinghan hummed twice. How dare this brat talk to me like that? He'll have to call me senior sister soon enough. Kumiao, I'm really looking forward to the day we meet and our identities are revealed. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have. Thinking of this, her mood, which had just been humiliated, improved considerably. A smile appeared on her lips as she disappeared from the arena. Clam? No? I've been squatting here for so many days. Do you want me to keep squatting now? Fu Dandan was bewildered in the wind. Sis. Have some decency. My girlfriend's been having issues with me these past few days. Chapter 75. Mom, you're not dating someone, are you? I really can't stand living in this awful place anymore. There isn't even a decent bathtub. I haven't had a milk bath in days. Angela looked at the clutter piled up in the living room and the mess that no one had cleaned up and complained. Several days have passed. Xiaoyu's team is having a really tough time. Their status as a hero squad was revoked, and all the benefits they received as a hero squad were taken away. They had only just moved into their exclusive luxury manor villa for the hero squad when they moved out again. We returned to the 3-bedroom apartments that the school used to provide for each team. It's not bad at all, the basic supporting facilities are quite complete. But since there are only 3 rooms, the 4 of them have to squeeze in. In addition, it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality, and previously there were even servants specifically to clean the house. Angela, who was used to living in a luxurious manor villa, was the first to explode. If you can't stand living here, just move out. Zhang Xiaoyu said irritably. Angela was not convinced. Then why don't you stay here? You've been going home to stay these past few days, haven't you? Zhang Xiaoyu has been staying at home these past few days. As the sword saint of the Great Xia prefecture, Musi has a place to stay in almost every city, in case he needs to travel for business. Captain, I request that the team funds be used to rent another villa for us. Without a good living environment, how can I be in the best condition to prepare for the upcoming martial arts exam? Team funding? You're dreaming. Zhang Xiaoyu directly refuted this. The team doesn't have a single penny left in their account, okay? How could that be? We received so much funding when we became the hero squad, and Xu Badan has been providing us with armor and potions these past few days. There shouldn't be many expenses. Didn't we split all the funds equally among the 4 of us? I've already spent all my money, so why don't you contribute? I've run out of money too. Zhang Xiaoyu and Angela both looked at Eileen, who was standing silently to the side. Eileen said, "Don't look at me, I've run out of money too. You guys should think about what to eat for lunch. Don't you even have money for food? I can't eat without the food from Chao Fu Lu." Angela, who had always been quiet in the team, finally broke down. She suddenly stood up, looking at Zhang Xiaoyu with eyes full of resentment. It's all your fault. Zhang Xiaoyu. This is all your fault. We were already a team of heroes, but you insisted on kicking Wang Chu out. And they even brought over such an unreliable Zhu Badan. Now look what's happened, even Zhu Badan has run away. The martial arts exam is only a few days away, who are we supposed to find to save the day? And another thing, I've wanted to say this for a long time. Aren't you usually so arrogant, with your nose in the air? How did you get so thoroughly thrashed by Wang Chu in the individual competition? You made me the laughingstock of the whole school because of you. This series of remarks, especially the fact that he was brutally defeated by Wang Chu in the individual competition. This angered Zhang Xiaoyu. Shut up, you old bastard. Angela, why are you pretending to be such an innocent girl? I did ask for your opinions beforehand, and you agreed. What? Now that they're gaining momentum, are you planning to run over and fawn over them? Don't you even look at yourself? What use are you, a useless angel expelled from the angel race? Would anyone want you? Angela's face flushed red. I was threatened by you at the time. I had no choice but to. All right. Eileen, who had been silent to the side, also lived in Bungbu. Arguing, what's the point of arguing? It would have been fine if Li Shueqing had just been cooped up in her room these past few days, for some unknown reason. The martial arts exam is coming up soon. Are we going to disband the team? Disbanding the team will not benefit any of us. Now that we've come this far, we must work together to find opportunities to achieve good results in the martial arts exam again. I also want to go to Beijing University. Captain, didn't you say that the Sword Saint is currently in Huaihai City? Why don't you ask her for a favor? Who would dare refuse her? If all else fails, ask the school to let us live in a villa instead. After hearing this, Angela quieted down. In my anger, I almost forgot that Zhang Xiaoyu's mother is the Sword Saint Musi. There's no benefit in turning against her. Zhang Xiaoyu took a deep breath and calmed her wildly heaving chest. Okay. I'll give it a try. That's all. She left without looking back, a place she didn't want to stay in for even a second longer. Mom, I'm home. Zhang Xiaoyu called out weakly as she returned home. She saw Musi's shoes by the door and knew that she was home. Click. The bathroom door opened. A wave of warm air carrying a faint floral fragrance wafted out. Immediately afterwards, wearing a silk nightgown, Mus walked out while drying her wet long hair. Mom, why are you taking a shower in broad daylight? Musi was a little embarrassed to hear Zhang Xiaoyu return so early. I just finished my training and I'm covered in sweat. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, then suddenly froze, staring blankly at her mother. Mus, having just finished showering, had a face as beautiful as a peach blossom and skin as smooth as cream. Her originally fair skin now had a healthy rosy glow, as if it were radiating light. He exuded an unprecedented aura. Moisturizing sensation. It feels different from before? Mom. I feel like you've become even more beautiful than before? Do you have one? Yes, and Mom, I feel like you've become much gentler lately, and you've been smiling a lot more. Mom, you're not dating someone, are you? Chapter 76. Mom, don't worry, if you really find someone you like, your daughter will definitely support you. Mom, you're not dating someone, are you? The lazy and carefree smile on Musi's face instantly froze. What nonsense are you talking about? Musi awkwardly clasped her hands together. She hadn't expected Zhang Xiaoyu to say that. Suddenly I had a feeling of being caught cheating. His legs began to rub together unconsciously, and his eyes started to wander. How old am I, your mother? I'm almost 40, why am I still talking about dating? She turned around, her ears burning red. Oh. Zhang Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. Something's wrong with Mom. As the mother of the Sword Saint, she usually has a cold face. When has she ever shown such a shy expression? I was right. She leaned closer, hands behind her back, a curious expression on her face, and gossiped. Oh my God, don't be shy. I'm an adult, I understand. As far back as I can remember, you've been the only one who's taken care of me. Although I don't know what my cheap old man looks like or where he went. But I know it's not easy for you to be alone. At this point, Zhang Xiaoyu sighed softly. Outside, you are the revered and respected Sword Saint of the Mountain and Sea Realm in the Great Xiao Prefecture. But at home, in my heart, you are just my mother, an ordinary woman. Your life shouldn't be all about swords. You deserve to be cherished and loved. She reached out, patted Musi on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Mom. Don't worry. If you really find someone you like, your daughter will absolutely support you. I wholeheartedly agree. Seeing Musi's increasingly flushed face and her flustered, helpless expression, Zhang Xiaoyu smiled and chuckled. Mom, stop pretending. I've heard that if a woman hasn't done that for a long time and then suddenly starts again, she'll become more and more beautiful, like a flower that's been nourished. In addition to your recent strange behavior, and the fact that you suddenly moved to Huaihai. I'm sure of it. You're definitely in a relationship. Please call me Detective Xiaoyu. Under Zhang Xiaoyu's relentless questioning, Musi's face turned bright red. She pretended not to hear and ran towards the balcony, with Zhang Xiaoyu following behind, occasionally winking at her. When will you bring it back so I can see it? A man who can catch the eye of a dignified sword saint must be extremely outstanding, right? Could he be some kind of powerful figure at the Sun and Moon realm? That's not right. There are only 1 or 2 people in the Sun-Moon realm of Great Xiao Prefecture. That's unlikely. A young master of the Mountain and Sea realm is quite capable. His future is promising. If their cultivation level is lower than yours, then that won't work, but if they have plenty of money, then it's fine. But no matter what, the most important thing is to treat you well. Zhang Xiaoyu kept talking on and on. Mu Si felt a mix of emotions. Sun and Moon Realm? Mountain and Sea Realm? They have plenty of money? Wang Chu's young and handsome face appeared in her mind. He doesn't meet any of the requirements. But my heart was pounding. Are you in love? To be honest. After several days of intensive treatment with Wang Chu, she gained a deeper understanding of Wang Chu. It's not just about how long and how many meters, but also includes other aspects. Wang Chu saved her not because she was Mu Si. Whenever someone is in danger, he would help him and save him without hesitation. Wang Chu was such an upright and kind boy. So outstanding that it breaks your heart. At the beginning, she went to help Wang Chu with his treatment and detoxification with feelings of guilt and gratitude. She had never encountered anything like this before. Even someone at the mountain and sea realm would feel fear, unease, and shyness. Even so, facing her clumsiness, Wang Chu was in excruciating pain from the snake venom every time he was detoxified. Yet he still cares about her feelings and takes great care of her. During rest periods after many treatments, she nestled in Wang Chu's arms, feeling the powerful heartbeat that belonged to an 18-year-old. Listen to Wang Chu recount some interesting stories from his life. She began to discover. My decades-long, monotonous cultivation journey has been disrupted by someone. It began to shake her rock-solid heart for swordsmanship. Gradually, in front of Wang Chu, she began to feel a flutter in her heart moment by moment. That feeling made her fall for it. But Mu Si lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and sighed imperceptibly. Reality is cruel. That's an insurmountable chasm. Wang Chu. But she and Zhang Xiaoyu are in the same age group. She's old enough to be his mother. How could such a disparity possibly lead to anything? How could it possibly be blessed? A young man like Wang Chu. Only someone as outstanding as Ning Zhuqing would be a good match for him, right? And her relationship with Wang Chu. She doesn't even qualify as an old woman who takes advantage of a vulnerable situation. Probably. It's just a doctor-patient relationship where someone helps treat a patient in order to repay a life-saving debt. Thinking of this, Mu Si couldn't help but feel a little down. My good mood vanished almost instantly. The next second, she shook her head violently, trying to shake these chaotic thoughts out of her mind. Why do I think so much? I only did it to help him detoxify, that's why I had to. This is just treatment. Yes. It's treatment. If we have to go through this 10 or so more times, once the poison is completely neutralized, our relationship will be over. At that time, bridges are bridges, and roads are roads. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Mu Si took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pounding in her heart. All right. Stop speculating, nothing of the sort happened. She paused, then added. If that day ever comes, I will introduce him to you. Although Zhang Xiaoyu is not her biological daughter. But they are also her family, so it's only natural that we should get to know each other. Then, Mu Si pushed Zhang Xiaoyu's hand away and changed the subject. But it's you. Why are you back so early today? No more training with teammates? The martial arts exam is about to begin, and you still have the leisure to gossip about me? Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaoyu's face instantly fell. She plopped down on the sofa, her face full of displeasure and grievance. Mom, don't mention it. I told you this when I called you a few days ago, but you were busy at the time and probably didn't take it to heart. Our team was disqualified from being a hero team by the school recently because of that unfortunate incident where we were attacked by the men in black robes. Not only were the villas taken back, but the resources were also gone. Now we're all crammed into that rundown suite, nobody can sleep well. My teammates, all they do is complain, it's so annoying. She looked up at Mu Si with anticipation. Mom! Can you do me a favor? Go and talk to Zhang Yuan, the commander of the demon-suppressing army in Huaihai City. Why don't they give us back our hero squad status? Anyway, it's just a matter of a word for you. I've already promised my teammates, so don't let me down.